In January, in the town of Wild Wind, a relentless snowfall persisted for 3 days, with the snow on the ground rising high enough to engulf a person's shoes. The biting cold wind howled through the air, causing the bare little trees by the roadside to sway precariously. Cheng Wan, draped in a tattered gray robe, trudged through the snow, his steps uneven. Perhaps from enduring the cold for too long, his slightly pallid face was touched by a faint blush. His handsome brows unconsciously knitted together, and his tightly pursed lips lost all color. Suddenly, with a creaking sound, the door of the roadside Zou's tea house cautiously opened a crack. Inside, the shopkeeper had been peering through the window for quite some time, unable to bear the sight of Cheng Wan's pitiful state any longer. He called out, "Young man, it's quite chilly outside, come in and warm yourself." With a sigh, the shopkeeper closed the door once more. Hearing the heavy clang behind him, Cheng Wan felt a wave of despair wash over him. "System, your master is on the verge of demise." A mechanical voice echoed slowly in his mind. "No worries, even if you do kick the bucket, we have another world to explore." Cheng Wan replied, "Are you trying to comfort me?" The voice from the system brimmed with warmth. "Cheer up, you are the most robust." Cheng Wan was originally an ordinary university student in the 21st century. One evening, during a study session, he witnessed a lecherous man attempting to commit unspeakable acts against the campus beauty. With a surge of youthful fervor, Cheng Wan yearned to be the hero who rescues the damsel in distress. Unexpectedly, the damsel was indeed saved, yet the hero, caught off guard, fell victim to a brutal attack from behind. From that moment on, Cheng Wan became bound to an entity known as the Big Shot Strategy System, embarking on a journey through various worlds where he must complete tasks aimed at garnering the admiration of influential figures. Starting from a base score of 0, the goal is to achieve a full 5-star rating to successfully complete the mission. In the world Cheng Wan finds himself in this time, the setting resembles an ancient society primarily rooted in martial arts. His target for this mission is none other than the infamous leader of the demon sect, Qin Li. Qin Li is indeed an extraordinary individual. In his youth, he trained under the prestigious Qing Shan sect, the foremost martial arts school of the righteous path. Due to his exceptional talent and diligent study, he became one of the foremost experts among his peers by the age of 16. During a tumultuous decade marked by conflict between the righteous and the demonic factions, a series of battles ensued, with no clear victor emerging. To quell the chaos, both sides agreed to a decisive confrontation in 3 months' time. It was at this critical juncture that the esteemed Elder de Feng of the Qing Shan sect sent Qin Li undercover into the demon sect. His remarkable martial prowess and keen intellect allowed him to gain the trust of the then leader, Long Zizhang, within a month, while simultaneously sowing discord within the sect. This internal strife led to the demon sect's downfall amidst the larger conflict between the righteous and the demonic factions. What was initially a significant achievement took a tragic turn when Elder de Feng fell victim to a stray arrow and passed away shortly thereafter. While his demise was unfortunate, it marked the beginning of Qin Li's misfortunes. The arrangement for him to act as an undercover operative was orchestrated solely by De Feng, with only 2 individuals within the entire Qing Shan sect privy to this secret. The first was De Feng himself, who has since departed from this world. The second was Zhao Ling, a junior disciple of Qin Li. However, Zhao Ling possessed a heart as narrow as the eye of a needle. From the moment he entered the sect, he began to harbor jealousy towards Qin Li's exceptional talent. While Qin Li regarded him as a brother, Zhao Ling viewed Qin Li as a rival. He dutifully played the role of a villain, naturally concealing the truth of Qin Li's undercover status. Consequently, all the righteous martial artists were incensed and branded Qin Li as a traitor of the righteous path, a mere pawn of the demonic sect. Even so, it is worth noting that Qin Li may not have reached such a dire predicament had it not been for the events during the assault on the demonic sect stronghold, where the righteous faction indulged in excessive bloodshed, inadvertently setting ablaze Qin Li's ancestral home, resulting in the tragic demise of all 13 members of the Qin family. Upon discovering the truth, Qin Li succumbed to darkness. The tragedy befalling his family led to a profound distortion of his personality, cultivating a ruthless disposition that would slay anyone who stood in his way. Thus, in the aftermath of that great battle, Qin Li dedicated a decade to rising anew and revitalizing the demonic sect, ultimately becoming its new leader. As a result, he successfully claimed the title of the most notorious figure in the martial world, consistently topping the list of the 10 most wicked individuals. However, in order to conquer such a formidable adversary, the system assigned to him a rather peculiar counterpart for his journey through time, a charlatan masquerading as a divine being. In simpler terms, it was a male character, merely a minor pawn in this grand narrative. System, could you possibly be any more arbitrary? The system lamented. It's all randomly drawn by headquarters. I am powerless to change it. In response, Cheng Wan expressed a desire to abandon the endeavor altogether. However, the system seemed to sense the impending sorrow of its host, who was on the verge of a metaphorical flood, and exceptionally granted him a golden opportunity. Qin Li would pass by this very road today. Elated, Cheng Wan braved the wind and snow, arriving early to stake his claim. Yet, despite waiting for what felt like an eternity until even the flowers had withered and the yellow vegetables had wandered up and down the street more than a dozen times, and not only had he not seen the Lord, but even a single bird had eluded his gaze. System, why is he still not here? Cheng Wan lamented, his eyes glued to the long street. The system, equally perplexed, replied, the information provided by headquarters cannot be erroneous. Perhaps you should wait a little longer? Frustrated, Cheng Wan crumpled the divination banner in his hands and sat down heavily on the ground. The system, observing Cheng Wan's demeanor, expressed concern. By the way, when you do see him, how do you plan to approach him? This worry was not unfounded. For such a formidable figure, a mere casual greeting might not even warrant a glance, let alone a successful strategy. Cheng Wan suddenly sprang to his feet, cleared his throat, and transformed into a master thespian. Handsome, you have successfully captured my attention. The system responded with silence. My dear, haven't we met somewhere before? The system interjected, caring for the intellectually challenged, and even more so for you. Not a bad young man. How about we have a chat? The system exclaimed, hello, headquarters? My host has lost his mind. Just as Cheng Wan became engrossed in his performance, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. You wish to have a conversation with me? The tone was chilling, as if speaking was akin to crunching on shards of ice. Cheng Wan found himself petrified. His calves were cramping, rendering him immobile. Master, could you possibly find a crevice for me to escape into? The system has perished for any matters, burned paper offerings. Silence enveloped the scene, the stillness akin to the Yangtze River Bridge in Nanjing tonight. Cheng Wan stiffly turned around, only to behold a figure standing a mere foot away, devoid of expression. Tears streamed down Cheng Wan's face as he thought, goodness, brother, do you walk without making a sound? He stealthily scrutinized the individual before him, noting the strikingly handsome features, chiseled jawline, and an overall elegance that could only be described as stunning. Indeed, he was an exemplar of charm. Draped in an imposing crane robe, he commanded an aura of authority, flanked by two formidable guards brandishing sharp knives, their demeanor menacing. Such a grand and flamboyant entrance could only belong to the notorious leader of the demonic sect, Qin Li. Upon witnessing Cheng Wan's silence, Guard 1 raised an eyebrow, stating, our master is inquiring of you. Cheng Wan thought, there's truly nothing to discuss with you. His mind reeled from the shock. Well, I wish to say. Cheng Wan had a sudden inspiration, shaking the crumpled, filthy banner on the ground, revealing the 4 prominent characters' fortune-telling. He proclaimed, brother, shall we divine your fortune? The guard remained silent. Qin Li merely observed. Cheng Wan noted the guard, who had previously been so boisterous, now twitching at the corners of his mouth. The atmosphere had grown rather awkward. Just as Cheng Wan resolved to roll up his bedding and flee for another day, the master raised an eyebrow, declaring, let's proceed. Cheng Wan was taken aback. Qin Li, admiring the disheveled Cheng Wan, slowly remarked, "If the fortune is favorable, there shall be rewards. If not." The subsequent words were left unspoken, yet one could not help but feel that an entire saga had been omitted here. On such a frigid day, Cheng Wan surprisingly found herself sweating profusely. Regardless, she resolved to press on. Even if she were to perish, she would remain a valiant soul in the next world. Cheng Wan rolled up her sleeves. "Benefactor, your celestial forehead is full and your earthly foundation is square in this lifetime. You are destined for great wealth and nobility." Qin Li remained expressionless. Cheng Wan smacked her lips. "Yet, your brow is shrouded in darkness, and ominous clouds seem to swirl above your head. This is an ill omen." The two guards could not contain their amusement, erupting into laughter. Qin Li narrowed his eyes. "If you cannot utter anything of significance, you may soon face dire consequences." A blatant threat. Cheng Wan retorted, "Am I someone easily intimidated?" The system interjected, "You are." "Cheng Wan, step aside, for I am about to unleash my full potential." She composed herself, fixing her gaze firmly upon Qin Li's eyes. "If I am not mistaken, you find yourself alone, with scant familial ties." Qin Li's gaze darkened instantaneously. Cheng Wan continued, "Your life has been fraught with adversity, enduring hardship since your youth." Qin Li's countenance turned icy, and even the two guards sensed the shift in atmosphere. A towering figure approached, radiating an aura of formidable pressure. Cheng Wan swallowed hard. "For the past decade, have you been searching for someone, yet found no trace?" In an instant, her throat felt constricted as Qin Li's slender fingers clamped around her neck like a vice. "Who exactly are you?" His tone was cold and unyielding, as if he would snap Cheng Wan's neck at any moment. Cough. Cough. Cheng Wan's face flushed as he struggled to breathe in the scan air, his hands flailing about desperately like a drowning man grasping for a final lifeline. Yet, Qin Li showed no mercy, effortlessly pinning Cheng Wan's arm, the pressure around his neck tightening once more. Cheng Wan's eyes rolled back as he weakly uttered, "I know where the person you seek is." And then, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 2. Impressive, my master. Part 2. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Cheng Wan awoke from a slumber, utterly bewildered. With a cough, he recalled a cold, stern visage and fingers like iron pincers. Was it not Qin Li who had nearly suffocated him? "Cheng Wan, is this the next world?" A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "You are overthinking." "Wait, am I still alive?" Cheng Wan shook his arms and stretched his legs, relieved to find all his parts intact. An inexplicable joy of surviving a calamity washed over him. The system, observing its oblivious host who was unaware of the impending danger, earnestly cautioned, "Do not rejoice too soon." Cheng Wan. 10. System. "Do you recall what you said before?" Cheng Wan scratched his head. In a moment of desperation, he had let slip both what should and shouldn't be said, and now he could hardly remember. The system sighed. "You claimed you could predict the future." "Oh." Cheng Wan recalled. "The one about the darkened center of the forehead? What of it? Did Qin, the Great One, actually believe it?" The system internally lamented Cheng Wan's underestimation of the intelligence of the illustrious leader of the demonic sect. "He believes the next part." "Cheng Wan, what?" System. "I know where the person you seek is located." Cheng Wan felt on the verge of madness. "Did I say that?" The system, gravely. "Indeed. It's remarkable how clearly you articulated your words even when nearly being choked to death. You cannot escape this responsibility. That was merely a fabrication." Cheng Wan was engulfed by an unprecedented sense of despair. Earlier, while receiving information, he had learned that Qin Li had been searching for someone for a decade, his sister. After the Great Fire, Qin Li personally buried 13 bodies, yet his sister was conspicuously absent. Thus, he was convinced that she was still alive. However, how could Cheng Wan, a mere newcomer to this world, possibly know her whereabouts? It was merely a desperate attempt to save his own life. "Cheng Wan, what if I've inadvertently deceived the leader of the demonic sect? I need assistance. Urgently." System. Remain calm. Cheng Wan. Panic-stricken, "Do you think he might kill me out of anger?" System. gently. Life is not merely about awaiting death. There are also torturous fates such as being flayed alive or dismembered. Cheng Wan. Mother, save me. Just let me die. Truly, a noble death in the next world would be preferable. He sprawled helplessly, calculating how many points he would lose if he self-destructed at that moment. Just then, a series of loud knocks echoed from the door. Cheng Wan, exasperated. Who is it? You are summoned to meet the leader immediately, boomed a deep voice belonging to a burly man with a dark complexion. Cheng Wan recognized him as one of Qin Li's previous guards. Ah, the inevitable has arrived. Cheng Wan reluctantly climbed out of bed. System. Farewell, my friend. Cheng Wan. Silence. He shuffled toward the door, following the large man down a long corridor. Arriving at a resplendent hall, one could not deny that though the demonic sect was scorned by the righteous, it was undoubtedly the wealthiest faction in the martial world. Cheng Wan, look at these gilded pillars, the polished floor, and the shining light fixtures. Disgraceful extravagance. System. Perhaps you should remove your claws from the chandelier. Cheng Wan. You noticed that? The large man escorted him to a designated spot and then departed, leaving Cheng Wan alone in the vast palace. As he wandered aimlessly, a voice suddenly startled him from behind. Awake? Cheng Wan spun around to find none other than the leader of the demonic sect, Mr. Qin. Could you not appear so suddenly? Your martial prowess is impressive. Qin Li stood against the light, his handsome face cast in shadow, his sculpted features softened by the diffused glow. Speak, who exactly are you? Cheng Wan. I'm merely a destitute fortune-teller. Before he could finish, he was ruthlessly interrupted. If you cannot utter a single truth, I cannot guarantee your tongue will remain intact. Cheng Wan. I must commend your theatrics. Very well, I am not a fortune-teller. Qin Li snorted, revealing an expression of knowing. Cheng Wan continued, in truth. I am a beggar. Qin Li. Take him away. Suddenly, a man emerged from nowhere, seizing Cheng Wan by the collar and dragging him toward the door. Cough. Wait a moment. The man halted. Qin Li cast a glance at Cheng Wan. Do you have any last words? Cheng Wan. I know where your sister is. Qin Li's eyes narrowed, and the man immediately released his grip. Cheng Wan fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Qin Li squinted. Lying has its consequences. Indeed, your nose may grow longer. Cheng Wan raised 3 fingers to the heavens in a solemn vow. If I deceive you, I shall henceforth be known as Pinocchio. Qin Li, surprisingly, responded. Who is Pinocchio? Brother, that is not the point. Cheng Wan, serious. Do you still remember Qingshan Town? Qin Li's gaze sharpened, and a palpable aura of menace enveloped him. Not merely did he remember, but it was an indelible memory. Qingshan Town was an inconspicuous place in the south of this world. While the town itself was unremarkable, the Qingshan sect that emerged from it gained immense fame. Under the leadership of Elder Defeng, the sect rose to become the foremost faction in the martial world within mere decades, a force to be reckoned with. It was a place that evoked both affection and resentment in Qin Li, granting him both unparalleled glory and endless suffering. Hours earlier, while Cheng Wan lay unconscious, the system had urgently contacted headquarters to gather more information about this world, hoping to prevent the great demon from dismembering its host upon learning the truth. It turned out that during the inferno that consumed Qin Li's family, in a moment of desperation, his father had hidden the 3-year-old girl in a dry well, thus saving her life. After the flames subsided, the girl sought to escape, but the well was too deep. In her cries for help, she was fortuitously rescued by a passing farmer from Qingshan Town. Coincidentally, the farmer, in his 30s and without children of his own, adopted the girl. Just as Cheng Wan was about to reveal her location, Qin Li's expression darkened. Impossible. I scoured that town countless times. If what you say is true, I would surely know. Cheng Wan thought to himself, you do not grasp this. A normal town likely has hundreds of households, and in ancient times, there were no surveillance systems. How could you know where she might have hidden? Furthermore, perhaps her parents, fearing for her safety, deliberately concealed her. Cheng Wan strained to articulate his thoughts in an archaic manner. With nearly 1,000 souls in the town, it is possible that in your haste, the leader may have overlooked something. Qin Li furrowed his brow, non-committal. Yet, in an instant, he fixed a piercing gaze on Cheng Wan. How do you know this? Cheng Wan, thinking with the system at my disposal, I can conquer the world. Yet knowing that revealing this would lead to his demise. Replied enigmatically, the secrets of heaven are not to be disclosed. As a charlatan, Cheng Wan silently commended his own dedication to his craft. Qin Li narrowed his eyes, quietly scrutinizing Cheng Wan. The latter wore a smile reminiscent of Marxist ideals, his gaze neither submissive nor evasive. A sigh of relief escaped Cheng Wan, akin to the exhilaration of a boss defeating a level. However, Qin Li suddenly interjected, Big brother, could you refrain from panting so heavily while speaking? Why do you wish to assist me? Why are you inundated with questions? Cheng Wan lamented. Alas, the moment to test his acting skills had arrived. He abruptly lifted his gaze, tears glistening as he fixed a poignant 45-degree look upon Qin Li, his brow furrowed in a delicate frown, conveying an unbreakable depth of emotion. Li. Qin Li nearly bit his tongue in astonishment. Cheng Wan's expression was one of sorrow, as if he wished to speak but hesitated. Do you not yet comprehend my feelings? Qin Li, bewildered, responded, I truly do not. Cheng Wan continued, my unwavering support for you. What could it possibly mean? Qin Li replied, I genuinely have no idea. Li, Cheng Wan feigned wiping away the tears that threatened to spill. At this juncture, I wish to express 3 words. Qin Li felt a shiver run down his spine. What are they? Summoning his courage, Cheng Wan shouted, Brotherly, I declare you. With that, Qin Li's worldview shattered. Chapter 3. My esteemed master the night was clear and gentle, akin to exquisite ink, casting a soft hue across the vast sky. Qin Li, shedding his heavy cloak, stood by the window clad only in a black inner garment, his hands clasped behind his back. The guards at the door, observing their master's stern expression, speculated silently about who might be in for misfortune. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Li's mind was consumed by the scene from the Grand Hall earlier that day. As the foremost leader of the underworld, he had been unexpectedly confessed to by a mere charlatan. Qin Li felt a peculiar irritability throughout his life. From being a martial arts prodigy to the head of a demonic sect, he had been surrounded by an evident distance masked by polite interactions. He had come to accept that life was meant to unfold this way, at least until the arrival of that little charlatan. However, when the words I declare you my beloved echoed in his ears, it was as if something within him had suddenly shifted. Strangely enough, he found himself not disliking this feeling. Meanwhile, in a room opposite the Grand Hall, Cheng Wan lay tossing and turning on his bed. System. How do you think I performed today? Not particularly well. Cheng Wan's lips drooped. Can't you give me a bit of confidence? Fearful you may become arrogant. Cheng Wan was left speechless. Suddenly, he remembered, did the esteemed leader's favorability increase? You expect a madman to develop favorability? This afternoon, following that heartfelt confession, Qin Li had commanded that he and Cheng Wan would secretly journey to Qingshan town the following morning. Initially, Cheng Wan had refused. Although his system informed him that Qin Li's sister was indeed in Qingshan town, it did not specify her exact whereabouts. This left him in a rather awkward predicament. Cheng Wan could already foresee his grim future, a down-and-out young man, under the oppressive influence of the demonic sect leader, knocking on doors one after another. Hey, brother, is there a sister missing in your family? The imagery was too beautiful to bear. However, Cheng Wan's refusal proved futile. For the next morning, he was unceremoniously yanked from his warm bed by a guard. In the biting winter chill, he trembled in the snow. The system chimed in. The north wind blows, and the snowflakes drift. Cheng Wan felt utterly abandoned. At that moment, someone swaggered toward him. It was none other than the great leader, Qin Li. Cheng Wan decided to initiate a greeting. Thunder roar. Speak in human language.
Oh, hello.
Humph. Why so arrogant? Qin Li, without a sideways glance, strode toward a magnificent black steed, effortlessly mounting it with a fluid grace. Cheng Wan couldn't help but murmur, impressive, my master. From atop his horse, Qin Li glanced down at the dazed Cheng Wan, and then at another horse nearby, as if silently suggesting, you can do it too. Cheng Wan, gazing at the towering creature, retreated a step. I can't even look at it. As a child raised in the city, Cheng Wan had never ridden a horse. The few horses he had seen were at the zoo. Expecting him to mount and ride as easily as Qin Li did was indeed a challenge. Noticing Cheng Wan's hesitation, Qin Li smirked slightly, his gaze laced with disdain. "Do you need assistance?" Qin Li finally spoke, his tone laced with mockery. "No, I can manage," Cheng Wan insisted, determined not to concede to his pride. He approached the horse, extending his hand to stroke its mane. "Good horse." The steed snorted, turning its head away. Cheng Wan felt a wave of defeat wash over him. Even the horse seemed to reject him. Undeterred, he showered the horse with kind words and attempted to mount. But just as he placed his foot on the stirrup, the horse let out a loud neigh, rearing up on its hind legs. Cheng Wan lost his balance, and as he looked up, he saw two massive hooves descending toward his face. He never imagined this would be his exit from the world. With a sigh, he lamented, "My life is over." Before he could finish, a sudden force lifted him, and he heard a loud thud as the hooves landed where he had just stood. Qin Li held the horse steady while releasing Cheng Wan, who stumbled but regained his footing. "Phew, that was close," Cheng Wan gasped, still trembling from the fright. Qin Li observed Cheng Wan's flushed cheeks and dampened hair, a peculiar emotion flickering within him. Words he hadn't intended to say slipped out. "What are you trying to prove?" Though harsh, his tone lacked the previous disdain, hinting at an almost imperceptible concern. Cheng Wan, picking up on this nuance, scratched his head sheepishly and smiled. At that moment, the system's excited voice rang in his mind. "Yes, 1 star." Cheng Wan was taken aback. Had he really earned a star for that brief encounter? His thoughts wandered. If he were to touch every part of the esteemed leader, would that yield 5 stars? He glanced up, only to find Qin Li had already resumed his icy demeanor, commanding a "You, take him away." The guard led the obstinate horse away, leaving behind only a single horse. Suddenly, it dawned on Cheng Wan. Did the esteemed leader wish to share a mount with him? He was taken aback by this unexpected honor. Turning around, he noticed the guard was leading a donkey instead. Thus, 2 hours later, on the spacious official road, an amusing scene unfolded. A handsome young man rode a majestic steed leisurely in the lead, while not far behind, a disheveled little Taoist pursued on a scruffy donkey. Panting heavily, passers-by exchanged bewildered glances. Today's youth certainly know how to have fun. Alas, their world is beyond our comprehension. As the center of attention, Cheng Wan felt utterly exhausted. "Esteemed leader, can't you wait for me?" In Cheng Wan's world, travel was a convenient affair. Subways, cars, trucks, planes. One could choose as they pleased. However, in an era where communication relied heavily on shouting and transportation was primarily by foot, Cheng Wan was evidently not so fortunate. From dawn to dusk, after being jostled about, he developed a newfound appreciation for donkeys. Glancing at Qin Li, who sat effortlessly atop his horse, unperturbed as if enjoying a leisurely outing, Cheng Wan couldn't help but admire his master's composure. As the sky darkened, Cheng Wan rubbed his stomach, sighing in sorrow. He had gone a whole day without food. Looking at Qin Li, who showed no signs of stopping, he pleaded, "Master, I am hungry." Fortunately, Qin Li did not make him wait long. A quarter of an hour later, they halted at the entrance of an inn. Cheng Wan thought, the esteemed leader does possess a semblance of humanity. Then, he watched as Qin Li gently patted the horse's head, saying, "You must be hungry, my steed." Cheng Wan felt an undeniable sense of deep malevolence emanating from the world around him. After entrusting their horse to the innkeeper, Qin Li and Cheng Wan stepped across the threshold, one after the other. Qin Li, strikingly handsome and exuding a commanding presence, drew numerous glances as he entered the establishment. The innkeeper, a man in his 50s, possessed a pair of somewhat obscured eyes nestled within a face rich in creases, giving him a rather distinctive appearance. Upon noticing the newcomers, he hastened to greet them, calling out with a resounding welcome, "Esteemed guest, please step inside." Cheng Wan momentarily mistook the inn for a brothel due to the exuberance of the greeting. "Esteemed guest, will you be dining or lodging?" inquired the innkeeper. "Bring me a pot of huadiao wine," Qin Li replied. "Certainly. Would you care for anything else?" the innkeeper asked. Qin Li remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at Cheng Wan. "Aren't you hungry?" he prompted. The innkeeper, following the sound of Qin Li's voice, finally noticed Cheng Wan. "Cheng Wan, his hunger evident as he absent-mindedly dipped his chopsticks in water to trace circles in his bowl, suddenly looked up upon hearing his name being called, only to meet Qin Li's deep and tranquil gaze. Cheng Wan couldn't help but think, the eyes of this formidable man are truly captivating. He had always been susceptible to beauty, and as he continued to gaze, it was Qin Li who, feeling a touch of discomfort, turned away slightly, urging, "Order your dish." Chapter 4. My esteemed master. Upon hearing the authoritative words of the prominent figure, Cheng Wan pondered earnestly about what could satiate his unfulfilled desires. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper stood beside him, casting a disdainful glance at Cheng Wan, who was clad in tattered garments, while flattering Qin Li, praising his benevolence and kindness towards those beneath him by treating them to a meal. Cheng Wan, silently contemplating the menu, felt a tinge of annoyance at being mistaken for a mere lackey of the esteemed figure. Nonetheless, the shopkeeper appeared oblivious to Cheng Wan's displeasure, cheerfully inquiring about his culinary preferences. With a resounding thud, the shopkeeper's ledger smacked against his leg, struggling to muster a less grotesque smile amidst the creases of his face. He asked, "Esteemed guest, will you truly be able to consume all that you ordered?" Cheng Wan, slapping the table with determination, replied, "If I cannot finish it, I shall bear the cost." The shopkeeper, seeking refuge in Qin Li's presence as if he were a savior, turned to him for guidance. Qin Li, with an enigmatic expression, responded slowly, "Let it be as he wishes." The shopkeeper stood frozen in disbelief, and Cheng Wan, equally bewildered, thought to himself, "Surely, he cannot be serious." Cheng Wan, questioning the system, wondered if Qin Li had suffered from a sudden bout of paralysis. The system, dismissing his concerns, indicated otherwise. Reluctantly, Cheng Wan began to suspect that perhaps the sun had risen from the depths of the earth today. However, he did not dwell on this thought for long, as the expenses were not his concern. Before long, dishes began to arrive in a continuous stream. Cheng Wan commenced his feast, indulging until the moon graced the sky. With 2 dishes still yet to be served, one must admit, the food here was delectable, served in generous portions. Plates cluttered the table, spilling over to the floor, almost forming a path to the entrance. Consequently, when the shopkeeper finally navigated through the sea of dishes to reach the table, Cheng Wan felt as though he were playing a game of avoid the white tiles. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the shopkeeper inquired, "Are you both satisfied with your meal?" Cheng Wan chuckled, burp. The shopkeeper, bewildered, continued, "Esteemed guests, shortly we shall have a storyteller specially invited for your enjoyment. Please take your time." The shopkeeper felt elated to have encountered such a significant patron, ensuring they were well fed and entertained. With the mention of the storyteller, Cheng Wan's spirits lifted. In his previous life, he had been raised by his grandmother, who adored listening to storytelling while lounging in her rocking chair. Thus, while other children played games, his childhood revolved around tales of legendary heroes and epic sagas. As the sound of gongs resonated, the young waiter at the entrance boisterously announced, "Mr. Luo has arrived." Instantly, the crowd's attention was drawn towards the entrance. A slender old man with a white beard, dressed in a long gown and a short jacket, entered, holding a square wooden box in his right hand. This Mr. Luo was renowned as a master storyteller in the region, captivating audiences of all ages with his tales. However, his fame did not stem from the authenticity of his narratives, but rather from his audacity to narrate anything and everything, royal secrets, whimsical tales from the martial world, and exploits of noblemen and bandits alike. The innate curiosity of humankind found a perfect outlet in his stories, leading to a flourishing market for his talent. From Cheng Wan's modern perspective, Mr. Luo resembled a high-class gossip-monger. Cheng Wan, harboring a desire for entertainment, eagerly anticipated the tales he would spin. Meanwhile, Mr. Luo had already set up his props, striking the wooden block to announce his presence. "To all who have gathered, I thank you for supporting old Luo today. I shall regale you with the story of a legendary figure who has dominated the martial world for over a decade." The audience leaned in, eager not to miss a single word, while some began speculating about the identity of this legendary personage. A scholar in the crowd queried, "Could it be the young leader of the Ping Sha sect, Fan Qi, who rose to fame at the age of 18? The storyteller shook his head. Others chimed in, "Is it not the illustrious lord of Wanchun City, Wanzilong?" Before the last syllable had faded, a burly man clad in the attire of a rogue interjected, "Enough. Wan Zilong is merely a man of wealth. In terms of martial skill and character, he pales in comparison to my brother, Chen Chong." Mr. Luo, observing the lively discussion among the attendees, maintained a mysterious smile. After building suspense, he finally proclaimed, "The individual I shall speak of today is none other than the notorious leader of the demonic sect, Qin Li." Cheng Wan nearly choked on his tea. "Why must you bring that up?" he thought. The room fell silent, as the previously boisterous crowd was rendered mute, as if a switch had been flipped. After a prolonged pause, a young child timidly asked, "Is he the one with fiery eyes, as strong as an ox, and with 8 legs?" Cheng Wan was taken aback. Thinking, "Child, refrain from speaking nonsense. 8 legs? Is he a crab?" Nervously glancing at Qin Li, he noticed that the latter's ever-stoic expression seemed to have deepened into an even more profound frown. The child's mother, sensing the embarrassment, swiftly chastised her son. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The child, with tears welling in his eyes, protested, "But mother told me so. She said that if I misbehaved, the great demon would come to take me away." The truth emerges. It appeared that our esteemed Qin Li not only held significant influence in the martial world but also played a substantial role in enriching the spiritual lives of the people and advancing the ancient educational system. The middle-aged woman found herself at a loss for words against her child's claims. Mr. Luo, sensing the awkwardness of the situation, chuckled nervously, "I assure you, today's tale has nothing to do with appearances. Rather," he lowered his voice dramatically, "Qin Li was once a traitor of the esteemed Qing Shan sect." This revelation detonated like a bomb, igniting a fervor throughout the modest establishment. "Indeed, when he was with Qing Shan, I faced him in combat. From that moment, I sensed he was no good," one patron exclaimed. "And what followed? He joined the demonic sect, committing heinous acts of arson and murder. It is said that his entire family perished in flames shortly after his betrayal, and the culprits remain unidentified. Perhaps he set the fire himself." The atmosphere grew increasingly raucous as a chorus of voices rose, sharing their tales and insights, each one more outrageous than the last, with fervent declarations of their first-hand knowledge. Cheng Wan, caught in the midst, felt a chill run down his spine. He instinctively glanced towards Qin Li, who appeared as icy as frost, his jaw clenched, and veins visibly throbbing upon his forehead. If gazes could transform into blades, those brazen individuals would likely have met a gruesome fate by now. To Mr. Luo, in Cheng Wan's eyes, appears as a colossal flag. To avert the impending scene of bloodshed, Cheng Wan carefully chose his words. "Master, impulsiveness is the devil." Qin Li's voice, frigid and deliberate, replied, "I am the devil." Cheng Wan's heart jolted. Having spent the past few days in his company, despite Qin Daolao's somewhat arrogant and cold demeanor, he had found him to be rather kind. Thus, he momentarily succumbed to the illusion that Qin Li does not seem as ferocious as the rumors suggest, forgetting that the man before him was indeed the formidable leader of the demon sect, whose hands were stained with the blood of countless souls. At this moment, with Qin Li resembling a harbinger of death, Cheng Wan had no doubt that within a heartbeat, everyone in the room could perish. Master, the boss is about to turn dark. What shall we do?" The system sighed deeply. "The fate of the world rests upon your shoulders." "I cannot manage that," Cheng Wan thought, gazing at Qin Li, gathering his resolve. "The world is so splendid, yet you remain so irascible. How about this?" Qin Li shot him a piercing glance, and Cheng Wan swallowed hard. "There is nothing wrong," the system remarked. "Look at your lack of ambition." Cheng Wan retorted, "If you are so capable, why not take charge?" Just as Cheng Wan found himself in a heated argument with the system, Qin Li suddenly grasped the sword resting on the table's edge. "Goodness, there is no time to waste." Cheng Wan steeled himself and abruptly stood up. The crowd, engrossed in their animated discussions, paused in surprise at Cheng Wan's emergence. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "As for the events from a decade ago, no matter how fiercely we debate, we shall find no conclusion. Instead, allow me to share a tale with everyone, shall I?" Chapter 5. Impressive. My Master, Part 5. As soon as the words left his mouth, no one paid any attention. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, wondering where this lean monkey had sprung from. However, Cheng Wan's thick skin was more resilient than a city wall, and he felt no embarrassment at their reaction. At that moment, Mr. Luo spoke up. I wonder what story our young brother has to share with us today. Cheng Wan wore a mysterious smile as he began. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and within that mountain stood a temple where an old monk resided. Mr. Luo, from the audience, someone grew impatient. Are you toying with us? Go. Go, go. Just leave us be. Cheng Wan remained unfazed. Continuing, the old monk said to the young monk, our temple hasn't had a proper meal in 3 days. If my master doesn't eat soon, he'll perish. You must go to the temple at the foot of the mountain and steal a few buns. The young monk agreed, saying, rest assured, master, I won't let you kick the bucket. So he set off, only to find that the temple below was equally destitute, with the monks there also going hungry. The young monk pretended to be homeless and sought refuge there. Seeing his plight, someone offered him a meal. For half a month, the young monk scrimped and saved, enduring hunger until he managed to hoard 3 or 4 plump buns. The crowd listened with rapt attention, eager to know what happened next. Tragically, the feeble young monk died, perishing at the hands of his own fellow disciples, in the very effort to protect those he cherished. As his words hung in the air, the room fell silent. Only Qin, holding his wine cup, trembled slightly. After a long pause, someone lamented. It's truly a shame that the young monk died like this. The burly man who had earlier shouted for Cheng Wan to leave now flushed with indignation. If I were that young monk, I would have thrown in the towel long ago. A chorus of agreement erupted. Indeed. Why not just seek refuge at the temple below? At least he could have survived. Indeed, sometimes one thought can lead to enlightenment or chaos. Every action has its consequences. Cheng Wan believed that had it not been for that great fire, Qin would never have chosen this path. Yet it was precisely this choice that spared him from becoming the young monk who perished at the hands of his own kind, transforming him instead into a formidable leader of the demonic sect. Feeling a surge of satisfaction, Cheng Wan forgot whose wine was on the table and boldly poured himself the remainder of the half-full jar of flower wine, draining it in one go. It was only when the wine jar clattered back onto the table that he realized what he had done. People often say one should never provoke a tiger. But what if one were to snatch food from its mouth? You saw nothing. You definitely saw nothing. Cheng Wan nervously pushed the wine jar towards Qin, about to apologize and request another jar, when he inadvertently met Qin's gaze. His dark eyes sparkled with an almost celestial brilliance. Cheng Wan's heart skipped a beat, instinctively diverting his eyes. Little did he know, as he turned away, Qin parted his lips slightly, whispering 2 barely audible words. Thank you.
Ding.
2 stars. The passage of time at the dining table always seemed to fly by, and before they knew it, it was well past midnight. Cheng Wan yawned long and wide, feeling weary. Waiter, the bill please. Certainly. A cheerful young attendant scampered over. Gentlemen, your total is 32 taels and 8 coins. You can just pay 32 taels. Cheng Wan naturally looked at Qin, only to find him staring back without blinking. The air suddenly grew tense. Cheng Wan suppressed his ominous premonition. Big brother, they're asking for you to settle the bill. Qin shot him a glance, casually replying, why should I pay for the dishes you ordered? WTF? Cheng Wan was instantly petrified. No wonder he had agreed so readily before. He never intended to pay. Why didn't he mention it earlier? A little heads up would have been appreciated. Cheng Wan trembled as he rummaged through his pocket, which was as empty as his face. He felt the weight of existence bearing down on him with a pitiful look. He gazed at Qin, his eyes pleading. Master, I have no money. Cheng Wan. The waiter watched the two, engrossed in their silent exchange while neither seemed inclined to produce any silver. He was sweating profusely with anxiety. Cheng Wan was even more anxious. Not only was he sweating, but he also felt the urge to relieve himself. He nudged Qin with his elbow. Big brother, please settle the bill, and I promise to repay you in full later. Qin feigned innocence. I truly have no money. Cheng Wan, now frantic, you. A renowned figure of the demonic sect, he hesitated, glancing at the waiter. Big brother, why didn't you bring any money? Qin replied. My past reputation was so disreputable that no one dared to lend me money. Cheng Wan, I must admit, That reason is compelling. The waiter, observing the back and forth, began to catch on. Ah, so you two intend to dine and dash. Without a moment's delay, he rushed to inform the proprietor. In the blink of an eye, the waiter returned with the owner, followed by several intimidatingly muscular thugs, their bulging biceps a clear warning. Do you dare to challenge us? The owner's demeanor had shifted dramatically, his once gentle eyes now glinted with menace. What is the meaning of this, gentlemen? Cheng Wan, feeling cowed, stammered, Brother, let us discuss this calmly. Can we avoid blows to the face? The owner's smile turned sinister. In Cheng Wan's eyes, he resembled an evil, plump witch. If even a single coin is missing from today's bill, neither of you will leave this establishment unscathed. Cheng Wan, can I at least leave sitting down? The owner. At this moment, the proprietor casually glanced at the table, his gaze suddenly fixating. How about using this sword to settle your bill? Without hesitation, Chen Li replied.
No.
Cheng Wan thought to himself, Big brother, don't refuse so decisively. It will kill the conversation. The owner, clearly infuriated, commanded his thugs to move forward. Chen Li merely scoffed, dismissively. This attitude ignited the owner's rage, making him seethe. Come on, give it your best shot. Cheng Wan braced himself, prepared to endure a beating that would leave him unrecognizable. However, just as the situation reached a critical point, a sudden whistling sound sliced through the air. Chen Li instinctively pulled Cheng Wan aside as an arrow shot through the window, piercing the owner's hat and embedding itself in the wall behind. Who's there? The owner, terrified, nearly dove under the table. Chen Li's eyes narrowed, and with a casual flick of his fingers, he hurled a pair of chopsticks towards the window. The next moment, a scream echoed from outside. As the owner regained his composure, witnessing Chen Li's display of power, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Grateful he had not acted rashly. Come out. These two simple words carried an undeniable authority, silencing any lingering defiance. A shadowy figure materialized from behind the window. The newcomer had fair skin and a slender frame, giving off a somewhat delicate appearance at first glance. Yet, the murderous intent that radiated from him mirrored that of Chen Li. The youth cradled his shoulder with his left hand, seemingly injured by the chopsticks Chen Li had thrown. Chen Li raised an eyebrow. Do you know who I am? The youth replied confidently. Of course, if I didn't, how could I possibly kill you? Cheng Wan interjected. Oh, so it seems this is a personal matter with your esteemed master. Chen Li scolded. Attacking from the shadows is quite dishonorable. The youth retorted. What else could I do? If I could defeat you openly, would I resort to such tricks? Cheng Wan remarked. What an exceptionally straightforward boy. Chen Li, rarely patient, questioned. Knowing you cannot defeat me, why do you persist? The youth pouted and replied, My master sent me here. I have no choice. Cheng Wan, intrigued, inquired, Who is your master? The boy suddenly glared at him, retorting, Adults are speaking. Children should refrain from interrupting. Cheng Wan exclaimed, Hey, my temper. Chen Li then noted, If you cannot kill me, won't that leave you unable to report back to your master? The boy's eyes flickered mischievously, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he declared, Who says I cannot? Chen Li was taken aback, and in that moment, he witnessed the nearby boss and henchman silently collapse to the ground. Cheng Wan, swaying slightly, mused about the sudden proliferation of stars in the sky before he too succumbed. A wave of dizziness washed over Chen Li, and he barely managed to squeeze out, Did you poison them? The boy, smiling innocently, replied, Congratulations, you are correct. As darkness enveloped him, Chen Li lost consciousness. Chapter 6. Remarkable. My master after the snow. The sun shone warmly, dispelling the lingering chill of recent days. The streets of Qingshan town buzzed with life once again. Stalls selling pancakes and candied fruits lined the streets, with vendors calling out to passers-by, creating a lively atmosphere. At that moment, a pale and slender youth captured the attention of the crowd. Adorned with a head wrap and clothed in simple linen, his disheveled appearance could not conceal the innate vigor that graced his brow. However, the focus of the onlookers was not his looks, but rather the small cart he pulled behind him, which bore an old wooden coffin. Alas, how pitiful it was! Surely, the old master of his household had passed away. This boy, so young, had a long life ahead of him, yet he was destined to endure hardship. My dear Wang, there is no need for sorrow. Life and death are decreed by the heavens. Sooner or later, we all must face this day. The crowd exchanged comments, transitioning from reflections on the brevity of life to discussions about the current price of cabbage. The youth's expression darkened as he trudged along, lost in thought. This is unbearably heavy. I should have opted for a horse-drawn cart. The night prior, he had applied a potent poison to his arrows, which, upon release, had successfully struck Qin Li. Truth be told, he had intended to end Qin's life directly. Yet, his master had repeatedly stressed the importance of capturing him alive. Now he faced the challenge of smuggling a living person out of town. As fate would have it, the town was on high alert these days, leading to stricter inspections of those entering and exiting. A horse-drawn cart would reveal everything with a mere lift of the curtain. In a stroke of inspiration, he had decided to conceal Qin within the coffin to avoid complications. 2 hours had passed unnoticed, and not far ahead lay the northern exit of the town, where 2 guards stood ready to inspect passers-by. The youth lowered his gaze, striving to diminish his presence. One by one, individuals moved through without incident until finally, it was his turn. He endeavored to appear as inconspicuous as possible. Just as he thought he would pass unscathed, one guard suddenly called out, "You, wait a moment."
Ah.
Indeed, what fortune is not followed by misfortune? What is your name?
Who is in that coffin?
Wang Ming maintained his composure, responding evenly, "It is my father, who has recently passed." The guard, noting the youth's pale visage and sorrowful demeanor, felt a twinge of sympathy. "Once you pass through this gate, you shall reach Qingshan. Go, and give your father a proper burial." Wang Ming rejoiced inwardly and nodded in agreement. Yet, he was soon overcome with frustration, thinking, "Damn you, Qin Li. Why must you awaken at this moment?" The guard, suspecting he was hallucinating, was abruptly jolted back to reality by a distinct sound. Cough, cough. Wang Ming clenched his fists. Just as he anticipated, the guard barked, "Wait a moment." Wang Ming had no choice but to halt. The guard, towering over him with a look of suspicion, queried, "Did you not just say that the coffin contains your deceased father?" "Yes." "Then, how do you explain that cough?" Wang Ming scratched his head, "Perhaps he hasn't fully passed?" The guard retorted, "Stop feigning ignorance. Open the coffin." A glint of determination flashed in Wang Ming's eyes as he remained resolute. The guard brandished his sword. "Do not compel me to act." Wang Ming narrowed his eyes, a hint of menace emerging. Just then, the coffin lid began to move of its own accord. Inch by inch, it fell to the ground with a thud. Wang Ming thought, the feeling of seeing the light of day is truly splendid. Qin Li sat up slowly, inhaling the fresh air. He had felt stifled just moments before. The guard glanced between the coffin and Wang Ming, muttering, "Your father seems quite young." Wang Ming responded, "Thank you for the compliment." His face flushed, speechless. Just as he braced himself for the worst, a piercing scream echoed from afar. A figure rushed forth with remarkable speed, scooping him up. "Xiaoming! Xiaoming! I have searched high and low for you." The guard and onlookers were taken aback. Wang Ming was perplexed. The newcomer was dressed in a fiery red gown with dark skin, her hair braided into thick plaits, her face adorned with tears of joy and vibrant makeup. "Xiaoming, I have missed you dearly." The guard stood in shock. Wang Ming pushed her away in fright. What are you?" The woman, feigning hurt, melodramatically responded, "Husband."
How could you not recognize me?
"I am Suihua, husband." Wang Ming felt his jaw drop in disbelief. Suihua surveyed the surroundings and spotted Qin Li in the coffin, suddenly becoming animated. She turned to Wang Ming, shouting, "So, you intended to elope with this pretty boy?" "Elope? With him?" Wang Ming was utterly bewildered.
Suihua,
hands on her hips, berated him with the fervor of a wronged wife confronting a rival, showering the onlookers with spittle as she ranted. Amid this chaotic exchange, the guard regained his wits, glancing between Qin Li and Suihua, envisioning a tale of a dashing young man fleeing the clutches of a fierce woman. He felt a surge of excitement, realizing the youth's disheveled appearance was a ruse to escape the so-called tiger's grasp. The guard began to sympathize with Wang Ming. Meanwhile, Suihua unleashed her fury, shifting her diatribe towards Qin Li, rushing to the coffin to admonish him, "You shameless little wretch. Qin Li, for his part, had never before been so openly insulted, particularly with such creative terminology. In a matter of moments, the narrow exit became a scene of utter chaos. The guard, frazzled, finally decided to intervene and restrain the still ranting Suehua. Fortunately, Wang Ming's wits finally returned to him. Observing the commotion, he swiftly seized the opportunity to make his escape with the coffin. Suehua, noticing their departure, became frantic, unleashing a torrent of insults upon the guard as she pursued them. Thus, this farcical episode concluded in a tumultuous and disheveled manner. 15 minutes later, on the dirt road leading into the mountains outside Qingshan town, Wang Ming halted, his expression stern.
Who are you, truly?
Why did you help me? To his astonishment, the previously boisterous Suehua also came to a stop, her braids swaying as she replied. I was sent by your master to assist you. At this revelation, Wang Ming scoffed. Do not deceive me. Do you even know who my master is? Suehua confidently declared. The renowned elder of Qingshan sect, Zhao Ling. Wang Ming was taken aback. Suehua continued. Your master said that Qin Li possesses formidable skills and that you might struggle to handle him alone, hence my presence to lend support. Wang Ming was left in shock. The assassination of Qin Li is known to heaven, earth, my master, and him. Such an intimate matter has been brazenly revealed, and Zhou Ming has come to believe it to a considerable extent. Yet, gazing at the fantastical figure before him, he remains somewhat skeptical. If you are a disciple of the Qingshan sect, why have I never encountered you before? To his surprise, Suehua retorts with a question of her own. Who says I belong to your sect? Zhou Ming, puzzled, inquires. Then who are you? My master would never divulge such a confidential matter to an outsider. Suehua suddenly chuckles mischievously. I am your master's old flame.
Ding, dong, crunch, snap.
Zhou Ming's worldview has been shattered with an overwhelming force. Nevertheless, the resilient young man continues to struggle. How can you prove that? Suehua bashfully replies. Your master never wears underwear when he sleeps. Zhou Ming, what have I just heard? Oh heavens! Please take me away.
Suehua,
observing the nearly distraught young man, gently delivers the final blow. Silly child, if I am not mistaken, you should call me master's wife. Zhou Ming foams at the mouth, expending his last breath. You are mistaken. Chapter 7. Impressive. My master observing the young man's despondent expression, Suehua revealed her gleaming, prominent teeth and smiled with satisfaction. However, before she could fully relish her amusement, Qin Li unexpectedly rose to his feet. A person struck by the soft bone powder would typically find themselves utterly weakened, as if their very essence had been drained. Yet, Qin Li stood there quietly, unable to wield his martial prowess, yet exuding an aura akin to an unsheathed sword, one that commanded attention and respect. Your master is Zhao Ling? The name reverberated in his mind, one he would never forget, even in death. Had it not been for Zhao Ling's concealment of the truth all those years ago, how could he have met such a fate, condemned by the world, his family destroyed? Indeed. Suehua proudly lifted her chin. What, are you also one of his old flames? Qin Li. After the devastating fire years ago, he had sought vengeance against Zhao Ling and had severely injured him. However, recalling their brotherly bond, he ultimately spared Zhao's life at the last moment. He never anticipated Zhao Ling would dare approach him again. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming, who had been struck by lightning, finally regained consciousness, albeit in a daze. The poor lad was so frightened that he turned pale at the sight of Suehua, almost on the verge of retching. Suehua remarked that the boy, being disobedient, was likely beyond saving and that a good beating would suffice. Qin Li's expression was as vibrant as the wooden coffin above him. To prevent any further trouble, Zhou Ming deliberately left a small gap in the coffin lid, allowing the fresh air to reach the esteemed Qin, who finally closed his eyes in satisfaction. The three, along with the coffin, harmoniously embarked on their journey into the mountains. However, after trekking for most of the day, Zhou Ming sorrowfully realized that Suehua, apart from adding to his woes, seemed to serve little purpose. The young man pulled the cart alone, while Suehua reclined on the flatbed, engaging in a casual conversation with Qin Li through the coffin. Her demeanor resembled that of a wealthy landlady, prompting Zhou Ming to shed tears of frustration. Madam, could you please walk for a while? Hua frowned. What's the matter? Do you find me heavy? Zhou Ming, feeling guilty, replied no. I'm just worried it might be uncomfortable for you. Hua smiled indulgently. Not at all. Madam is well padded. No discomfort here. Zhou Ming. The uphill path was arduous, fraught with tripping vines and jagged stones, along with patches of ice yet to melt. Zhou Ming stumbled, reflecting on the harshness of life. Madam. He thought it prudent to change the subject before madness overtook him. Hua crossed her legs, a dry leaf between her lips. What's wrong now? Zhou Ming hesitated. How did you come to know my master? He felt as though they were in the midst of a ghost story. Suddenly, he shivered. Hua continued. At that moment, a flower thief appeared. Zhou Ming. A thief targeting you? How blind could he be? Hua, lost in her reverie, elaborated. It was then that your master rushed over. Zhou Ming could envision the conclusion. He chased the man away? Such a cliché plot. Hua, no. He chased me away. Zhou Ming. 10? What on earth? Hua, he exclaimed. Who is this little thief, scaring people in the dead of night? Zhou Ming. Is this the legendary twist of fate? You have no idea. Your master was such a formidable figure back then. That physique. Those muscles. I was utterly captivated. Truly, one might predict the beginning but fail to foresee the conclusion. Zhou Ming. So, how did you become my master's wife? Hua offered an enigmatic smile. What do you think? The young man felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Zhou Ming braced himself. Was it a case of forceful pursuit? Hua regarded him with approval. Young man, you possess great potential. Zhou Ming, haha, you flatter me. As dusk approached, the trio arrived at a modest tea stall nestled halfway up the mountain, a mere resting spot for weary travelers. Hua once again took Qin Li outside for some air, and the three entered to rest. The proprietor, taken aback by Hua's ethereal appearance, was momentarily stunned. Hua insisted that her beauty was genuine and unpretentious, unlike the garish women outside. At the dining table, she engaged in playful banter, eliciting laughter from the two men at the neighboring table, nearly causing them to collapse beneath it. However, as the lightheartedness continued, Hua suddenly cast a mysterious glance at Qin Li and asked, Zhou Ming, do you know why your master wanted to kill him? Zhou Ming shot a glance at Qin Li, resolutely declaring, of course. The leader of the demonic sect wreaks havoc across the land, committing countless atrocities. My master aims to eliminate a great threat to the martial world and restore order.
Ah.
What a grandiose proclamation. Hua scoffed, neither affirming nor denying his statement. Qin Li remained indifferent, sipping his tea as if the conversation did not pertain to him. Zhou Ming's eyes narrowed. Why do you ask, madam? Hua's usual playful demeanor shifted to one of rare seriousness. I mean, you claim he has done wrong. But have you witnessed any of these misdeeds firsthand? Zhou Ming replied matter-of-factly, well, no, but my master has told me. You believe everything your master says? From the moment he could remember, he had been taught that his master was always right. If his master was wrong, he should refer to the first rule. For years, his master had taught him martial arts, academics, and ethics. It seemed there was nothing his master did not know. In his eyes, his master was akin to a deity. How could the words of a god be false? Zhou Ming scratched his head. I suppose I believe him. I was adopted at 4. Shortly thereafter I followed my master, and now nearly a decade has passed. My master is like a father to me. Qin Li felt a fleeting thought cross his mind. You say you were adopted at 4? Zhou Ming, yes. Qin Li shook his teacup. Do you know who your biological parents are? A flicker of resentment crossed Zhou Ming's face. What of it? Knowing or not knowing changes nothing. They abandoned me, so why should I seek them out? Qin Li's expression darkened, and he fell silent. Hua, smoothing his ruffled feathers, remarked, Why such anger, young man? Zhou Ming, flaring up like a porcupine, retorted, No matter the reason, they should never have abandoned me. Despite his earlier facade of maturity, he was still a child. The mere mention of his parents brought tears to his eyes. Hua regarded the youth and, without warning, uttered, Do you think what you believe is indeed the truth? Zhou Ming. What do you mean? Suehua's expression softened. Perhaps what you perceive as the truth is not the entirety of the matter. Perhaps your parents had their own unavoidable reasons. Zhou Ming fell silent. He seemed to waver. His master rarely spoke of his original family whenever Zhou Ming inquired. He was met with vague evasions, never truly understanding his own past. Even if he wished to know, he found no means to do so. As Zhou Ming sipped his tea, the bitter taste slid down his throat, and suddenly he jolted. Wait a minute. Weren't you sent by my master? Why are you telling me this? His expression shifted, instinctively resting his hand on the sword at his waist. Suehua sighed ambiguously. Young man, you still have much to learn. Zhou Ming realized the gravity of the situation and swiftly reached for his blade. Suddenly, a powerful force surged from behind, sending a tingling sensation from his shoulder to the center of his back. As he attempted to draw his knife, he found himself utterly immobilized. Zhou Ming's heart raced with disbelief as he gazed at Qin Li, who should have been incapacitated by the soft bone powder. Instead, the latter calmly withdrew his hand from Zhou Ming's body and remarked nonchalantly, "You are indeed still rather inexperienced." Zhou Ming was left speechless. The young man looked around in confusion, only to realize that the situation had undergone some inexplicable transformation. A handsome youth had appeared before him, his enchanting fox-like eyes glimmering with a teasing mirth. Zhou Ming stammered, Who are you?" The young man cleared his throat, and a familiar voice floated into Zhou Ming's ears. "I am your master's wife." Zhou Ming felt as though he had been struck by lightning. It turned out that the person he had always believed to be his master's wife was, in fact, a veritable man. Cheng Wan, feeling aggrieved, lamented, "To play the role of Suehua, you have no idea how much soot I had to smear on my face." At that moment, Zhou Ming's mind was in utter turmoil. "So, you have all been toying with me?" Cheng Wan chuckled, "Hee hee, young man, you finally seem to be catching on." Qin Li, seizing the moment, added with a smirk, "Thank you for revealing the location where we can meet your master." Zhou Ming's expression turned to one of sheer terror. "What do you intend to do?" However, as soon as he uttered those words, he felt his consciousness beginning to blur. Cheng Wan affectionately patted his head like a loving wife, saying, "Be good. You will soon find out." Zhou Ming's world descended into darkness. Chapter 8. My esteemed master. The mountain path remained unchanged, yet the person traversing it was no longer the same. Cheng Wan cleansed his visage of the untidy remnants, revealing his originally fair complexion. Qin Li glanced at him, his mind conjuring memories of Suehua. Truly, a sight that was hard on the eyes. Ahem. He looked far more presentable now. Having unexpectedly received praise from the esteemed figure, Cheng Wan felt a delightful effervescence within. Suddenly, a question surfaced in his mind. By what means did you discern his intent to poison? Qin Li replied, "That softening powder was my invention. How could I not recognize its scent?" Cheng Wan bowed his head in respect, realizing that Zhou Ming had foolishly flaunted his prowess before a master, thus humiliating himself in front of his ancestors. The powder itself was colorless and transparent, but upon volatilization, it emitted a faint musty odor. The instant Zhou Ming's arrow shattered the window, Qin Li promptly detected that aroma and, while pulling Cheng Wan away, deftly sealed his acupoint to prevent him from being exposed to the toxin. Thus, the two endured a day of play with the young Zhou Ming, successfully extracting the details of his rendezvous with Zhao Ling. By this time, Cheng Wan had been in this world for over half a month, and system notifications indicated that Qin Li's favorability had reached 3 stars. Cheng Wan speculated that eliminating Zhao Ling would surely enhance that rating further. The mountains were steep and towering, their winding paths treacherous, claiming numerous unfortunate souls each year who slipped from the cliffs. Qin Li's agility was remarkable. He could not only traverse them, but could soar above them. In contrast, Cheng Wan appeared rather feeble. Each step he took bore the expression of one preparing for martyrdom. To this, his system remarked, "Here, the mountain path twists 18 times, while the waterways loop 9 times. Cheng Wan silently wept, resolving to switch systems in his next life. As they ascended to the mountainside, the terrain grew increasingly steep. A peculiar rock jutted out at nearly a right angle to the mountain. With a simple gesture, Qin Li lifted the coffin and the unconscious Zhou Ming to its summit, then regarded Cheng Wan with a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. Cheng Wan felt a pang of embarrassment under his gaze. He extended his hand. Cheng Wan. Qin Li, hurry up. Cheng Wan obediently offered his hand. Qin Li instructed, support my waist. Cheng Wan. Esteemed master, your initiative makes me quite anxious. Qin Li's expression remained impassive. Cheng Wan chided himself for overthinking, and thus timidly placed his hand on Qin Li's waist. Although Cheng Wan identified as straight, he could not deny, well, it felt rather pleasant. The subsequent moments unfolded seamlessly. Qin Li leaped into the air, gripping the protruding rock with one hand and pushing off with his feet. Cheng Wan felt as though he was about to take flight. His fear of heights caused him to grip unsteadily, his legs instinctively flailing. He wished for suction cups to adhere himself to Qin Li. Qin Li wore a grim expression, almost wishing to cast him down, yet he ultimately restrained himself. When they finally stood on solid ground, Cheng Wan felt a sense of relief. Observing Qin Li's somber demeanor as he brushed off dust from his clothing, Cheng Wan felt somewhat embarrassed. Ahem, the weather is quite pleasant today. Qin Li cast a glance at the pitch-black sky devoid of stars, replying dryly, indeed. System, awkward, isn't it? Cheng Wan. He could almost detect a malicious glee in that cold mechanical voice. After a silence that lasted for over an hour, the two finally arrived at the meeting place between Zhouming and Zhaoling, a cave not far from the mountain's peak. The entrance was obscured by withered branches and fallen leaves, making it difficult to locate without careful scrutiny. Upon entering, they cautiously explored, confirming the absence of traps or hidden passages before feeling at ease. With less than half an hour remaining until the appointed time, Qin Li urged Cheng Wan, hurry. Get into character. Cheng Wan signaled an okay and began preparing. To ensnare Zhaoling, he would need to employ some cunning. This time, he would not masquerade as Cuihua, but rather as Zhouming, who lay within the coffin. Cheng Wan, already possessing a fair complexion, bore a striking resemblance to the youthful Zhouming, who was merely 15 or 16 years old. After tousling his hair to create a disheveled look, allowing stray strands to partially cover his forehead, and donning the clothes he had pilfered from Zhouming, he appeared remarkably similar from a distance. Cheng Wan excitedly presented himself to Qin Li. What do you think? The youth before him, clad in sleek black attire, appeared even more spirited. His slightly disheveled hair framed his fair forehead, and his dark eyes sparkled with vitality. Compared to the previously ragged figure of the little con man, he exuded an air of youthful heroism. Not bad, Qin Li raised an eyebrow, but the chin is slightly different. Upon his remark, Cheng Wan noticed that his own face was somewhat pointed. While not so sharp as to be lethal, it appeared more delicate and refined. In contrast, Zhouming's face was slightly rounder, still bearing the remnants of boyish chubbiness, typical of one not yet fully matured. The disparity in facial shape posed a dilemma. Even in modernity, only cosmetic surgery could alter such features. Cheng Wan pondered, is there a way to quickly make my face appear rounder? System. Find someone to give you a good beating, swelling will make it round. Cheng Wan. That might actually be a brilliant idea. Casting a sidelong glance at Qin Li, he compared himself silently, thinking, I fear not the swelling, but rather the risk of being beaten to death. Time slipped by swiftly, and soon Zhaoling would arrive. If he did not devise a solution, his ruse would be uncovered. Cheng Wan genuinely began to contemplate the feasibility of enduring a thorough thrashing. Cheng Wan had never anticipated that he would one day engage in such philosophical musings. Just as he wrestled with his decision, Qin Li suddenly beckoned him. Come here. Cheng Wan felt a chill. Could it be that the esteemed master shared his thoughts? A sense of dread washed over him. Seeing Cheng Wan's frightened expression, Qin Li could not help but chuckle. What? Are you afraid I might consume you? Cheng Wan. No, I'm afraid you'll hit me. With a resolute heart, Cheng Wan closed his eyes and thought, it's just a face. I can forfeit it. At that moment, a tall figure approached. Cheng Wan's hand was seized. Instinctively, he recoiled. Don't move. Qin Li's breath brushed against his ear. Cheng Wan steadied himself. A sudden coolness graced his cheek, followed by the scent of iron mingled with a hint of salt. Qin Li smeared the blood from his freshly bitten finger near Cheng Wan's mouth, the crimson droplets stark against his pale skin, vividly contrasting. Cheng Wan, huh? What is the esteemed master up to? System. Touching up your makeup. Excuse me? Qin Li blended the blood, then dabbed some dirt from the ground. After a series of applications, Cheng Wan's face transformed dramatically. The mixture of blood and dirt around his mouth truly gave the impression of having been thoroughly beaten, and not lightly at that. In an instant, Cheng Wan grasped Qin Li's intent. He pulled from his pocket the residue of ash from his previous impersonation as Tsuehua and smeared it around the blood, creating a look reminiscent of a bruised mouth. In the darkness of night, with visibility severely limited, Cheng Wan was confident that Zhao Ling would not be able to discern his true identity. Qin Li brushed away the blood and dirt from his fingers, then suddenly paused, lowering his voice. "They're here." Cheng Wan's heart raced. If he could transition to the real world, he would surely enter the entertainment industry and perhaps even ascend to the heights of an award-winning actor. A shadow gradually entered through the cave's mouth. Cheng Wan held his breath, focusing intently. A deliberately lowered voice echoed. "The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger? Brother, are you here to amuse us?" Cheng Wan glanced at Qin Daolao, who appeared equally bewildered. Thus, Cheng Wan decided to abandon all pretense. The pagoda suppresses the river demon? A few moments of silence ensued before Zhao Ling stepped inside.
Right.
Xiaoming, Cheng Wan replied. Master. The title felt awkward, always reminding him of the mischievous child in mathematics who could never graduate from high school. Cheng Wan feigned anger. "It's all thanks to that Qin Li the scoundrel." Zhao Ling, anxious, asked. "So, how is it? Have you seen him? Was the assassination successful?" Cheng Wan hesitated. "Well, it's a long story." Zhao Ling felt a chill run down his spine. "What do you mean?" Cheng Wan replied. "He wishes to meet you." Zhao Ling was taken aback, quickly glancing around. Where is he?" Qin Li's figure slowly emerged from behind Cheng Wan. Upon seeing that familiar face again, Zhao Ling experienced a moment of disorientation. "Senior brother Qin. Long time no see. I hope you have been well." Cheng Wan thought to himself that ancient people were hypocritical. If they wanted to fight, they should just fight. Why bother with pleasantries? "Do not call me senior brother," Qin Li coldly stated. Zhao Ling remained speechless. Cheng Wan remarked, "Well, this conversation is bound to kill the mood." Qin Li's voice turned icy. "Back then, I spared you. Why do you seek your own demise?" Zhao Ling retorted. "If you had not brought up the past, perhaps I could have spared you. When we were at Qingshan's sect, we both studied under the same master. Why was it that every good fortune was first considered for you? I clearly possessed greater talent. Why did the master not pass on the heart sword technique to me?" Zhao Ling's eyes widened in fury, as if he had suffered a great injustice. "After you betrayed the sect, you still sought revenge against me. You crippled my legs that day, causing me to lose my martial arts. Do you know how I have endured these 10 years? He rolled up his pant leg, revealing a wooden prosthetic leg. "Qin Li, my greatest wish in this life is that I could have killed you with my own hands back then." At this point, Cheng Wan could no longer bear to watch. He had witnessed shamelessness before, but never to the extent of Zhao Ling's. "It was you who caused the deaths of entire families, yet you dare to turn the tables. How could your legs possibly compare to the lives of countless others? Given Qin Daolao's character, he did not truly kill you. You should be grateful and secretly delighted." Qin Li suppressed his anger. "Then why did you not come to find me personally?" Zhao Ling suddenly burst into laughter, dragging Cheng Wan closer. "Do you know who he is?" Cheng Wan thought to himself that this was not good. The system had just revealed the true identity of Zhou Ming to him, and he had yet to figure out how to explain it to the boss. Qin Li narrowed his eyes, fixating on Cheng Wan. Zhao Ling's tone turned sinister. "You are unaware that amidst that great fire, there was indeed one person who escaped?" Qin Li's expression shifted dramatically. Zhao Ling, noticing Qin Li's anxious demeanor, grew even bolder. "I remember your youngest sister was only 4 years old back then." Qin Li's expression fluctuated. "What exactly do you wish to convey?" Zhao Ling declared, "I shall not beat around the bush. Let me tell you plainly. Zhou Ming is your sister, Qin Ming, who went missing in that great fire." Cheng Wan, suddenly reminded of a certain forensic expert, could not hold back his laughter. Chapter 9. Astonishing. My master. Cheng Wan lifted her gaze and found Qin Li and Zhao Ling looking at her with a complex expression. Oh dear. She suddenly remembered that she was supposed to be Zhou Ming at this moment, and her face turned into a crumpled bun. Her eyes widened as she feigned surprise. "Master, what are you saying? How could I be his sister?" Cheng Wan's expression amused Zhao Ling greatly. Master did not deceive you. He continued, do you know why Master chose you as a disciple? Cheng Wan blinked her bright eyes. Zhao Ling, grinning with delight, added, I merely wished to see what expression the esteemed leader of the demon sect would wear when met with his own demise at the hands of his sister. Cheng Wan retorted, that's utterly perverse. At that moment, Qin Li's face darkened, as if he were about to burst into tears. Zhao Ling was quite pleased with Qin Li's reaction. Suddenly, he moved his arm, tightly gripping Cheng Wan's neck. You have two choices now. Either take your own life, or I will kill her. In this world, to be initially choked by the male lead and then by the antagonist was truly beyond her comprehension. Cheng Wan felt utterly helpless. Qin Li watched as her face gradually turned crimson, her hands patting around in vain. The image of the little fortune-teller they had just met overlapping in his mind. Veins throbbed on Qin Li's forehead. Let her go. Zhao Ling, smugly, wore an expression that seemed to say, I want to let go. What will you do about it? Come and bite me if you can. Cheng Wan admired his audacity. As Zhao Ling's grip tightened, Cheng Wan felt as though the air was being squeezed from her lungs. Qin Li felt a constriction in his chest, his fingers, like iron pincers, also trapped around his own throat. When they first met, he had solemnly claimed he would tell her fortune. At the inn, he had recounted tales of the little monk with such flair. While climbing the mountain, her pale face had clung to him pitifully. Gradually, Qin Li raised his palm. If I take my own life, you will let her go, correct? Cheng Wan's spine tingled. She sensed that Qin Li might do something utterly unexpected. Zhao Ling sneered, what's wrong? Can't bring yourself to do it? Qin Li closed his eyes. Cheng Wan cried out, no. She finally understood what Qin Li intended to do. Cheng Wan was overwhelmed with astonishment. She had never imagined that Qin Li would be willing to sacrifice himself to save her. Tears welled in her eyes. To Qin Li, she was merely a passerby. What merit did she possess to warrant such a sacrifice? Wait. Cheng Wan's voice resembled a broken bellows. Zhao Ling did not relent, grinning wickedly. What? Do you not wish to fulfill your master's wish? I am not. Zhou Ming. Zhao Ling's smile abruptly vanished. What did you say? Let go of me. Zhao Ling retorted, do not deceive me. Cheng Wan insisted, I do not have a birthmark. Zhao Ling froze abruptly. As if struck by lightning, Qin Li's real sister was born with a birthmark, and it was by this mark that he recognized the young girl. Cheng Wan collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Zhao Ling, in a frenzy, seized Cheng Wan by her collar and, with a sudden force, tore her outer garment. Her fair neck was instantly exposed to view. Qin Li tensed. Zhao Ling, you have lost your mind. Yet Zhao Ling seemed unaffected, his eyes glued to Cheng Wan as he muttered, where is the birthmark? Where is it? Coughing, Cheng Wan struggled to catch her breath. As Zhao Ling continued to torment her, in a fit of rage, he slapped her face. Where is the birthmark? The strength of a martial artist was no joke. Cheng Wan was nearly knocked senseless, her thoughts muddled. Brother, I truly do not have one. Do you want me to draw one for you? Cheng Wan knelt on the ground, coughing violently, while Qin Li stood just a few steps away, heartbroken yet fearful that Zhao Ling might do something harmful to Cheng Wan, preventing him from stepping forward. At that moment, in the depths of the cave, the coffin lid slowly creaked open. The real Zhou Ming sat up. Master. Hearing this call, Zhao Ling looked over in disbelief. The boy's eyes were red, remnants of tears still on his face. He slowly opened his garments, revealing a red, leaf-shaped birthmark on his collarbone. Zhao Ling scrambled forward. Xiao Ming, quickly, kill him for me. Zhou Ming shook his head, tears streaming down. Zhao Ling glared fiercely at Qin Li, holding Zhou Ming protectively. She is your sister. Do you believe I will kill her? Qin Li coldly regarded Zhao Ling, who was nearly out of his senses, feeling a wave of sorrow wash over him. Zhou Ming, with tear-filled eyes and a trembling voice, called out, brother. Qin Li jolted. What did you call me? Zhou Ming replied, brother. And Cheng Wan, I am sorry. Cheng Wan's heart tightened. Do not say that. Zhou Ming continued, I apologize for causing you trouble before. Cheng Wan suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Child, do not do anything foolish. Zhou Ming smiled faintly, like a sorrowful flower. Do not worry, I will not act rashly, for I have a brother now. Zhao Ling roared. Stop talking. Zhou Ming insisted. Master, let them go. Zhao Ling shouted. Silence. Otherwise, I will kill you as well. Before he could finish, a sharp blade appeared in his hand, piercing into Zhao Ling's chest. Zhao Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhou Ming pressed against the wound. Master, you will not die. Believe me. He turned to Qin Li. Brother, you must leave quickly.
Do not worry about me.
Qin Li stared intently at Zhou Ming, while Cheng Wan tugged at him. We must go. Qin Li turned to leave. Zhou Ming gazed at his retreating figure, tears streaming down, forcing a smile. Brother, I live in the first house east of Qingshan town. You must come to find me in the future. Qin Li paused. I will. On New Year's Eve, as families celebrated joyfully, in a humble farmhouse, red lanterns hung high, and two large, plump fish pasted on the door seemed vivid, heralding a prosperous year ahead. Cheng Wan sat in a rocking chair, mindlessly cracking sunflower seeds. A whole month had passed since the Qingshan incident, and Qin Li's favorability had reached 4 stars. However, despite Cheng Wan's relentless efforts, that last star remained elusive. Thus, she rented a house in Qingshan town, preparing for a protracted battle. The New Year celebrations of yore were far more festive than those of modern times. Families would visit each other, exchanging New Year greetings. However, the most restless were the children, chattering as they hopped from house to house. Moments ago, a few little ones had dragged Qin Li out, insisting he join them in setting off firecrackers. Since that incident, Qin Li's temperament had softened considerably. He no longer wore a perpetual grim expression. Recently, as he mingled with a throng of children, Cheng Wan discovered his latent paternal instincts. While cracking sunflower seeds, she envisioned a scene of Qin Li surrounded by a multitude of children. With a creak, the door opened, and Qin Li stepped inside. Fireworks burst behind him, illuminating his jade-like features with clarity and brilliance. Qin Li remarked, Look who has arrived. Before he could finish, a little girl eagerly darted out from behind him. Undeniably, Zhou Ming looked far more comfortable in female attire, her sharp edges softened, revealing a delightful charm. Brother, Happy New Year. Qin Li's eyes sparkled with laughter as he greeted. Ah, you too. Sister-in-law, Happy New Year. A cough escaped Cheng Wan, who replied, You too. Qin Li affectionately patted her head, exclaiming, What are you saying? Zhou Ming made a playful face, asserting, It was meant to be. In the cave last time, Zhou Ming had intentionally missed by a few centimeters, allowing Zhao Ling to survive. Since then, she dedicated herself to martial arts, never speaking of the past again. Her attitude towards Zhou Ming had shifted. No longer was she taught with ulterior motives, but rather, he sincerely imparted genuine skills to her. On this New Year's Eve, a time for family reunions, Zhao Ling had discreetly slipped down the mountain to find her brother. Suddenly, Zhou Ming recalled something. My master sends his regards to both of you. Qin Li paused momentarily, caught off guard. Cheng Wan laughed heartily. How insincere. Tell him to invite us for drinks sometime. Zhou Ming winked at his brother, cheerfully saying, Sure thing. A smile played on Qin Li's lips as he reflected. No one wished harm upon the other, nor did they stubbornly pursue their goals. While they had yet to reach the point of laughing off past grievances, this resolution was quite agreeable. The vast courtyard now held only the two of them. As fireworks illuminated the night sky in a riot of colors, Qin Li gazed at Cheng Wan, a glimmer of light dancing in his eyes. Suddenly, Cheng Wan recalled Zhou Ming's voice calling her sister-in-law. Qin Li's lips moved slightly. What did you say? The firecrackers are too loud. Cheng Wan couldn't hear clearly. Leaning closer, she felt a sudden chill on her lips. In that instant, her mind went blank. Qin Li did not let go. Instead, he gently traced the fullness and softness of her lips with his tongue, his voice husky. I just said, Dear, Happy New Year. 5 stars. Congratulations, host, mission accomplished. Cheng Wan, experiencing her first forceful kiss, thought it strange. As a straight man, the feeling of being turned was unexpectedly not unpleasant. Chapter 10. The Boss from the Stars, Part 1. Cheng Wan awoke from a void of darkness. As he rotated his eyes and moved his fingers, he gradually acclimated to the glaring light and slowly sat upright. The room was unremarkable, bearing a striking resemblance to the world he had previously inhabited. It contained a simple single bed, a wardrobe in monochrome hues, and a desk, nothing extraneous, yet impeccably tidy. This must be a new world. In his previous realm, Cheng Wan had successfully completed his mission and spent a lifetime alongside Qinli. Now, the abrupt change in scenery left him somewhat disoriented. At that moment, the system's mechanical voice chimed in, "New world data has been successfully loaded. Please check, host." Cheng Wan nodded. "Send it over." After skimming through the information, he discovered that this was a futuristic interstellar world. His target this time was the border commander of Planet A, Kaxio. Planet A, a small asteroid relatively close to Earth within the Milky Way, was perpetually embroiled in conflict. Despite its formidable military prowess, its economic development lagged behind. Akin to Earth's state a century prior, Kaxio had been besieged by enemies during a war against external foes, intending to self-destruct his starship. He unexpectedly fell into a cosmic wormhole and traversed to Earth. The original inhabitant of this body, sharing his name, was merely an ordinary college senior struggling to find employment. He resided in a modest apartment near the university, working at a milk tea shop. The current year was 2064. Although technology had advanced to the point of exploring the cosmos, extraterrestrial beings had yet to set foot on Earth. System. What do you think extraterrestrial beings look like? Cheng Wan mused, his perceptions of aliens confined to the oversized headed figures depicted in science fiction films. The system replied, "I am uncertain. Perhaps I should contact system number 250. I've heard their host target is also an alien, a professor, no less." Cheng Wan interjected, "I want to switch with him." The system countered,
You might want to give up on that.
"Those two have already begun a romantic relationship, and they seem quite affectionate." Cheng Wan sighed. "The cold reality of dog food is striking my face." The system urged, "You should hurry. Kaxio is currently sitting on the curb of Central Avenue." Cheng Wan was puzzled. What is he doing there? The system cryptically suggested, "You'll find out when you see." Typically, when the system spoke in such a manner, it implied trouble. Cheng Wan silently prayed, "Please, Great One, do not cause chaos upon your arrival." After navigating the subway and transferring to a bus, Cheng Wan found himself just one stop away from Central Avenue when the bus abruptly halted. The road ahead was choked with traffic, a jumble of both large trucks and smaller vehicles, all immobilized. Cheng Wan was baffled. It wasn't even rush hour, so how could it be so congested? However, he had no time to ponder this mystery. After exchanging a few polite words with the bus driver, he disembarked at the current location. With only one stop remaining, less than a mile away, he thought running would be effortless. Yet, as he stepped off the bus, he was taken aback. The once spacious road was now teeming with people, all gathered to witness the spectacle. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was a throng of onlookers, some taking photographs, others recording videos, and many posting updates on social media. The crowd instinctively formed a circle, blocking any view of what lay within. Cheng Wan felt utterly helpless, as if he had 8 eyes, yet could find no vantage point. What is wrong with these people? Why are they just sitting here? He thought. You don't understand. This might be a new tactic employed by beggars. They're trying to attract attention for alms. Someone suggested. Could it be that someone mentally unstable has wandered off? We must keep our distance. Who knows what might happen? After all, mentally ill individuals aren't held accountable for their actions. A parent used the scene as a cautionary tale for their child. Son, see that? You mustn't play around. If you don't study hard, you'll end up like that man. Sitting on the street, unwanted by anyone. The cacophony of voices echoed like a flock of cawing crows, reveling in the commotion. Excuse me, pardon me, could you please make way? Cheng Wan maneuvered through the crowd, carving a path amidst the throng. Just when he felt he might be crushed, he finally glimpsed the source of the commotion. Surrounded by a group of onlookers as if he were a performer in a circus, there sat Kaxio, the alien commander. He wore tattered armor, smeared with dark crimson stains. His hair was disheveled, resembling wild grass by the roadside, obscuring his features and rendering his face indistinct. Throughout it all, he kept his head lowered, seemingly indifferent to the murmurs of the crowd. His solitary figure exuded an aura of desolation. Cheng Wan approached him. As he did, the noisy crowd fell silent, all eyes fixated on the interaction between him and the man. Hey, that scene with the general was quite impressive. feeling tired? Cheng Wan spoke casually, as if engaging in everyday conversation. The crowd began to stir, their expressions shifting from disdain to confusion and finally to realization. No wonder he looks like that, he must be filming a scene. Wow, he could be a major star. Standing before Ka Xiao, Cheng Wan felt a moment of pride in his cleverness. Finally, Ka Xiao lifted his head. His features were defined and striking, as if sculpted from stone, bearing an edge that was impossible to conceal. Blood obscured half of his face, and a scar across his brow was fearsome, making him appear as if he were a demon from the underworld. Yet, amidst this terrifying visage, his eyes shone with exquisite beauty, a pure, translucent sapphire blue, deep and serene, reminiscent of the sky and the sea. He regarded Cheng Wan silently, without uttering a word. How awkward. Cheng Wan gritted his teeth and boldly placed a hand on Ka Xiao's shoulder. Let us go. The director is looking for you. Internally he pleaded, Great One, please give me a sign. I am at a loss here. After a long pause, Ka Xiao nodded. Excellent. Truly gracious. With the principal actor departing, the crowd began to disperse. The road cleared, and the driver ceased his complaints. As Cheng Wan led Ka Xiao through the streets, he relished the attention they garnered from passers-by. How exhilarating it was to bask in the glow of borrowed prestige. He resolved to take Ka Xiao directly to the hospital. The sight of him, covered in blood, would undoubtedly frighten people, and it was clear he was gravely injured. Delaying further could prove fatal. However, as Cheng Wan stood by the roadside, he felt as if he were a mere pole, for no taxi would acknowledge him. Several times, as he waved at approaching cabs, they would veer away at the sight of Ka Xiao, their drivers almost flooring the accelerator in their haste to escape. After nearly an hour of this ordeal, he finally managed to flag down a daring driver, albeit with the insistence that Ka Xiao sit in the back. Feeling utterly exhausted, Cheng Wan instructed, to the city hospital, please.
Certainly.
Leaning back in the seat, Cheng Wan exhaled in relief. The sensation of being needed was truly gratifying. The city hospital was quite distant from Central Avenue, requiring a 20-minute drive. The driver, initially fearful, soon became inquisitive, asking questions. Young man, from your accent, it seems you and your companion are not from around here. They say accents can vary greatly even within a few kilometers. Cheng Wan, originally from the north, found himself in a province located in the south, where dialects inevitably differed. I'm from the north, studying at a university. Oh, a university student. Study hard, and you'll have a bright future. The driver smiled, glancing at Ka Xiao through the rear-view mirror. Are you too, fellow countrymen? Cheng Wan was about to respond carelessly to steer the conversation away when he heard Ka Xiao say, a star. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes.
Hey.
Watch the road. Cheng Wan wiped the sweat from his forehead. This brother is from my hometown, he lives with me. The neighborhood is called a star. Oh. The driver chuckled awkwardly. I never knew there was a neighborhood with that name. Truly eye-opening. Cheng Wan felt a twinge of guilt. Yes. I've never heard of it before either. The driver continued. What happened to your injury? Cheng Wan quickly interjected. I fell. The starship exploded. Ka Xiao chimed in. The driver fell silent. Cheng Wan buried his face in his hands, feeling overwhelmed. Fortunately, for the remainder of the journey, the driver refrained from asking further questions. 10 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. Cheng Wan took out the fare. 23, that's just right. After receiving the payment, the driver unexpectedly remarked, with this condition, he needs to rest and avoid any stress. Just go along with whatever he wants. Cheng Wan didn't quite grasp the meaning, but assumed it was the driver's goodwill. All right, thank you. The driver cast him a sympathetic glance before speeding off. As Cheng Wan watched the taxi disappear into the distance, he turned around in bewilderment. Before him stood a towering building with bold letters proclaiming, City Mental Health Hospital. Cheng Wan. Chapter 11 The Big Shot from the Stars, Part 2. By the time Cheng Wan and Ka Xiao finally arrived at the municipal hospital, it was already around 5 or 6 in the evening. They first registered and filled out a myriad of forms, then traversed the various floors to conduct examinations and collect medications. Cheng Wan felt as though his body was on the verge of collapse. Exhausted, he lamented. My back is nearly breaking from all this.
Cheng Wan, you're doing fine.
Before he could catch his breath, A nurse shouted from across the room. Family of the patient. The x-rays are ready. Come and collect them. Cheng Wan resignedly replied, All right, I'm coming. Initially, he feared that Ka Xiu would be gravely injured, covered in blood. However, upon receiving the x-rays, Cheng Wan discovered that Ka Xiu's injuries were, well, even more severe than he had imagined. In the doctor's office, Cheng Wan stood nervously in the corner, akin to a middle school student being reprimanded by a teacher.
Meanwhile,
The attending physician, Dr. Liu, with hands on his hips, exclaimed animatedly, I've never seen anyone in such a state who could still walk in for treatment.
just look at this.
He held the x-ray up before Cheng Wan. Broken ribs, fractured lumbar vertebrae, broken leg bones. Every part is fractured. Is there any place on him that isn't broken? Cheng Wan. His tongue? Doctor. Dr. Liu rolled his eyes, nearly fainting from disbelief. While assisting the elderly doctor to recover, Cheng Wan reflected on himself. What a foolish thing to say. The elderly doctor, stroking his chin with trembling hands, pointed a finger at Cheng Wan and declared, Hospitalization. You must be hospitalized. Surgery. Immediate surgery. Cheng Wan. All right, I'll heed your advice. Cheng Wan followed Dr. Liu to the ward. Ka Xiu lay on the white hospital bed, his wounds having undergone only basic cleaning. His complexion was pale. The blood washed away, revealing a softer outline to his sharp features. Particularly, those crystalline eyes appeared even more captivating at this moment.
Doctor.
Liu conducted a brief examination of his injuries and kindly reassured him, Young man, do not worry. Although your injuries are serious, please trust us. We will proceed with surgery immediately. Ka Xiu remained expressionless. I will not undergo surgery. Dr. Liu, nearly losing his glasses in shock, retorted, What did you say? Ka Xiu repeated his words with unwavering clarity. Dr. Liu's beard trembled in agitation. Not of surgery?
How can that be?
You could die, do you understand? Young people should not be stubborn. I have been in this profession for over 30 years. You must listen to me. Would I harm you? After sputtering incoherently for a moment, the elderly doctor sighed deeply and walked away. Cheng Wan observed the stark contrast in their reactions and quietly mused, Ah, the first cross-species medical exchange between Earthlings and extraterrestrial beings has thus ended in discord. Once the two had departed, Cheng Wan approached and closed the door, dragging a chair to sit beside the bed. So, why wouldn't you have the surgery? Ka Xiu remained silent. Cheng Wan, unperturbed, possessed ample patience to deal with a disobedient companion. After munching on 2 apples and 2 tangerines, Ka Xiu finally spoke. It's unnecessary. Cheng Wan was momentarily taken aback. Unnecessary? What does that mean? Unnecessary to have surgery. It wouldn't save me anyway, Ka Xiu replied. Cheng Wan. We A-stars possess the ability for automatic healing. Cheng Wan stared in astonishment. Truly remarkable. His gaze toward Ka Xiu became reverent, admiration evident in his expression. Compared to this brother, what were Gundams and Transformers? He tentatively asked, Then you don't need to be hospitalized, right? Ka Xiu. Wasn't it you who insisted on bringing me here? Cheng Wan.
All right.
I suppose I have only myself to blame for being overly concerned. Ka Xiu disregarded Cheng Wan's exasperated expression and began to rest his eyes. Cheng Wan initially intended to leave but reconsidered. If anything were to happen to Ka Xiu, he would bear the responsibility. As night deepened and stars began to twinkle, Cheng Wan felt it was time for him to sleep. Yet, after searching, he found that the ward lacked even a sofa. Resigned, he settled onto a cold stool, resting his elbows on the bed's edge, managing to doze off. Before long, the surroundings fell eerily silent, as if the entire hospital had succumbed to a deep slumber. Ka Xiu slowly opened his eyes. Indeed, A-stars could heal automatically, but that did not mean he was impervious to pain. Initially, he had felt little discomfort, but as night descended, the pain intensified. It was as if every part of his body were being incessantly torn and gnawed upon, keeping his nerves in a constant state of high tension, with no moment of respite. Furrowing his brow, Ka Xiu endured a wave of deep, penetrating pain and caught sight of Cheng Wan. The young man was resting at the bedside, illuminated by a warm glow that cast a gentle light on his face, serene and soft, resembling a beautiful painting. Ka Xiu slowly shifted his gaze. Everything here felt unfamiliar. They were busy yet stable, prosperous and peaceful. Unlike A-Star, where the air was thick with smoke and the vast land was riddled with the chaos of war. Yet, that was home. Ka Xiao glanced out the window. The night sky was pitch black, devoid of any stars. The following morning, Cheng Wan sought out Dr. Liu, insisting, "We will not proceed with the surgery."
Doctor.
Liu vehemently condemned his irresponsible attitude towards life, delivering a lengthy lecture filled with facts and reasoning. Cheng Wan listened with a smile, expressing profound understanding. "We acknowledge your concerns, and we appreciate your efforts, but the surgery will not take place, and we will not remain in the hospital." Dr. Liu was nearly rendered breathless by frustration. "Go on."
Go.
"If you don't want to stay, then don't." He resigned himself, realizing that if one did not care for their own life, there was no point in arguing further. Cheng Wan paid little heed to the doctor's thoughts, simply assuring him, "Thank you for your understanding, and may you live a long life." The weather was splendid that day, the sun shining brightly, and the air quality was excellent. A perfect day for discharge. Once outside, Cheng Wan's first task was to buy clothes for Ka Xiao. His previous outfit was beyond repair, stained with blood and unrecognizable, long since discarded. The garment he currently wore was Cheng Wan's own. However, Cheng Wan was of a lean build, standing at around 178 centimeters. While he blended in with the crowd, he paled in comparison to Ka Xiao. After all, Ka Xiao was a soldier, boasting an 8-pack and a V-shaped torso, with a sturdy and tall physique, easily surpassing 185 centimeters. Thus, Cheng Wan's clothes fit him snugly, and they appeared rather short. Cheng Wan led Ka Xiao to a well-known shopping mall in the city center, where the clothing was stylish, affordable, and abundant. For Cheng Wan, a university student with limited funds, this economical option was simply perfect. It must be said that Ka Xiao was indeed a captivating presence. From the moment they entered, not a soul, be it an 80-year-old grandmother or an 18-year-old girl, could resist stealing glances at him. A salesgirl at a shoe store was practically glued to Ka Xiao, neglecting the customers around her. Along the way, various shopkeepers warmly invited them to browse. But Cheng Wan couldn't help but feel exasperated when a salesgirl from a lingerie store began to shout at them. "What do you think of this?" Ka Xiao glanced at it, neither praising nor criticizing. The salesgirl, noticing their approach, perked up, extolling the virtues of her merchandise with fervor. Cheng Wan surveyed the offerings and found one black piece to be somewhat acceptable. "How about trying it on?" Ka Xiao hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. It is not that he dislikes it. Rather, he perceives all these garments as indistinguishable, lacking the allure of his battle armor. Yet he refrains from voicing this sentiment, for his intuition suggests that if the Earthling were to learn of this truth, it would likely shatter him. Ka Xiao shed Cheng Wan's coat and donned the overcoat. When he turned around, the store attendant and his companions were left utterly astonished. Among the group, Cheng Wan remained the most composed. What is this?" "I have seen him bare when he was changing dressings at the hospital yesterday." However, even though world-traveled, Cheng Wan found himself utterly captivated by Ka Xiao's striking appearance. The deep, dark color exuded an air of restraint, enhancing his already alluring presence. Ka Xiao's features were inherently exquisite, and in the embrace of black, they appeared even more pronounced. Coupled with his remarkably fit physique, adorned in this attire, he was nothing short of a walking embodiment of allure. Cheng Wan, amidst the shimmering gazes of the enamored store attendants, discerned their collective yearning to bear Ka Xiao's offspring. Alas, why do young girls invariably favor extraterrestrial beings? Having indulged in the visual feast, it was now time to reach into his pocket. Cheng Wan sighed, reluctantly extracting 5 crimson bills. Was it merely a piece of fabric? It equated to his week's earnings at the milk tea shop. Unfamiliar with Earth's pricing, Ka Xiao noticed the Earthling's expression seemed rather discontent, prompting him to intuit that the garment might be somewhat overpriced. After a moment's reflection, he ventured, "Could it be a tad more affordable?" Cheng Wan's head snapped up. "The esteemed individual is haggling on my behalf?" Cheng Wan felt a surge of elation. The store attendant hesitated. Ka Xiao gazed at her with his azure, sparkling eyes, his focus so intense that it seemed he was proposing rather than negotiating. As anticipated, she succumbed to his charm. Sell, Sell, as long as you pay. Cheng Wan was taken aback. So the extraterrestrial gentleman is indeed a cunning strategist, adept not only at bargaining but also at charming the ladies. Ultimately, Cheng Wan, with a sense of integrity, offered the attendant 450, and she reluctantly replied, "Do come again." Cheng Wan thought, "It's not like I'm just dropping by." Ka Xiao, observing the object in Cheng Wan's hand, fell into contemplation. Patiently, Cheng Wan elaborated, "There exists a longing that is akin to gazing through autumn waters, and a chill that is akin to forgetting to wear long johns." Ka Xiao, I believe I am beginning to comprehend. Cheng Wan continued, "You can stay here for the time being. Once I find a suitable place, you may relocate." Ka Xiao surveyed the modest apartment of a few dozen square meters. Remaining silent, Cheng Wan, misinterpreting his silence as dissatisfaction with the size, explained, "I currently lack the funds. Once my salary arrives this month, I shall seek a more spacious abode for you." Ka Xiao replied, "That is not my intention." During his time on planet A, he had long stood guard at the borders under harsh conditions. Not only did he endure the elements, but he also often found himself sleeping in the open, ever vigilant against wild beasts and enemy incursions. Truthfully, he could not recall the last time he had seen a proper shelter that shielded from wind and rain.
To him,
a house was not merely a residence, it was a sanctuary. The fact that this earthling was willing to share such a precious space with him touched him deeply. Cheng Wan, unaware of this understanding, assumed Ka Xiao harbored some other thought. "Is there a problem?" Suddenly, Ka Xiao turned to him, gazing earnestly into his eyes, and said, "Thank you." Chapter 12, The Magnate from the Stars, Part 3. From that moment forth, Cheng Wan embarked on a blissful life of cohabitation with the enigmatic magnate. As an extraterrestrial being, it was only natural for him to harbor a profound curiosity towards the myriad of novelties on Earth. Evidently, Ka Xiao did not let his alien heritage down. His insatiable thirst for knowledge could easily fill a tome of 100,000 questions. On one occasion, Cheng Wan requested Ka Xiao to toss his worn garments into the washing machine, prompting the magnate to curiously inquire about the nature of this contraption. With a sense of duty akin to that of a guide for an alien visitor, Cheng Wan patiently ushered him toward the whirling device, explaining that it was a machine designed to cleanse items without requiring manual labor. Ka Xiao was astounded by such advanced technology and resolved to experiment with it personally when time allowed. With a solemn expression, Ka Xiao stood beside their washing machine, where eerie sounds emanated from the drum. Cheng Wan, puzzled, approached to find an array of pots and pans swirling vigorously within the confined space. Ka Xiao innocently remarked, "I'll help you wash them, since I've used them for a while." Cheng Wan could scarcely forget the taste of that evening's meal, akin to having consumed an entire bottle of Blue Moon detergent, and indeed the extra-large version at that. Though their days were tinged with excitement, they passed without peril. However, it was a month after Ka Xiao's arrival that Cheng Wan finally sensed a looming crisis. Standing before an ATM, he gazed at the meager sum of just over 300 yuan left in his account and sighed silently. He had believed himself to be merely economically challenged. Yet he now realized the depth of his financial woes. Sharing a household fundamentally altered their circumstances. Previously, Cheng Wan could sustain himself alone. But now with an additional mouth to feed, expenses had surged, rendering their life rather strained. With Cheng Wan's monthly salary of a little over 2,000 yuan, it wouldn't be long before they found themselves struggling to make ends meet. After some contemplation, Ka Xiao acquiesced to the idea of finding work. However, securing employment proved to be no easy feat. Ka Xiao wandered aimlessly for several days, yet no establishment seemed willing to hire him. It was hardly surprising. Even graduates from prestigious universities were facing difficulties in securing decent jobs, often relegated to serving as waitstaff. With Ka Xiao lacking even a kindergarten diploma, it was a wonder anyone would consider him at all. This predicament left Cheng Wan distraught, and he awoke one day to discover 2 new gray hairs sprouting from his scalp. This despondency persisted until a week later, when Ka Xiao finally landed his first job on Earth as a hotel doorman. Though a humble position, Cheng Wan rejoiced as if he were a father finally marrying off his daughter, treating Ka Xiao to a lavish feast of instant noodles. After indulging in braised beef, spicy beef, and sour pickled vegetables, Cheng Wan patted his noticeably fuller belly, beaming with satisfaction. This was undoubtedly the most extravagant meal they had enjoyed in half a month. However, before Cheng Wan could relish this newfound happiness, a thunderous piece of news struck him. Ka Xiao had been dismissed. Overcome with sorrow, Cheng Wan implored, Ka Xiao, could you enlighten me as to why you were terminated? With nonchalance, Ka Xiao replied, a guest filed a complaint. Cheng Wan pressed further, and what prompted the complaint? Ka Xiao stated, she asked me to carry her bag and I declined. Cheng Wan sighed, what harm would it have caused to simply assist her? Ka Xiao continued, she requested a photograph with me and I refused. Cheng Wan lamented, what would it matter to merely show your face? Ka Xiao added, she instructed me to meet her at a place called Home 302, and I declined. Cheng Wan exclaimed, wait, you did the right thing. What sort of person is this? Cheng Wan fumed, convinced that outsiders were coveting his magnate allure. This is not your fault, he advised Ka Xiao. From now on, adopt a more aloof demeanor and a fierce expression, then no one will dare to trouble you.
Ka Xiao pondered this notion.
As the saying goes, failure is a precursor to success. Undeterred, Cheng Wan sought another position for Ka Xiao as a security guard at a Children's South amusement park. Regrettably, just 2 days into his new job, Ka Xiao was once again let go. Cheng Wan was incensed. He stormed into the amusement park's security chief's office, vehemently condemning such irresponsible behavior and demanding to know why someone could be dismissed so capriciously. The security chief, visibly irritated, retorted, how dare you bring this up? That fellow, whatever his name is, has terrified several children in just 2 days. With his menacing glare at the entrance, who would dare to enter?
Cheng Wan realized,
it's all my fault. After several setbacks, despair engulfed Cheng Wan. If things continued this way, they would soon be unable to afford even the most basic sustenance. Thus, he resolved that rather than laboring for others, he would embark on an entrepreneurial journey. After a thorough investigation of the local dining market surrounding the school and careful consideration of his available funds, he devised a business plan that required minimal technical skill yet had deep roots and vast potential. Popcorn. When he beheld the large, black, cannon-like machine, Cheng Wan's smile radiated with the brilliance of freshly popped kernels. We shall thrive on your bounty. However, Cheng Wan's concerns lingered. So, he decided to have Ka Xiao operate the popcorn machine outside the milk tea shop where he worked. Should any issues arise, he would be readily available. The next morning, as Ka Xiao stood at the street corner, cradling the hefty machine, his expression was one of complex emotions. Cheng Wan cheerfully encouraged him, in every profession, there lies the potential for excellence. With persistence and determination, you will surely carve out your own niche. Ka Xiao silently rolled his eyes, dismissing the sentiment. Cheng Wan, feeling as though he had struck gold, merrily made his way to work, occasionally glancing at Ka Xiao, who donned a black trench coat with an air of cool detachment as he operated the popcorn machine. Cheng Wan, filled with pride, thought to himself, only my magnate could exude such charisma, even while making popcorn. In high spirits, he even added extra pearls to the milk tea he prepared for customers. The morning passed swiftly. During lunch, the milk tea vendor and the popcorn magnate engaged in a cordial discussion, exchanging thoughts about the delightful pairing of popcorn and milk tea, ultimately concluding that one must love their craft to truly excel. Shortly after returning from lunch, the milk tea shop received 2 delivery orders for the neighboring community. With a buoyant heart, Cheng Wan eagerly volunteered, I'll go. The shop owner patted him on the shoulder, saying, young man, work hard. Your future is bright. Thus, Cheng Wan cheerfully dashed off. Had Cheng Wan known the calamity that would unfold during his brief absence, he would have never left. Alas, the world offers no remedy for regret. Cheng Wan, I curse your ancestors. Cheng Wan found himself in disarray. System. I believe I just heard my name? The system responded gently, indeed, not only you, but also your ancestors. Cheng Wan realized from the resonant voice and straightforward language that it was likely his milk tea shop owner who spoke. A gut feeling warned him that he was embroiled in a significant predicament. Meanwhile, Ka Xiao, who was supposed to be operating the popcorn machine, had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind the wreckage of a shattered device. In an instant, Cheng Wan understood the gravity of the situation. Not only had Ka Xiao forged his own path, but he had also inadvertently obliterated the neighboring milk tea shop. Chapter 13. The Boss from the Stars, Part 4. Zongzi, why don't you call for an ambulance? Just in case? The system suggests dialing 96144 directly. It's more efficient. Cheng Wan. You truly are an understanding system. The Boss was still angrily brandishing a fruit knife, and Cheng Wan instinctively touched his neck, feeling a slight chill. The mechanical voice of the system chimed in at an opportune moment. What follows is the live-action version of Fruit Ninja. Cheng Wan. Could you refrain from making sarcastic remarks for a moment? System hehe. In a moment of desperation, Cheng Wan decided to embrace the storm. He approached the scene of the incident, forcing a smile that was barely passable. Boss, are you alright? Cheng Wan. Do you think I wanted this? The Boss, hands on his hips, accused. The one who caused the popcorn explosion at the entrance was brought by you, wasn't it? Cheng Wan nodded solemnly, wishing he could deny it. Suddenly, the Boss's tone shifted. Shao Cheng, tell me honestly, haven't I treated you well? Cheng Wan, feeling guilty, replied, well. Exceptionally well. If you have any grievances, voice them properly. What kind of performance are you trying to put on with such a ruckus? The Boss finally erupted, unleashing a torrent of fury. You have no idea. If I hadn't dodged quickly, I might have lost my life to that popcorn. Cheng Wan wiped the spittle off his face, earnestly saying, Boss, I was wrong, gravely wrong. I have failed to live up to your earnest teachings and the expectations of the party and the people. Spare me the theatrics. The Boss huffed, nostrils flaring. Where is that big oaf? The big oaf? Oh, you must be referring to Kaxiao. Cheng Wan suddenly remembered he hadn't seen him in quite some time. He looked around, feeling a chill of abandonment. It seemed the alien had run off without him. Just as he was immersed in sorrow, he suddenly heard the Boss exclaim, There he is. Cheng Wan was startled and followed the direction of the Boss's finger, spotting a striking figure across the street. Wasn't that their esteemed leader? Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed over. Upon seeing the perpetrator of the popcorn explosion before him, the Boss's anger surged. What's the deal? You think you can just run away? But as the words left his mouth, he froze, noticing a mother and child standing beside Kaxiao. The mother, appearing to be in her early 30s, was shaking Kaxiao's hand vigorously. Big brother, we owe you our gratitude. If it weren't for you, our dong might. Her voice faltered, and she began to choke up. The sudden turn of events left Cheng Wan and the Boss dumbfounded, staring blankly. The woman hastily wiped her tears and then noticed the presence of others. Oh, this is... Kaxiao glanced at the bewildered pair. They are my friends. The Boss scratched his scorched head awkwardly. Hee friends. The woman turned to Cheng Wan and the Boss, saying, I truly appreciate your friend. He just saved my son's life. Kaxiao blushed slightly. It was nothing. As the conversation unfolded, Cheng Wan finally grasped the situation. Apparently, Kaxiao had been diligently popping popcorn when he noticed a child crossing the street alone, unaware of an approaching truck that had not seen the child. In a moment of urgency, Kaxiao had leaped forward and saved the child. However, as the saying goes, misfortune often comes in waves. Just when Kaxiao began to feel relieved about the child's safety, a sudden bang echoed as the popcorn machine, having been left heating for too long, exploded due to rising internal pressure. After hearing the full account, Cheng Wan sighed silently. It was truly unfair to blame Kaxiao. Anyone in his position might have acted similarly. The woman left with her child, leaving the three men staring at one another in silence. Kaxiao looked at the Boss, his expression serious. The accident resulted from my improper operation, and I will compensate for the damages. I apologize. The Boss waved his hand dismissively. With you too. I suppose I've had my share of bad luck. Cheng Wan could tell from the tone that the Boss was no longer holding it against him. In truth, the Boss, though stern, had a kind heart. Being over 40, he had no need to bicker with two youngsters. Since no one was hurt, he was willing to downplay the incident. Cheng Wan's spirits lifted. He effusively expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Boss. You truly are magnanimous, capable of accommodating the Titanic and 1,000 Noah's Arks. The Boss chuckled, amused by Cheng Wan's flattery. While he had forgiven them, he still expected compensation for the damages incurred. A whole pane of glass and a door would cost at least a couple of thousand. Cheng Wan gritted his teeth, thinking he might have to sell himself to cover such expenses. Noticing Cheng Wan's troubled expression, the Boss felt a twinge of sympathy. Having worked with him for at least half a year, he understood the boy's family circumstances. How about this? The boss suggested, pointing at Ka Xiao. You can come work for me, and we'll deduct the losses from your wages. How does that sound? Cheng Wan looked up suddenly, filled with hope. While Ka Xiao nodded, sounds good. Seeing Ka Xiao maintaining a serious demeanor, Cheng Wan assumed he was feeling guilty and promptly took his arm. Don't worry. This isn't your fault.
Ah.
Ka Xiao suddenly grunted. Cheng Wan's heart skipped a beat as he raised his hand, discovering it was wet with blood. Unbeknownst to him, turning to Ka Xiao, he saw the black trench coat soaked in blood, with streams of it flowing down his sleeve, stark against his pale skin. Cheng Wan panicked. What happened? How did I not notice this? Ka Xiao replied nonchalantly. I accidentally got hit. It's nothing serious. Nothing serious? Cheng Wan felt inexplicably agitated. However, he soon reminded himself that their leader was akin to a transformer. Such a minor injury would likely heal in a day or two. Ka Xiao paused. What did you say? Cheng Wan, prompted by the question, suddenly realized that their leader's home was in the sky, farther than the Jade Emperor's abode. Ka Xiao remained silent. Home. He liked that term. As they entered the house, Cheng Wan barely had time to remove his shoes. Come, sit here, he urged, guiding Ka Xiao to a chair, as if instructing a child. Ka Xiao complied obediently, allowing Cheng Wan to take charge. Cheng Wan carefully removed Ka Xiao's coat and used scissors to cut open the sleeves of his shirt. The wound was now exposed, and despite his mental preparation, Cheng Wan was taken aback. Ka Xiao's forearm was swollen, with shards of glass embedded in his skin, blood seeping out continuously. Cheng Wan felt at a loss. This was beyond his capability. What if we go to the hospital? Ka Xiao replied, no need for such trouble. Just remove the shards, and the rest will heal on its own. Cheng Wan thought to himself how easy Ka Xiao made it sound, as if it were someone else's arm. Noticing Cheng Wan hesitating, Ka Xiao suggested, shall I do it myself? It was too gruesome. Perhaps he should handle it. Cheng Wan retrieved the family first aid kit, spilling out scissors, cotton swabs, gauze, iodine. Regardless of whether they were necessary or not, everything tumbled forth in a chaotic heap. Cheng Wan first dampened a cloth to cleanse the wound thoroughly, leaving him with a daunting task ahead. This marked the first time in his life that he would tend to someone else's injury, causing him to feel even more anxious than Ka Xiao. I must proceed now. Ka Xiao replied, yes, go ahead. Cheng Wan swallowed hard. You mustn't be afraid of the pain. Ka Xiao assured him, I am not afraid. Cheng Wan hesitated. Should you close your eyes? Ka Xiao retorted, why are you so chatty? Cheng Wan fell silent. He grasped the needle, attempting to extract the glass shard as gently as possible, then cautiously employed tweezers. He frequently glanced up at Ka Xiao's expression, fearful of inflicting any discomfort. Despite his efforts, Cheng Wan still felt a twinge of unease. If it hurts, you must say something. Ka Xiao chuckled. All right. Ka Xiao quietly observed as Cheng Wan tended to his injury. The latter's gaze was fixed intently on the wound, anxious about any possible error, while beads of sweat formed on his pale forehead, and his cheeks flushed with an unusual hue due to the tension. Strangely, it felt as though something within him was gradually melting away. A surge of affection blossomed, earning a star of appreciation. Chapter 14, The Great One from the Stars, Part 5. Dim, chaotic, and hazy, as if ensconced beneath a shroud of black velvet. Karks felt dizzy, his vision blurred. Suddenly, a blinding white light pierced through, freezing the scene, and everything around him began to take shape. He found himself in a desolate land, characterized by grayish-yellow sand dunes and barren mountains, reminiscent of a forgotten wasteland, bleak and forlorn. Karks realized he was lying on an uneven surface, his head throbbing painfully. Blood flowed uncontrollably from his body, mingling with the dark red liquid that was scattered everywhere, gradually spreading to cover the entire wilderness. As he moved his arm, a chilling sensation coursed through his fingertips. Turning his head, he was met with the sight of a severed limb. Karks closed his eyes. This scene was hauntingly familiar, a flood of memories surging from the depths of his mind. It was the first Blue Ridge battle 8 years ago, the largest conflict ever launched by the Dark Star Organization against Planet A. The ferocity of the battle left the ground littered with the bones of fallen soldiers and the wreckage of shattered starships, saturating the Blue Ridge with despair. This was also the first time 14-year-old Karks stepped onto the battlefield, following his father, Marshal Carinal, into this human hell. Suddenly, the image twisted, light and shadow flickering at an alarming rate, as if he had stumbled into a time tunnel. Karks found himself standing before a dilapidated starship, slowly approaching a group of people. They were bloodied, their faces gaunt, expressions filled with sorrow. As he made his way to the center of the crowd, he beheld his father, the supreme commander of the planetary border, Carinal, lying amidst a pool of blood, gravely wounded by enemy fire. The elderly man clutched his hand tightly, his throat emitting muffled sounds, yet his murky eyes radiated determination and resolve. It was 3 years ago that the 19-year-old Karks officially succeeded his father as the supreme commander of the planetary border after his father's passing. From that moment, he rallied his forces, repelling numerous attacks from the Dark Star organization and reclaiming vast territories. However, 8 years later, on the Second Blue Ridge battlefield, he found himself surrounded by enemy artillery, vowing never to surrender, ultimately perishing alongside millions of foes. His life was born of conflict and extinguished in the smoke of war. At the moment of plunging into the wormhole, he wished for the next life to experience the joys of an ordinary existence. A brilliant white light suddenly illuminated the space, prompting Karks to instinctively shield his eyes. Abruptly, a warm touch enveloped his hand, and a familiar face unexpectedly filled his vision. Cheng Wan was gently patting him, a smile gracing his features. Awake? Come, it's time for dinner. Perhaps due to his weakened state, Karks had unknowingly drifted into slumber after taking his medicine. It was now past 7 in the evening. The youth before him wore a loose shirt, sleeves casually rolled up, revealing his fair arms. His attractive collarbone peeked through the partially open neckline, just enough to be enticing. Karks instinctively averted his gaze. Cheng Wan served a steaming bowl of white rice, presenting it to Karks. Don't just stare, eat up. Karks, momentarily stunned, accepted the bowl and chopsticks, struggling to discern whether this was reality or a dream. However, as he placed a piece of food into his mouth, the illusion shattered, and he was jolted awake. He forcibly swallowed the overly salty seaweed, inquiring, "Did you make this?" "Yes, yes," Cheng Wan replied eagerly. "This is my first time cooking. What do you think?" Karks scrutinized the colorful dish before him, striving to formulate a gentler description. The colors are quite vibrant." "Oh," Cheng Wan's expression faltered slightly. "Is it really that bad?" He peered at the plate of cold mixed vegetables, seemingly decent. Tentatively, he picked up his chopsticks and sampled it. "Oh my, cough, cough. All right, it is indeed quite dreadful." He felt as though he had swallowed a handful of coarse salt. Cheng Wan, rather embarrassed, pushed another plate towards Karks. "How about trying this instead?" Karks, still haunted by the previous taste, hesitated. What is this dish called?" "Oh, this is called mouth-watering chicken." Karks raised an eyebrow. "Whose saliva?" Cheng Wan replied. "That's not important. Just remember it's chicken." Karks eyed the plate, filled with vibrant red peppers, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Yet, seeing Cheng Wan's sparkling eyes, he decided to take a small portion. Ouch. Karks now felt as though his tongue no longer belonged to him. "Do you have a grudge against chili?" Cheng Wan, incredulous, took a bite and immediately jumped up, rushing to the water dispenser for a couple of cups. The heat from the chili and sesame oil was overwhelming, a fiery assault that seemed to reach the very core of his being. Earlier, the system had informed him that the Great One's favor had barely improved. Cheng Wan, pouring his heart into the endeavor to please him, had personally prepared this first meal. Yet now, he had no doubt that after this meal, the Great One would lose even the last star of his favor. Defeated, Cheng Wan suggested, "How about we order takeout?" Karks yearned to agree, but felt it would be ungracious. After all, Cheng Wan had put in so much effort. He couldn't bear to crush his spirits. His keen eyes spotted another plate on the table. What is this? In addition to the previous 2 dishes, there was a plate of dumplings, yet Cheng Wan had already relinquished hope. "Dumplings," he stated weakly. "Dumplings?" Suddenly, Cheng Wan recalled that this delicious and unique dish was likely unfamiliar to extraterrestrials. Thus, He began contemplating how to promote Earth's cuisine across the universe. Dumplings. They are quite a magical food. The outer skin is made of dough, filled with a variety of ingredients like chicken, pork, beef, shrimp, and vegetables. Whatever you wish to include. Karks, clearly having never seen dumplings, was intrigued by Cheng Wan's description. Since anything can be included, why not wrap rice inside? Cheng Wan pondered. That's indeed a thought-provoking question. Karks picked up his chopsticks. Shall I give it a try? Cheng Wan had lost all hope. Yet if the Great One was willing, he might as well let him eat. It shouldn't be fatal, right? Wait. Cheng Wan hurriedly rushed to the water dispenser again, filling another cup and placing it beside Karks. If you can't handle it, just drink some water. Karks began to question whether his choice had been impulsive. He picked up a dumpling, gazing at it for a moment, then took a deep breath and shoved it into his mouth. Cheng Wan covered his face, thinking, Great One, I'm not forcing you to eat. You don't need to be so harsh. However, several seconds passed without the anticipated outcry. Stealing a glance, Cheng Wan saw no signs of distress. Wait, what? Karks calmly swallowed the dumpling and reached for another. Cheng Wan could hardly believe his eyes. How does it taste? Karks swallowed the second dumpling. Not bad. The Great One had declared it not bad. Cheng Wan, the type to blossom with a little encouragement, immediately perked up at the praise. Seizing the opportunity, he tasted one himself, feeling somewhat reassured. Although it didn't compare to the savory dumplings his grandmother used to make, it was at least edible. Far superior to the previous two dishes. As Karks continued to eat, Cheng Wan joyfully poured him soy sauce and vinegar. Dumplings taste better with dipping sauce. While Karks ate, Cheng Wan regaled him with tales from his childhood, sharing stories of families setting off firecrackers and eating dumplings during the new year, and of sneaking watermelons from neighbors' fields with childhood friends. Most of it consists of intricate yet tedious trivialities of life, yet they possess a simplicity and warmth. Cheng Wan rested his chin upon his hand, watching as Ka Xiu devoured one dumpling after another, and he could not help but exclaim, If the opportunity arises in the future, I shall take you to my home. My grandmother's cooking is far more delectable than mine. Ka Xiu paused with her chopsticks and replied solemnly, All right. Upon lifting her gaze, once more, she found her figure suddenly overlapping with her own, as if she had fallen into a wormhole. I wish to experience the joys of an ordinary family in my next life. Oh heavens, it seems that my prayer has truly been heard. Chapter 15. The Magnate from the Stars, Part 6. After ensuring the magnate was well fed, Cheng Wan began to tidy the table. With a wound on his hand, Ka Xiu was unable to immerse himself in water. Thus, Cheng Wan took it upon himself to handle the dishes and subsequent household chores. He felt increasingly inclined towards the role of a domestic chef. Ka Xiu remarked, Since you prepared the meal, allow me to assist with the cleanup. However, upon realizing he could not persuade Cheng Wan, he relented. After a brief moment of idleness, he found himself bored and casually picked up a magazine. The magazine's cover was gaudy, adorned with sensational headlines about infidelities and celebrity romances, clearly lacking any substance. Ka Xiu, disheartened, set it aside. It wasn't that he was uninterested in gossip, but rather that he did not recognize any of these so-called stars. With nothing to occupy his mind, Ka Xiu surveyed his surroundings, pondering what task to undertake. Yet, as his gaze wandered, it suddenly became fixated. The living room and kitchen were merely separated by a wall, which featured a small window perfectly positioned to offer a clear view of Cheng Wan diligently washing the dishes. His profile was strikingly handsome, with gentle lines and an air of elegance. Stray strands of hair occasionally fell across his eyes as he washed, prompting him to gently brush them aside with the back of his soapy hand. The pronounced wrist bones of his slender arms added a sharp contrast to his delicate appearance. Unbeknownst to him, Ka Xiu found himself staring, captivated. Throughout his life, he had been surrounded by generals and soldiers, all rugged men. Yet, for the first time, he realized that men could possess such beauty. Meanwhile, the oblivious Cheng Wan was engaged in conversation with the system while washing dishes. Frustrated by the sluggish progress of his tasks, he inquired, What does the magnate truly desire? The system, seemingly sensing something, swallowed an imaginary lump in its throat. You, Cheng Wan. He dismissed the system's response as a jest. However, as Ka Xiao crossed his mind, Cheng Wan instinctively glanced over. Ka Xiao, caught off guard by Cheng Wan's sudden gaze, felt his heart race, a stark contrast to his usual composure in the face of adversaries. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before he quickly diverted his gaze. Seeing Ka Xiao seated on the sofa, neither watching television nor reading the magazine, Cheng Wan deduced that the magnate was simply at leisure. He wiped his hands on a towel hanging on the wall and approached. Ka Xiao had not anticipated Cheng Wan coming over, and believing he had discovered something, his large eyes appeared bewildered. Bored?
Cheng Wan asked.
Ka Xiao replied.
Yes.
Cheng Wan grinned mischievously, revealing a small rectangular object from behind his back. Tada. Ka Xiao looked at the item in Cheng Wan's hand. What is this? Cheng Wan replied, 48. Ka Xiao. This was a reward from 4 years prior, bestowed upon the original owner by his parents for gaining admission to university. Despite having been nearly replaced, the original owner cherished it dearly and had not changed it for 4 years. Cheng Wan, beaming, handed his phone to Ka Xiao. Next. I proudly present a classic game, enjoyed for over 50 years on Earth, having been refined and innovated over generations, suitable for users from 99 to toddlers. XX Match. Ka Xiao was puzzled. What is Match? Feeling a sense of responsibility to introduce this game to the universe, Cheng Wan opened the application and patiently guided Ka Xiao through the basics. Connect 3 identical little yellow chicks. Ka Xiao obediently tapped the screen with his long fingers. The 3 little yellow chicks vanished with a satisfying duong. Cheng Wan exclaimed, "Isn't it fun?" Ka Xiao. Cheng Wan continued. You can also connect 4 or 5 of the same to trigger different effects, including a plump, colorful bird. Ka Xiao listened, somewhat bewildered. Cheng Wan asserted, talk is cheap. Practice is the only measure of truth. The next hour is yours. I assure you will no longer feel bored. Just as Cheng Wan reveled in the thought of introducing the extraterrestrial magnate to this world of gaming, he suddenly recalled something. Please don't use my energy potions. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, Cheng Wan rose early. The previous night, the boss had called. The glass installation was scheduled for the morning, and he had to go to work. Cheng Wan intended to wake Ka Xiao, but to his surprise, Ka Xiao was already dressed and waiting for him.
Cheng Wan yawned. Wow, you're up so early.
Upon greeting Ka Xiao, he noticed the latter's striking face bore 2 comically prominent dark circles. Did you not sleep well? Cheng Wan inquired. Ka Xiao responded, no. Missing home? Cheng Wan probed. Ka Xiao replied, no. Are you unwell? Cheng Wan continued.
Ka Xiao, no.
Cheng Wan was at a loss. Then what's wrong? Ka Xiao suddenly flashed a shy smile. Match. Cheng Wan. He realized he had erred in introducing this game. Ka Xiao added innocently, our planet has never had games. Cheng Wan, with a furrowed brow, reassured him, don't worry. I won't let it interfere with your work. Cheng Wan, feeling a bit exasperated, adopted a stern expression akin to a primary school teacher admonishing a mischievous child. Extend your hand. Though Ka Xiao was uncertain of his intent, he complied, sensing the seriousness in Cheng Wan's demeanor. Cheng Wan sighed, feeling himself inching closer to becoming a motherly figure. Reluctantly, he gently rolled up Ka Xiao's sleeve, carefully unwrapping the bandage from the previous day. Observing that the swelling had subsided and the wound was mostly scabbed over, he felt reassured. However, he couldn't help but lecture. I understand that extraterrestrials possess robust physiques and extraordinary abilities, but you must take care of yourself. Besides, your injury isn't fully healed yet. Ka Xiao suddenly lifted his gaze, his cerulean eyes sparkling with a hint of light. Are you worried about me? Cheng Wan, of course. You. Just as he was about to scold him further, he found himself ensnared by those captivating, focused eyes. What had he intended to say? His thoughts escaped him entirely. Cheng Wan, feeling a tad flustered, turned his head. All right, let us get ready and head out. Ka Xiao remained silent. 15 minutes later, Cheng Wan led Ka Xiao out of the house, heading downstairs to a breakfast stall for some fried dough and tofu pudding. Initially concerned that the magnate might not enjoy the flavors, he soon realized his worries were unfounded as Ka Xiao devoured the food with gusto, demonstrating a hearty appetite. The two strolled to the milk tea shop, which had clearly been tidied after the previous day's chaos, although a dark patch still marred the ground outside. It was barely 7:30, and the owner had yet to arrive. Cheng Wan entered the shop, wiped down the counter, and began teaching Kashio how to prepare a few simple beverages. For milk tea, one must first add creamer, sugar, and oil, then mix with water and pearls. For juice, the fruit must be blended before adding sweetener. As Kashio was a novice, he struggled to master the techniques, often oversweetening or undermeasuring the water. Seizing the opportunity with no customers in sight, Cheng Wan encouraged Kashio to practice, sampling each drink to provide constructive feedback. However, after tasting the 7th or 8th cup, Cheng Wan could no longer bear it. If he continued, he would likely be unable to keep down his breakfast. Stop, stop, stop. Please wait a moment. Allow me to gather my thoughts. Kashio placed the freshly prepared 9th cup down gently. No rush, I've saved some for you. Cheng Wan chuckled softly. Thus, when the shop owner entered, he was greeted by a rather peculiar scene. A small bar counter was lined with an array of milk teas and fruit juices, vibrant in color and extravagant in presentation. While the two employees exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of melancholy and bewilderment. The owner exclaimed, "What on earth are you two doing?" In unison, Cheng Wan and Kashio replied, "Boss, we are here to enjoy some tea." Chapter 16: The Boss from the Stars, Part 7. Faced with the unusually enthusiastic demeanor of the two staff members, the owner cast a glance at the bar, overflowing with an array of beverages. He let out a loud burp and said, "Take your time." Thus, Cheng Wan began to contemplate whether to engage in an age-old duel of rock-paper-scissors with Kashio, where the loser would drink. After wandering around the shop and conducting a cursory inspection, the owner decided it was time to leave. As he stepped over the threshold, he reminded the two youngsters, "Work hard. If you do well, there may be a salary. If you don't, there certainly won't be." Cheng Wan remarked, "Your way of encouraging employees is truly unique." Shortly after the owner departed, customers began to trickle in, most of whom were students from nearby schools. Familiar faces indeed. Upon entering, they habitually greeted Cheng Wan, but as soon as they caught sight of the handsome newcomer behind the bar, they were momentarily taken aback. Kashio donned a simple black outfit, complemented by a rather garish apron emblazoned with XX milk tea. You deserve it. Yet, despite such a rustic ensemble, he exuded an undeniable aura of a domineering CEO, resembling more of a celebrity endorsing a product than a mere milk tea vendor. Oh my, am I seeing things? He looks stunning even in a work uniform. Who is this handsome fellow? Is this a dream, or have I lost my mind over men? The excited chatter was palpable, and Cheng Wan stole a glance at the center of this commotion, only to find Kashio nonchalantly preparing fruit and mixing milk tea, as if he hadn't heard a thing. As the sun climbed higher, the morning drifted on. Customers continued to arrive, and more took notice of Kashio. Their astonishment quickly morphed into a burning curiosity, igniting a fervent desire to gossip. "Hey, where are you from, handsome?"
Locally. How old are you? 22.
"Do you have a girlfriend?"
No.
In the face of the girl's inquisitive barrage, Kashio neither ignored them entirely nor engaged with enthusiasm. His responses were succinct and devoid of any unnecessary verbosity. To the girls, he appeared proud yet polite, cool yet aloof, embodying the very essence of a domineering CEO. The previously boisterous girls transformed into demure, gentle beings, speaking softly, fearful of scaring off the CEO. The shift in atmosphere was too rapid for Cheng Wan to comprehend. She could only think, with such a strong wind, "Please don't trip over your own tongue." As expected, that evening, the campus forum of a university erupted. A post titled "A Mysterious Handsome Guy Appears at a Milk Tea Shop" was instantly pinned to the top, generating hundreds of replies. Mysterious handsome guy?
Where?
The original poster is droning on. Just show us the pictures.
Wow.
He is incredibly handsome. Let me have that guy. Shout out to the sunflower above. Sending hearts and stars. In the blink of an eye, Kashio ascended to the pinnacle of the campus's top 10 trending topics. The milk tea shop's business surged, with throngs of people lining up not just for milk tea, but to catch a glimpse of the handsome figure. Cheng Wan even began to ponder the idea of charging an entry fee. 5 yuan for a glance. 10 yuan for a word. 15 for a touch. Cheng Wan clutched her piggy bank, laughing with glee. On this day, Cheng Wan lost count of how many fans clamored for Ka Xiu's autograph when suddenly a strikingly beautiful girl entered. Upon recognizing her face, Cheng Wan was taken aback. She never expected that the campus belle would personally come to the shop. The belle, with her cascading waves of fiery red hair, marched straight to the bar. "Hey, handsome. I'd like a cup of Earl Grey milk tea." Cheng Wan eagerly replied, "Sure thing." The girl retorted, "I wasn't he talking to you." In this looks-oriented society, Cheng Wan mumbled. Ka Xiu cast a sidelong glance at Cheng Wan, who appeared to have been slighted, then expressionlessly prepared a cup of milk tea, placing it on the counter.
Done.
The campus belle possessed a visage rivaling that of a popular star, accustomed to receiving love letters in abundance, and she had no shortage of admirers. So, when Ka Xiu didn't even spare her a glance, she felt a twinge of annoyance. With a hint of irresistible allure in her voice, she leaned closer, her waves of fragrant hair cascading onto the bar. "Can I have another original milk tea?" Cheng Wan sensed a spark of tension in the air. Without hesitation, Ka Xiu meticulously crafted the second cup, placing it beside the first, maintaining his composure and poise, yet still failing to acknowledge her. The belle's pretty face flushed, and her delicate brows furrowed. "I'd like a cup of grape juice." This was pushing it a bit, as one can't simply keep asking for more. A crowd of onlookers eagerly awaited to see how Ka Xiu would respond. Some, unfazed by the brewing drama, had even placed bets on whether the milk tea guy or the campus belle would emerge victorious. Ka Xiu hesitated for just a moment before resuming his task with an impassive demeanor, washing the grapes, juicing them, adding sugar, sealing the cup, performing each action with precision. The campus belle was thoroughly enraged. She had never been so blatantly disregarded. Leaning closer, she deliberately positioned her alluring figure in front of Ka Xiu, biting her lip, her eyes a mix of shyness and provocation. "Don't you have anything to say?" The air grew still as the audience held their breath, anticipating his reaction. At last, Ka Xiu lifted his head, and the belle's eyes sparkled with triumph. "Men are all the same," she thought. But the very next moment, Ka Xiu calmly replied, "You haven't paid yet." The belle, utterly defeated, slammed a hefty bill onto the counter and stormed out with gritted teeth. Cheng Wan seized the moment to call out, "Hey, beauty, you haven't received your change." With a thud, the belle stumbled over the threshold,
Caught off guard by the doorframe. Ah.
"Just wait for me." Ever since that silent battle concluded, the campus belle had become determined to challenge Ka Xiu. She visited the milk tea shop daily, unyielding and diligent, even more so than attending her professional classes. However, regardless of whether the belle transformed herself into a demure lady or a sultry vixen, Ka Xiu remained indifferent, showing no interest in her at all. This left the belle, Cheng Wan, feeling quite frustrated. Just when Cheng Wan thought the belle would surely give up, she returned the next day, her smile radiant, embodying the spirit of perseverance. Over time, Cheng Wan discovered that beneath the belle's domineering exterior and occasional temper, there was a kind heart, merely shaped by being pampered since childhood. Having met her match in Ka Xiu, she found it difficult to reconcile her feelings. Thus, this back and forth continued for over a month, and the relationship between the belle and Cheng Wan grew increasingly familiar. Occasionally, they would even exchange a few words with Ka Xiu. He, too, was not as cold as before and would occasionally display a smile, bringing joy to Cheng Wan, who could bask in happiness for days on end. Yet, as Cheng Wan observed their growing rapport, an unfamiliar emotion began to stir within her, a feeling she could not quite articulate, akin to a blade of grass sprouting between the stones, quietly flourishing in the shadows. As Cheng Wan endeavored to dispel her burgeoning thoughts, an unexpected yet entirely foreseeable event unfolded. The campus belle boldly confessed her feelings to the prominent figure. "Will you be my boyfriend?" The girl's eyes sparkled with a luminous hope. Cheng Wan's heart sank. It was clear that she was serious about her intentions. Initially, Cheng Wan had sought out Ka Xiu merely to vent her frustrations, yet the exact moment when her feelings began to evolve remained elusive to her. Perhaps it was in that unguarded smile he had unknowingly revealed that a young girl's heart was irrevocably captivated. Ka Xiu, gazing into those earnest and focused eyes, found himself unable to reject her for the first time. He let out a barely audible sigh. "Do you have time this afternoon?"
I need to talk to you.
Of course. A gentle smile began to bloom in the girl's eyes. Chapter 17. The Boss from the Stars, Part 8. With a drooping head, Cheng Wan fiddled with a basket of strawberries, pondering the endless cycle of likes and dislikes. The system, on the verge of madness, exclaimed, "Are you ever going to finish this?" Ignoring the system's plea, Cheng continued counting the strawberries. Like, dislike. Upon reaching the last one, it was once again a matter of preference. Cheng's little face fell, realizing the strawberry had gone bad. The system interjected, "Hey, are you here to complete a task or what?" Cheng, seemingly unfazed, retorted, "What do you think of Ka Xiu's feelings for Che Ranran?" The system was at a loss. How could I possibly know? Cheng then picked up another basket of strawberries.
Hey,
Why are you so concerned about this? The system asked in frustration. Cheng wore a shy smile. It's hard to say. Ever since Ka Xiu approached the school bell, a vague, unnameable sensation had enveloped his heart. It felt as if a small crack had appeared in his chest, allowing the cold wind to seep in, gradually eroding the warmth he once felt. Yet reason dictated that, as a man, such thoughts were inappropriate. The system suddenly lowered its voice. "Are you perhaps infatuated with that alien?" Cheng retorted, "Get lost, of course not." The system chuckled mischievously. "If you're interested, just go for it." Cheng suddenly felt a surge of curiosity towards his own system. "Have you ever liked someone?" To his surprise, the system displayed an unexpected vulnerability. Cheng shivered at the thought, wanting to distance himself from such sentimentality. Tentatively, he asked, "And then?" The system's tone shifted dramatically. "The girl dumped me." Cheng was taken aback. Why? He had always found his system to be rather agreeable, aside from its occasional sharp tongue. "She thought I wasn't mature enough," the system lamented. "What do you like then?"
Cheng inquired. I like little sisters."
Cheng was taken aback. "Is it really appropriate for you to be so lewd?" The system was still reveling in its excitement, enthusiastically detailing a recent fascination with a series of data sisters. In the corner, Ka Xiu and Che Ranran were engrossed in their conversation, exchanging glances filled with fervor. Cheng silently shed tears, feeling like the only single dog in the world. If he didn't act soon, his boss might be snatched away. If that happened, who would play puzzle games with him? He had to fight for the sake of their games. "Sir, miss, would you like a cup of milk tea?" Cheng approached them with a broad smile, revealing all 8 teeth. Ka Xiu shot him a puzzled glance. "What's wrong with you?" Cheng replied, "You two seem so engrossed. Don't you feel thirsty?" Ka Xiu shrugged, "Not really." Cheng sighed, "What a pity." The pair seemed entirely unfazed by Cheng's antics. With Che Ranran occasionally gazing deeply at Ka Xiu, her expressions shifting from surprise to inquiry. "The water of Westlake is my tears," the system chimed in. "Come on. Round 2, fight." Cheng began sweeping the floor with a broom in one hand and a dustpan in the other, inadvertently sweeping towards the two. "Excuse me, miss. Could you lift your feet?" Che Ranran looked at him incredulously, but complied. Ka Xiu, bewildered by Cheng's antics, suggested, "If you're tired, just take a break." Cheng insisted, "I'm not tired. I'm here to serve the people." The two exchanged glances, watching Cheng sweep the entire room. "Is your service finished?" Che Ranran asked. Cheng replied. Che Ranran gazed affectionately at Ka Xiu. "Shall we continue?" Cheng felt utterly defeated. What does that look in her eyes mean? He pondered. The system quipped, "Look." A big single dog. Unable to contain himself, Cheng launched another assault on the two. He bounced over, but before he could speak, Che Ranran shot him a glaring look. "You seem quite free." Cheng stammered, "Not bad, not bad." "Have a seat," Che Ranran invited. Cheng grinned. That would be quite embarrassing. Yet he pulled out a chair and sat down. "Do you have something to say?" Ka Xiu asked. Cheng scratched his head. "Nothing major." Che Ranran interjected. "He just wants to eavesdrop." Cheng sighed. The fragility of friendship. "Since you're so curious, I'll tell you." Che Ranran assumed a serious demeanor. Ka Xiu and I planned to. Cheng's mind raced with thoughts of them getting together, dating, obtaining a marriage certificate, having children. Unpleasant associations flooded his mind.
Ranran laughed.
"Look at how scared you are." Cheng's heart raced. Was it that obvious? Che Ranran shrugged. "I no longer wish to be with him." The sudden shift left Cheng disoriented. Why? Che Ranran fiddled with her fingers. "Alas, someone already has his heart." "Who?" Cheng wondered. Knowing Ka Xiao spent all his time with someone, he should be aware of it. Che Ran cast Cheng a strange glance, a mysterious smile gracing her face. Cheng shivered involuntarily. It's someone with a certain appendage, she revealed. Cheng gasped. Why does that sound like an old midwife-esque description? But someone with appendage? No way. Could it be that Ka Xiao was into guys? Cheng inhaled sharply. The implications overwhelming. Che Ran regarded him thoughtfully before sauntering away. Who would have thought that the school belle, possessing both beauty and figure, would lose out on the matter of gender? Cheng sunk into contemplation.
Since Ka Xiao arrived,
he had only encountered a handful of males. Aside from himself, there was only the milk tea shop owner. He envisioned the owner's scowling face wielding a fruit knife and thought, surely, Ka Xiao couldn't be that extreme that left the chilling realization struck him. Cheng shot a glance at Ka Xiao, only to find the latter tilting his head, his ears reddening. Cheng took a large gulp of milk tea to compose himself. Ka Xiao swallowed nervously.
Get me some too.
After the previous incident, Cheng, now privy to the truth, felt a mix of elation and excitement. Akin to a middle schooler in love, unsure how to face Ka Xiao. Fortunately, Ka Xiao refrained from mentioning it again, treating Cheng as he always had. Cheng gradually relaxed. 6 months later, the system reported, the boss's favorability has risen to 3 stars. During this time, the milk tea shop thrived. The owner practically revered Ka Xiao as a treasure, going so far as to offer him a raise. Cheng and Ka Xiao's financial issues were finally resolved. With their basic needs met, it was time to pursue a better quality of life. Cheng believed that achieving this was not solely about material wealth, but also about enriching one's spiritual realm. Thus, he resolved to take Ka Xiao out for an adventure. On a bright and sunny morning, with meticulous planning from both Cheng and Ka Xiao, they ventured to the most extravagant zoo in the city. However, this outing would unexpectedly become a pivotal turning point in Cheng's mission. Chapter 18, The Behemoth from the Stars, Part 9. The contemporary zoo diverges significantly from the world in which Cheng Wan once resided. In addition to the conventional lions, tigers, and elephants, it boasts an array of exotic creatures, some of which had not been seen by humanity for decades. In this era of technological advancement, scientists have successfully extracted ancient DNA concealed within fossils, allowing them to resurrect numerous prehistoric species within laboratory confines. Creatures such as the Tasmanian tiger, ancient seabirds, and the half-shelled tortoise, mysterious beings that once traversed the earth for eons before gradually vanishing, now roam once more. As Cheng Wan marveled at the vibrant assortment of creatures soaring through the air, darting across the ground, and swimming in the water, he could not help but reminisce about Jurassic Park. Although Caxiu maintained an outwardly serene demeanor, a glimmer of astonishment shone through his icy blue eyes. Resources on Planet A were evidently scarce, and as such, it was unlikely to host such wonders of nature. Strolling leisurely and snapping photographs, Cheng Wan resembled a villager newly arrived in the city, while Caxiu calmly followed behind, map in hand, occasionally guiding him along the way. Cheng Wan, seated in the passenger seat, indulged in snacks while enjoying the scenery, relishing the carefree experience. After a morning spent exploring the zoo, Cheng Wan contemplated where to rest. Just then, their vehicle passed a sign announcing complimentary animal performances within the zoo. Convinced that they might as well enjoy the entertainment after spending money, he urged Caxiu to enter the venue. The performance arena resembled a large sports stadium, with spectator seating surrounding an elliptical stage. To prevent potential safety incidents, a sturdy glass wall encircled the outer edge of the oval. Notably, this glass was distinct from ordinary glass. It was crafted from a unique material of this era, rendering it remarkably resilient. Rumor had it that it would require cannon fire to shatter. The next performance was set to commence at noon, and when Cheng Wan and Caxiu arrived, only 5 minutes remained. The stands were already filled with an eager audience. Employing his acute observational skills, akin to those he honed while reserving seats before final exams, Cheng Wan discovered 2 vacant spots in the far corner of the 4th row, prompting him to commend his own keen eye. Barely seated, the show began. Lights blazed to life, illuminating the stage. The animal trainer, a young man in his 20s, led a monkey with one hand while holding a horse with the other, all the while balancing a colorful parrot atop his head. Welcome to XX Zoo. Here, you will witness the most splendid performances and enjoy intimate encounters with our animal friends. He began with a rather uninspired introduction before bowing to signal the official start of the show. Cheng Wan mused, "Is that parrot glued to his head?" System. Cheng Wan continued, "Look, even when he bows, the parrot doesn't fall off." For the next half hour, the trainer enticed various animals to perform a series of comical stunts with an array of treats, eliciting waves of laughter from the audience. As Cheng Wan observed a ballet dancing monkey, he couldn't help but reflect on their plight. These monkeys had to obey human commands, unlike their ancestors who feared no celestial beings. Thus, he began recounting the tale of Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, to Caxiu, who expressed immense astonishment at the existence of such remarkable monkeys on Earth. Filled with pride, Cheng Wan savored the moment as a true earthling. "Has anyone heard of the dragon leopard?" The trainer suddenly interjected after finishing with the monkeys. "Dragon leopard? I've only heard of Totoro," Cheng Wan replied, bewildered. The audience buzzed with speculation, as if the dragon leopard were an extraordinary rarity. The trainer, wearing a sly grin, declared, "Now prepare to witness a miracle." Cheng Wan thought to himself, this guy must have been a magician in his past life. As the chatter subsided, a powerful roar reverberated through the arena, mightier than a wolf's howl and purer than a howling wind. The sound bore an imposing presence, compelling everyone to hold their breath as they gazed at the colossal creature that slowly emerged into the spotlight. Though called a leopard, it was 3 times the size of an ordinary one, with piercing eyes that glimmered like fierce diamonds. Its limbs were muscular, exuding a beauty steeped in strength. However, the most striking difference lay in the long, horn-like protrusions atop its head, resembling iron hooks, hard and sharp, adding an air of ferocity to the dragon leopard. As the audience expressed their admiration and astonishment, the trainer wore a look of gratification. He then lifted a steel hoop. With a whistle, the dragon leopard tensed, poised for action. It took a short, powerful leap, effortlessly soaring through the hoop, which elicited a chorus of applause. The trainer rewarded it with a piece of meat as a token of appreciation. Next, he secured the hoop to a stand and raised it higher. The dragon leopard, as before, easily maneuvered through the hoop. Time and again, the hoop elevated, reaching a height of 3 meters, at which point the creature began to struggle. As it attempted to pass through the final hoop, its body visibly wavered. Though clearly fatigued, it managed to complete the task. Yet, just as the audience erupted into applause, the trainer unexpectedly poured a flammable liquid over the hoop, igniting it in an instant. Gasps echoed throughout the crowd. Was he really going to make the creature leap through a ring of fire? The height was perilous, and the dragon leopard appeared drained of energy, hesitating as it paced back and forth. Nevertheless, the trainer insisted. The dragon leopard, with labored breaths and a low growl, finally launched itself toward the fiery hoop, its majestic form reminiscent of a dragon soaring through the sky. However, the exhaustion proved too great. As it leaped, its underbelly grazed the edge of the flame. With a pained roar, the dragon leopard tumbled to the ground, rolling twice as its belly singed. The audience, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, reacted with alarm. Some even stood instinctively. As the crowd erupted into chaos, the trainer's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between shades of red and white. The atmosphere grew tense. The dragon leopard lay on the ground, watching the flaming hoop with evident fear. The trainer, now frantic, brandished a stick and struck the already injured creature. Gasps erupted from the crowd, particularly among the young women who instinctively closed their eyes at the shocking scene. The dragon leopard retreated with a low growl, gazing imploringly at the trainer, but the latter remained unmoved. With no choice left, the wounded creature attempted to leap through the fiery hoop once more. This time, the outcome was predictable. It crashed into the flames, its back severely burned, and blood trickled forth. The audience gasped collectively, with many rushing for the exits in a state of panic. Observing the mounting disorder, the trainer was consumed by fury and frustration, cursing the dragon leopard for ruining his entire performance. In a fit of rage, he rained blows upon the already injured creature. Cheng Wan felt a pang of sympathy, dismayed by the trainer's utter lack of compassion. For the sake of profit, he displayed no regard for the well-being of the animals.
Meanwhile,
Caxia's pupils dilated as he suddenly exclaimed, "That dragon leopard has old wounds." Cheng Wan's heart jolted as he narrowed his eyes for a closer look, and to his astonishment, he spotted numerous pale pink scars dotting the dragon leopard's fur, likely inflicted by the trainer's stick. These marks had been concealed beneath the thick coat, unnoticed by the audience. Cheng Wan clenched his fists, his disdain for the trainer intensifying. In the center of the arena, the beast tamer continued to force the dragon leopard to leap through flaming hoops. The leopard gazed at the tamer with glistening eyes, its forelegs lowered as if in supplication. An increasing number of spectators could no longer bear the sight and began to vocally condemn the tamer. Faced with the accusations of hundreds, his fury intensified. He gritted his teeth and unleashed the stick upon the dragon leopard, entirely indifferent to its well-being. However, just as the audience's righteous indignation reached its peak, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. The previously submissive dragon leopard, at some point, rose to its feet, its brown pupils gradually transforming to a fierce crimson. A palpable aura of ferocity enveloped it. Cheng Wan felt a shiver of foreboding. Something was amiss. Reality swiftly aligned with Cheng Wan's apprehension. In the next instant, the dragon leopard lunged forward, effortlessly snapping the wooden stick held by the tamer with a single paw. The tamer, caught off guard, was propelled backward by the sheer force, landing heavily on the ground. The ferocious beast emitted a terrifying roar, advancing step by step towards the fallen man. It seemed that the tamer finally comprehended the gravity of the situation, trembling uncontrollably as he struggled to rise, his legs quaking to the point where he could not stand. "Help! Help me, please!" he cried out in terror, wetting himself in his fright. Yet, the audience remained unmoved. Many bore expressions of vengeful delight, their eyes glinting with a sense of satisfaction at witnessing the tamer's downfall. They looked down upon the once arrogant figure, now reduced to a pitiful state, adopting an attitude of eager spectatorship. Meanwhile, just a few meters away, the dragon leopard inched closer to the tamer, baring its sharp fangs. Chapter 19, The Tyrant from the Stars, Part 10. Do not. The beast tamer collapsed onto the ground, trembling like a leaf. The earlier bravado he displayed while wielding his stick completely evaporated. The dragon leopard advanced step by step. It was no longer the trapped creature awaiting slaughter, but a fierce predator, the true king of beasts. At that moment, the park security rushed in, but upon seeing the menacing visage of the dragon leopard, they hesitated to take another step forward. Cheng Wan suddenly rose to his feet, his jaw clenched tightly. "Do not act rashly." Almost simultaneously, Caxio stood up, placing a hand on Cheng Wan's shoulder, subtly increasing the pressure. "You cannot save him." Those simple words were said with an undeniable tone. Cheng Wan gazed at Caxio in disbelief, only to realize that the remarkably handsome face before him was slowly merging with the imposing and fierce demeanor he had first encountered. At that moment on the performance stage, the dragon leopard had finally cornered the beast tamer against the wall. Feeling the coldness behind him, the tamer suddenly erupted into tears, realizing there was nowhere left to retreat. The dragon leopard seized the struggling tamer in its mouth and flung him away with a violent toss, sending him crashing over 10 meters. The tamer's body collided with the glass wall with a thud before hitting the ground with a muffled thump. In an instant, the transparent glass wall was stained a vivid crimson, blood flowing slowly down its surface. The tamer lay helplessly on the ground, his frantic cries for help transformed into desperate wails. His eyes were bloodshot, and his bloodied hands pounded weakly against the glass wall, begging for salvation. "Help me. Save me." Outside this transparent prison, the audience had fallen into an eerie silence, their expressions a mixture of mockery, indifference, unease, and fear. Yet they remained merely silent spectators, watching his agonizing struggle like the aristocrats of ancient Rome observing a deadly contest between man and beast.
"Hey,
Throw me the key." A sudden, anxious shout pierced the dead silence of the hall. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, where a young man's shadow emerged at the junction of the glass wall and the backstage area.
Cheng Wan."
Caxio's body tensed instantly, blood rushing to his head. In that moment of distraction, the audacious earthling had somehow made his way to the stage. Cheng Wan was desperately clinging to the glass wall, shouting at the tamer inside, "Hurry! Throw me the key." Earlier, He had noticed a concealed small door at the corner of the glass wall, and now a set of keys hung from the tamer's waist. A spark of inspiration flashed in Cheng Wan's mind. The priority was not to confront the frenzied dragon leopard directly, but to devise a way to rescue the tamer. The only method was to unlock that door and set him free. After all, it was worth the risk. This might be the tamer's last chance. The nearly lifeless tamer, upon hearing this, trembled with renewed hope. He fumbled to unfasten the keys from his waist. As if summoning every ounce of strength within him, he hurled them outward. The keys traced an arc through the air, striking the upper edge of the glass wall. Hey, Cheng Wan's heart leapt to his throat. Yet, perhaps fate was merciful. The keys wobbled briefly before finally landing at Cheng Wan's feet. Thank you, God, Jesus Christ, and Avalokiteshvara. Just then, the dragon leopard seemed to sense something, erupting in fury, swiping at the tamer and sending him flying. The tamer spat out a mouthful of blood mid-flight, crashing to the ground. However, when he raised his head again, a surge of joy flooded through him. Thanks to the dragon leopard's violent action, he was now only a step away from the exit. Meanwhile, Cheng Wan had retrieved the keys and effortlessly unlocked the door. Do not act impulsively, Ka Xiao shouted from a distance. He could see everything unfold from the stage, but hundreds of spectators had surged forward, obstructing his path. Cheng Wan remained silent, merely gesturing an okay sign with a smile and nodding. He was not blindly altruistic. If saving someone meant sacrificing himself, he would find it difficult to proceed. He descended to assist the tamer not only out of compassion for a life ending in such a brutal manner, but also because he believed that all he needed to do was open the door for him. Although there was risk involved, it would not be fatal. Meanwhile, in the audience, Ka Xiao struggled desperately to push through the crowd. But more and more spectators gathered to witness the spectacle, blocking his way completely. Frustrated and anxious, he turned to the nearby security guard, urging, "Hurry, get help." The guard finally seemed to remember to call for reinforcements and dashed out in a panic. The tamer kept a wary eye on the dragon leopard while subtly inching toward the door.
Hurry.
You're almost there, Cheng Wan whispered urgently. Time seemed to slow down dramatically. In the standoff between man and beast, the tamer finally reached the door. Encouragingly, the dragon leopard remained fierce, but was at a distance from the tamer. If he acted swiftly, escape was still within reach. The tamer slowly crouched down. 3, 2. Cheng Wan gradually opened the door a crack. 1. As the final count echoed, Cheng Wan yanked the door wide open and hurled his preset alarm phone toward the opposite direction of the glass wall where the two were trapped. The shrill sound of the music abruptly filled the air, capturing the dragon leopard's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Wan grasped the tamer's arm and pulled him outward. The tamer, gravely injured, could not stand and could only crawl. Hurry. Cheng Wan felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The tamer's upper body had already emerged, but just as one leg was about to follow, the dragon leopard reacted. With a furious roar, its long tail lashed out like a whip, targeting the tamer. In a moment of sheer panic, the tamer instinctively grabbed Cheng Wan's arm and forcefully pushed back, using the momentum to finally escape. This sudden action caught Cheng Wan off guard, pulling him into the door just as the leopard's attack struck. Crack! The leopard's tail whipped down like a steel rod against Cheng Wan's back. Ugh! Cough. Cheng Wan was knocked to the ground, pain clouding his vision. Meanwhile, Ka Xiao, witnessing this scene from the crowd, felt his heart race with fury. The dragon leopard's heavy breathing was alarmingly close as Cheng Wan struggled to crawl toward the door. Outside, the tamer had just managed to stand unsteadily. Cheng Wan's throat was filled with a metallic taste. Hurry. Pull me in. Yet at that critical moment, the dragon leopard realized the tamer had escaped amidst the chaos and angrily slammed its claws against the ground. The tamer, trembling in fear, leaped forward, inadvertently closing the glass door. Cheng Wan felt a surge of frustration. What is the meaning of this? The tamer, face streaked with tears and mucus, retreated slowly, unable to meet Cheng Wan's gaze. I'm sorry. If I open the door, it will come out and kill me. Cheng Wan was filled with a mix of anger and disbelief. Are you not afraid it will kill me? Everyone present was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Faced with a bloodthirsty dragon leopard, Cheng Wan leaned against the glass wall. staring at the closed door with a heart heavy as lead. Ah, what a kind heart wasted on a beast. Am I to die? Perhaps it matters not. At worst, I'll venture to another world. Unbidden, he suddenly recalled the months he had spent with Ka Xiao before. Indeed, it is quite reminiscent. Cheng Wan yearned to catch another glimpse of the esteemed figure, yet the scene in the audience began to descend into chaos, and Ka Xiao's silhouette had vanished from sight. A sudden wave of discontent surged within Cheng Wan, compelling him to cling to the glass and peer outside with an almost obsessive fervor. At that very moment, the dragon leopard beside him gradually opened its gaping maw. Chapter 20. The Great One from the Stars. Part 11. A foul, acrid stench assaulted Cheng Wan's senses, prompting him to resign himself and shut his eyes. Just as the sharp fangs were about to pierce his flesh, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. "Get down!" Startled,
Cheng Wan instinctively complied.
in that fleeting moment, he caught a glimpse of a wooden chair hurtling through the air, spinning rapidly as it soared past the glass barrier, aimed directly at the dragon leopard. With a resounding crash, the wood collided with the beast, followed almost immediately by a chilling wail from the dragon leopard. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Wan rolled away, escaping the immediate threat. As he braced himself against the pain and rose, he glimpsed a figure rushing towards him from beyond the glass wall. A surge of warmth flooded his heart. The man was tall and poised, with piercing eyes that cut through the throngs of people, advancing swiftly. He leaped with determination, his left foot striking the doorknob with force, using that momentum to propel himself off the glass wall, his arms reaching upward to grasp the edge. With a sudden exertion of strength, his powerful limbs pulled him over the top of the glass barrier, his black trench coat billowing dramatically as he landed firmly. He turned to Cheng Wan and said, "Stay calm, I'm here." His voice was gentle yet resolute, imbued with a reassuring strength. Cheng Wan paused, momentarily taken aback. After uttering those words, the man immediately shifted his gaze to the recovering dragon leopard, his once gentle eyes now filled with ferocity and resolve, devoid of the warmth they had held moments prior. "Stand behind me," he commanded. Cheng Wan instinctively wanted to retreat, but as the man's intentions became clear, he froze. "You cannot confront it directly. You cannot win." The man remained unmoved. "If we fight, neither of us will escape this door today." Cheng Wan understood the truth in those words, yet hope flickered in his mind for a more secure solution. Previously, he had faced the danger alone, accepting that failure meant merely a lost mission. But now, with another life at stake, he could not gamble with the man's life as well. The instinct for survival surged within him. Suddenly, realization struck him. Where was the key? He could throw it to someone outside to open the door. The man glanced at him but offered no words. Meanwhile, the dragon leopard, sensing a new adversary, bristled with aggression, low growls emanating from its throat. Instinctively, it recognized that this new opponent was far more formidable than the previous two. As the dragon leopard hesitated, Cheng Wan scanned the ground, and to his astonishment, he spotted the key not far from a glass barrier. Elation surged within him. "Is there anyone who can help unlock the door?"
"Thank you,"
he shouted. He was bewildered. "It's just opening a door, really, thank you." Yet no one stepped forward. The man sighed softly. "They simply do not wish to share your fate." Cheng Wan's eyes widened in understanding. When he had attempted to open the door for the beast tamer, he had been thrust inside. The guests feared that rescuing him might lead to their own demise. But time was of the essence, and the beast was poised to strike. The dragon leopard lunged, its claws aimed at the man's head. "Watch out." Cheng Wan's heart tightened in alarm. Yet, the commander was not without skill. He reacted swiftly, tilting his head just in time as the dragon leopard's paw narrowly missed him. Seizing the moment, he grabbed the stick used by the beast tamer and struck at the creature's hindquarters. The dragon leopard howled in pain as it was caught off guard. Enraged, it swung its tail with force, but the man, anticipating the attack, leaned back, nearly bending at a right angle, narrowly avoiding the sweeping appendage. Unbeknownst to Cheng Wan, he bore witness to the man's growing injuries. The dragon leopard, sensing a shift in focus, suddenly turned its vicious gaze towards Cheng Wan, aware that it must target the softer prey. Cheng Wan's heart sank as he pressed his back against the glass wall, inching away. But he lacked the agility of the man. The dragon leopard, sensing his intent, charged forward, its horns glinting dangerously. In a moment of desperation, the man thrust his stick, pushing Cheng Wan away just as the dragon leopard lunged, its horn crashing against the glass wall, leaving only a faint scratch behind. Despair washed over Cheng Wan as his hopes of escaping through destruction were dashed. Meanwhile, the struggle continued to wear the man down. His face paled. Deepening gashes and flowing blood marked his arms and legs. Frantic, Cheng Wan pounded the glass wall, crying out for help. Please, please, someone help me open the door. Just open the door. The crowd began to stir, some uneasy, others indifferent, yet none stepped forward to retrieve the key.
Please.
This is 2 lives at stake. Some averted their eyes, fearing the moral implications, while others dreaded the potential cost to their own safety. Suddenly, Cheng Wan caught sight of the dragon leopard behind him. Its fangs bared, and he realized too late that it was too late to evade. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself for the impact. The sickening sound of teeth sinking into flesh echoed, and blood splattered across Cheng Wan's face, yet he felt nothing. Turning abruptly, he witnessed the man, having taken the blow for him. The dragon leopard's maw clamped down on his shoulder, piercing through flesh and bone. The sound of cracking bones resonated in the air, and a muffled groan escaped the man's throat as sweat beaded on his forehead. Cheng Wan's heart plummeted, and he rushed forward, desperate to save him. But it was too late. The dragon leopard, unwilling to relinquish its grip, violently flung the man aside, tearing through muscle and sinew. "Ka Xiao!" Cheng Wan cried out, his voice torn with anguish. Yet the onlookers seemed oblivious. Ka Xiao lay crumpled on the ground, eyes shut, body convulsing uncontrollably, blood gushing from his mouth. Cheng Wan, frantic, lunged towards him. "Ka Xiao! Ka Xiao! Wake up!" He cradled the man's body, feeling the convulsions, his heart aching as if it would bleed. I'm sorry. No matter what he pleaded, the man remained unresponsive. "You cannot die, you must live. We must get out of here." Cheng Wan was on the brink of collapse. The crowd instinctively retreated a step. Yet, without uttering a word, Cheng Wan suddenly knelt down. He bowed his head, pleading, "Please, save him. Just open the door, please." His voice trembled with desperation. Cheng Wan repeatedly knocked his head against the ground, breaking skin and drawing blood, blurring his vision in a sea of crimson. He was acutely aware of how humble, helpless, and pitiful he appeared, feeling utterly unmanly in his desperation. Some would say that a man should fight on the battlefield, vowing to spill the last drop of his blood. He is not devoid of courage, rather. He fears that at the moment his life wanes, he will still be unable to save those he wishes to protect. He feels feeble, incapable of overcoming such a frenzied beast. He never harbors the expectation of awakening some formidable power in a crisis, as the protagonists in novels do, vanquishing all foes. He is merely an ordinary man, one whose insignificance is unparalleled. His heart aches with a desire to strike himself for his impotence. Thus, he can only beseech others, in the most humble and helpless manner, to show even a modicum of compassion to save Ka Xiao's life.
Child.
Do not act recklessly, the man admonished sternly. The little girl wept. I am not being reckless. I just want to save that big brother. He is truly on the brink of death. The purity of a child's heart remains untainted, still unaware of the world's corruption. She only knows what her parents taught her since childhood. One must be kind and never turn a blind eye to those in peril. The man retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? Do you have any notion of how dangerous this is? What would your father do if you were to get hurt? But father, you were not like this before. Their voices gradually faded as the man and his wife forcibly pulled their daughter from the venue, severing the last shred of hope for the 2 imprisoned souls. Cheng Wan felt a piercing pain in his head, his fragile form kneeling as it began to sway dangerously. In this blood-red world, people resembled statues, their expressions devoid of emotion, chillingly indifferent. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed. Long Bao had approached unnoticed, his horns piercing Ka Xiao's abdomen, pinning him against the wall. Upon witnessing the scene, Cheng Wan's vision darkened, and he coughed up blood. His body could no longer bear the strain, collapsing onto the ground. Ka Xiao. Cheng Wan murmured tremulously, I am sorry. Yet at that moment, Ka Xiao, who had been in a deep stupor, suddenly jolted awake, slowly opening his eyes. Chapter 21. The Great One from the Stars, Part 12. His ice-blue eyes resembled a tranquil ancient well, yet they also mirrored the vast, profound ocean, concealing turbulent undercurrents beneath the surface calm. It was akin to the ominous stillness before a storm. Cheng Wan was momentarily taken aback. Ka Xiao silently regarded Cheng Wan, whose face was smeared with blood, and, astonishingly, stood up slowly amidst the crowd. The beast horn embedded in him swayed, and a copious amount of blood gushed forth from the wound. Nevertheless, he seemed completely unfazed. Ka Xiao, Cheng Wan murmured involuntarily. The latter's expression was stern and grave, akin to a sword glinting with cold light, piercing the very ground beneath him. He was the commander of the army, a veritable god of death on the battlefield. He locked eyes with the dragon leopard, and the tense atmosphere rendered the air almost palpable. Moments later, to the astonishment of all present, the previously ferocious and bloodthirsty dragon leopard visibly trembled, as if confronted by something terrifying. It was an instinctive fear of a formidable life force. A low growl emanated from its throat, sounding like a threat. In that instant, Ka Xiao, with an impassive expression, extended his hand and directly pressed it against the horn protruding from his abdomen. The dragon leopard struggled violently, shaking its head fiercely, causing Ka Xiao to lift off the ground. Yet this time, he did not get thrown aside. Instead, he tightly grasped the horn, using his legs to hook onto the extinguished steel ring above. With a powerful pull, he yanked the unsuspecting dragon leopard towards him. Ka Xiao swiftly maneuvered his legs, agilely climbing to the apex of the steel ring, and the sharp horn pressed directly against its edge. The dragon leopard cried out in pain, thrashing desperately. Ka Xiao, with a sudden surge of strength in his arms, gripped the beast's horn tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. Moments later, a sharp crack echoed. The horn was brutally snapped. The dragon leopard let out a mournful howl, its body convulsing. Yet Ka Xiao did not cease his actions. Instead, he anchored himself with his legs and forcefully yanked the severed horn from the creature's body, directing it straight into the dragon leopard's eye. Blood splattered 3 feet. The scene seemed to lose its sound in that instant, resembling an ancient silent film. Before the eyes of hundreds, the massive beast's body jolted violently. The sharp horn mercilessly thrust into its eye. It writhed madly, dashing about, flailing its limbs like a headless fly. In a futile attempt, it attacked everything around, toppling the steel ring. As Ka Xiao landed, he rolled to avoid the onslaught. He knelt on the ground, propping himself up, as more blood flowed from his abdomen, his vision growing increasingly blurred. Just as he was sinking into darkness, he glimpsed a familiar figure rushing towards him. Cheng Wan was jolted awake by the pungent scent of disinfectant. He opened his eyes only to close them repeatedly, adjusting to the glaring light. Realizing he was lying on a hospital bed, clad in a patient gown, he thought, this must be a hospital. Cheng Wan touched his head, noting that the wound was bandaged and the pain in his back had lessened, indicating it had been well treated. He pinched the bridge of his nose. As his consciousness gradually sharpened, he recalled the moment in the beast training arena when Ka Xiao had blinded the dragon leopard, allowing them to evade its attacks temporarily. Soon after, security personnel had arrived, administering sedation to the dragon leopard. The deadly turmoil had finally come to an end. In the fading memory, he recalled being lifted onto an ambulance along with the injured Ka Xiao, sitting on the hospital bed. Scenes from just hours prior unfolded in his mind like a film reel. He pinched his arm, confirming he could feel it. Yes, it was real. He had truly been saved. After the calamity, a voice unexpectedly pierced his thoughts. "Oh, you're awake?" A nurse had just entered. Cheng Wan nodded, "Just woke up." The nurse inquired, "How do you feel?" Cheng Wan replied, "Not too bad, just a bit of a headache. Nothing serious." Suddenly, he remembered, "Miss Nurse, do you know how that person who came with me is doing? The one who looked quite handsome and was severely injured." The nurse's eyes twinkled. "Is his name Ka Xiao?" Cheng Wan was taken aback. "How do you know?" The nurse smiled enigmatically. "You kept murmuring his name while you were unconscious." Cheng Wan's ears flushed red, feeling slightly embarrassed. The nurse found his bashfulness amusing. "I knew you would ask." He woke up once, but then fell asleep again. Dr. Wang said, "He is likely out of danger now. But it is rather peculiar. I have never seen someone so gravely injured still manage to survive." Cheng Wan couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. "Indeed, my great one is exceptionally resilient. He is a rare specimen. By the way, can I go see him now?" The nurse frowned. "He hasn't awakened yet, and besides, you aren't well enough to get out of bed." Cheng Wan pleaded earnestly. "I just want to take a quick glance." The nurse sighed. "Suit yourself, but make it quick. I still need to change your dressing." Cheng Wan's face lit up with joy. "Got it." Ka Xiu's room was in 302, at the far end of the corridor. As Cheng Wan approached, he could already smell the metallic tang of blood in the air. Standing at the doorway, he saw several nurses bustling around Ka Xiu's bed, and he hesitated, unsure whether to enter and disrupt their work, merely peering inside. Ka Xiu's handsome features were pallid from blood loss, his thin lips pressed tightly together, and even in slumber, his brow was furrowed, compelling one to smooth out the lines of worry on his forehead. Cheng Wan intercepted a passing nurse to inquire about Ka Xiu's condition, receiving a response similar to the previous nurses, which finally eased his anxiety. If, in saving him, Ka Xiu had sacrificed his own life, the guilt would weigh heavily upon Cheng Wan. After the nurse completed her examination, she began administering medication. The door slammed shut with a thud, leaving Cheng Wan outside. The wooden door had a small glass pane, but with so many people blocking the view, he could see nothing. He placed his faith in the future of medicine, in Ka Xiu's strength, and in the belief that the heavens would ultimately look after the virtuous. Returning to his own room, after changing dressings and receiving injections, Cheng Wan lay on the bed, staring blankly at the air. Alone in the quiet room, he felt the absence of a fellow patient.
How are you?
A mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Cheng Wan jumped, startled, realizing he had forgotten about the system. "I thank you. And you?" The system replied, "I." Cheng Wan quipped, "Why are you suddenly speaking in English after days of silence?" The system's voice brimmed with excitement. "Our headquarters has declared that as a system of the new era, we must align with international standards." Cheng Wan sighed. "All right then, good luck with that." The system suddenly turned serious. "By the way, Comrade Cheng Wan, please refrain from calling me system from now on. Refer to me as Tonga, Alaska Casserole Librato System." Cheng Wan was at a loss for words. The system, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "What do you think? Quite sophisticated, isn't it?" Cheng Wan retorted, "I just want to know why all your names sound like dog names." The system fell silent. Cheng Wan chuckled. "From now on, I'll just call you Dog System." The system responded, "That sounds worse than Dog Sheng." The system informed him that Ka Xiu's affection level had risen from 3 stars to 4. Cheng Wan felt a surge of excitement, as if he had glimpsed the dawn of victory. With nothing else to occupy his time, he engaged in a casual conversation with the system to pass the hours. However, as the conversation unfolded, drowsiness overcame him, and he fell into a deep slumber, awakening to find it was already the early hours of the morning. Stretching languidly, he realized that illness often brings with it an overwhelming desire to sleep, and he had unwittingly allowed so much time to slip away. He rose from his bed to stretch his limbs, casually draping his coat over his shoulders and slipping on his slippers as he made his way towards room 302. He wondered whether the esteemed Ka Xiu was awake at this hour. The doctors and nurses were resting, and the on-duty staff occupied the lobby, leaving him unimpeded. Cheng Wan softly approached the door to Ka Xiu's ward, placing his hand on the doorknob. Just as he was about to press down, he caught sight of an empty room, and to his astonishment, he not only saw Ka Xiu but also another figure, clad in black. The individual stood at Ka Xiu's bedside, almost merging with the shadows of the night. The cold moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery glow, and Cheng Wan was startled to discover that the figure in black possessed a pair of blue eyes strikingly similar to Ka Xiu's. Chapter 22. The Mysterious Visitor from the Stars. Part 13. In the dead of night, a figure moved stealthily, exuding an aura of mischief. Yet, blue-eyed a foreigner? Cheng Wan cautiously lifted his head once more, uncertain whether Ka Xiu was simply dazed or asleep, as he remained eerily still. The cloaked individual surveyed the surroundings with utmost care, seemingly confirming that no one was aware of his presence. Suddenly, he reached into his pocket and produced a slender object. What could it be? The room was shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to discern anything clearly. Cheng Wan pressed his eyes against the door, straining to see.
Ah,
It seemed there was some liquid contained within it. The figure brought the object closer to Ka Xiu's arm, and suddenly, a faint glimmer of light reflected off its tip. Realization struck Cheng Wan. It was a syringe. What nefarious deed was he planning for my esteemed leader? In a moment of panic, Cheng Wan acted without thinking and shoved the door open. With a clatter, the syringe slipped from the intruder's grasp and fell to the floor. The two locked eyes for 3 seconds, and the stranger broke the silence. "Hey, could you at least announce your presence before barging in?" Cheng Wan replied. "Is this my fault?" The scene before him was far from what he had envisioned. Shouldn't a wrongdoer flee upon being discovered? The cloaked figure, observing Cheng Wan's bewilderment, casually took a seat on a nearby stool. Since he had been caught, there was no need for further concealment. "Go, turn on the lights," he commanded. Cheng Wan was taken aback. Wasn't there something inherently wrong with such a brazen demeanor? Noticing Cheng Wan's hesitation, the intruder urged, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Cheng Wan found himself at a loss for a retort. The fluorescent light flickered to life, banishing the darkness that had enveloped the room. Cheng Wan squinted, finally getting a clear look at the cloaked figure before him. The young man appeared to be in his 20s, with striking features and a well-proportioned face. He bent down to retrieve the syringe that had startled Cheng Wan earlier. As Cheng Wan scrutinized the syringe, he noted the liquid inside was layered in a spectrum of colors: red, blue, purple, and more. "Are you planning to inject him with a cocktail?" he inquired. The cloaked man remained silent. Cheng Wan pressed on. "A promotional product?" The stranger responded. "What on earth are you talking about?" Cheng Wan was incredulous. "You don't even know what a promotion is? Are you not from Earth?" With an air of conviction, the intruder declared, "I am not." Cheng Wan was taken aback. The stranger puffed out his chest proudly. "I hail from planet A." "Ah, an alien." Cheng Wan cast a glance at the slumbering Ka Xiu, realizing they were compatriots. No wonder their eyes shared the same hue. "So you've come for Ka Xiu?" "You know too much," the cloaked man replied. Cheng Wan fell silent. The stranger continued, "For the past few months, Commander has been with you?" "Yes," Cheng Wan affirmed. The cloaked figure suddenly raised his hands in a gesture of mock surrender, grinning ominously. "Then it seems necessary to erase your memory." WTF? Cheng Wan's alarm was palpable as the intruder rummaged through his pockets, producing a collection of jangling trinkets, ultimately revealing a small vial, which he drank from. Cheng Wan swallowed hard. "What is that?" "A magical potion that will erase your memories from the past few months," the cloaked man replied. "Do aliens also drink memory-erasing concoctions?" Cheng Wan instinctively took a step back. "What if I refuse to drink it?" With a sinister smile, the stranger retorted, "Then don't blame me for being ungracious." Cheng Wan felt uneasy. The man, despite his seemingly friendly demeanor, was not one to be trifled with. Before Cheng Wan could comprehend how it happened, the cloaked figure was suddenly upon him, grasping his nose. Cheng Wan instinctively gasped for breath, opening his mouth, and the stranger seized the opportunity to uncork the vial, attempting to pour its contents down his throat.
wait.
A voice interrupted unexpectedly. Both men froze, turning toward the source of the sound. Ka Xiu, who had been in a deep slumber, was now sitting upright on the bed, observing the two with an expressionless gaze. The cloaked man appeared flustered, awkwardly lowering the vial. "Commander, you're awake."
Yes.
"What were you just doing?"
Ka Xiu inquired.
"This earthling has learned too much about our planet, and I intended to erase his memory," the cloaked figure explained. Ka Xiu frowned slightly. "I will handle this matter personally. You need not interfere." The stranger glanced between Cheng Wan and Ka Xiu, sensing an underlying tension. But what if this earthling leaks our secrets? Cheng Wan rolled his eyes, exasperated by the notion that this trivial matter could be deemed a secret. Ka Xiu raised an eyebrow. "You do not trust me?" The cloaked man hesitated. "I dare not." He wished to argue further, but with Ka Xiu's command, he had no choice but to comply, knowing that their leader would take responsibility should anything go awry. Cheng Wan observed the once imposing figure now reduced to a submissive state before Ka Xiu, feeling a sense of satisfaction. How delightful it was to witness such a turn of events. The cloaked man glared at Cheng Wan, irritated by his smug expression. Ka Xiu ignored their silent exchange and turned to the cloaked figure. "Tas, what is the situation back home?" Upon hearing this, Tass's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Months ago, an ambush had been laid for their forces in the Blue Ridge, resulting in devastating losses. It was during that battle that Ka Xiu, the highest commander at the border, had gone missing, leaving the army in disarray. According to intelligence reports, Ka Xiu had likely fallen onto a blue planet within the solar system, prompting Tass to undertake a long and arduous journey to find him. Due to the unique sensitivity of their species to their own bloodlines, Tass finally traced Ka Xiu to this hospital. Ka Xiu listened intently as Tass relayed further reports from the military, his expression growing increasingly grave. When he learned of the soldiers suffering from hunger and resorting to cannibalism, he was overcome with anguish, erupting in a fit of coughs. So much had transpired during his absence. As the night air turned cool and the stars hung low in the sky, Tass led Ka Xiu and Cheng Wan to a secluded area behind an abandoned factory, where a small spacecraft awaited them. Ka Xiu instructed Tass, "You go ahead, I will follow shortly." Tass, observing Ka Xiu's expression, surmised that his superior had developed feelings for the Earthling. Meanwhile, Cheng Wan and Ka Xiu stood facing each other, a gentle breeze flowing between them, creating a moment of silence. Cheng Wan had anticipated this day would come, yet he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. In the grand tapestry of his life, he might simply be a fleeting presence. Ka Xiu, however, did not smile. Cheng Wan remarked, "All right, next time I visit, I'll bring your subordinates along. Group discount, 80% off." The sleek black craft gradually ascended, vanishing into the night sky. Unbeknownst to him, Cheng Wan's eyes grew damp. He hastily wiped his face, chastising himself for shedding tears in the wind. Inside the spacecraft, Ka Xiu watched as the world below shrank into insignificance, ultimately fading from view. With a gentle parting of his lips, he whispered, "Farewell, Earthling." Chapter 23, The Overlord from the Stars, Part 14. On a Saturday morning, a gentle drizzle began to fall from the sky. Perhaps due to the drop in temperature, people found solace in their warm beds, relishing the cozy morning while the business at Cheng Wan's milk tea shop was rather sluggish. After attending to a few scattered customers, Cheng Wan prepared himself a cup of hot cocoa. As he savored the silky warmth sliding down his throat, a sense of comfort enveloped him, gradually dispelling the chill that had settled in his bones. Cheng Wan's skill in crafting hot cocoa was unparalleled. It was sweet yet not cloying, rich and aromatic, pleasing every patron who indulged in it. Unlike certain individuals whose concoctions were either excessively sweet or disappointingly bland. Cheng Wan's thoughts drifted, and he realized that it had been a full 3 months since Ka Xiu had departed. Freedom was indeed liberating, yet the days felt somewhat flavorless, leaving him in a state of mild melancholy. After all, in times of war, separations could span a year and a half, or even several years. When he next crossed paths with Ka Xiu, it might be ages hence. This uncertainty cast a shadow of doubt upon his ability to fulfill his mission. Moreover, the battlefield was fraught with peril. Who could predict what calamity might befall a leader if they were not vigilant? No, such thoughts were unwarranted. Cheng Wan shook his head, banishing the negativity. Let nature take its course. As Cheng Wan's mind wandered through a myriad of thoughts, his phone suddenly rang. Upon pressing the green answer button, he was greeted by Guan Peng's boisterous voice. "Wan wan 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 wan." Cheng Wan replied. "Have you been bent out of shape?" Guan Peng retorted. "Quit the nonsense. Turn on the TV. Something big has happened." Cheng Wan scoffed. "Something big? What? Are aliens invading Earth?" Guan Peng gasped. "You know about it too?" Cheng Wan was bewildered. "Know about what?" Guan Peng exclaimed. "Earth is in peril." Cheng Wan responded. "My brother, have you had too much to drink?" In our previous world, his uncle would get drunk and scream about the apocalypse, urging everyone to flee as if he were boarding some wretched ship. Guan Peng was nearly frantic. "I am not joking. Hurry and check the news." Listening to his friend's panicked cries, Cheng Wan leisurely turned on the small television mounted on the shop's wall, only to be rendered speechless. "Hello. Where are the people?" The television displayed dozens of channels broadcasting the same alarming news. Recently, multiple provinces and cities in our eastern region have experienced severe violent incidents. Citizens are advised to refrain from going out and to secure their doors and windows to prevent further attacks. The subsequent footage revealed streets in disarray, littered with shattered bricks and glass. People lay on the ground, their fates uncertain, as medical personnel rushed to carry them on stretchers. It appeared that a grave situation had indeed arisen. The descriptions on screen resembled the actions of terrorists. Guanpeng exclaimed, "Are you really this foolish?" If the news were accurate, it would incite widespread panic. All channels are broadcasting this. Such a spectacle has never occurred before. Cheng Wan remained non-committal. Guanpeng continued, "Listen, I have a cousin with connections to the police department. He told me that there are no terrorists. In fact, it is." Before he could finish, a sudden deafening crash echoed from outside, severing the signal. "Hello? Hello?" Cheng Wan shouted into his phone, but all he received was a series of beeps.
System.
"I have an ominous feeling." "System, your intuition is correct." Cheng Wan. In the wake of that thunderous noise, the street outside erupted into chaos. People screamed and fled in every direction, as if the end of the world had come. The two remaining customers in the milk tea shop exhibited signs of panic. Cheng Wan steeled himself and cautiously approached the door, peering through the glass. Not far away at the intersection, an enormous crater had been gouged into the ground by some unknown force. The nearby commercial building was ablaze, flames licking upwards amidst thick clouds of smoke, engulfing the structure in a fiery inferno. The scene unfolded like a disaster film, its impact undeniably profound. As Cheng Wan assessed the situation outside, he nudged a young man beside him. "Quick, call the police." Wait. The young man adjusted his glasses and eagerly began taking photos of the chaos outside. "What are you doing?"
Cheng Wan asked.
"Posting on Weibo," the young man replied. "Even with flames licking at your heels, you still have the presence of mind to do that?" After hanging up the phone, Cheng Wan let out a sigh, yet his heart remained in turmoil. An instinct told him that something monumental was about to unfold. The cacophony of crashes intensified, resembling a deluge of falling stones. More and more objects plummeted from the sky, creating deep craters in the ground. Some unfortunate pedestrians, caught off guard, were struck, bloodied, and lifeless. Cheng Wan made a swift decision, addressing the two remaining patrons. "You both should stay here for now. The streets are far too dangerous. Remain in the shop for your safety." One girl panicked, "But my boyfriend is still outside. We agreed to meet here, and he said he'd be a few minutes late. He must be on his way."
"No.
"I must go find him." Cheng Wan grasped her arm firmly. "It's too dangerous outside. Venturing out now is tantamount to seeking your own demise. Your boyfriend is not foolish. He may have already found a safe place." The young man chimed in, "Exactly. If you go out, it won't help. Your boyfriend might already be dead." Cheng Wan snapped, "If you keep talking, no one will consider you mute." Upon hearing their words, the girl broke down in tears. Cheng Wan felt overwhelmed, his head spinning. Suddenly, the once calm ground began to tremble. The table shook violently, causing glassware and small items to shatter on the floor. "This is bad." The thought barely crossed his mind when Cheng Wan instinctively pulled the girl closer and shouted to the onlooker, "Quick, get under the table." He grabbed a cushion and shielded their heads, gripping the table leg tightly. Just as he completed this action, a series of cracking sounds erupted. Plaster fell away in large chunks, and the walls quivered ominously. Debris rained down upon the table, producing a dull, heart-stopping thud. It felt like the drumbeats of death, heralding a grim fate. Time passed unmeasured, and the outside noise gradually subsided. Cheng Wan silently expressed his gratitude to the workers who had constructed the table without cutting corners. It remained steadfast amidst the destruction. However, the surroundings were buried beneath collapsed rubble and debris, and when Cheng Wan attempted to push, it did not budge an inch. He held his breath, straining to listen for any signs of life outside, ready to call out at the slightest noise. Unfortunately, as the hours dragged on, no rescue arrived. "Brother, what are we going to do? Are we going to die here?" The girl, trembling and terrified, quivered as she spoke. Cheng Wan replied, "Nonsense. Think positively. Consider the magnitude of this earthquake. Numerous buildings must have collapsed. Search and rescue teams will certainly be scouring every location. They just haven't reached us yet." The girl was skeptical, but ceased her tears momentarily. In truth, Cheng Wan himself harbored doubts. His reassurances were merely a means to comfort her. Deep down, He felt an unsettling instinct that this was not a mere earthquake. Fortunately, when Cheng Wan had reported the fire earlier, his phone had been nearby. He illuminated the screen, which displayed 30% battery life remaining. Regrettably, there was no signal. Cheng Wan switched his phone to flight mode and set several alarms. Whether he could be saved was left to fate. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as silence enveloped the surroundings, with no sign of movement. Cheng Wan licked his parched lips, feeling a disorienting haze settling over him. Darkness was a force that devoured one's faith. Within that confined space, time appeared to halt, like an unseen deluge extinguishing the flickering flames of survival. Cheng Wan had utterly exhausted his strength to call for help. The lack of food and water seemed to drain the last vestiges of energy from his body. The girl who had fallen into misfortune alongside him had long ceased her weeping. In that moment, every drop of her tears felt infinitely precious. She curled up vacantly beside him, her gaze hollow and lifeless, resembling a fish stranded in a dried-up pond. The phone's battery dwindled to a mere 5%. Cheng Wan stared at the feeble light emanating from the screen, his consciousness slipping into chaos. Suddenly, the sharp ring of an alarm pierced through, momentarily jolting him awake. Glancing down, he saw that the alarm had gone off again. He forced a bitter smile, causing blood to seep from the cracked corners of his mouth. The ringing persisted relentlessly in his mind, prompting Cheng Wan to close his eyes once more. Just before losing consciousness, he faintly heard a voice from outside. "Hurry. There's someone here." Cheng Wan awoke amidst a cacophony. Gradually adjusting to the light, he found himself surrounded by people, though their chatter was not a concern for his well-being. Instead, they were animatedly discussing something. Supporting himself with his arms, he realized he was in a makeshift camp. They were all inside a massive tent, with police stationed outside to restrict entry and exit. After a while, a uniformed individual approached him, offering a bit of water and food upon noticing he was awake. However, when Cheng Wan inquired about their location, the person merely shook his head in silence. Suppressing his growing confusion, Cheng Wan gulped down the water greedily, feeling as if his parched lips and throat were akin to seedlings finally receiving much-needed rain after a long drought. At that moment, an announcement blared over the loudspeakers, silencing the crowd. Recently, the Earth Security Bureau has detected an alien invasion. The nation is entering a state of heightened alert. All actions will be directed by the leaders of various bases. The crowd erupted in uproar. The notion of an alien invasion, something only seen in science fiction, was now a stark reality. Before the astonishment could settle, officers entered to announce wartime protocols, emphasizing the importance of obedience to commands. During his days at the camp, Cheng Wan learned that the stone-like objects that had fallen from the sky were fragments of alien spacecraft and remnants of launched projectiles. The terrifying earthquake was actually the shockwave caused by dozens of massive starships landing simultaneously. These invaders hailed from a place called Tianming Star, seeking to enhance their power through plunder, with delusions of dominating the entire galaxy. Cheng Wan could only shake his head at this grandiose yet absurd ambition. Yet, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the term Tianming. He strained to recall, a vague shadow flickering in his mind. Life at the base passed swiftly. Each day began with a routine of waking up, working, and collecting food and water, as if he were a cog in a well-oiled machine. Occasionally, he would engage in light-hearted banter, yet the image of those striking blue eyes lingered persistently in his thoughts. He wondered how the others were faring. One day, an officer provided a brief update on the war, followed by the announcement of a cosmic alliance with other planets to combat their adversaries. This news ignited cheers among the crowd. With allies, they felt strengthened, no longer fighting alone, and victory seemed just within reach. Next, the representative from the allied planet, Commander Ka Xiao, took the stage to speak. The atmosphere fell into a hushed reverence. The man on the screen, clad in crisp military attire, possessed striking features and an air of confidence. Cheng Wan had envisioned numerous farewells, but never anticipated this scene. He found himself staring blankly at the screen, barely registering Ka Xiao's words. A friend beside him nudged him, teasing, "What's wrong? Are you that happy? I believe that united, we shall achieve ultimate victory," Ka Xiao declared, igniting a fervor in the audience as thunderous applause erupted. People united in their shared animosity towards the enemy, as if they could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Yet, Cheng Wan remained transfixed, his gaze unwavering in one direction. As though Ka Xiu's eyes penetrated through the screen, reaching deep into his soul. With the assistance of allies, the tide of battle began to turn, tilting toward their favor. Cheng Wan soon recalled why the term Tianming resonated with him. They were also invaders from planet A. Now, they faced a common foe. Cheng Wan could not fight alongside them. He could only remain vigilant, yearning for news from the front lines, praying for a swift end to the war. Days turned into years. The battlefield was never devoid of bloodshed, and each day brought news of fallen soldiers. Cheng Wan gradually hesitated to inquire about the war, instinctively avoiding conversations with friends. He dreaded receiving grim news, fearing that his weight would culminate in a mere skeleton. The arduous years dragged on, and Cheng Wan grew stubble, a testament to time's passage, contrasting sharply with the youthful spontaneity of his earlier days. 5 years later, in City A, Cheng Wan could never forget that day. A golden afternoon. The trumpet of victory resonated through every street and alley, with smiles illuminating every face. The broadcaster, with heartfelt enthusiasm, proclaimed, "Thanks to the collective efforts of the people from both planets, we have bravely resisted the external threat, and through our relentless struggle, we have finally achieved victory." At that moment, Cheng Wan was busy tallying the remaining food and water. Guan Peng wept tears of joy, exclaiming, "We did it." The bread in his hand clattered to the ground. Cheng Wan stood in stunned silence for a full minute before abruptly abandoning everything and dashing outside. The camp's residents laughed at his exuberance, but he alone understood the direction of his heart. Navigating through the jubilant streets and throngs of revelers, Cheng Wan ran without pause, feeling an unprecedented lightness, as though he were soaring. Finally, he reached that familiar place. The war-torn buildings were unrecognizable, and the cracked sign barely retained a few fragmented characters. "You said on the day of victory, you would surely come seeking me. I fear you might not find me." As the sun began to set, the soft golden glow elongated Cheng Wan's shadow. He sat at the entrance of the milk tea shop, a weary smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Behind him, footsteps approached, steady and resolute. Cheng Wan seemed to sense the arrival before turning to face the newcomer. Ka Xiu stood before him, still adorned with the dust of travel, his face bearing the remnants of dirt and blood that had yet to be washed away. Yet those deep blue eyes remained unchanged, evoking a sense of tranquility and stirring emotions within him. The two locked gazes, a silent exchange brimming with unspoken words, ultimately transforming into a profound understanding and deep affection. Ding. Affection level. 5 stars. Chapter 24. Life Like Summer Flowers, Part 1. Cheng Wan awoke once more in a strange room. The decor exuded a vintage charm. Yet modern electronic devices such as a television and telephone were not absent. Several menus lay atop a simple nightstand, while a pair of disposable slippers rested beneath the window. It appeared to be a hotel or in an entirely new world. In his previous life, Cheng Wan had accompanied Ka Xiu until the very end. At life's twilight, they lay side by side on a bed, hands clasped, their souls drifting towards distant realms. He vividly recalled that final moment, Ka Xiu's once youthful visage now graced with a serene smile. Upon sensing that the host had awakened, the system activated automatically. "Hey, I see you're feeling rather melancholic. Would you like to take it easy for a moment?" Cheng Wan smiled with acceptance. "There are no feasts that do not disperse, and I am merely destined to partake in them a bit more often. So, fret not, let the challenges come forth." The system fell silent and quietly transmitted information about this world to him. This realm was strikingly similar to the 21st world from which Cheng Wan hailed. The target of his mission was named Luo Heng. After perusing the information, Cheng Wan was certain that this man was steeped in stories. Once hailed as a genius singer, Luo Heng possessed a voice that was clear, resonant, and capable of soaring to the heavens, blending flamboyance with sincerity. Remarkably, he debuted at 18 and garnered the prestigious Golden Bell Award by the age of 20. Not only was he a gifted vocalist, but his striking looks propelled him to become a national sensation within 2 years, amassing countless admirers. However, as the saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. And thus, Luo Heng's fortune took a tragic turn. During a performance, Zheng Huai bribed Luo Heng's assistant to secretly lace his drinking water with a drug. After consumption, Luo Heng's voice deteriorated into a coarse, hoarse timbre, with doctors advising that he might never sing again. With the absence of a competitor, Zheng Huai rapidly ascended to fame. Adding to the tragedy, Luo Heng's girlfriend abandoned him, choosing to align herself with Zheng Huai instead. Upon learning the truth, Luo Heng fell into despair, bidding farewell to the entertainment industry. He adopted the name Zhongxing and took a job at a bar in a quaint tourist town, struggling to make ends meet. This period of silence lasted a full decade. Thus, was it my task to help him release the burdens of the past and reclaim the pinnacle of his life? The system responded, "You may interpret it that way." Cheng Wan mused to himself that this would indeed be a challenging endeavor. Since childhood, he had been tone-deaf and possessed no understanding of music, a fact he was keenly aware of. The system reassured him, "You need not worry. As a reliable and considerate system, I have arranged for you a commendable identity, Music Academy's top student." Cheng Wan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Finally, he would have a day to impress his elementary music teacher. The system's mechanical voice brimmed with delight. "Why not express your gratitude for this benevolence?" Cheng Wan responded, "Thank you for your grace, your majesty." Cheng Wan found himself in the very tourist town where Luo Heng worked. The place resembled an ancient city, with numerous attractions preserving historical architecture. With flying eaves and intricately carved beams, the streets were steeped in an aura of antiquity. As night fell, the city transformed into a vibrant spectacle of neon lights, with various bars buzzing with excitement, merging modern illumination with an assortment of antiquities, truly a scene rich in charm. The bar where Luo Heng worked was named Sandalwood. Its name suggested a unique ambience amidst the cacophony of other establishments. There were no solicitors outside. Patrons entered solely at their own discretion. The decor was meticulously chosen, exuding a rustic elegance without losing its zen quality. In a corner, a band serenaded the crowd with melodious tunes, showcasing the owner's thoughtful intent. Cheng Wan stepped inside, casually ordered a cocktail, and chose a secluded corner. Almost immediately, he spotted his target, Luo Heng, who was tending the bar. With no ostentatious flair or thrilling performances, he prepared drinks with swift and skillful hands, exuding a calm demeanor devoid of pretension. Each drink he crafted seemed to narrate a different story. When the bar was quiet, he sat at the counter, smoking. The smoke curled around him, enveloping him in a dark, shadowy glow, resembling a serene painting. To Cheng Wan's surprise, based on the images provided by the system, Luo Heng had undergone a significant transformation over the past decade. Once young and handsome, radiating vitality, he had now matured, his youthful exuberance replaced by a more restrained and sophisticated aura. His skin had taken on a sun-kissed hue, with a light stubble accentuating his already handsome features, transforming him from a delicate beauty into a charismatic man. Cheng Wan quietly observed his every move, contemplating his strategy. Within the span of just half an hour, several women had approached him, drawn by his allure. Who wouldn't wish to flirt with such a striking and stylish man? Yet, unexpectedly, regardless of whether they were innocent young girls or alluring mature women, they all retreated in defeat. Had Cheng Wan not known of Luo Heng's past relationship, he might have suspected his orientation. However, one could hardly blame him. Those who have weathered life's storms often exhibit a greater composure and restraint. It appeared that capturing the attention of this remarkable man would require careful consideration. After pondering for a while, Cheng Wan devised a plan. He downed his drink and stood up. Just as the band's performance concluded, he seized the opportunity and approached the bandleader. "Good sir, I am a Music Academy student preparing for an upcoming competition. I've never performed on stage before and am quite anxious. Might you allow me the honor to sing a song and practice a bit?" As he spoke, he produced a cigarette from his pocket and lit it for the bandleader. The bandleader, Zhou Ping, was of a similar age to Luo Heng and had been performing there for over half a year. Having seen many guests enjoy themselves, he too had taken the stage to belt out a tune. Noticing Cheng Wan's harmless demeanor and sincere request, he waved his hand, granting him permission to sing. Cheng Wan expressed his gratitude before stepping forward to test the microphone. Zhou Ping took a puff of his cigarette, intrigued to see what this young man could deliver. As the music began, a captivating melody filled the air. Zhou Ping felt a twinge of familiarity. Was this Flowing Light? Cheng Wan smiled and nodded. Flowing Light. Luo Heng's signature song. Indeed, as the music played, he noticed Luo Heng's body tense slightly. Cheng Wan's lips curled into a smile. He had struck the right chord. Luo Heng lifted his gaze, and Cheng Wan met his eyes without flinching. The latter swiftly averted his gaze. But Cheng Wan caught a fleeting glimpse of the emotions swirling within. Feeling triumphant, Cheng Wan shifted his focus back to the song, dedicating himself to the performance. It must be said that the original owner of this body was indeed a top student at the Music Academy, possessing a remarkable voice. Singing Luo Heng's song proved effortless. Although he fell slightly short in the higher notes and emotional expression, nonetheless, he undeniably delivered the song with considerable finesse. The once distracted patrons gradually found themselves entranced by Cheng Wan's voice, holding their breath in rapt attention. As the final notes rang out, applause erupted like a tidal wave. Even Zhou Ping, who had initially approached with a sense of curiosity, now regarded him with newfound admiration. At the bar, Luo Heng's head was slightly bowed, his hair obscuring his expression. Cheng Wan's performance seemed to have stirred ripples in the still waters of his life. Many keen-eared patrons recognized that it was a song by Luo Heng. Thus, a spirited discussion erupted regarding the whereabouts of the once illustrious singer who had vanished a decade ago. Speculations abounded. Some claimed Luo Heng had met with an unfortunate accident. Others suggested he had offended someone within the industry and faced retribution, while some even proposed that his sudden disappearance was a supernatural event. Each individual had their own theory, and the opinions varied widely. Cheng Wan listened quietly to their discourse, contemplating that if he were in Luo Heng's shoes, his heart would surely be a tumult of emotions. As he pondered, his gaze shifted back to the bar, only to be taken aback by the sight of the empty space where Luo Heng had been. A sudden jolt of anxiety struck Cheng Wan as he scanned the entire bar, but Luo Heng's figure was nowhere to be found. Had he fled? In a rush of urgency, Cheng Wan dashed out the door. The area outside was bustling with a crowd of colorful revelers, making it nearly impossible to discern any trace of him. Cheng Wan glanced around, and his eyes caught sight of a narrow alleyway at the street corner. Stirring a thought within him, he maneuvered against a tide of people and arrived at the alley's entrance, where, indeed, at the far end of the narrow path, he spotted a familiar silhouette leaning against the wall in a daze. Cheng Wan approached slowly, and upon hearing the footsteps, Luo Heng lifted his head.
Who are you?
Luo Heng asked. I am your fan, Cheng Wan replied earnestly, gazing into his eyes. Hello, Luo Heng. Luo Heng exhaled a puff of smoke. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Cheng Wan insisted with sincere conviction. I would not mistake you. You are my idol. I adore every song of yours. From the moment I stepped into this establishment, I recognized you. Cheng Wan found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to continue the conversation.
Meanwhile,
Luo Heng had already turned to leave. Cheng Wan called out to his receding figure, Luo Heng, are you truly content with this? Yet Luo Heng did not pause, striding straight out of the alley. After the initial failed attempt to connect, Cheng Wan remained undeterred, resolutely continuing his pursuit. He frequented the bar daily to sign in, mingling until he became a familiar face. For over half a month, even the bartenders recognized him, yet Luo Heng continued to ignore him completely, even feigning ignorance if they did cross paths. Cheng Wan finally grasped the arduousness of pursuing someone, akin to the struggles faced by a school beauty trying to catch the attention of a suitor. It was exhausting. One evening, Cheng Wan arrived at the bar as usual. After lingering for a short while, a rowdy group stormed in. Clearly intoxicated, they swayed as they walked. At the forefront was a large bald man adorned with a gaudy gold chain, eager to flaunt his bravado. Hey, singer, come out and entertain us, he bellowed, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. The band, just moments into their break, was at a loss for how to respond. The bar owner, realizing the situation could escalate, rushed out to defuse the tension. Sir, I assure you this is a modest establishment. If we've fallen short in any way, I humbly ask for your understanding. Those who conduct business here know the importance of discretion. Better to offend a gentleman than a ruffian. The ruffians were indeed a rowdy bunch. Should they decide to cause trouble, it would be far wiser to endure this moment of discomfort for future peace. While the owner attempted to placate the unruly patrons, he discreetly signaled to Zhou Ping, the band's leader, who quickly signaled for the band to regroup. The thugs laughed boisterously, taunting the bar's patrons for their timidity and lack of backbone. Though the audience fumed with indignation, they dared not voice their anger. Luo Heng remained impassive behind the bar, his expression unchanged. Cheng Wan couldn't help but admire his composure. The band hastily resumed playing, and the lead singer launched into his most confident song. However, before he could finish, the bald man interrupted. "I didn't ask you to screech like that. If you can sing, sing. If not, get lost." His words elicited raucous laughter from his subordinates. The lead singer's face flushed with anger, and had it not been for Zhou Ping's restraint, a brawl might have ensued. These troublemakers had clearly come looking for conflict. "If you can't perform a song that pleases me tonight, I'll smash your sign." The underlings echoed their leader's bravado, spewing crass insults that made the atmosphere unbearable. Cheng Wan felt a twinge of fear. Yet he understood that the situation could not escalate further. He had to take a gamble. "Big brother, please don't be angry. Let us discuss this amicably. If their songs don't suit your taste, allow me to sing for you. If it displeases you, I beg your forgiveness." The obsequiousness in his tone made even him feel nauseated, yet he decided he had nothing left to lose that night. The thug leader glanced at the unexpected interloper and chuckled, a sensible one. "Come on, show me what you've got." Cheng Wan suppressed his revulsion and took the microphone from the lead singer. After a moment's contemplation, he chose to sing an English song he had once excelled at during a youth singing competition. However, just as he began, a young thug slapped the microphone from his hand. "What's this? Are you mocking us because you think we can't understand your foreign babble? You're being unreasonable." Cheng Wan replied. Zhou Ping clenched his fists, recognizing that these individuals were not here to enjoy music, but to stir trouble. Cheng Wan discreetly patted his arm, signaling him to remain calm. Each thug was armed, and engaging in a physical confrontation would yield no favorable outcome. Upon sensing their leader's dissatisfaction, the underlings resumed their mockery of the bar staff. The unfortunate employees, already tone-deaf, were dragged onto the stage to sing poorly, only to be met with scorn. One staff member attempted to call the police, but was discovered and received a beating instead. "Damn it, if you don't make me happy, I'll smash this shabby place." The bar owner found himself in a dire predicament. Most of the employees who could sing had already been dragged up, leaving him with no options. It seemed he was simply unfortunate to have encountered such ruffians that night. Suddenly, in the midst of the escalating tension, a voice emerged from the corner. All eyes turned, like spotlights, to the back of the bar, where Luo Heng slowly rose to his feet. He stood tall, exuding an air of dignity, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the thug leader, showing no sign of fear. Previously, Luo Heng had remained silent, his presence almost non-existent. Only now did the troublemakers realize there was another figure present. The owner felt a surge of alarm and quickly grasped Luo Heng's arm. "Xiaozhang, are you sure you can handle this?" His voice was laced with concern. Luo Heng had worked at the bar for several years, known for his efficiency and skill. The owner had come to respect him, but given the circumstances, he was apprehensive, having never heard him sing a note. He discreetly signaled for Luo Heng to stay back, but the latter paid him no heed. Luo Heng walked onto the stage, taking the microphone with a calm demeanor. A strange sense of transformation washed over the bar staff and patrons. At that moment, it felt as if the menacing thugs were no longer there to intimidate, but rather there to listen as fans. Members of the band eagerly offered to accompany him, and Luo Heng nodded. "Blue Lotus. Nothing can obstruct your yearning for freedom." As Luo Heng's voice resonated, the crowd fell into stunned silence. They had never anticipated that this usually reticent individual could possess such an enchanting voice. Cheng Wan gazed intently at the focused figure on stage, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. Luo Heng's voice was deep and husky, perhaps lacking the clarity and elevation of his youth, yet it possessed an indescribable allure. His gaze seemed to drift into the void, appearing to observe the audience before him, while in truth, he was looking far beyond the visible horizon. Through the dim corridors of time, he too had felt lost. His singing bore tales. Standing there, he resembled an enigmatic poem, incomprehensible yet profound. The world within his heart was so clear and lofty, blossoming with an eternal blue lotus. There were no extravagant displays of skill, only an unwavering devotion to music. As he reached the pinnacle of a high note, it felt as if that blue lotus truly bloomed above him, his voice resonating with a force capable of cleaving clouds and shattering stones, stirring the souls of every listener. All present were drawn in, unable to resist the enchantment. The raucous crowd that had earlier clamored now seemed to have lost their voices. As the final note faded, everyone remained enraptured by the lingering echoes of his song. The ringleader of the troublemakers, now sober, cast a profound glance at Luo Heng and thought, "Brother, I admire you." He then gestured to his subordinates. "Withdraw." For a brief moment, silence enveloped the air, and moments later, the ruffians departed, leaving the bar resonating with thunderous applause. The audience clamored for an encore, the fervor threatening to lift the very roof off the establishment. Luo Heng shook his head and descended from the stage, his eyes swirling with inscrutable emotions. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping stood in astonishment, rendered speechless. Having traversed many places over the years, he had encountered much. Yet it was Luo Heng who left him utterly astounded for the first time. In an unprecedented display of camaraderie, he patted Luo Heng on the shoulder. "Buddy, well done." Luo Heng merely curled the corners of his mouth, offering no further words. He lit a cigarette and, amid the crowd's cheers, awkwardly exited the bar. In the dark of night, in a narrow alley, Cheng Wan pursued him, and indeed, Luo Heng was there once more. Cheng Wan spoke earnestly. "Luo Heng, it truly is you." This time, he did not refute her claim. Cheng Wan inched closer. "Luo Heng, you have never truly abandoned music, have you?" Though he possessed all the techniques of singing, if left unpracticed for a decade, one would inevitably lose some proficiency. His voice, though still raspy, conveyed an indescribable essence the moment he spoke. He must have practiced day after day in unseen corners. Yet, bound by the trauma of a decade past, he remained ensnared by that emotional knot. The song Blue Lotus echoed his innermost sentiments. Despite the shadowy passage of time and feelings of uncertainty, the sanctity of his heart remained impervious to obstruction. Luo Heng exhaled a puff of smoke, countering her with a question. "Who exactly are you?" Cheng Wan smiled. "I am someone who wishes to see the lotus bloom once more." To her surprise, Luo Heng chuckled, as if she had shared a delightful jest. "Want to see the lotus? All right, turn right at the alley's end. There is a lotus pond.
Go and see."
Cheng Wan was taken aback. This man was as stubborn as a block of wood. Resolute and obstinate, Luo Heng ventured deeper into the shadows. After a moment's hesitation, Cheng Wan decided to follow. Luo Heng was a closed-off individual, yet today, he had uncharacteristically opened his heart through that song. Opportunities like this are fleeting and should not be squandered. Cheng Wan trailed him from a distance of 10 meters, quietly observing. Luo Heng grew increasingly agitated and unwittingly spoke harshly. "Can you not have a shred of dignity?" Cheng Wan shrugged off the remark. "I've developed such thick skin that even I am frightened." Luo Heng replied, "Fine, if you want to follow, then follow." Luo Heng's home was nearby. Just 5 minutes through the alley led to an old residential area. Cheng Wan gestured for him to proceed. With a loud clang, the security door slammed shut without mercy. Cheng Wan stood forlornly in the corridor, looking as dejected as a discarded child.
"Ah,
The Great One has tormented me 1,000 times, yet I regard him as my first love." System. Bold statement. Despicable. Cheng Wan, get lost. The system yawned. "Wishing you success, I'm off to sleep." Cheng Wan, brimming with indignation, retorted. "What do you mean sleep? You're just a string of data." The system replied, "I'm taking a beauty nap, trying to charm some data damsels."
Cheng Wan. Bah.
The system chimed. Ding, offline. "Please leave a message." Cheng Wan. The long night stretched on, and sleep eluded him. With no alternative, Cheng Wan climbed the remaining steps, leaning against the door of the Great One, attempting to impart some wisdom to Luo Heng. "You're still young. How can you forsake your dreams? So many people adore you. Can you betray your fans? You must return to the stage, show that Zheng Huai what you're capable of." Suddenly, the door swung open with a loud bang.
How do you know Zheng Huai?
Cheng Wan, caught off guard, found himself unceremoniously toppled onto the ground. At the sight of Luo Heng's stern visage, one thought raced through his mind. Oh no! I've said too much. Chapter 25. Life Like Summer Flowers. Part 2. Luo Hung wore a stern expression, his elegant brows knitting together. What did you just say? Cheng Wan inwardly lamented, cursing his own loose tongue, realizing he had landed himself in trouble. Zheng Huai. Luo Hung responded with an inquisitive hum. Cheng Wan, feeling intimidated under his gaze, stammered, "Please don't look at me like that, I'm scared." This was information he had only learned a few months ago when his brother, inebriated, inadvertently revealed it. Luo Hung's expression remained inscrutable. Eventually, he refrained from pressing further and instead looked at Cheng Wan, who was still sprawled on the floor. "Get up first, I'll close the door." Cheng Wan slowly rose and squatted back down in the corridor, pitifully stating, "You can close the door now." Luo Hung, perplexed, asked, "Why did you go back out?" Cheng Wan replied, "Didn't you say you wanted to close the door?" Luo Hung suddenly laughed, realizing Cheng Wan thought he was being dismissed. "I'll count to 3. If you're unwilling to come in, then stay outside. 1. As soon as he finished the count, Cheng Wan sprang in like a kangaroo, beaming at him.
2.
"Thank you for taking me in." Luo Hung shook his head in resignation and shut the door. Luo Hung's home was modest, yet immaculate, decorated primarily in black and white, perfectly reflecting the owner's ascetic nature. He gestured towards a small sofa in the living room. "Please have a seat." Cheng Wan sat down with unreserved ease, even motioning for Luo Hung to join him, his tone as casual as if it were his own home, completely devoid of the awareness of being a guest. Luo Hung retrieved a few oranges from the kitchen, casually tossing one to Cheng Wan before rolling up his sleeves to peel the fruit. Juice dripped from his fingers, and he grabbed a napkin to wipe them, popping a segment into his mouth.
"Now speak."
"What is your purpose in following me here?" Cheng Wan endeavored to appear sincere. "I genuinely have no ulterior motives. I simply hope you will return to the industry." He locked eyes with Luo Hung, pressing, "Why is that impossible?" Luo Hung remained silent. Cheng Wan continued, gently coaxing, "Are you truly content? Content to abandon your future and dreams for the sake of a petty person?" He suddenly felt a surge of potential as a life mentor. Luo Hung rested his elbows on his knees, his hands unconsciously clasped under his chin, his dark eyes reflecting an array of emotions before settling into silence. Was he truly content? Of course not. But what could be done? Zheng Huai had already claimed a significant portion of the music industry. Where could he possibly fit in? His voice was no longer what it once was, and he might never recapture the essence of his past performances. How could he provide his devoted fans with a satisfactory resolution? Had their decade of waiting culminated in this version of himself? Suddenly, Luo Hung stood up with agitation. "Stay seated. If you're thirsty, there's water in the dispenser. Help yourself." He then awkwardly retreated into the adjacent room. The wooden door closed abruptly, and Luo Hung leaned against it, breathing heavily. After a moment, he fished a small bottle of pills from his pocket, pouring 2 into his palm and swallowing them dry. The bitterness lingered. Fluoxetine, the preferred medication for depression, ironically named Prozac. Luo Hung closed his eyes, resting his forehead in one hand, gently pressing his temple. The medication had side effects: fatigue, dizziness, headaches. He leaned against the door, emptying his mind. Suddenly, a melody drifted from afar. It was the sound of a guitar, the tune gentle and soothing, instilling a sense of tranquility. An invisible force seemed to calm the turmoil within him. Luo Hung opened the door to find Cheng Wan seated in the living room, engrossed in playing the guitar. Though the piece was charming, it was evident that Cheng Wan was still mastering it, with some passages lacking fluidity. Luo Hung instinctively walked over and retrieved another guitar from the room. After a quick tuning, he began to play, his technique far more polished, the notes flowing smoothly with a serene cadence. In his music, one could almost hear the passage of time itself. Cheng Wan unknowingly set down his guitar, intently observing the man before him as he delicately strummed the strings. It was undeniable that Luo Hung, now, exuded even more charisma than he had a decade ago. His gaze was calm and serene, as if everything around him had faded away, leaving only the guitar in his world. He regarded it like a cherished lover. Cheng Wan could see clearly the depth of Luo Heng's love for music. That fervor and fidelity to his passion would not diminish, not even after 10, 20, or 30 years, perhaps even a lifetime. As the piece concluded, Cheng Wan found himself yearning for more. Luo Hung remained still, his eyes vacant, lost in thought while still holding the guitar, oblivious to when he had picked it up, only aware that he had been drawn into its embrace. Cheng Wan clapped spontaneously. However, the sound of applause jolted Luo Hung back to reality. Who told you to go into that room? No one had ever entered besides him. Cheng Wan realized he had overstepped, lowering his head. I was wrong. His woeful expression evoked sympathy. It's getting late. I need to sleep, Luo Hung said as he tucked the keys into his pocket. Okay, Cheng Wan replied. Why aren't you leaving? Cheng Wan stubbornly remained on the sofa, watching him eagerly. Luo Hung, bemused by Cheng Wan's rare boldness, relented. Fine. Do as you wish. Cheng Wan sighed, wondering why the man could be so unyielding. As the moon hung high, the cool night breeze slipped through the window's crevice. Cheng Wan suddenly sneezed. Resting his head on the armrest of the sofa, he had not even removed his jacket, clutching a cushion over his stomach, preparing to endure the night. Meanwhile, Luo Hung lay on his bed, hands clasped behind his head, struggling to find peace. Memories played in his mind like a film reel, his first touch of a microphone, stepping onto a stage, hosting his inaugural concert. Each moment vividly etched in his memory, as if it had happened just yesterday. Could he truly bear to give it all up? To spend a lifetime as an inconspicuous bartender in a small pub, leading a mundane existence? Luo Hung slowly clenched his fists. A gust of night wind rustled the branches outside. Suddenly struck by a thought, he rolled out of bed and quietly opened the door. In the living room, the young man who had followed him for half a month was curled up on the sofa like a cat. His brow slightly furrowed, arms wrapped around himself. The cushion had slipped unnoticed to the floor. The figure on the sofa seemed to warm up, instinctively nuzzling into the blanket. Luo Hung paused in his steps, inexplicably drawn to lean down, straining to catch the murmured words. Cheng Wan mumbled indistinctly, You're only 30 this year. So much youth left to cherish. Luo Hung's body stiffened, remaining motionless as he gazed at the sleeping figure before him. 30, an age at the prime of life. After a long pause, Luo Hung finally turned away. Unbeknownst to him, the person he thought was sound asleep bore a faint, triumphant smile at the corners of his lips. Chapter 26, Life Like Summer Blossoms, Part 3. Early the next morning, Cheng Wan awoke from the couch. Since he had confided in the big boss, his spirits had lifted, and he had enjoyed a particularly restful sleep. Cheng Wan neatly folded the blanket and carried it into Luo Hung's room. Looking around before spotting Luo Hung in the kitchen preparing breakfast, Cheng Wan tiptoed towards the kitchen, resembling a curious little kitten. Before he reached the doorway, he was noticed. Luo Hung did not even glance up, asking, You're up? Cheng Wan replied, Just woke up. Luo Hung continued, If you need to freshen up, the disposable toothpaste and toothbrush are in the cabinet to the left of the sink. You can make do with that for now. Cheng Wan thought it surprising that despite Luo Hung's rugged appearance, he was actually quite attentive. Upon entering the washroom, Cheng Wan was taken aback. The porcelain sink gleamed like new, reflecting his silhouette. On the shelf, the toothbrush, toothpaste, and facial cleanser stood in an orderly row. It seemed that the big boss had a touch of obsessive cleanliness. Cheng Wan cautiously brushed his teeth and washed his face, fearful of inadvertently making a mess. After splashing his face with warm water, he glanced at the 2 towels hanging on the wall and poked his head out the door. Brother Hung, which one should I use to dry my face? Cheng Wan pondered. Why did he say that with such a tone of certainty? He lingered in the washroom for a good 10 minutes before finally emerging, not because he didn't want to use paper towels, but because he feared they would be too damp and stick to his face. In the kitchen, Luo Hung was chopping vegetables. This was the first time in 6 months he was genuinely preparing breakfast. Normally, he would just nibble on some bread or boil a packet of instant noodles, merely getting by. Today, he felt a rare inspiration, believing one should not be too lackadaisical and ought to make some changes. As the ancients wisely said, food is the essence of life. If one does not even cherish the most basic sustenance, what joy is there in living? Cheng Wan leaned against the kitchen doorway, watching Luo Hung chop vegetables. The carrots were diced and placed in a clean white porcelain bowl. After finishing with the carrots, he moved on to the onions. At first, his cuts were meticulous, but as he progressed, they became less so. The pungent smell made his eyes water, and he instinctively reached for his eyes, only to be stopped by Cheng Wan, who grasped his hand firmly. Don't move. Whatever you do, don't touch your eyes. Seeing Luo Heng's eyes redden, clearly uncomfortable yet unable to move, Cheng Wan found it amusing. He dampened his hands under the faucet and gently wiped Luo Heng's eyes. Luo Heng instinctively tried to evade him. Cheng Wan resembled a kindergarten teacher at that moment. Stay still. Be good. After washing his eyes, Cheng Wan carefully blew on them. Is it better? Luo Heng attempted to blink. Not bad. It will be fine soon. Cheng Wan admonished him earnestly. You must never touch your eyes when cutting onions. Otherwise, the juice will sting, and you'll regret it. Luo Heng silently accepted the lecture. Cheng Wan then soaked the menu in cold water and rinsed the already chopped onion halves under the tap. This way, it won't sting your eyes. He then pulled the utensils from the water and took charge himself. The rhythmic sound of the knife meeting the cutting board was precise and satisfying. Luo Heng chuckled. I didn't expect you to be quite experienced. Cheng Wan shrugged. Well, it's nothing special. I used to watch my mother cook, and I picked up a few things. Cheng Wan paused, the knife leaving a faint mark on the board. This is hard to explain. He wondered when he would finish his tasks. His parents must think he had vanished by now. Noticing the somber expression on Cheng Wan's face, Luo Heng realized he had misspoken and felt apologetic. Cheng Wan smiled. It's all right. It has nothing to do with you. He tossed the chopped carrots, onions, and cucumbers into the already simmering congee and turned up the heat, adding salt. Before long, a fragrant vegetable porridge was served at the dining table. Luo Heng also fried an egg, the white enveloping the golden yolk, an appetizing sight that was simply irresistible. Cheng Wan eagerly scooped a mouthful of porridge and exclaimed, delicious. Luo Heng reminded him, slow down. Be careful not to burn yourself. What began as Luo Heng's breakfast was devoured by Cheng Wan in a whirlwind. Luo Heng chose not to compete for food, simply watching him eat with quiet satisfaction. After finishing breakfast, Cheng Wan willingly took on the task of clearing the table and washing the dishes. Luo Heng glanced at the time, noting it was 7:40, time to head to work. He donned his coat and tucked the house keys into his pocket, saying, I'm off. Remember to check the water, electricity, and gas when you leave. Cheng Wan, with his hands covered in bubbles, gestured a thumbs up. Luo Heng left, feeling reassured. As he descended the stairs, the memory of Cheng Wan washing his eyes and cutting onions unexpectedly popped into his mind. A word suddenly sprang to mind. Ideal partner. Luo Heng shook his head, bemused. Upon arriving at the bar, he entered the counter as usual, but the gazes of those around him were markedly different. A colleague approached, saying, Hey man, you're quite the hidden talent. Luo Heng was momentarily taken aback, realizing he was referring to last night's karaoke incident. He didn't want to draw too much attention. It's nothing. I practiced a bit in the past. The colleague replied, with your level. I'd say you're not worse than those pop stars. Luo Heng retorted, No, I'm far from that. I'm not on their level. You're so modest. The colleague gave him a thumbs up. From now on, you're this in my eyes. Luo Heng smiled. The colleague patted his shoulder and hurried off. Gradually, more employees arrived at work, and their attitudes towards Luo Heng had changed significantly. Some patrons even asked to take selfies with him and requested autographs. Luo Heng, unable to refuse, casually signed his name on a piece of paper. The patrons were delighted, holding the paper with affection. Dude, your handwriting is quite bold. What does it say? Luo. What? Luo Heng's heart skipped a beat. He had instinctively signed Luo Heng, forgetting that he was no longer the celebrated prodigy he once was. He was now Zhongxing, bartender Zhongxing. Luo Heng swiftly snatched the paper from the patron's hands, causing the patron to look surprised. The signature isn't good. I'll redo it. The patron laughed. Go ahead, sign a few more. If you become famous in the future, I might just show it off. As he halted, the pen punctured the paper with a small hole. A day truly passes swiftly. The sun had risen when he began work, yet, before he knew it, the moon had stealthily climbed the treetops. It felt as if life, in its youth like the morning sun, had barely allowed him to savor its essence before it was time to rest in the earth. Luo Heng stood still for a moment, lighting a cigarette. The smoke swirled. obscuring his vision as he draped his jacket over his shoulder and headed home. When had he become so sentimental? As he ascended the stairs, he fished for his keys. Suddenly, a figure unexpectedly caught his eye. Luo Heng felt a jolt in his forehead but sighed in relief upon recognizing who it was. Cheng Wan was sitting against the wall, a teasing smile dancing on his lips as he observed Luo Heng's changing expressions. What's wrong? Did I scare you? Luo Heng rubbed his forehead, countering with a question. What are you doing here again? Cheng Wan, with a honeyed tone, replied, I missed you. Luo Heng scoffed. I don't need you to miss me. Cheng Wan stood up, brushing off his backside. All right, enough joking. I'm here for something serious today. Luo Heng raised an eyebrow. What is it? Cheng Wan's expression drooped, feigning injury. I've been waiting for you here for ages. Are you not even going to let me in? Luo Heng replied, It's not like I made you wait. Nevertheless, despite the words exchanged, he was ultimately allowed inside. The once smooth sofa cover was suddenly marred by numerous creases. Luo Heng observed this with a frown, and with a gentle yet firm nudge, he urged, Get up. Cheng Wan, reluctant, burrowed deeper into the sofa, lamenting the chill outside. I might freeze to death. He punctuated his complaint with a rather theatrical sneeze. Luo Heng, exasperated, tossed his coat to him, insisting, Get up and put this on. Obediently, Cheng Wan sat up, enveloping himself in the coat and transforming into a cozy bundle. Luo Heng inquired, What is it?
Speak.
Cheng Wan cleared his throat, his expression turning serious. Have you ever heard of the Celestial Melody King? Chapter 27. Life Like Summer Flowers, Part 4. At first hearing the name, it seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Luo Heng inquired, Is it related to music? He raised his eyes to look at Cheng Wan, incredulous. You want me to participate in a talent show? Cheng Wan explained, This is not a talent show. It is merely a platform for you to gain exposure. Otherwise, how do you expect to make a comeback? Luo Heng responded resolutely, I will not go. Cheng Wan pleaded earnestly, I understand your desire to forge your own musical path, but the prerequisite is that you must have opportunities for exposure. You need to re-enter the public's view. With a sigh, Cheng Wan acknowledged the murky waters of the entertainment industry, where unsavory practices often lurked beneath the surface. You need not engage in such antics. All you need to do is sing well. Luo Heng remained noncommittal. A flicker of thought ignited within him, causing his blood to rush with an unprecedented warmth. An unfamiliar sensation coursed through his entire being. Cheng Wan noticed a glimmer in Luo Heng's dark eyes. He had struck a chord. Cheng Wan was aware that Luo Heng's heart was not entirely resistant. He understood the man's nature. If Luo Heng had no interest in the competition, no amount of persuasion would sway him, no matter how long he spoke. For a decade, Luo Heng had concealed himself, akin to a wounded leopard nursing its wounds in solitude. The prospect of re-emerging into the public eye left him hesitant. Cheng Wan's role was to steadfastly stand by his side, to gently push and encourage him to take that step. In the days that followed, Cheng Wan accompanied Luo Heng during his training sessions, assisting him in selecting songs. Given the passage of time and the changes in his voice, it was impossible for him to sing the works of his youth. Cheng Wan diligently sought songs that suited his current vocal range and condition. When practice sessions extended too long, causing Luo Heng's throat to ache, Cheng Wan would prepare congee for him. Experimenting with various recipes such as fresh lotus root and mung bean congee, snow pear and white lotus congee, and lily and raw earth congee. Anything beneficial for the throat was meticulously noted down, and after perfecting the recipes, he would prepare them for Luo Heng. As a result, upon encountering a previously unheard-of dish, Luo Heng's first thought was no longer whether it was delicious, but rather whether it was good for his voice. After a month, Cheng Wan felt he could easily open a congee shop. One day, after finishing a song, Luo Heng was enticed by an appealing aroma wafting through the air. Once he finished packing away his instruments, he discovered a spread of delectable dishes laid out on the table. Cheng Wan wiped his hands on his apron and cheerfully announced, Dinner is served. All your favorites. Luo Heng asked, Did you prepare all this by yourself? Cheng Wan beamed, Yes, yes. You must commend me. Luo Heng picked up his chopsticks and sampled a snow pea. The vibrant green looked incredibly appetizing. As he bit into it, he was met with a burst of crispness and fresh flavor. Cheng Wan eagerly inquired, How is it? Noticing the anticipation mingled with nervousness in Cheng Wan's expression, Luo Heng replied, "Not bad."
Yes.
Cheng Wan exclaimed, joy radiating from him as if he were a child receiving praise in kindergarten. "If it's good, eat more." He pushed several plates towards Luo Heng, urging him, "Come, come, it's all for you." Luo Heng queried, "Aren't you going to eat?" Cheng Wan blinked, "I've already eaten. I'm not hungry. I'll just watch you." Hearing this, Luo Heng did not press further. Unbeknownst to him, he had already consumed a substantial portion of rice. When he casually glanced up, he noticed that Cheng Wan had unknowingly buried his head in his arms, sound asleep at the table. Listening to the even rhythm of his breathing, Luo Heng set down his bowl and chopsticks. A wave of warmth washed over Luo Heng's heart. Perhaps Cheng Wan was simply exhausted. He stepped over to stand beside him. The boy, lost in slumber, appeared soft and serene, his short black hair neatly arranged. The slender, pale neck revealed delicate downy hair glistening under the soft light. Cheng Wan's slight frame felt weightless in Luo Heng's arms as he gently placed him on the bed and tucked him in under the covers. Perhaps finally resting comfortably, Cheng Wan's expression relaxed significantly. Luo Heng stood by for a moment, observing, before quietly exiting and closing the door behind him. The dishes on the table had grown somewhat cold, so he picked at them a bit more, then covered them with plastic wrap and placed them in the refrigerator. While washing the dishes, his mind wandered to the image of Cheng Wan nestled in his embrace, an inexplicable warmth blossoming in his chest. Luo Heng splashed his face with water to cool down and dismiss the thoughts. He turned on his computer and searched for Heavenly Voice King. Indeed, as Cheng Wan had mentioned, it was a competition that had gained significant popularity in recent years, with many prominent figures emerging from it. This year, to date, over 80,000 participants had signed up, divided into 10 regions, with the nearest audition location in the adjacent city, a city scheduled for April 20th, just a week away. Luo Heng clicked on the registration page and filled out the basic information, hesitating for a moment before ultimately pressing submit. One cannot remain a timid turtle forever. There comes a time when one must face the world. Since setting a goal, time seemed to fly by. A week later, in the central square of a city, Luo Heng emerged from the throngs of audition participants, and as expected, he spotted Cheng Wan eagerly waiting for him on a bench beneath a tree. "How was it?" Cheng Wan felt like a parent waiting outside an examination hall. Luo Heng's expression remained neutral. "I performed normally." When a top student says this, it typically implies a score from a prestigious university. Cheng Wan's face lit up with joy. "That's wonderful. Come on, let me treat you."
To eat?
Luo Heng asked, noting that since Cheng Wan had entered his life, the quality of his meals had dramatically improved and his appetite had grown insatiable. Cheng Wan responded with a mysterious smile. "I won't tell you just yet. Follow me." During the days Luo Heng had been preparing for the audition, Cheng Wan had thoroughly explored a city's culinary scene. He knew precisely which eateries offered unique delicacies and which were perfect for dining with friends. After winding through several streets, he finally stopped in front of a bustling open-air barbecue stall. Luo Heng raised an eyebrow. "What?" Cheng Wan proclaimed with gravity, "We're going to have skewers." Luo Heng stared, speechless. Cheng Wan continued, "You must have never heard this famous saying." Luo Heng replied, "Huh?" Cheng Wan recited, "There is no worry that a skewer cannot resolve. If there is, then have two." Luo Heng was rendered speechless. 2 large mugs of frothy draft beer accompanied several skewers of tantalizing grilled treats. Cheng Wan indulged heartily, relishing the nostalgic feeling of street barbecues with friends. He handed a skewer of grilled lamb kidney to Luo Heng, asking, "How does it taste?" Luo Heng tentatively took a bite. "It's not bad." Cheng Wan replied, "It's good for the kidneys." Luo Heng raised an eyebrow. "Really?" Cheng Wan laughed, "Just teasing you. If it's decent, eat more. One should never deny their own stomach." Luo Heng chuckled. "Your philosophy is quite amusing." As a consummate foodie, Cheng Wan took pride in his beliefs. "Of course. Just for the joy of having food. I feel truly blessed to be alive." Luo Heng observed Cheng Wan enjoying his meal with such delight, and his own mood lightened. Having known Cheng Wan for nearly a month, he had always seemed carefree and cheerful. Whether it was when Luo Heng had brusquely dismissed him or when he had been indifferent, Cheng Wan had never shown an ounce of impatience or annoyance. Life, through Cheng Wan's eyes, appeared to be perpetually in spring, with every small thing worthy of celebration. Like a little sunbeam, he radiated warmth and emitted a gentle light, illuminating the depths of one's heart. Luo Heng found himself swept up in Cheng Wan's exuberance, and before he knew it, he was joining him in skewering and toasting. Cheng Wan observed the gradual transformation of his esteemed companion, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment as he subtly influenced him. Luo Heng, all I desire is for you to embrace joy each day. I intend to take you on a culinary journey around the globe. Luo Heng paused momentarily, then broke into a genuine smile, not a mere facade, but a heartfelt expression. He clinked his glass with Cheng Wan's, saying, I take you at your word. Do not renege on this promise. The beer splashed, mirroring the radiant smiles of the two men.
Ding.
Affection level, 1 star. Chapter 28, Life as Beautiful as Summer Flowers, Part 5. Half a month later, news arrived. Luo Heng had undoubtedly advanced to the semi-finals of the A-City competition. A joyous occasion worthy of celebration. Most of those who progressed alongside him were young individuals in their 20s, all eager to forge their way to the finals, becoming heartthrobs and marrying into wealth, thus embarking on the pinnacle of their lives. To stand out among thousands speaks to their exceptional talent, and Luo Heng's subsequent competitors would only grow more formidable. However, Cheng Wan remained unperturbed, for he had unwavering confidence in his mentor. By mid-May, the semi-finals commenced. With the majority of participants eliminated, only the elite remained, and the competition venue had significantly elevated in prestige. It was no longer an outdoor plaza, but had shifted to the A-City television station studio. A total of 40 candidates would compete, with 10 securing the chance to participate in the final qualifying round. In this round, 3 would emerge victorious, earning a place in the national finals. Remarkably, Luo Heng was assigned the 37th position, nearly at the bottom of the lineup, suggesting that the judges had likely exhausted their patience, already having their favorites in mind. Before the competition began, Cheng Wan thoughtfully purchased a bottle of water for Luo Heng, intending to soothe his throat and ease his nerves. Observing Cheng Wan's anxiousness as he busied himself for Luo Heng's performance, Luo Heng felt a twinge of guilt. Cheng Wan's eyes widened in alarm. That won't do. Look at the other contestants. Their families are here in droves, practically moving in to support them. You can't go in alone. We need to bolster your presence. Luo Heng, however, dismissed the concern. Rest assured, I have yet to reach the point where I need a crowd to muster my courage. Cheng Wan hesitated, suggesting, perhaps I should wait outside for you. But before he could finish, Luo Heng interrupted him with a hoarse, low voice. If you're here, I feel nervous. In truth, Luo Heng did not place excessive importance on the outcome. He simply feared disappointing Cheng Wan, who had tirelessly supported him. With a gentle gaze, he encouraged, Go ahead, be careful on your way. Upon entering the venue, the atmosphere shifted abruptly to one of tension. Contestants stood or sat, some donning headphones to practice their songs repeatedly, while others sought lighthearted distractions to alleviate their stress. One individual, so anxious he suffered from an upset stomach, made 8 trips to the restroom and, when it was finally his turn to sing, barely had the strength to speak. Luo Heng settled in a corner, allowing his thoughts to gradually empty. Reflecting on the journey, he found it quite miraculous. Just a month prior, he had been languishing in a small bar, and now he was poised to once again grace the stage of music. It felt dreamlike, invoking a sense of wonder. This transformation was, in large part, due to him. The image of that tall, slender boy, fair-skinned and handsome with a perpetual smile, surfaced in his mind. It was a beauty he had never encountered in over a decade. Yet he remained an enigma. Who exactly was he? A mere fan? Luo Heng remained non-committal. Nonetheless, he preferred not to delve too deeply into matters, finding a certain comfort in remaining a bit oblivious. 37. Zhang Heng. At last, it was his turn. Luo Heng gathered his focus and prepared for the competition. The room housed 5 judges, music producers, and some lesser-known singers. The true luminaries would only appear at the national finals. Luo Heng scanned the panel and recognized a familiar face. In his 30s, the man was once an assistant to a singer from the same company as Luo Heng, named Tian Yi. They were not close, but they had exchanged pleasantries on several occasions. Luo Heng discreetly pulled down the brim of his cap, a duckbill hat purchased specifically for this event, hoping it would obscure his face. As Tian Yi casually reviewed Luo Heng's information sheet, his gaze landed on the attached photo, and he paused momentarily. Lifting his gaze, he assessed Luo Heng. "Your name is Zhang Heng?" "Yes," Luo Heng replied. Tian Yi scrutinized him for a moment longer, but offered no further remarks. "Please begin your performance." As the background music commenced, the familiar tune of "Once You Fill the Air." The moment Luo Heng opened his mouth, the judge's eyes brightened simultaneously. His hoarse voice bore a certain weariness, yet it also exuded a tranquility reminiscent of calm seas after countless storms. Youthful exuberance often carries a hint of recklessness. Now, he was a wanderer at home in the world. The judges seemed to shed their roles, becoming ordinary listeners, quietly absorbing the performance. Some even closed their eyes, immersing themselves in the melody's rise and fall. Tian Yi adjusted his glasses, his gaze reflecting an indescribable emotion. Having experienced the myriad joys and sorrows of life, the warmth of his smile spoke to a purity of spirit. As the song concluded, its lingering notes resonated in the air. Luo Heng nodded briefly to the judges before exiting the stage. Tian Yi watched Luo Heng's retreating figure, his heart unsettled. There was an uncanny resemblance. Despite the differences in appearance and voice, the aura he emitted evoked memories of a long-lost acquaintance. A neighboring judge noticed Tian Yi's daze and gently nudged him. "What's wrong?" Tian Yi, lost in thought, shook his head. Nothing. With over 30 contestants before him, by the time Luo Heng finished singing, night had fallen. As he boarded the bus, the bustling cityscape whizzed by. A fleeting glance caught his eye at a bustling food stall. Intrigued, he decided to disembark. "Boss, I'll have 10 yuan's worth of lamb skewers, 10 yuan's worth of beef, and 5 yuan's worth of gluten. Oh, and please add extra spice." He remembered Cheng Wan's advice that barbecued food should be generously seasoned to savor the tingling sensation on one's lips, offering a robust flavor. The owner greeted him warmly. "Sure thing. Will you be dining here, or taking it to go?" Luo Heng's tone unconsciously softened. "To go, please. I have a little glutton waiting at home." Cradling the bag of barbecue with utmost care, Luo Heng found himself humming a tune as he walked. Upon returning to their shared lodging, he swiped his card to enter the room. Strangely, the space was eerily quiet, devoid of Cheng Wan's usual exuberant welcome. "Cheng Wan?" he called tentatively. Just then, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. Cheng Wan rushed in, barefoot and flustered. "Boss, you've made it to the trending list." Chapter 29. Life Like Summer Flowers, Part 6. Luo Heng's smile froze on his face. Trending topic? Cheng Wan eagerly held her phone before him, opening Weibo. Amidst a myriad of celebrity gossip, a seemingly inconspicuous search was rapidly flooding the screen. The initial post was from a journalist who had attended the semi-finals of the Tian Lai King competition in City A, reporting on some live event details. However, the issue arose from one photograph taken inside the venue. It captured the profile of a man wearing a baseball cap, lost in song. At first, netizens commented with typical admiration, extolling the man's handsomeness, but soon, an astute observer pointed out, Why does he seem oddly familiar?" Before long, a flurry of comments erupted. "Whoa, I think I've discovered something." "No way." "Disturbing." "Who is he?" "Ash?" Cheng Wan inhaled sharply. "Boss, you're about to become famous." Luo Heng scrolled through the cascading comments, his fists clenching and relaxing, an indescribable sensation swirling within him. The buzz on Weibo intensified, with reports from a decade ago resurfacing. Questions arose about the mystery surrounding a popular male singer's disappearance. Was it a graceful exit or something more clandestine? Some even posted a group photo online, featuring a blurred female figure on the left, while the unmistakable image of Luo Heng stood clear on the right. Cheng Wan gasped, "This doesn't look photoshopped." "When was this taken?" Luo Heng stared intently at the photograph, memories gradually piecing themselves together. It must have been the day after he intervened at the bar. Indeed, a tourist had asked for a selfie with him. Sure enough, that person quickly added a comment. "I even got this young man's autograph." Can you guess what he wrote the first time? It was Luo. This incident detonated like a deep-sea bomb, stirring considerable waves in the previously calm lives of many. Yet, as the instigator of this uproar, Luo Heng remained remarkably composed. He continued to eat, sleep, and live, even more content than before. Thus, a month passed, and the final qualifying rounds of the City A competition finally commenced. 10 contestants emerged from a brutal contest among thousands, vying for the top 3 spots and the opportunity to compete against elite talents from across the nation. Among the most anticipated aspects of the event, besides the question of who would secure the top 3 positions, was the enigmatic singer Zhang Heng, who had ignited a fervor online. It was only natural that when Luo Heng entered the venue, all eyes were drawn to him. "Hey buddy, someone has been sneaking around. Things have been a bit tumultuous online lately." The hint was clear, yet Luo Heng feigned ignorance, deftly steering the conversation elsewhere. As others observed Luo Heng sitting alone in a corner with his eyes closed, discussions began to bubble. "That guy isn't a musical genius. He probably just wants to exploit this fame for publicity. Who doesn't want to be famous these days?" The speaker was a bespectacled young man, whose seemingly refined demeanor belied his acerbic words. Others chimed in, "Exactly, he just wants attention. He can't compare to our Liang Ge." A young man with striking golden hair was a well-known wealthy heir, merely there for amusement. With a disdainful snort, he remarked loudly, "What does he think he is? He's not even in our league." His voice was deliberately raised, hoping to provoke Luo Heng. Yet, the latter sat with his eyes closed, as unyielding as a mountain, undisturbed by their taunts. "They're just children, spoiled by their families, unworthy of my notice." Gradually, the group, having lost interest in watching him falter, shifted to other topics. As the public judges and several experts took their seats, the chatter began to subside. Soon, the stage lights illuminated, and the host made a grand entrance, expressing gratitude to numerous sponsors with a smooth advertisement. Contestants drew lots for pairwise battles, culminating in votes from public judges to narrow it down from 5 to 3. By chance, Luo Heng was paired with a bespectacled young man from earlier, who stole a quick glance at him, panic flickering behind his thin lenses. The singers took turns performing, and the competition was palpable. When the host announced Luo Heng's turn, a wave of excitement surged through the audience. Phones emerged, cameras ready, eager for the moment. Several judges had caught wind of the online buzz surrounding the so-called genius singer's return, initially skeptical. They now found themselves intrigued upon seeing him in person, their attention sharpened. Online discussions even speculated on betting whether he was genuine or a mere imposter. Luo Heng strode onto the stage, his steps steady and resolute. This time, he wore no baseball cap. As the accompaniment began, time seemed to freeze, and mere seconds later, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of screams that could lift the roof off. "Day," Luo Heng's signature song from a decade prior, co-created with a Nordic composer, had shattered countless records upon release. His rendition had been hailed as a classic, unmatched by any, not even the current top star, Cheng Wan. Thus, when the song resonated once more, how could the audience not be stirred? Many present had once been his ardent fans, and at the moment the music played, some were moved to tears. With closed eyes, Luo Heng absorbed the melody he had practiced countless times. He had spent a month refining the original arrangement, adapting it to better suit his current self, enhancing its impact. His voice in the bass was soft yet profound, akin to the ocean under a night sky, surging into a crescendo, crashing like powerful waves against hidden reefs, sending sprays of water into the air. As he reached the climax, the audience could no longer contain themselves, leaping to their feet, chanting Luo Heng's name, their blood surging with exhilaration. It was an unprecedented release. With closed eyes and arms wide open, he seemed to embrace the void. In that moment, his world was alive with sound. Once, his interpretation of this song had become a historical classic. Now, he sought to transcend that history. As the final notes faded, the audience erupted in repeated chants of his name, unable to suppress their emotions any longer. At that moment, Luo Heng spoke, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his heart brimming with unmatched sincerity and warmth. "Hello, everyone, I am
Luo Heng."
The 5 judges stood in unison, their expressions shifting from doubt to astonishment, ultimately transforming into understanding. Only he could infuse such essence into the song, for it was undeniably his.
His Day.
Meanwhile, the fans below had already succumbed to tears. The Tianlai King qualifying rounds were being broadcast nationwide. In a villa on the outskirts of City B, a man watched Luo Hang's heartfelt performance on television and, in a fit of rage, shattered the wine glass on the dining table. His expression shifted from shock to anger, ultimately settling into a dark scowl as a flicker of malevolence crept into his eyes. Outside, a dark cloud eclipsed the bright moon in the sky. Chapter 30. Life Like Summer Flowers, Part 7, following the sensational and nearly flawless performance that captivated the entire city. Luo Hang effortlessly claimed the championship title in the A City division, securing a place in the national finals.
Since that day,
the lives of Cheng Wan and Luo Hang have been anything but tranquil. An avalanche of reports and rumors flooded in, even revealing Luo Hang's current residence and the bar where he worked. One evening, the two could no longer endure the chaos. Wearing duck-billed caps pulled low and black masks covering their faces, they stepped out into the night, their identities concealed save for their eyes. It was the first time Cheng Wan had dressed like a secret agent. They navigated through the streets, akin to newly released prisoners, until they finally arrived at a quiet, less traveled path. Cheng Wan pulled down her mask, inhaling the air deeply. Even the haze felt refreshingly new. Under the dim glow of streetlights, they strolled leisurely, engaging in casual conversation. Even moments of silence felt comfortable, as if time itself held its breath, leaving only their laughter in the night. Most of the time, it was Cheng Wan who spoke animatedly, while Luo Hang, with his hands in his pockets, occasionally tilted his head to listen intently, a hint of a smile flickering in his dark eyes. The narrow path stretched into the distance, seemingly endless. Stars twinkled above, illuminating the evening for the passers-by. Suddenly, Cheng Wan exclaimed, "Look, a luxury car. Who could it be?" In this aging residential area, the usual sight was that of ordinary sedans, making the appearance of a Lexus seem strikingly out of place. Cheng Wan glanced around, noting the absence of anyone nearby. She tried to peek into the car, but the windows, made of special material, revealed nothing. Luo Hang scrutinized the vehicle, his gaze momentarily uncertain. Perhaps it belonged to a wealthy relative, he thought. Not dwelling on it further, he gently tapped Cheng Wan on the shoulder, signaling it was time to leave. Cheng Wan suppressed her curiosity and followed him into the building. In the old complex, the property management had long vanished, leaving the corridors cluttered with debris. They skillfully dodged a neighbor's vegetable stand and a child's toy car, making their way to the third floor. As Luo Hang reached for the door, his hand paused with the key poised to turn. He noticed a small crack in the door that had previously been securely shut. At that moment, Cheng Wan's keen eyes caught sight of the door lock, which was marred with chaotic scratches, some areas even shattered. They exchanged glances, a flicker of tension evident in their eyes. A thief would not have made such a conspicuous attempt. This door had clearly been tampered with. A faint light seeped through the crack, suggesting an unwelcome guest might still be inside. Luo Hang signaled for Cheng Wan to be silent, instinctively positioning her behind him. Cheng Wan felt a warmth in her heart. Luo Hang opened the door, and upon seeing the intruder, he froze. A man clad in a black suit and sunglasses occupied the center of the sofa, flanked by two imposing figures who resembled bodyguards. The man met Luo Hang's gaze for 3 seconds, then slowly removed his sunglasses. "Long time no see, Luo Hang," he said, his calm demeanor belying the tension in the room. Cheng Wan's heart sank. Did he know this man? Luo Hang's eyes turned icy. "What are you doing here?" The man chuckled.
Me?
"I simply missed an old friend, and came to see you." Cheng Wan couldn't help but think how the man, despite his polished appearance, spoke with a mocking tone. "This is my home. Leave," Luo Hang commanded. The man's expression shifted dangerously. "Oh, come now, if I were being polite, you'd think I was weak." Luo Hang frowned. "What do you want, Zheng Huai?" Zheng Huai. Cheng Wan realized. This was the scoundrel who had caused the downfall of a certain influential figure. "I hear you're quite popular lately. Even participating in the Tian Lai King competition," he said, eyeing Luo Hang with a crooked smile. Luo Hang remained unfazed. "Do you know what you're asking? Shall I repeat it?" Zheng Huai leaned closer, his finger nearly poking Luo Hang's nose. "I want you to withdraw from the competition and, by extension, leave the entertainment industry." "What? Withdraw from the competition? Are you dreaming?" Cheng Wan gasped, her jaw nearly dropping. With the finals approaching, no sane person would forfeit such an opportunity, especially not Luo Heng. Luo Heng's gaze hardened. Zheng Huai, do you understand the gravity of your words? Need I repeat myself? Zheng Huai extended his finger, his tone dripping with arrogance. I want you to withdraw from the competition and exit the entertainment industry. Luo Heng seized his finger, pressing it down forcefully. Zheng Huai, don't overstep your bounds. Overstep? You think you can speak to me this way? Zheng Huai roared. Luo Heng stood his ground. I have been more than courteous. Are you not afraid of the consequences? Luo Heng? Zheng Huai retorted, his anger flaring. Luo Heng remained expressionless, waiting for his next words. Bring her in, Zheng Huai commanded, clapping his hands lightly. Cheng Wan, puzzled by his next move, watched as the two bodyguards began to escort a woman into the room. The newcomer had disheveled hair and sunken cheeks, her tattered sleeves revealing emaciated arms. Luo Heng's body stiffened, disbelief washing over him as the woman's eyes met his. In an instant, tears streamed down her face. Ah, Heng. Cheng Wan noticed Luo Heng trembling slightly. The woman took a shaky step forward, reaching out to touch Luo Heng's cheek. A wave of unnameable sorrow surged through him. Hanwen, he uttered instinctively. Upon hearing her name, the woman, Hanwen, burst into tears. Luo Heng clenched his fists, his gaze sharp. What does this mean? Zheng Huai smirked. It means nothing, merely a glimpse of what your former love has become. Cheng Wan understood then. Hanwen was the one who had betrayed Luo Heng, leaving him for Zheng Huai. Taking a deep breath, Luo Heng fought to maintain his composure. Hanwen, hearing his words, covered her face in anguish. I'm sorry, Ah Heng. I never meant to leave you, truly. Her voice trembled as she cried, unable to catch her breath. The uncontainable grief surged like a torrent, finally breaking through her last defenses. Once a promising music academy student, she had no resources or connections, her divorced mother hoping she would rise to support their impoverished family. After Luo Heng's incident, her life had spiraled out of control. While caring for him, she tirelessly sought opportunities, but fortune had never favored her. The relentless media scrutiny and malicious online speculation bore down on them, exacerbating Luo Heng's depression. Their relationship, once tender, grew increasingly strained, culminating in a fierce argument 2 weeks later that unleashed all the pent-up emotions they had been harboring. Under the weight of sorrow, Hanwen ventured alone into a bar seeking solace in oblivion. Little did she anticipate that a single misstep would plunge her into irretrievable despair. Amidst the dazzling lights of the bar, Zheng Huai approached her solitary figure. My beautiful lady, why do you appear so forlorn? Hanwen, intoxicated, retorted, Leave me alone. Do not be so harsh, Zheng Huai replied, swirling the contents of his glass, his gaze akin to a serpent gliding through treacherous waters. Do you yearn to rid yourself of your troubles? Do you desire to attain everything you have ever wished for? His voice was alluring and intoxicating. With a dazed expression, Hanwen raised her gaze. Do you have a solution? Zheng Huai smiled, retrieving a small packet of white powder from his pocket. Here, take a sip. And from this moment forth, you shall know no more sorrow. From that moment on, her world dissolved into shades of gray. Chapter 31. Life Like Summer Flowers, Part 8. Luo Heng deliberately averted his gaze, unwilling to look upon her tear-streaked face. Hanwen sobbed incessantly, uncertain whether her tears stemmed from remorse for her past ignorance or sorrow for the time long lost between her and Luo Heng. Yet, as her weeping intensified, she suddenly froze and, without warning, clasped her head in her hands, writhing in agony on the ground. Luo Heng's heart skipped a beat, and he rushed forward, pushing aside the two bodyguards restraining her. Hanwen, what is wrong? The bodyguards hesitated to intervene, but with a mere glance from Zheng Huai, they obediently stepped back. Zheng Huai sauntered over to Luo Heng, as if relishing the unfolding drama. Would you like to know what is truly happening with her? Luo Heng's heart sank, his eyes narrowing like a blade. Did you do this? Zheng Huai shrugged innocently, his expression feigning innocence. You cannot blame me. She chose to indulge. I merely facilitated her desires. It felt as if a bolt of lightning struck him, leaving Luo Heng momentarily dazed. Then, a surge of fury threatened to engulf him. And he enunciated each word with chilling clarity. You forced her to use drugs? Zheng Huai scoffed. What a joke. How could I possibly force her? When her cravings hit, she grovels like a dog, begging me. With a resounding thud, Luo Heng's fist connected with Zheng Huai, sending him crashing to the ground. His eyes blazed with rage, reminiscent of an enraged lion. He struck again, landing another blow squarely on Zheng Huai's face. Zheng Huai, caught off guard, screamed in pain as he staggered back, blood trickling from his nose. Cheng Wan silently applauded Luo Heng's actions, thinking to herself how splendidly he fought back. The two bodyguards, sensing the escalation, quickly restrained the nearly uncontrollable Luo Heng. Zheng Huai took the opportunity to rise, wiping the blood from his face, his expression dark as storm clouds. Filled with malice, he advanced toward Luo Heng, suddenly slapping him across the face. How dare you hit me? Luo Heng, held back by the bodyguards, could not evade the blow.
Hey!
You better stop that. Cheng Wan, witnessing Luo Heng's distress, rushed forward, arms outstretched in a protective manner, resembling a hen shielding her chick. To everyone's astonishment, Luo Heng suddenly shouted at Cheng Wan, Get out of here. This is none of your business. Cheng Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Luo Heng glanced at Zheng Huai. This is between him and me. It has nothing to do with you. Cheng Wan was momentarily bewildered, as if the powerful figure before her had transformed into a stranger. Luo Heng's voice was cold and resolute.
Leave. Now.
The words struck Cheng Wan like a thunderclap, leaving her in disbelief. What did you just say? I said, get out of my sight. Luo Heng repeated, his tone harsh. Cheng Wan clenched her teeth, rooted to the spot, unwilling to move. Luo Heng's face darkened with contempt. You're just a freeloader, doing nothing while I support you. I should never have let you in. Now, will you leave or not? Do you truly believe you are significant? The derision and scorn in his words were palpable. Had she not heard it with her own ears, she would never have believed such statements could come from Luo Heng. Zheng Huai looked on astonished, as Cheng Wan staggered away, momentarily at a loss for words. Zheng Huai sneered, I won't waste any more of my time with you. Withdraw from the competition, yes or no. Just give me a clear answer. Luo Heng spat blood, hitting Zheng Huai squarely in the face. Not a chance. Zheng Huai's laughter was tinged with malice, as if he were wielding a poisoned dagger. Allow me to demonstrate the consequences of crossing me. In an instant, Zheng Huai approached the already strung-out Han Wen, kicking her towards Luo Heng. Han Wen curled up in pain. Zheng Huai commanded her, Listen, the drugs are with me. You need to plead with him. If he agrees to withdraw from the competition, I will let you use. Han Wen, gripped by her addiction, felt as if countless insects were gnawing at her, her mind clouded. Upon hearing Zheng Huai's words, she saw them as her last lifeline. She crawled desperately to Luo Heng's feet, pleading, Please, you must agree. Seeing the desperation in Han Wen's eyes pierced Luo Heng's heart. When she noticed his hesitance, she clung to his legs with all her might, almost screaming, Please, you have to agree. Luo Heng squeezed his eyes shut, unable to bear it. Soon, 3 deep gashes appeared on his face from her frantic grasp. Han Wen, he croaked, his voice thick with emotion, Please, regain your composure. Zheng Huai gestured for the bodyguards to release Luo Heng, taking pleasure in his torment. Luo Heng held Han Wen tightly, Listen to me. However, Han Wen, in a frenzy, struggled against him. Suddenly, she bit down on his wrist. Luo Heng winced as veins bulged on his forehead. Struggling to free himself, he found Han Wen's grip unyielding, blood gushing from the wound, and in mere moments, his forearm was a bloody mess. Frustration surged within Luo Heng, and he forcefully pushed her away, causing her to tumble to the ground. Cursing himself, he hurried to check on Han Wen, only for her to unexpectedly seize his hand. Ah! Heng! Luo Heng stiffened. Han Wen, her eyes glazed with tears, murmured, Heng, please, save me. Her voice was weak, barely audible. I know, you're angry with me, but I beg you, please save me. I'm in so much pain. Heng. She climbed up his arm, clinging to him desperately. Through their clothes, he felt her tremors, her cries piercing his ears with heart-wrenching intensity. After a long pause, Luo Heng hoarsely replied, I will help you. Zheng Huai chuckled. But I have a condition. Zheng Huai watched with keen interest, as if observing a captive. What is it? From now on, you are not to have any further dealings with Hanwen. Zheng Huai hadn't anticipated this demand. Fine, if she didn't constantly beg me for drugs, I wouldn't even bother with her. Even a dog can guard the house. As for her, she's a lost cause. Luo Heng clenched his fists, suppressing his fury. Take your people, and leave now. Zheng Huai, having achieved his aim, beamed with satisfaction. All right, I'll take my leave and won't interrupt your reunion any longer. Before departing, he tossed a package aside. Hanwen, like a ravenous wolf spotting prey, lunged at the powder, trembling as she poured it into her mouth. The night grew late, and the city seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. In an old residential area, only one light remained on. Luo Heng tucked the blanket around her and turned to leave. Hanwen twisted her fingers nervously. Luo Heng. He paused. What is it? Thank you. Luo Heng remained silent. Hanwen bit her lip, as if summoning immense courage. Luo Heng, is there still a chance for us? Yet. Luo Heng merely sighed softly. It's late. You should rest. Closing the door behind him, he sat on the sofa, smoking one cigarette after another. Zheng Huai's appearance. Hanwen's addiction, all of it had been unforeseen. Yet, today's chaos only deepened his hatred for Zheng Huai. With his eyes closed, Luo Heng replayed the events of the night in his mind. Yet, in an instant, a particular image crystallized. Cheng Wan's misty eyes, a haunting presence that lingered. The situation had been dire, and he feared that Cheng Wan might resort to desperate measures. Moreover, he was all too aware of Zheng Huai's unscrupulous nature. Should he realize the depth of Luo Heng's concern for Cheng Wan, he would undoubtedly exploit it. That was the very outcome he dreaded most. He needed to persuade her to leave this tumultuous place. However, having just raised his voice at her, he could only imagine how hurt she must feel. A bitter smile crept across his face. In that moment, as he had fled in distress, he resembled a child wronged. It was the first time he had witnessed such sorrow etched upon Cheng Wan's features. Rubbing his temples, Luo Heng recalled every fleeting moment they had shared over the past few months. Suddenly, he extinguished his cigarette. He had to find her. He hastily donned a jacket and pushed open the door to step outside. Just as he was about to descend the stairs, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Where are you going? Chapter 32, Life as Beautiful as Summer Flowers, Part 9. Where are you going? A pure and bright voice inquired. Luo Heng stiffened for a moment before slowly turning around. Cheng Wan emerged from the shadow of the corridor. Her face still adorned with the warm smile she often wore, devoid of the previous sorrow that had clouded her expression. Luo Heng could hardly believe his eyes. This was the first time he found himself at a loss for words in her presence. Cheng Wan made a playful face, exclaiming, I'm right here. She raised her hand and vigorously shook the bag she held. What is this? Luo Heng asked. Beer, she replied, stepping into the room with a bottle for each of them. The sound of bottle caps popping echoed as frothy bubbles surged forth. In less than a quarter of an hour, steaming white rice and crisp, refreshing cold potato shreds were served at the table. Cheng Wan made no mention of the earlier unpleasantness. After a long night of work, you must be tired. Let's have a simple meal to avoid an empty stomach. She said casually, her tone as natural as a wife waiting for her weary husband to return home. A sip of wine and a few dishes to accompany it could dissolve a day's toil and troubles, touching the softest corners of the heart. Luo Heng suddenly raised his hand to shield his eyes. Cheng Wan clicked her tongue and, with a piece of food pinched between her chopsticks, asked, What's wrong? Is it not to your liking? He shook his head, laughing as he lowered his arm and eagerly scooped food into his mouth, mumbling, It's delicious, exceptionally so. Cheng Wan, both amused and exasperated, replied, Take it slow, big brother. This dish is quite salty yet, from the corner of her eye. She noticed Luo Heng's eyes glistening slightly. The meal vanished like a whirlwind, leaving the bowls empty. Luo Heng felt that this was indeed the most delectable cuisine in the world. Carefully choosing his words, he put down his chopsticks and said, Cheng Wan, may I ask you something? Cheng Wan, mid-sip of beer foam, gestured with her chopsticks. Go ahead. Why was this typically straightforward person suddenly so hesitant? You don't hold it against me, do you? He finally managed to ask. Cheng Wan feigned surprise. widening her eyes. Hold it against you for what? Luo Heng struggled with how to express himself. Well, I said such things to you. Instantly, Cheng Wan puffed up her cheeks and clinked her chopsticks against the bowl. Of course I was angry, and I was very upset. Luo Heng's heart tightened, and his voice involuntarily softened. I'm sorry. Cheng Wan pouted. Is saying sorry enough? Your attitude is hardly sincere. Luo Heng felt a tremor in his heart. What do you want me to do? Cheng Wan rested her chin on her hand. Pretending to ponder seriously, you need to take some practical actions. For instance, from now on, you'll cook all 3 meals each day, and they mustn't repeat. You must ensure I am well fed. Also, dinner must include meat. If it's not tasty, I won't accept it. Luo Heng couldn't help but lift his head, watching Cheng Wan's mischievous smile as she counted on her fingers to outline her culinary demands. This cheeky girl dared to play tricks on him. He reached out, playfully tousling her hair, without mercy. Cheng Wan laughed and dodged with glee. In truth, just hours before, he had regretted running out the door. After months of knowing Luo Heng, she understood him well. He was spirited and loyal. Even when the world treated him cruelly, he retained an immense capacity for kindness. Though his exterior often appeared cold and unapproachable, Cheng Wan alone knew of the warmth and empathy he harbored within. This understanding allowed her to trust him completely and made her realize that his actions were likely motivated by a desire to protect her. Observing the evident relaxation in his demeanor, Cheng Wan said earnestly, Luo Heng, you truly have nothing to apologize for. I understand your intentions. Frankly, I should thank you. You have given me the opportunity to meet such a wonderful person like you. Caught off guard, Luo Heng's arm, poised to pick up food, hesitated midair. Her words struck deep within his heart. He was momentarily speechless, overwhelmed with emotion and gratitude that he found difficult to articulate. Luo Heng poured Cheng Wan a drink, and she understood, raising her glass to meet his. The glasses clinked together with a melodic sound. Luo Heng tilted his head back, the shimmering liquid flowing down his throat. With a soft chime, his favorability rating increased by 3 stars. The following morning, Luo Heng descended to retrieve his car. It was an aging Jetta, rarely used due to the proximity of his workplace and mostly left to gather dust in the garage. He turned the ignition, and to his relief, it started without issue. The advantages of an old car were indeed its durability. He drove to the ground floor, where Cheng Wan was half-supporting Hanwen, waiting for him at the entrance. Luo Heng rolled down the window and called out, "Get in." Cheng Wan assisted Hanwen into the back seat and naturally took the passenger seat. Hanwen was draped in Luo Heng's cotton coat, nervously twisting her fingers. Through the rearview mirror, Luo Heng glanced at her, reassuringly saying, "Don't worry, we'll be there soon." Hanwen bit her lip, her face pale. Luo Heng stepped on the gas, and the car sped away. Last night, he and Cheng Wan had discussed taking Hanwen to a voluntary detox center. The memory of Hanwen's desperate struggle with addiction was still fresh, her cravings were severe, and without intervention, her life could be in jeopardy within a few short years. Hanwen was not inherently bad. She should not be condemned to a ruined life because of a worthless person. Even without the bond they once shared, he could not abandon her. Hanwen's face had turned ashen, her nails digging into the seat cover, her anxiety and fear evident. Luo Heng steeled himself. "You must quit this addiction." Hanwen bit her lip but remained silent, knowing deep down that Luo Heng was acting in her best interest. The drive was quiet, and time passed swiftly. Just as Hanwen was still unprepared mentally, the car came to a halt at the entrance of the city detox center. "Luo Heng, you wait here," Cheng Wan said as he opened the door for Hanwen. "Come on, I'll accompany you inside." This detox center was for voluntary treatment, staffed with professionals and equipped with advanced medical facilities for real-time monitoring of patients. Luo Heng guided Hanwen through the various procedures. Shortly after, a physician arrived to take her away. Hanwen looked at Luo Heng, her eyes misting over. "Don't be afraid. Work hard, and when you come out, find a good family," he encouraged. Tears streamed down Hanwen's cheeks. There was no point in saying more farewells. It would only deepen her reluctance and attachment. Luo Heng nodded to the waiting doctor, signaling for them to lead her inside. "I'm leaving," he said, waving his hand before turning away. Hanwen watched Luo Heng's figure gradually fade at the door, finally surrendering and closing her eyes. Cheng Wan asked, "Is everything settled?" "Yes," Luo Heng replied. Life is unpredictable, and everyone has their own fate. Now, Hanwon's fate was finally in her own hands. He sincerely hoped this young woman could recover and lead a radiant life like her peers. On the way back, Cheng Wan and Luo Heng engaged in light conversation, asking about his future plans. With the loss of his competition eligibility, all previous aspirations seemed to have been dashed. Cheng Wan looked at Luo Heng with concern. One day, she had inadvertently seen him taking medication. After researching online, she discovered it was for treating depression. The recent series of setbacks must have weighed heavily on him,
And she feared for his mental health.
Luo Heng seemed to sense her gaze and glanced at her. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Nothing. Just admiring your handsome looks, Cheng Wan replied. Luo Heng chuckled at her response. You're just trying to flatter me. Cheng Wan winked mischievously.
Don't tell me you don't fall for that?
Luo Heng was speechless. He realized she had calculated this tactic to win him over. The sun shines brightly today, casting its warm rays upon the earth after a prolonged spell of overcast skies. The persistent clouds have finally been dispersed by the gentle breeze, allowing the sunlight to pierce through and envelop the land in warmth. Cheng Wan feels an impending sense of good news. He lowers the car window, relishing the cool wind against his face. Suddenly, music emanates from within the car. Your phone is ringing, Cheng Wan remarks. Luo Heng, focused on driving, pays no heed. His circle is small and few know his phone number. You should answer it. If it's someone from the bar, just take a day off for me.
Oh.
Cheng Wan retrieves Luo Heng's phone from his pocket, his fingers inadvertently brushing against his solid abdomen. In a moment of mischief, he caresses it a couple more times. What are you doing? Luo Heng inquires, bemused. Cheng Wan feigns a critique. Not bad, an 8-pack. Luo Heng rolls his eyes at him. Stop messing around and answer. Cheng Wan makes a silly face and taps the green answer button. Hello? As he listens, Cheng Wan's expression shifts. Boss, it's for you. Luo Heng raises an eyebrow. For me? Cheng Wan hands him the phone, and Luo Heng steadies the car by pulling over. Hello? On the other end, there is a brief silence before a deep, resonant voice speaks. Xiao Heng? For a fleeting moment, Luo Heng's mind goes blank before he tentatively responds. Director Jiang? Jiang Renhua, the chairman of Huaron Records, had once mentored Luo Heng a decade ago. It's me. After a decade of no contact, the sudden call from Director Jiang is perplexing. Luo Heng adopts a serious tone. Director Jiang, what can I do for you? On the other end, Jiang Renhua clears his throat. When you have time, please come to Huaron. The Huaron building towers majestically, its glass facade reflecting brilliant light. Luo Heng gazes at the landmark structure, overcome with nostalgia. Can you drive? He queries Cheng Wan. Although Cheng Wan is baffled by this sudden question, he instinctively responds, I can. I got my license during my freshman break. Seeing Cheng Wan's resolute demeanor, Luo Heng concedes, all right, stay here. I'll be quick. Okay, Cheng Wan replies, you go ahead, don't worry about me. As he watches Luo Heng's figure disappear into the building, Cheng Wan maneuvers the car a few steps closer, parking in a quieter spot. The Huaron company is essentially at the city center, surrounded by upscale hotels and various shopping establishments. Though he is unaware of the conversation's content, Cheng Wan perceives the gravity of the matter from Luo Heng's expression. Anticipating that Luo Heng might take a while, he decides to wander into a nearby shopping mall. Perhaps due to it being the weekend, the mall is bustling with people. Couples openly display their affection, yet Cheng Wan feels no envy as he observes them linking arms. They're not even as handsome as my boss. Wandering into the clothing section, he finds himself envisioning Luo Heng in any appealing outfit he spots, which causes him to blush. He looks good in anything. However, this spectacle startles the sales staff, who have never seen a customer so infatuated with clothing. As he browses, Cheng Wan selects two particularly attractive items, secretly planning to surprise Luo Heng. Luo Heng, having concluded his business, looks up at the sky. It is now dark, and the stars begin to twinkle. Cheng Wan, lost in his shopping reverie, realizes he has lost track of time and sheepishly scratches his head. It's getting late. However, upon seeing Cheng Wan's pitiful expression, Luo Heng relents. Though he knows Cheng Wan is likely feigning innocence, he finds it impossible to muster any irritation. All right, I'm not blaming you. Luo Heng beckons him into the car. After closing the door, he notices the bags in Cheng Wan's hands. What did you buy? Cheng Wan, presenting the garments like treasures, exclaims, Your Majesty, please have a look. Luo Heng, taken aback by the title, cannot help but chuckle. It is peculiar how Cheng Wan possesses an innate ability to charm him. He picks up a black shirt, glancing at the tag, which reads size 185. Just right for him. Luo Heng's gaze softens, while Cheng Wan beams with pride, as if seeking validation. Don't buy me clothes anymore. It's too costly. Luo Heng mumbles, yet his eyes sparkle with delight. Cheng Wan, dismissing his comment, suddenly recalls, By the way, what did Director Jiang want from you? Luo Heng gazes at him earnestly, joy and anticipation shining in his eyes. He said Huron hopes to sign me again. Chapter 33. Life as Bright as Summer Flowers. Part 10. Contract signed? Cheng Wan leaped with excitement, only to forget he was inside a car, resulting in a loud thud as his head collided with the ceiling.
Ah, damn.
He exclaimed, wincing in pain. Luo Heng, witnessing his comical antics as he cradled his head, couldn't help but chuckle. How can someone your age be so careless? Cheng Wan grinned through the discomfort. I got a bit too carried away. Luo Heng, with a hint of exasperation, leaned closer. Let me take a look. Cheng Wan, grimacing, presented his head. The man's hand was firm, yet gentle as it sifted through his hair, sending a tingling sensation across his scalp. Luo Heng assessed the situation, reassuring him it was merely a little redness, and a good night's sleep would suffice. Cheng Wan, with tears welling in his eyes, protested, But I feel like something's wrong. Luo Heng inquired, What is it? Cheng Wan nestled his head against Luo Heng's chest, a playful smile on his face. It hurts, be gentle. In truth, regarding Luo Heng's sudden loss of voice a decade ago, Cheng Wan had harbored doubts and even dispatched someone to investigate. However, due to Zheng Huai's adept concealment and the interference of their old rival, Yongxing Corporation, the matter faded into obscurity. That incident not only dealt a devastating blow to Luo Heng but also had significant repercussions for Huarong, resulting in a staggering loss of nearly 10 million in profits within a year. Consequently, this event became an unresolved knot in Chairman Zhang's heart.
Now,
as Luo Heng re-emerged in the public eye, he shone like a brilliant golden ingot, attracting numerous record labels vying for his attention. Chairman Jiang, always astute in seizing opportunities, was not about to let this chance slip by. Both parties quickly reached a consensus, each fulfilling their respective needs. Songwriting, recording, attending various press conferences. All work progressed smoothly and in an orderly fashion. A decade later, the air was thick with sincerity. As expected, the album Heart Sutra received widespread acclaim upon its release, selling millions within 3 months and breaking the company's sales records. Thus, Huarong decided to capitalize on the momentum, scheduling Luo Heng's first solo concert since his return for September of this year. In a modest room of a few dozen square meters, Cheng Wan sat alone, munching on leftover lunch while idly watching television. Recently, various entertainment channels had been flooded with news of Luo Heng's comeback. Headlines proclaimed him a genius singer returning after 10 years, the true king of music, who could easily rely on his looks but chose to showcase his talent instead. Such news was incessant. Luo Heng, clad in a dapper suit, was busy attending one event after another, organized by the management assigned to him by Huarong. Although Cheng Wan knew that Luo Heng had finally realized his dream and should have been happy, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy as he observed the throngs of fans online fervently calling him their idol. It felt akin to sharing a cherished treasure that had been kept close to his heart. After finishing his meal, Cheng Wan tossed his lonely bowl into the sink to soak and then crawled into bed. He was in a foul mood, not even wanting to wash the dishes. With the television turned off, silence enveloped the room, devoid of any vitality. Cheng Wan lay tossing and turning in bed. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the hallway. Holding his breath, he listened intently. Someone was ascending the stairs. He quickly threw off the covers and padded barefoot to the door. However, upon opening it, he found it was merely a neighbor from the 4th floor. Moments later, more footsteps could be heard. Cheng Wan leaped back into bed, pressing his ear against the door, only to discover the sounds had ceased at the neighboring apartment. It wasn't him. After several such false alarms, exhaustion overcame Cheng Wan, and he sank down to the floor, dozing off. Time slipped by, and in a hazy state, Cheng Wan felt as if he were being moved. Struggling to open his eyes, he found Luo Heng's face directly in front of him. Cheng Wan shut his eyelids again, thinking how hopeless he was, unable to escape even in dreams. Luo Heng had anticipated a reaction of joy or surprise from Cheng Wan upon seeing him, but it seemed the young man was simply too sleepy. Yet, he refrained from waking him, instead carefully laying him down on the bed and tucking him in. In slumber, Cheng Wan appeared tranquil and serene, his features handsome, though his brow was furrowed, suggesting restless dreams. Leaning close, Luo Heng's warm breath brushed against Cheng Wan's cheek. In a moment of impulse, he gently pressed his lips to Cheng Wan's forehead, barely lingering. In response, the sleeping figure's brow began to unfurl, as if slipping into a sweet dream. As September approached, the sun gradually softened, and autumn's cool breeze ushered in the scent of osmanthus. Luo Heng's first concert post-comeback was set to commence at the Central Stadium in City A. At the entrance, a throng of eager fans enveloped the venue, their excitement palpable. I can finally see my idol in person. I'm so thrilled. I must get his autograph. With just a minute before the concert was to officially begin, the colossal countdown timer illuminated the screen. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At the moment it hit 1, a resounding bang echoed as dazzling fireworks filled the night sky. Amidst the radiant display, Luo Heng descended gracefully onto the stage via a suspended platform. The audience erupted into a frenzy of cheers, the glow sticks they waved creating an ocean of light. Dressed in a sleek black jacket that accentuated his allure, Luo Heng strode confidently to the center of the stage and paused, bowing deeply to the audience. A perfect 90-degree bow, sincere and respectful. For a brief moment, silence enveloped the crowd before it erupted into a deafening roar. Luo Heng. Luo Heng. With profound emotion, Luo Heng gazed at the audience. Hello everyone, I am Luo Heng. 10 years ago, due to an unforeseen accident, I had to step away from this stage. Now, I stand here again to express my gratitude for your unwavering support. The crowd surged with excitement, fans fervently shaking signs emblazoned with Luo Heng's name. Not one for excessive words, Luo Heng felt that his sentiments had been conveyed well enough. He signaled to the backstage crew to commence the show. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. To everyone's astonishment, the music that had just begun abruptly ceased, plunging the venue into silence. Luo Heng momentarily froze but remained composed, signaling an assistant to investigate. Soon, word arrived that the sound equipment in the back was malfunctioning for reasons unknown, and the sound engineer responsible had inexplicably vanished. This revelation struck like a bucket of icy water over the backstage crew. In a venue filled with tens of thousands, without sound, how could the concert possibly proceed? As the news reached Luo Heng, a sense of unease crept in. Such crucial equipment had been checked multiple times prior to the show, and it seemed highly improbable that issues would arise at this juncture. Moreover, the sound engineer's sudden disappearance felt suspiciously coincidental. As the music continued to delay, restlessness spread through the audience, and the atmosphere began to shift. Sensing the impending chaos, Luo Heng suddenly steadied himself. The thousands of eager fans had come for him, no matter the circumstances, be it an accident or deliberate. He could not let this unforeseen disruption ruin the concert. Clearing his throat softly, he grasped the microphone and gradually closed his eyes. Amidst the audience's astonishment, his deep, raspy voice began to resonate, weaving an ethereal melody. Little did he know how long he had slumbered in darkness, nor the challenge it would take to awaken his spirit. The audience below widened their eyes in disbelief. He was actually singing a cappella. I rushed from afar to fulfill your appointment. The crowd was inevitably captivated by his simple yet moving voice. Enchanted by the mortal realm, I was wild for her. Luo Heng gently furrowed his brow, deeply immersed and focused. This song, titled Life Like Summer Flowers, is the lead track from his first album after his return, Heart Sutra. The melody is profound and enduring, rich in sentiment. It reveals a tenacity and passion for life, asserting that even amidst thorns, life is fleeting, yet it should be as splendid as summer flowers. As the song progressed, Luo Heng detached the microphone from its stand. I am that dazzling moment, a fleeting flame across the horizon. At that moment, The entire audience suddenly sang in unison, igniting a fervent wave of sound in the vast stadium, emotions reaching a fever pitch. Brief as a shooting star, radiant as summer flowers, Luo Heng's voice was husky yet exceedingly gentle. As the song concluded, he felt an unexpected tranquility within. Before him, flowers seemed to bloom, and his beloved stood among the vibrant blossoms. He smiled slightly, and the fragrance of flowers wafted in. The tens of thousands present fell silent, as if entranced by that beauty, lingering in its memory. It was a dialogue between two souls. The crowd, astonished, assumed it was a new gimmick for the concert. Yet only Luo Heng's expression changed suddenly upon hearing the voices. Within the recording was the voice of Zheng Huai. Chapter 34. Life Like Summer Flowers. Part 11. The staff members below the stage exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. The audio continued to play, beginning with a crackling static that resonated through the speakers, jarring the audience's eardrums. Gradually, a voice emerged, becoming increasingly distinct. A middle-aged man's voice, deliberately lowered, inquired, "So, is everything arranged?" To which another voice replied, "Yes, old Chen, I will not treat you poorly. After this is accomplished, you shall not lack benefits." "Oh, thank you. You know you can trust me, right? Wasn't it me who helped you with that matter 10 years ago?" Silence. The voice was abruptly cut off, the man's tone sharp and commanding. "Do not mention the past. It is best forgotten. Do you understand?" The interrupted man, rather than becoming offended, eagerly affirmed his loyalty. "Understood, understood. I have not spoken a word to anyone but you." "Humph, that is good to know." The man's voice dripped with menace. "Let us see if this concert will proceed." At this point, the audio abruptly ceased. On stage, Luo Heng stood frozen, his hands and feet growing cold. The middle-aged man in the recording was Zheng Huai. He had declared intentions to ruin this concert, and it was clear he would not relent until he achieved his goal. However, after the initial shock, Luo Heng regained his composure. The unprepared audience, however, erupted into chaos. What just happened? What is this recording? A conspiracy. A conspiracy. I knew someone was trying to sabotage my idol's concert. Who is the shameless bastard behind this? Step forward and stop hiding like a coward.
Wait.
This man mentioned 10 years ago. Could it be that Luo Heng's withdrawal back then had hidden motives? A ripple of curiosity spread through the crowd. In an instant, all attention was drawn to the brief, explosive recording. Someone in the audience suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, why does one of those male voices sound so familiar?" This prompted the audience to begin drawing connections within the entertainment industry. Before long, a shocking discovery began to circulate among the crowd. The voice issuing orders in the recording bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a certain star with the surname Z. Quickly, the video was uploaded online, garnering tens of thousands of views almost instantly. A skilled analyst made a detailed comparison of the two voices, revealing a staggering 99% similarity. This effectively confirmed they were likely the same individual. The truth was unveiled, creating a worldwide sensation. It turned out that Luo Heng's mysterious disappearance years ago concealed a deeper secret, with the true antagonist being the once celebrated Zheng Huai. Upon the release of this news, Zheng Huai attempted to refute the claims. Yet, the recording was irrefutable evidence, leaving no room for argument. Moreover, no one could shroud the truth in darkness. Regardless of his power and influence, he could not withstand the overwhelming outcry of the masses. In the blink of an eye, Zheng Huai plummeted from his pedestal, facing public scorn and outrage. However, this was not the end of the matter. It was evident that he would not only endure public condemnation but would also confront severe legal repercussions. The evidence was indisputable. Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves. Zheng Huai had indeed fallen into the trap he meticulously crafted, a true farce of human folly. System. What are you lamenting about? This is all you're doing. He indeed. Cheng Wan chuckled. As a matter of fact, he had been present at Luo Heng's first concert. After many days apart, he had intended to sneak backstage to surprise him. However, he took a wrong turn and unknowingly wandered into a nearly deserted area. Just as he was becoming disoriented, fate intervened, allowing him to overhear two individuals conversing in an abandoned restroom corner. In a flash of inspiration, he recorded their conversation. Subsequently, Cheng Wan retrieved the phone number of their manager, Along, and relayed the entire situation, orchestrating this splendid performance together. In December, at the Capitol venue, the concert hall was brimming with people. Luo Heng was backstage, meticulously reviewing the final procedures while touching up his makeup. Cheng Wan had been granted access to accompany him backstage, and soon, even the makeup artist was aware that the illustrious star Luo Heng had a devoted sidekick who followed him everywhere. After finishing his makeup and preparing for the stage, Luo Heng adjusted his collar and declared, "I'm heading out. Go, go, go." Cheng Wan beamed. "Good luck. You're the best." Luo Heng smiled gently as he prepared to take the stage. The vast venue was nearly filled to capacity. Luo Heng delivered a brief opening statement before commencing his performance. As he closed his eyes, one could feel that he was singing from his soul, expressing profound affection for the world. Upon concluding his piece, Luo Heng extended his gratitude to the audience. Yet, the instant he lifted his head, all the lights in the venue abruptly extinguished. A hush fell over the crowd, as if enveloped by a shroud of darkness. A jolt of alarm shot through Luo Heng's heart. He couldn't help but think of Zheng Huai. However, logically, that man should be reflecting on his life behind bars now, with no opportunity to cause further mischief. Luo Heng urgently contacted the backstage crew, suspecting an error on the lighting technician's part. Just then, the audience's lights suddenly illuminated, revealing a mesmerizing sight. The glow sticks in their hands swayed in unison, forming a pink heart shape, as if countless gentle hands were enveloping him with love. Luo Heng stood momentarily stunned. At that moment, someone gracefully ascended the stage. He turned abruptly to see Cheng Wan pushing a small cart toward him. On the cart rested a three-tiered birthday cake. Luo Heng was taken aback. He had completely forgotten his own birthday. Cheng Wan smiled and, under Luo Heng's astonished gaze, snapped his fingers, prompting the audience of thousands to chant in unison, "Luo Heng, happy birthday." An unprecedented wave of emotion surged within him. Gazing into Cheng Wan's bright eyes, Luo Heng felt, for a fleeting moment, that spring had arrived.
Ding.
Affection level, 5 stars. Chapter 35, Tremble, Spirits, Part 1, Cheng Wan awoke, his body resting upon a soft surface that felt akin to a fluffy blanket, pure white, as if he were suspended amidst the clouds. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up and surveyed his surroundings. Everything appeared hazy, enveloped in an ethereal mist. "Emma, have I traversed to the celestial realm?" A familiar mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Ding. "Greetings, host. The system is at your service." Cheng Wan queried, "System? You do not intend for me to pursue the Jade Emperor, do you?" The system replied, "You are overthinking it. That is good, that is good. If such a lofty task existed, I would surely be unable to handle it." Cheng Wan inquired, "Where exactly am I?" The system responded, "You are currently within my consciousness." Cheng Wan blinked in surprise. The system explained, "The scientific term is world of consciousness. You may perceive it as a personal space allocated to each system by headquarters." Cheng Wan swallowed nervously. That sounds rather sophisticated. The system puffed with pride. Indeed. Others wish to enter, yet cannot. Cheng Wan pondered, "Shouldn't I have transitioned to the next world by now?" "I completed my previous task and accompanied Luo Heng to the end." The system reassured him, "Do not fret. Based on your performance in the recent 3 evaluation assessments, Headquarters has decided to reward you." "Reward?" "Oh." Cheng Wan felt a twinge of disappointment. "So, what exactly do you wish to do?" The system continued. "Due to your previous 3 tasks and the year-end bonus, you will receive 40,000 points." Cheng Wan asked, "Can the points be used as currency?" The system replied, "They cannot." Cheng Wan sighed. "Then what use are they?" The system suggested. "Besides spending them, why not cultivate some other interests or hobbies?" Cheng Wan contemplated, "Actually, I prefer saving and counting money over spending it." The system finally conceded defeat in its attempts to reform Cheng Wan. "For the upcoming world, you have gained the right to make a selection." "What do you mean?" "This is a new initiative by headquarters to encourage employees to enhance their task completion enthusiasm. You may utilize your points to choose and exchange for different types of targets." This sounded intriguing. As Cheng Wan marveled at this novel gameplay, a large screen suddenly materialized before him. The system cleared its throat, and a small stick figure appeared on the screen. First, a perverse and twisted antagonist, valued at 10,000 points. The screen flickered to reveal a lavishly dressed man with a devilish smile. Come on, let's have some fun. Cheng Wan thought to himself. This guy must be a bit unhinged. Despite the perversion, the added twist was overwhelming. Had he lost his mind to choose this? Cheng Wan swatted at the screen dismissively. Next, hurry. The stick figure tapped the screen, flipping to the second option, a paranoid and neurotic antagonist, valued at 20,000 points. The screen displayed a scene where one man pinned another, shackled, to a bed. Do you not love me? Cheng Wan felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Ugh. System, if you have any grievances against me, just speak plainly. There is no need to scare me with such violent imagery. The third option appeared, a sadistic and domineering antagonist, valued at 30,000 points. On the screen, a man donned in a bathrobe wielded a small whip, creating a cacophony of sounds. Cheng Wan felt tears welling up. Are you trying to kill me? The system queried. Are you not satisfied? I meticulously selected these from hundreds of hosts. Cheng Wan replied. I truly appreciate it. The system continued. You're welcome. It's my duty to serve the host. Cheng Wan felt utterly exasperated. The fourth option appeared, a stoic and aloof antagonist, valued at 40,000 points. The screen showcased a man with furrowed brows, standing by the window, smoking, exuding an aura of restraint. Stop. Wait a moment. Cheng Wan found this one appealing. A stoic demeanor was acceptable. At least he seemed normal. May I choose this one? The system hesitated. You can, but I fear you may not be able to handle it. Handle it?
How could that be?
This guy appears to be the most normal among the four. Though it would cost him all his points, Cheng Wan steeled himself. Boy, you are the one. Life was far more precious than points. The system expressed doubt. Are you certain? Cheng Wan affirmed. I am absolutely certain. The system cryptically warned. Then do not regret your decision. Before Cheng Wan could decipher the system's ambiguous tone, a sudden rush of information flooded his mind. However, upon reading the first line, Cheng Wan felt his world collapse. What in the world is in paranormal realm? The system innocently replied, this was your own choice. Cheng Wan felt despair creeping in. You only let me choose a person. You never mentioned there would be spirits in this world. The system maintained its innocence. I hinted that you should not regret your choice. Cheng Wan retorted. So, it's my fault? With a resigned expression, Cheng Wan finished perusing the materials. Overall, this world resembled the real one, save for one crucial difference. It was inhabited by ghosts. Regrettably, the original host had the ability to see them. Even more unfortunate. Only he could see them, as the original host possessed a pair of innate yin-yang eyes. The target he was to pursue was named Su-Yi, a police officer. Su-Yi's father, Su Hong, a young yet renowned detective in the city, tragically lost his life while apprehending a significant criminal. Upon hearing this news, Su-Yi's mother, 8 months pregnant, suffered a severe shock, resulting in massive bleeding. She was rushed to the hospital for emergency care, saving the child but losing her own life. Relatives held little hope, wishing only for Su-Yi to find a safe and stable job to live a peaceful life. However, Su-Yi was stubborn and rebellious. When it came time to apply for college, he secretly enrolled in the police academy. Upon graduation, he was assigned to the Public Security Bureau, essentially following in his father's footsteps. His childhood experiences forged Su-Yi's perpetual stoic expression, and the only thing that piqued his interest in life was solving cases. As a police officer, he frequently encountered offenders and had yet to have a girlfriend, which worried his relatives immensely. Despite their attempts to introduce him to potential partners, polite dinners often ended without follow-up, leading relatives to speculate whether Su-Yi had issues in that regard. In light of these concerns, his uncle had even discreetly gifted him a box of Viagra. Under the scrutiny of his relatives, Su-Yi reluctantly dated someone for a brief period. However, after a few months, his partner could not accept the dangers of his profession and his sporadic availability, leading to an amicable breakup. Eventually, his relatives resigned themselves to his choices. After finishing the materials, Cheng Wan held no strong opinions about Su-Yi as a target, though he found the paranormal elements quite unsettling. He had always been timid, the type to lose sleep after watching a horror movie. The thought of living amidst a continuous stream of 360-degree, high-definition horror films for months, if not years, filled him with dread. The system, feeling sympathetic towards him, sent him 2 yellow papers adorned with incomprehensible symbols drawn in red ink, resembling talismans. Take this and press it against your forehead in times of peril. It is infallible. Good heavens, does he not merely wish to encounter ghosts, but also to engage them in battle? Cheng Wan felt an increase in trepidation. System, could you grant me 2 more heart-saving pills? He feared that excessive excitement might lead to his untimely demise. The system responded, 1,000 points per pill. You have no points remaining. Cheng Wan shed tears of sorrow. Yet, fear would not resolve his predicament. Indeed, it often invites the very horrors one dreads. After a bout of mental fortitude, he shouted to vanquish all malevolent spirits and plunged into the temporal tunnel. Upon awakening, Cheng Wan discovered himself sprawled across his desk. He chuckled softly. I did not sleep well last night. A young man, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, replied with a knowing smile. Oh, so it was a tiring night. My friend, you seem to be lacking. Cheng Wan retorted. You misunderstand me. Must you be so crude? It's nothing. I am not a stranger, the young man continued. You are new to the precinct, but I have heard, our Captain Su, well, he has quite something. If you catch my drift. Cheng Wan intended to laugh, but suddenly stiffened, refraining from words. The young man, perceiving disbelief, launched into gossip mode. Don't be skeptical. If it were not the case, Captain Su, nearing 30 and strikingly handsome, how could he possibly be without a girlfriend? Cheng Wan covered his face, mourning for the young officer's naivety. The young policeman continued to articulate the supposed shortcomings of Su-yi, when suddenly, a light cough emerged from behind. Dong Su, whom do you deem inadequate? Chapter 36, Tremble, Spirits, Part 2. Cheng Wan clearly observed that after those words were spoken, Dong Su's body instantaneously froze, resembling a statue. He awkwardly turned his neck, laboriously looking back, and in a fleeting glance, he spotted a tall and imposing figure silently standing behind him.
Su-yi,
with his sharply defined features and piercing gaze, exuded a commanding aura as he maintained a stern expression. In that moment, Dong Su wondered if he were hallucinating. His teeth clashed together, rendering him speechless.
Ah.
Team Leader Su, greetings. Su-yi replied, I am well. Dong Su stammered. I have no response to that. However, Su-yi did not wait for him to continue. He merely cast a brief glance at him and stated, a homicide has occurred at Huajin community. You too accompany me. Okay. Let us go immediately. Dong Su exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. It was utterly terrifying, far more daunting than apprehending a criminal. Cheng Wan sympathetically patted his shoulder, yet her mind lingered on the ominous words spoken by the superior. Homicide. Encountering a corpse immediately upon arrival was hardly a promising omen. The police car sped down the street, its blaring siren adding an air of urgency to the scene. Noticing Dong Su's unease, he pulled a plastic bag from his pocket. If you feel nauseous, now is the time to purge, lest you find yourself vomiting your intestines later. Cheng Wan responded. No need, thank you. His words were disconcerting, and Cheng Wan felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Dong Su chuckled lightly. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's common for officers on their first scene, especially upon encountering a corpse. Even the boldest among us can't hold it together. After a few more experiences, you'll get accustomed to it. His crude advice held a ring of truth. And Cheng Wan couldn't help but feel a newfound respect for the police profession. The vehicle arrived at Huajin community in just 10 minutes. Stepping out, they were met with a cordoned-off area in front of the building, surrounded by a throng of people, with police officers attempting to disperse the crowd. Su-yi maneuvered through the masses, lifting the barrier with one hand while retrieving his identification from his coat with the other. The officer in charge of securing the scene visibly relaxed upon seeing him. Team Leader Su, you're here. Su-yi nodded in acknowledgement, as the junior officer began briefing him on the situation. Preliminary investigations revealed that the victim resided in Building 10 of Huajin Community. This morning, shortly after 6, an elderly gentleman out for his morning exercise discovered the body lying at the entrance of the unit, and the individual was already deceased at that time. As Su-yi listened to the report, He donned gloves and shoe covers, casting a glance at the corpse. Why is the body covered with a cloth?
Under normal circumstances,
relevant personnel would photograph the corpse and conduct follow-up examinations before it was concealed. The junior officer hesitated, carefully selecting his words. The state of the body is rather disturbing. Sui raised an eyebrow in surprise. Are you, a police officer, afraid of a corpse? The junior officer averted his gaze, remaining silent. However, when Sui personally lifted the white cloth covering the victim's face, he immediately grasped the officer's meaning. Despite having encountered various corpses in his 5 to 6 years of service, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing this one. It was not the gruesome sight that shocked him, but rather the sheer terror it exuded. The deceased was a female, appearing to be in her early 20s. Her complexion ghostly pale, lips a chilling shade of blue, as if drained of blood. Most unsettling were her eyes, wide open in a state of sheer horror, as if they could burst from their sockets. Sui instinctively averted his gaze from her eyes. He turned to his companions and instructed Dong-Su, "Come over and photograph the body. You, the newcomer, take brief notes of the scene." Understood. Dong-Su took the camera and approached the corpse, while Cheng Wan nervously followed behind. Dong-Su whispered to Cheng Wan, "Prepare yourself mentally." Cheng Wan nodded, his palms clammy with sweat. As Sui continued his examination of the body, Cheng Wan hurriedly covered his mouth and dashed through the crowd outside, violently retching. "System, I'm done with this task. Send me to the next world." The system responded nonchalantly, "Sure, just commit suicide, and you can directly transition to the next world." Cheng Wan sighed. "Is there no gentler way?" The system retorted, "Then just complete the task properly." Cheng Wan pleaded, "Oh heavens, have mercy on me." Sui, expressionless, inquired, "Have you finished purging?" Cheng Wan replied, "Yes, I'm done." I nearly expelled my stomach. Without acknowledging him further, Sui tossed a pen and notebook in his direction. "Document it." "Okay." Cheng Wan thought to himself, this domineering aura deserves full marks. Suppressing his physical and psychological discomfort, Cheng Wan diligently took notes. However, as he wrote, an unsettling chill crept down his spine, as if a pair of icy eyes were fixated on him. This was peculiar. Aside from the three of them, there should be no one else present. Cheng Wan instinctively glanced behind him, only to incredulously discover a figure emerging from the ethereal air, a woman. Rubbing his eyes, he thought he was seeing things. He nudged Dong-Su, who was busy nearby. "Hey, do you see anyone over there?" Dong-Su looked at the vacant space. "Are you sure the corpse hasn't spooked you?" Cheng Wan touched his head, offering an awkward smile, yet a cold dread began to swell within him. This woman was visible only to him. Summoning his courage, Cheng Wan peered once more in the direction of the figure. The outline of the woman became clearer. An eerie sensation coursed through him as he gazed upon her face, akin to an electric shock. He glanced back at the corpse, then at the shadow, suddenly paralyzed with terror. The resemblance between the two was uncanny. Chapter 37 Tremble, Spirits, Part 3. In the broad daylight, what is this? Have I encountered a ghost? Cheng Wan's hands trembled involuntarily, causing the pen he held to wobble and scrawl chaotic lines on the page. A woman emerged from the thick fog, drawing nearer with each step. She noticed Cheng Wan's astonished expression, her bulging eyes seeming on the verge of falling out.
"Can you see me?"
Cheng Wan sadly covered his face, murmuring, I wish I didn't." It finally dawned on him. The system had mentioned that the original owner of this body possessed a pair of yin-yang eyes capable of seeing ghosts. Hearing his words, the woman became suddenly agitated. Cheng Wan sensed a fleeting shadow before him, and the next moment, a pale face loomed just a fist's distance from him.
"Ah!"
Cheng Wan instinctively screamed, unable to contain himself. Dong-Su, who was photographing the corpse, was startled by the sudden outcry and stumbled back, his hair standing on end, eyes darting around in alarm. "What happened? What happened?" Cheng Wan looked at Dong-Su, who was filled with terror and sheepishly scratched his head, smiling apologetically. "I misjudged." Realizing it was merely a false alarm, Dong-Su sighed in relief, patting his chest while reproaching Cheng Wan. "Don't startle me like that. You nearly gave me a heart attack." Cheng Wan kept his head down, silent. However, as he began to regain his composure, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. He leaned closer, lowering his voice to Dong-Su, "But You've got me feeling a bit uneasy now. I can't shake this chill, as if an inexplicable breeze is blowing against my back. Cheng Wan quietly glanced at the woman standing just behind Dong-su, swallowing hard. Don't overthink it. Dong-su instinctively shrank his neck, mumbling something under his breath. Just then, Sui shot a cold glance their way, causing both men to immediately fall silent. Dong-su squeezed his eyes, urging, "Come on, focus." Cheng Wan sighed in resignation. As he noticed that Dong-su and Sui were distracted, he stealthily shifted aside and whispered, "Hey, what do you want?" The woman replied, "I am dead." Cheng Wan responded, "Isn't that obvious?" The woman's eyebrows knitted together. "I know who killed me." Her expression shifted to one of terror, instinctively scanning her surroundings as if to confirm the absence of the entity that instilled fear in her. Only then did she speak. "The one who killed me is a female ghost." With a thud, the pen slipped from Cheng Wan's grasp. A female ghost. Cheng Wan was momentarily stunned, his mind conjuring images of a horror film scene featuring a ghost crawling out of a television. Too terrifying. "Are you certain it was a ghost?" Cheng Wan questioned. "Can you die again?" Cheng Wan remained non-committal. "Since you claim it was a female ghost that harmed you, why did she kill you?" The woman seemed momentarily stumped, lifting a finger to her mouth as if to contemplate, but only drew in a breath of air, furrowing her brow in frustration. "You ask me. Who should I ask?" Cheng Wan conceded.
Fine. It's all a muddled account, then.
"Could you describe what this female ghost looked like? Surely you can recall that?" The woman pondered for a moment. "She has long hair, a very pale face, and particularly red eyes." Cheng Wan rubbed his forehead with the back of the pen, struggling. "Could you be a bit more specific?" "By your description, she seems like a generic ghost from every horror film." The woman snapped her fingers silently. "She wore a blue floral nightgown." Blue nightgown. Cheng Wan immediately jotted down the keywords. This ghost seemed rather domestic. He continued to inquire about the female ghost. But at that moment, he was astonished to see the woman's shadow gradually fading. "I must go," the female ghost said, her voice tinged with sorrow. Though she had become a ghost, her attachment to the mortal realm made it difficult to part. "Little officer, I do not expect you to capture the female ghost for me, but could you please inform my parents not to grieve?" Cheng Wan was momentarily taken aback, then straightened his posture, standing at attention, and offered a perfect salute. "Rest assured, fare thee well." The woman's figure slowly dissipated into the air. At that moment, Sui happened to glance up, inadvertently catching sight of the new little officer saluting to thin air. He narrowed his eyes, suppressing a rising suspicion. After a flurry of activities analyzing the case, investigating the deceased's social connections, and examining evidence, Cheng Wan realized he hadn't even had a sip of water all afternoon. Although he knew these efforts were likely futile for this case, orders were orders, and a soldier must obey. Meanwhile, the other officers were equally busy, and finally, when they managed to carve out 10 minutes for a break, they hastily prepared instant noodles. Just then, someone entered. All eyes turned toward the door as Sui entered, clad in a crisp police uniform that accentuated his composed demeanor and striking features. He clapped his hands. "Everyone, let's have a brief meeting." Reluctantly, they pushed their noodles aside and gathered around the whiteboard marked with various case clues. Sui, one hand in his pocket and the other holding a marker, stated, "For today's case, I would like to hear your thoughts." Upon investigation, they learned that the deceased was an employee at a nearby 24-hour convenience store. With a simple social circle, she was well-liked, making the likelihood of a vendetta minimal. Recently, she had started dating someone, and it was rumored they had quarreled the day prior. Could it possibly be a crime of passion? The group began discussing, exchanging thoughts, as Sui listened attentively, jotting down potential keywords on the whiteboard. "Is there anyone else who would like to contribute?" Sui asked, turning around. The room fell silent. Sui scanned the room, and his gaze landed on Cheng Wan, raising an eyebrow. "You, the new recruit." Caught off guard by the sudden attention, Cheng Wan felt like a student unexpectedly called upon for a challenging math problem. Sui gestured for him to speak. "Come, share your thoughts." Cheng Wan hesitated, struggling to find the words. Dong-su nudged him from below. "Speak up. Captain Su is addressing you. No need to hold back. Just say what you think." Sui's dark, unfathomable eyes remained calm, Yet when he fixed his gaze upon you, an undeniable sharpness emanated from them. Cheng Wan blinked, finally blurting out, "I believe it was a vengeful spirit that committed the murder." The atmosphere fell abruptly silent. After 3 seconds, the room erupted into laughter. "Have you been watching too many horror films, my friend?" No, he must have had too much to drink. They joked, teasing him. Having anticipated this reaction, Cheng Wan shrugged. "What can I do? I am equally perplexed." After a moment, Su-yi tapped the whiteboard, his expression void of amusement. "Why do you think so? Share your reasoning." Cheng Wan thought, "Do I really need to provide a reason? I can't just say I saw it, can I?" He racked his brain until he finally managed to squeeze out 2 words: intuition. Upon uttering this, Cheng Wan distinctly noted a shadow darkening Su-yi's expression. Chapter 38 Tremble. Spirits, Part 4. Su-yi's expression was as cold as ice, his sharp brow furrowing, and a deep, oppressive tone resonated in his voice. Intuition? A clear note of disagreement echoed in the air. "Look at the deceased's expression," Cheng Wan stammered. It was so terrified, as if they were scared to death. What kind of situation could frighten a living person to such an extent? This inquiry caused the murmurs in the room to gradually diminish. The group, initially eager to witness the unfolding drama, found themselves filled with doubt. Indeed, the deceased's countenance was extraordinarily abnormal, particularly those haunting eyes. Though the men present were robust, a shiver of unease crept through them. Yet, Su-yi remained unperturbed. His voice was crisp and clear, akin to a tranquil spring. "Is this your reasoning?" Cheng Wan replied.
Yes.
Su-yi's tone suddenly turned icy. "Look up and meet my gaze." Cheng Wan instinctively straightened and fixed his eyes ahead, prompting a wave of laughter to ripple through the room. Feeling disheartened, Cheng Wan realized that his past mischief had ingrained a reflexive response to authority figures. Su-yi continued, "Tell me, what is the most critical aspect of a criminal investigation?" Cheng Wan scratched his head, hesitating. "Evidence?" Su-yi furrowed his brow. "It is evidence." Cheng Wan replied, "Oh. Any speculation not grounded in evidence is mere conjecture," Su-yi asserted sternly, sounding more like a seasoned veteran than a young man. Cheng Wan hung his head, rolling his eyes discreetly. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Su-yi averted his gaze, intentionally surveying the others present. "I do not wish to hear such remarks again." Cheng Wan nodded, understood. However, just as he thought the moment had passed, Su-yi's resonant voice rang out again. "You will be on duty this week." Cheng Wan's eyes widened in disbelief, his handsome face scrunching up with dismay. Ignoring him completely, Su-yi declared, "Meeting adjourned." Cheng Wan was left to his own devices, as others dispersed, their glances filled with schadenfreude.
Ah.
Cheng Wan fumed silently. So annoying. No wonder he can't find a partner. Laughter erupted among the group, but from the corridor, a voice floated in. "Whether I have a partner is none of your business." Cheng Wan's jaw dropped in shock. The formidable figure had not left after all. Alone in the wind, Cheng Wan felt utterly disheveled. The system advised him earnestly. "You must be strong." Cheng Wan cried out, "To hell with being strong. I just want a hug." Jokes aside, the police officers soon returned to the depths of their arduous work. Yet after 3 long days, their efforts yielded little. The team, elated as if they had won the lottery, expressed gratitude to the heavens and swiftly vanished, leaving the office eerily empty, save for Cheng Wan. They had been granted a break, yet were still required to maintain duty. Cheng Wan reluctantly became the lone sentinel. By day it was manageable, but come nightfall, exhaustion overwhelmed him. After days of only a few hours of sleep, his eyelids waged war against each other. Initially, he could peruse files to stave off fatigue, but soon he succumbed to slumber, creating a small nest amid the scattered papers on his desk, resting his head in his hands. When Su-yi entered, he was met with this sight. Cheng Wan slumped over, a few suspicious droplets glistening at the corner of his mouth. He sighed softly, realizing he should have anticipated this outcome. He had never expected Cheng Wan to diligently fulfill his duties. The night breeze wafted through the window, causing the sleeping figure to involuntarily shiver. Observing this, Su-yi hesitated for a moment before gently closing the window. After all, they had been working tirelessly, and he feared Cheng Wan was utterly exhausted. His intentions were not to torment him, but rather to impart a lesson, hoping he would think before speaking in the future. Times had changed. He was no longer a carefree university student. Now, wearing the police uniform meant bearing responsibility. Sui settled at another desk, delving into the case files. The bizarre circumstances surrounding the female victim's death left them at a standstill. Given the aging community, only one surveillance camera was installed at each building's entrance, and the area where the woman was attacked was conveniently outside its range. This made reconstructing the events of the crime nearly impossible. Sui rubbed his temples, feeling inexplicably irritable. In stark contrast, Cheng Wan was snoring softly at his desk. Sui set aside the files and simply watched him. Truth be told, the young man was rather appealing. With fair skin and delicate features, he was a sight for sore eyes. His head rested on his arm, and from Sui's perspective, Cheng Wan appeared blissfully asleep, his long, curled lashes casting a shadow beneath his eyelids. Sui diverted his gaze to the night sky outside, his thoughts drifting. At 20, relatives were pressuring him to marry, while his peers from the police academy had already become fathers. Yet he remained alone. However, a secret lay hidden within him, one he could never disclose to anyone. In the eyes of the older generation, homosexuality? Surely that would be deemed intolerable. Sui rubbed his face, weariness washing over him. He quickly regained his composure. Hello, XX Public Security Bureau. Hello, officer, their SA. A dead person. The word struck him like a heavy blow, causing his heart to race. In a week, 2 individuals had inexplicably died within his jurisdiction. This was untenable both to his superiors and the public. He meticulously gathered details about the incident's location, promptly ending the call, donning his coat, and preparing to set out. Cheng Wan jolted awake, bewildered, his eyes darting around as his mind struggled to catch up. His gaze inadvertently landed on a figure standing beside him. Dazed, Cheng Wan followed the long, straight legs upward to a crisp uniform, a broad chest, and a handsome face. Ah! Cheng Wan screamed, springing from his chair. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have slept. I've betrayed your trust and the party's training. In his panic, he forgot that Sui was right above him. Thus, a tragic collision ensued as Cheng Wan's hard head collided with Sui's nose. Sui let out a muffled grunt, clutching his nose as blood seeped through his fingers. Cheng Wan was utterly bewildered. After a brief moment of shock, he realized he had assaulted the esteemed captain of the criminal police team. Oh no, I'm in big trouble. He frantically pressed a tissue to Sui's injured nose, inadvertently pressing it against the very spot that hurt. Sui gasped in pain. Get away. Cheng Wan's eyes brimmed with tears, overwhelmed by despair. I can't see the sun tomorrow. The system chimed in since you're about to die. Do you have any last words? Cheng Wan pondered for a moment. Don't forget to burn paper for me. Burn a lot. In my next life, I want to be a wealthy man. The system retorted, look at your aspirations. Meanwhile, Sui finally regained his composure. Cheng Wan immediately rushed to him. Are you okay? Let me help you. Sui coldly brushed aside his hands. I'm leaving. There's a case to attend to. Chapter 39, Tremble. Spirits, Part 5. Throughout the journey, Cheng Wan expressed affectionate concern for Sui's nose. However, Sui remained expressionless, his entire visage resembling a solid block of ice. The only peculiarity was the bright red tip of his nose, which seemed somewhat incongruous against his otherwise austere and handsome face. In truth, Sui had been reflecting on what transgressions he had committed to warrant encountering this peculiar individual. He cast a sidelong glance at the little follower flanking him, then promptly turned his face away, filled with disdain. Meanwhile, Cheng Wan incessantly chattered with the system about how to meet a demise with elegance and the precise amount of paper offerings necessary for burning. A few minutes later, the pair arrived at the scene. Cheng Wan was astonished to discover that the location of the incident was merely a few hundred meters away from where the previous victim had met their fate. It was a dimly lit, narrow alley devoid of surveillance cameras or street lamps, tucked away in an obscure corner of the old city, rarely traversed by passers-by. Cheng Wan felt a tightening in his chest. It was indeed a prime location for heinous acts. The informant, a worker from a nearby construction site, had taken a shortcut on his way home and stumbled upon a lifeless body lying on the ground. Upon closer inspection, He realized the individual was deceased, causing him to tremble in fear as he promptly called the authorities. Su-yi comforted the informant and crouched to examine the corpse. However, the moment his gaze fell upon the body, his brow furrowed, overwhelmed by a profound sense of familiarity. The expression on the corpse's face was eerily identical to that of the previous victim, the same pallor, the same bluish lips, and bulging eyes as if they were about to pop from their sockets. In that instant, Su-yi concluded that the perpetrator behind both cases was the same individual, a serial killer. With lips pressed tightly, Su-yi meticulously inspected the body. Meanwhile, Cheng Wan, seizing the opportunity while Su-yi was distracted, stealthily crept to the side and, indeed, spotted the ghost of the deceased next to a garbage bin. The specter manifested as a slender man with scant hair atop his head, yet boasting a prominent beard. Upon seeing Cheng Wan, he burst into inconsolable tears, lamenting his untimely demise and expressing his overwhelming sense of injustice given his responsibilities to both his elders and children. Cheng Wan felt helpless. He had yet to attain the power to control life and death. The most he could do was uncover the female ghost responsible and prevent her from claiming more lives. This malevolent spirit had already harmed individuals on 2 occasions, and it appeared to show no signs of relenting. Although the reasons remained elusive, Cheng Wan recognized that if the situation was not curtailed, even more innocent lives could be lost. Cheng Wan stated with conviction, "I believe this case is the work of a malevolent spirit. Here we go again." Su-yi raised his gaze, his tone laced with an implicit threat. "Do you wish to spend the entire year working night shifts?" Cheng Wan could hardly tolerate Su-yi's sinister tone and blurted out, "I don't want to." Su-yi replied, "Then focus on your work." Cheng Wan interjected, Wait. Why do you falter at such a crucial moment?" He internally encouraged himself, recalling the adage, "Wealth cannot lead one astray, and power cannot bend one's will." "Captain Su, I am not deceiving you. I possess the ability to see spirits." Su-yi paused, his hand resting on the corpse, slowly rising to his feet with a serious tone. "What did you say?" It must be said, Su-yi's commanding presence was indeed formidable. Nevertheless, Cheng Wan did not back down, meeting his gaze with unwavering determination, his dark eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. "I was born with the ability to see spirits and can perceive the visitors from the underworld." This time, Su-yi did not immediately refute him. He was silent for a moment, seemingly swayed. Cheng Wan felt a semblance of relief. However, just then Su-yi suddenly posed, "There are ghosts? Then prove it to me." Cheng Wan, how does one provide proof of such a claim? Although spirits often coexist with the living, the realms of life and death are ultimately distinct and governed by different laws. Spirits are formed from the amalgamation of 3 souls and 7 spirits. Unless one is a particularly malevolent ghost, it is arduous for them to manifest physically. Even when attempting to interact with the living, they can only pass through them helplessly. Yet, Su-yi was not convinced, merely crossing his arms and observing Cheng Wan with a bemused expression, as if waiting to see what trick he would conjure. Cheng Wan felt provoked by that gaze and thought, if you don't believe, then I shall demonstrate it to you. System, how can I convince a non-believer of the existence of ghosts? I'm waiting. Urgently. The system pondered for a long moment. How about letting the ghost possess you? Cheng Wan, pfft. Cough. He almost choked on his breath. You. Say that again. Possessed by a ghost. I'd rather die. The system hastily clarified. You misunderstood. This possession is not what you think. I meant to take control of your body. Cheng Wan finally managed to catch his breath but soon questioned, possession? That sounds rather dubious. Cheng Wan remained somewhat unconvinced. Isn't it dangerous to allow others to take control like that? Hey, why does that sound so awkward? The system replied patiently. The last time was harmless. But it shouldn't be a frequent occurrence. Back and forth can be detrimental to your health. Cheng Wan, back and forth. The conversation was veering into increasingly bizarre territory. However, in order to convince the esteemed individual, Cheng Wan ultimately acquiesced. The spirit, being a party to this decision, clearly expressed its delight, having never encountered such a request before. Cheng Wan, feeling dejected, simply shut his eyes. He leaned against the wall, straightening his body in place. the tension causing sweat to unconsciously form in his palms. Cheng Wan, be gentle when you possess me. The spirit reassured him, fear not, I shall not harm you. Cheng Wan. Meanwhile, Su-yi, overhearing Cheng Wan conversing with the air about the particulars of possession, felt his ears grow slightly warm. Are you ready yet? Cheng Wan, this is good. This is good. He focused intently, sensing a coolness flowing into his mind, gradually spreading throughout his limbs. In the next moment, he felt another presence squeezing into his body. The spirit greeted him. Greetings, brother. Cheng Wan. Greetings. The sensation of conversing with oneself was utterly unparalleled. Su-yi observed the unfolding scene with a mix of bewilderment. You are Cheng Wan? He suddenly questioned, unsure of the situation. Cheng Wan replied, I am still myself. The one speaking just now is the soul of the person lying on the ground. Su-yi. Although I have encountered numerous peculiarities throughout my years in law enforcement, I have never heard of someone containing two individuals within one body.
Do not mock me.
Yet, beneath that familiar exterior, a new voice emerged. I am not mocking you. I am Zhao Luer, and my death was unjust. Officer, you must seek justice for me. Su-yi pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling utterly perplexed.
Who do you claim to be? Zhao Lu.
I am Zhao Lu. Officer. Why do you not believe me? Su-yi. I believe you. In the subsequent moments, Zhao Lu recounted in vivid detail the circumstances surrounding his demise at the hands of the female ghost, articulating his narrative with compelling logic and conviction. Had the account not been so extraordinary, Su-yi might have genuinely believed it. As Su-yi absorbed the surreal tale, he finally conceded, all right. I have documented everything you said. I truly cannot think of any suitable words. Can you exit his body now? Chapter 40 Tremble. Spirits, Part 6, a simple phrase, yet it seemed to carry an unsettling chill as a few desiccated leaves spiraled down from the frail branches, descending into a pool of muck at the base of the wall, exuding a stench of decay. Su-yi's heart sank momentarily, then his expression hardened. What did you say? Rather than being merely Cheng Wan, it was the spirit that suddenly erupted into laughter, its malevolence accentuated under the pallid moonlight. You've never faced death. How would you know that being human is far more delightful than being a ghost? This body feels quite comfortable. I think I shall keep it. You. Su-yi's heart raced, instinctively reaching for the handcuffs at his waist. However, as the frigid metal grazed his palm, he suddenly realized that he was not confronting a ruthless criminal nor a scoundrel of society, but rather a ghost. Meanwhile, the real Cheng Wan was left dumbfounded. What do you mean you don't want to come out? Are you planning to linger indefinitely? Hey, get out of there. The ghost retorted with a question. Why don't you leave? Of course. This is my body. Relax, it will soon be mine. Cheng Wan fumed. Goodness. Even as a ghost. You can't be this shameless. The spirit grinned sinisterly. No. I still need a face, and I desire yours. Cheng Wan. I've never encountered someone so devoid of shame.
System.
This is entirely your fault. Now it intends to stay permanently. What should we do? The system replied reluctantly. I hadn't anticipated this outcome. Cheng Wan's irritation flared. Humph. I suspect you did this on purpose so you could have two hosts. The system retorted. I feel unjustly accused. At that moment, the ghost overheard the dialogue between Cheng Wan and the system, astonished. Who?
Who is speaking?
I. There's another presence. The ghost exclaimed. Elder, what kind of ghost are you? Are you also unwilling to leave? The system, filled with disdain, replied. I am not as sordid as you. The ghost, unfazed, responded. Hey, let's not be like that. If three of us are sharing this body, we must coexist harmoniously. Cheng Wan, on the verge of tears, shouted, Get lost. Who wants you here? Despite Cheng Wan's fervent wish to expel the spirit, he found it impossible. The ghost, newly endowed with a body, was in a state of eager exhilaration. Cheng Wan attempted to concentrate his mental energy to force it out, but his efforts were in vain. And he found himself on the brink of being outmaneuvered. Meanwhile, a few meters away, Su-yi was also struggling. After years of service, he was encountering a situation that left him utterly helpless. Officer, you can't capture me. Even if you do, what can you do? You might as well let me go.
Pretend you know nothing.
Su Yi's voice was icy. You wish. The ghost feigned a sigh. Why must you be so obstinate? Yet, before the words could settle, it turned and fled. Su Yi pursued. Although the ghost had a clever plan, it grossly overestimated the capabilities of this body. It had barely made it a few steps before being forcefully pinned to the ground. Su Yi advanced, his gaze piercing. Seeing the tables turned, the ghost struggled helplessly, when suddenly its forearm brushed against a cold object. In a panic, it retrieved an iron hammer that had belonged to its lifeless body. The ghost rejoiced. Heaven is aiding me. It swung the hammer towards Su Yi, but the seasoned detective was not to be trifled with. Su Yi, unwavering, executed a capture maneuver, slamming the ghost against the wall. He produced the handcuffs he had prepared earlier, fastening one cuff around Cheng Wan's delicate wrist. Yet, even at this juncture, the ghost refused to relent, attempting to strike Su Yi with the other handcuff. Su Yi grasped its wrist, intending to twist it to incapacitate the spirit completely. But recalling that this was ultimately Cheng Wan's body, he hesitated, causing the attack to miss. He pressed his knee against Cheng Wan's back, immobilizing him, and then secured the other cuff around his own wrist. Beads of sweat formed on Su Yi's smooth forehead as he raised his arm. Run? You still think you can escape? The ghost glared at him with venomous hatred, grinding its teeth in frustration, yet it was merely a paper tiger, devoid of any means of retaliation. Su Yi remarked, if you possess any prowess, let us endure this stalemate. However, I have heard that spirits are in a rush to reincarnate. If you miss your time, you may become a wandering soul for eternity. The ghost's expression darkened, as if struck by an unspoken fear. Su Yi continued calmly, in this world, no one sees you. You have no family, no friends. Even if you stand before them, recognition is forever beyond your reach. The ghost's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Originally a peasant laborer, he had little skill, doing menial tasks that the educated urbanites looked down upon. Yet, he bore no grievances, knowing his wife and children awaited his return, anticipating their annual reunion. As thoughts of his child surfaced, a smile involuntarily graced the ghost's visage. The eldest should be starting school this year, and the youngest has just learned to walk. He inhaled deeply, trying to suppress his emotions. Noticing the spirit's change, Su Yi's tone softened with compassion. Your parents and loved ones would not wish to see you in this state. Rather than occupying another's body, living as neither human nor ghost, it would be better to seek a good reincarnation and be born into a kind family in your next life. The ghost clenched its fists, then gradually released them, seemingly acquiescing. After all, this was not his own body. Deep down, he did not want to live behind another's face, even occupying this guise. He was ultimately a dead man. A dead man no longer belonged to this world. What had transpired was merely a reflection of his recent tragedy, a reality he found hard to accept. You are right. The ghost's voice trembled involuntarily.
Wait.
The spirit suddenly exclaimed, urgently rummaging through its pocket to produce a handkerchief containing something. This is a ring. My wife's life has been hard. She has endured with me. My family was poor, and we had no proper dowry for our marriage. I came to the city to earn money, hoping to surprise her.
But, no more of that.
Officer, could you please deliver this to her? The ghost cradled the handkerchief as if it were a cherished treasure. Su Yi nodded solemnly. The ghost smiled. Officer, you are a good person. Su Yi carefully tucked the handkerchief into his pocket. The ghost's smile gradually faded, and Su Yi observed wisps of azure smoke escaping from Cheng Wan's body. He watched as the vapor drifted into the night sky, whispering softly, "May your journey be smooth." He is gone. A clear voice echoed from behind. Cheng Wan said, "Actually, I have been lucid the entire time. I just couldn't control my body. I heard the elder brother's last wish." Su Yi paused for a moment, remaining silent. By the way," Cheng Wan shook their joined arms, "unlock this." However, the spot where the key should have hung was now conspicuously empty. Su Yi searched through every pocket on his person but found nothing. Cheng Wan's heart raced. "Su team, please don't scare me." Su Yi's expression was unusually complicated. It may have fallen off during the struggle. Cheng Wan felt like crying. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and find it." On this enchanting moonlit night, the two individuals, hands intertwined, wandered through the dimly lit alley for over an hour. Eventually, Cheng Wan was almost being led by Su-yi. There's no need to search any further. Su-yi remained silent. Surely your police station has a spare key. We can retrieve it after work tomorrow. Su-yi, his expression taut, replied, What shall we do in the meantime? This was indeed an awkward question. However, the expression on Cheng Wan's face was intriguing. We shall certainly have a splendid evening. Chapter 41. Tremble, Spirits, Part 7. Beneath the luminous moonlight, Su-yi's expression contorted into something resembling an abstract painting. Cheng Wan's sparkling eyes blinked innocently. Do you not wish to spend a delightful evening with me? Su-yi's lips twitched, and he raised his hand to turn Cheng Wan's face aside. I suggest you refrain from speaking. Yet, despite his reluctance, there was no alternative. Tonight, they were destined to remain together. Where are we going? Cheng Wan inquired. Su-yi begrudgingly managed to utter 2 words from his throat. My home. Cheng Wan responded with a gleeful chuckle. Try laughing again, Su-yi warned. Cheng Wan retorted. I've been found out. Su-yi's residence was located in a modest neighborhood on the eastern side of the city. In the stillness of the night, towering buildings loomed like shadowy giants, surveying the entire city. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, Su-yi was met with a teasing remark. Oh, Captain Su. Quite busy, are we? Bringing the criminal home? Yes, Su-yi replied. They don't listen and keep trying to escape. I have to keep an eye on them. Cheng Wan, peeking from behind him, flashed a dazzling smile, revealing her neat white teeth. Hello, uncle. The security guard paused in surprise, hastily responding. It was quite peculiar to see someone apprehended by the police appearing so cheerful. Had it not been late at night with no one around, they might have drawn unwanted attention. This is my first time being handcuffed to a man, Cheng Wan remarked. Me too, Su-yi admitted. Cheng Wan raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Haven't you caught many criminals? Su-yi replied. I always had the keys when I caught them. Once inside. The two moved in unison, slipping on their slippers and washing their hands simultaneously. No matter what one wished to do, the other had to comply. Thus, with gritted teeth, Su-yi was reluctantly dragged by Cheng Wan as she insisted on revisiting his home. Not bad, Cheng Wan commented. The interior is tidy, and the decoration style is minimalist. Su-yi pressed his fingers to his temples. Could you please be quiet? I'm merely complimenting you. Cheng Wan defended. Thank you. Su-yi replied, utterly exhausted. It was more tiring than solving a case. After the tour concluded, Cheng Wan tugged at Su-yi's sleeve. Captain Su, I have a small request. Su-yi braced himself, sensing that this request was anything but small. I need to use the restroom. Su-yi paused for a moment, then replied, then go ahead. Cheng Wan countered, you need to go too. Su-yi realized he had overlooked an important matter. However, the thought of having to accompany her to the restroom filled him with reluctance. Cheng Wan's eyes widened in disbelief, and she lamented. How can you be so cruel to me? Su-yi glanced at her indignation and sighed helplessly. Indeed, it seemed rather inhumane. Well, go ahead then. Cheng Wan's expression shifted to one of mild satisfaction as she skipped off to the restroom. Upon entering, Su-yi stood at the door unmoving. Cheng Wan tugged at the handcuffs, compelling him to step forward. You're 8 paces away from the toilet. Do you think I can use it from here? Cheng Wan remarked. Reluctantly, Su-yi moved closer. Is this acceptable? Turning her head, Cheng Wan caught a glimpse of Su-yi's complex expression. To her surprise, a hint of shyness appeared on his otherwise stoic face. No, Cheng Wan reassured herself, I must be seeing things. As Cheng Wan relieved herself, Su-yi turned away, gazing at the ceiling. Curiously, Cheng Wan stole a glance at him, but found the ceiling to be bland and uninteresting. Then her gaze returned to Su-yi, who had an unusual pink hue visible on his neck. Oh my goodness, Cheng Wan thought. I simply wish to use the restroom. After finishing, she adjusted her pants and poked Su-yi's stiff back with her finger. Su-yi instinctively twitched at the contact, hastily departing as if a terrifying creature lurked within his own restroom. Once out, Su-yi sank into the sofa, pouring himself a glass of water in a state of relaxation. The clock ticked away, tirelessly marking the passage of time. Cheng Wan glanced up, realizing it was nearly 3 o'clock. Captain Su, it's time for bed. Su-yi swallowed hard, remaining silent. Cheng Wan continued, Come on, let us go to bed.
Su-yi sputtered. What?
Cheng Wan reassured him. No need to rush. Take your time drinking. The bedroom boasted a large bed, adorned with neat black and white sheets that exuded cleanliness. The thick mattress was soft, and Cheng Wan couldn't resist rolling around on it. You sleep on the left.
I'll take the right, Su-yi declared.
Okay, Cheng Wan replied. Once settled, Su-yi, unable to shake off his unease, traced a line in the sheets between them with his slender fingers. No crossing the line. Cheng Wan chuckled to herself. Oh dear. Is this the River Chu and Han Street? How old are you? Only a child would draw a line to divide territory like this. Intrigued by Su-yi's awkwardness, Cheng Wan found him unexpectedly endearing. She felt an urge to tease him. Hey, are you afraid I'll do something to you? Su-yi replied coldly, his words sharp as ice. If you keep talking, I can't guarantee what will happen to you. Cheng Wan chuckled. Not even a little bit of fun? As they dimmed the lights, the night deepened. Su-yi lay on the familiar bed, yet sleep eluded him. His mind felt taut, deprived of drowsiness. He couldn't help but glance at the person just an arm's length away. Cheng Wan was sound asleep, her breath even, her brows relaxed. She is quite carefree, Su-yi thought, closing his eyes and forcing himself to sleep. He remembered hearing that counting something could aid in falling asleep. 1 suspect, 2 suspects, 3 suspects. It only made him more alert. Just as he became frustrated, he suddenly felt a weight on him. Su-yi lifted his eyelids and discovered a leg resting atop him. Cheng Wan's. The sleeping figure beside him remained oblivious, sprawled across the bed. Su-yi began to wonder if he had committed some sin in a past life. He extended his free hand and unceremoniously shoved the leg away. However, the leg returned with relentless determination. Su-yi found himself engaged in a relentless battle to reclaim his personal space. Yet the commotion disturbed Cheng Wan, who pouted in her sleep and rolled over, now draping herself over Su-yi completely. Su-yi tensed, his breath caught in his throat, frozen in place. Adrenaline surged, and hormones flooded his system, creating an overwhelming and strange sensation coursing through his veins, igniting every nerve ending. To his astonishment, something that had been silent for so long suddenly stirred. Su-yi felt an inexplicable embarrassment wash over him. Just as the awkward tension became unbearable, Cheng Wan, still clinging to him, mumbled sleepily, Wankai, where did your fur go?
Su-yi. What?
The sound of thunder echoed in his mind. He shoved Cheng Wan away, exclaiming, Wankai, do you take me for a dog? Cheng Wan, caught off guard by the sudden shove, pouted angrily, Wankai, how could you treat your master this way? No bones for you at the next meal. Had it not been for the fact that their hands were tethered together, Su-yi would have certainly kicked him to the ground. After being tossed and turned repeatedly, Su-yi's drowsiness had entirely fled to his grandmother's house. As the refrain of "No one sleeps tonight" echoed repeatedly in his mind, he finally came to the sorrowful realization that slumber was utterly beyond his reach. Meanwhile, Cheng Wan continued to sleep soundly, leaving Su-yi to lie rigidly in bed like a lifeless corpse. The events of the past few days rushed through his mind like a film reel, the terrified corpses, the unseen specters, and the nameless female ghost dressed in a blue floral gown. All these elements crashed against the worldview he had painstakingly built over the decades like a deluge breaching a dam. But was there truly a ghost? Su-yi's gaze turned vacant, a flicker of confusion passing through his dark eyes. The image of the middle-aged woman in the black-and-white photograph from the old house was vividly etched in his mind. Mother, after all these years, why have you never looked at me? The following morning, the night receded, and bright white light pierced through the long-dormant clouds. In the simplest of terms, one might say the sky was tinged with the pale light of dawn. Su-yi shook the handcuffs. Hey, time to rise. Cheng Wan frowned and impatiently rolled over. Just a little longer. Just a little longer. Su-yi, unwilling to indulge him, rose from the bed and forcibly sat Cheng Wan up, who lay sprawled out like a pancake. The latter, still ensnared in the clutches of sleep, mumbled indistinctly, Wankai, you're being naughty again. Su-yi. It was better not to mention that. Just the name Wankai ignited a volcanic eruption of resentment within him. This little rascal needed to be taught a lesson. Su-yi leaned in closer, applying a slight pressure as he grasped Cheng Wan's chin, forcing it to tilt upward. Cheng Wan winced and, in a daze, opened his eyes. Su Yi's handsome visage loomed near, his warm breath enveloping the space between them. His voice was deep and husky, his black eyes piercing like an abyss.
Who do you call Wankai?
Cheng Wan was momentarily stunned, a fleeting terror of being utterly dismantled washing over him. Captain Su. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. Before he could finish, as if to swiftly evade Su Yi's wrath, he leapt out of bed with remarkable speed. However, he seemed to have forgotten a crucial detail. The moment Cheng Wan's feet touched the ground, Su Yi's hand, still attached to the handcuffs, was yanked forward abruptly, sending him sliding off the bed and crashing to the floor. With a thud, Cheng Wan distinctly heard the sound of Su Yi's chin striking the ground. Realizing the magnitude of the blunder he had just committed, Cheng Wan forced a grim smile. It was over, he thought. I might just be a fake person. Chapter 42 Tremble. Ghosts and Spirits, Part 8. Cheng Wan's heart raced as she watched Su Yi struggle to rise from the ground. His crimson chin, paired with a nose reddened from their earlier collision, added an inexplicable touch of humor to his otherwise handsome visage. Su Yi and the culprit, frozen in place, exchanged a silent gaze for 3 seconds, their expressions defying description. Cheng Wan stammered, "Su. Team leader, are you alright?" As soon as she spoke, she regretted it, realizing the absurdity of her question. Given his vividly colored face, how could he possibly be fine? With one hand on his hip, Su Yi, surprisingly amused by his own predicament, chuckled. "Cheng Wan, are you perhaps my nemesis?" Cheng Wan shook her head vigorously, her expression innocent. "I do not curse you. I curse my husband." As Su Yi, bearing a suspiciously rosy hue, and Cheng Wan, hand in hand, reported to the police station, their colleagues were left in shock. "What on earth happened to our captain last night?" one exclaimed. "Isn't it obvious? He must have had a wild night." While Su Yi retreated to the equipment room to fetch the handcuff keys, the others engaged in hushed whispers. "Look at the marks on his face. He must have had quite the adventure. His combat prowess is clearly at its peak," exclaimed Dong Su. "And they even ended up in handcuffs. Quite the creative play." Clearing his throat, the now infamous Captain Su Yi approached, standing at the office door. "It seems you all have a lot of free time." Dong Su promptly fell silent, while the other young men laughed nervously. "Not at all. We're busy, very busy." Stealing a glance at Su Yi, Dong Su noted the once aloof and expressionless demeanor had transformed into a fierce glare, clearly displeased. Su Yi settled behind his desk, attempting to organize case files. Yet his mind was a chaotic storm of thoughts, revolving incessantly around that impudent little rascal. With a flick of his wrist, Su Yi manipulated a black marker, its ink dancing across the pristine paper. This was the first time someone had ensnared him in such a manner. Oddly enough, despite the disarray, he found himself devoid of anger, instead feeling a surge of peculiar excitement coursing through him, akin to tumultuous currents stirring his very heartstrings. He inadvertently lifted his gaze, and in that moment, their eyes met across the narrow aisle. Cheng Wan had just learned from the system that the esteemed figure held a mere 2 stars of affection for her. Pondering how to elevate that rating, she was unexpectedly caught in Su Yi's lacquer-like stare. For a brief moment, Cheng Wan froze, then quickly adopted a radiant smile, as if the sky could fall and she would remain unperturbed, waving enthusiastically at Su Yi. Feeling the heat rise in his cheeks, Su Yi awkwardly turned away. Having traversed so many worlds, Cheng Wan had evolved from a novice to a seasoned veteran. She understood the meaning behind Su Yi's gaze all too well. At that moment, Su Yi appeared to Cheng Wan like a fish gliding through shallow waters, and she realized she needed to bait him with something enticing to reel him in. Not long after, as the comrades resumed their work on various cases, a young officer hurried in, followed by a woman dressed like a peasant. Her eyes were swollen, clearly having cried recently, and the wrinkles on her cheeks told stories of hardship and weariness. Officer, this is my first time in a police station," the woman stammered, her rough hands gripping the fabric of her coarse dress tightly. The young officer whispered something in Su Yi's ear. His expression shifted, and he replied quietly, "I understand," before striding toward the distressed woman. Upon hearing his footsteps, she turned, and upon seeing his commanding presence, instinctively grasped his sleeve, her eyes a mix of anxiety and hope. She had rushed here the moment she received news about her husband's predicament, still clad in the rough attire she wore at home. "Hello. We brought you here to identify a person we discovered last night. We need to know if it is your husband," Sue-yi explained gently. "Okay." The woman trembled, overwhelmed, and could only follow his lead. Sue-yi escorted her to the temporary morgue. The pungent scent of formaldehyde assaulted their senses, making it difficult to linger. As the woman stepped into the room, her gaze landed on the central table, where a body lay shrouded in white cloth. Her frail form quivered violently, an indescribable terror flooding her heart. Sue-yi sighed inwardly. Despite years of experience as a detective, witnessing death still weighed heavily upon him. The woman approached the corpse, each step feeling like walking on a razor's edge. Her hands shook as the white sheet was slowly lifted, revealing a familiar face. And in that instant, she broke down in despair. Sue-yi turned away, unable to bear the sight. The woman's shoulders shook violently, nearly collapsing as she leaned against the table. He steadied her, allowing her to grieve, as tears streamed down her face, smearing her features.
"Officer, how?"
"How could this happen?" she sobbed, clutching Sue-yi's shirt, speaking as if addressing the lifeless body. "Why did you leave me so suddenly?" Sue-yi resisted the urge to pull away, allowing her to hold on. "Your husband encountered a group of criminals last night and, unfortunately..." He struggled to finish his sentence. The woman wailed louder. "Criminals? How could there be criminals? Aren't you police officers? Why couldn't you catch them?" Sue-yi's body went rigid. His jaw clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, his voice low yet resolute. "Rest assured, we will apprehend those responsible." Slowly, the woman released her grip, collapsing to the floor in despair. Following the ghost's request, Sue-yi retrieved the ring he had been given, extending it toward her. "This is what your husband left for you." Her eyes widened in disbelief. "Your husband's last words were to wish for you and your child to live well. He will be watching over you from above." The woman stifled a sob, tears glistening on the ring, resembling a blooming golden lotus. Watching her cradle the ring to her heart, Sue-yi fulfilled the ghost's wish, intending to grant her a moment to say goodbye. However, as he took a step away, a fleeting glance revealed that something about the body seemed different from what he had seen the previous night. Sue-yi halted abruptly, though the corpse appeared pale. It bore a serene expression. The once bulging eyes were now peacefully closed, and the lips, previously tinged with a bluish hue, had taken on a faint pink tint. It resembled someone who had passed away naturally, in stark contrast to the previous terror etched upon its face. A jolt of realization struck Sue-yi. Had the body been tampered with? Chapter 43, Tremble, Spirits, Part 9, the corpse, once resting peacefully, transformed in the blink of an eye. Even within the heavily guarded precinct of the police station, Sue-yi's mind raced like lightning, yet his demeanor remained stoic. He took long strides towards the exit, contemplating a discreet investigation to avoid alarming any potential threats. However, as he reached the corner by the door, he unexpectedly collided with someone. Cheng Wan stood at attention, saluting with an insincere smile playing on his lips. "Hello, Captain Sue." Sue-yi, uninterested in banter, asked, "What are you doing here?" Cheng Wan replied, "I missed you." Sue-yi dismissed him with a wave, thinking how shameless he had become. Hey, don't leave." Cheng Wan hurriedly grasped Sue-yi's sleeve. "I know what you're worried about." Sue-yi paused, then suddenly pivoted, leaning against the wall with a nonchalant expression.
"Oh,
"You know everything, do you?" However, Cheng Wan's usual jovial demeanor faded, replaced by a serious tone. "The face of that corpse was altered at my request." Sue-yi was taken aback by his unexpected admission. His gaze sharpened as he advanced towards Cheng Wan, who leaned against the wall. The imposing figure of Sue-yi overshadowed him completely. With a stern look, Sue-yi said, "I usually overlook your antics, but this matter is grave. You must provide me with an explanation." Cheng Wan remained calm, stating, "I did not act recklessly. I had the coroner apply a light makeup to make the deceased appear at peace." Sue-yi felt a flicker of understanding. He had not considered this angle. A sudden, violent death, especially in such a bizarre manner, would surely unsettle anyone who witnessed it, most notably, the wife of the deceased. The shock of her husband's untimely demise was already a heavy blow. If she were to see him in that state of unrest, it would be unbearable. Thus, this small act could offer her a semblance of solace. Unconsciously, Su Yi's gaze softened towards Cheng Wan, his appreciation evident. You have a good heart.
Huh.
Just a moment ago, you were so fierce. Cheng Wan grinned, looking expectantly at him. Come on, praise me. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Su Yi cleared his throat and ruffled Cheng Wan's hair. Stop messing around. Cheng Wan was undeterred, retorting, It's one rule for the officials and another for the common folk. Su Yi chuckled softly. Sometimes, you truly resemble a child who refuses to grow up. Though this request was hardly demanding, it posed a significant challenge for Su Yi. Throughout his life, he had struggled with the art of complimenting others. Flattery was a skill he found more elusive than solving cases. The atmosphere around them simmered with unspoken emotions as they maintained an intriguing posture. Su Yi met Cheng Wan's expectant gaze, which was tinged with a hint of mischief, as he rifled through his limited vocabulary for words of commendation. After a prolonged silence, Su Yi finally spoke, appearing as if he had mustered considerable resolve. You are quite competent. You work diligently, maintain a positive attitude, and are a promising young man. Cheng Wan blinked, puzzled. Is this some sort of evaluation for an outstanding individual? Days passed, and investigations into the case continued at a fervent pace. Su Yi had come to fully believe Cheng Wan's theory of a vengeful spirit. However, this shift in investigative focus seemed to prolong the resolution of the case even further. One night, with no breeze to stir the oppressive air, the police station received yet another report. Near the previous crime scenes, in an abandoned warehouse, another corpse was discovered. The revelation sent ripples of tension through the precinct, as this marked the third victim, 3 lives extinguished before their eyes. No matter how composed one tried to be, anxiety was unavoidable. The specter, seemingly omnipresent, tightened its grip on everyone's hearts like an invisible tentacle. When Su Yi and his team arrived at the scene, it was nearly the dead of night. The body lay in a corner of the warehouse, concealed among the remnants of old machinery, exuding a chilling aura alongside the cold, unyielding metal. One of the junior officers recognized the victim as a local homeless man. Perhaps in search of shelter from the elements, he had unwittingly walked into his own demise. The forensic examination revealed no additional footprints or signs of other individuals having been present, leaving everything shrouded in mystery. Su Yi pressed his fingers to his temples, the sharp contours of his wrists visible through his rolled-up sleeves. Cheng Wan placed a reassuring hand on Su Yi's shoulder, offering silent support. He could sense Su Yi's distress. Understanding it all too well, Cheng Wan tilted his head to the sky, where a crescent moon hung like a mocking grin. Wait. The moon. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Cheng Wan, as if a delicate thread connected the events of the past few days. Rare clear nights had become precious amidst the chaos. One murder could be deemed coincidental, but 2 or 3. It was less about the murderer and more about the spirit. Its seemingly random acts began to reveal a pattern. Did it only emerge to kill on moonlit nights? Cheng Wan recalled the folklore stating that spirits reach their peak strength under the moonlight. How enlightening! He shared this revelation with Su Yi, who clearly recognized its significance. This clue was crucial. Understanding the spirit's movements brought them closer to solving the case. They could even predict its next move based on this newfound rhythm. Exchanging knowing glances, a sense of mutual understanding passed between them. Why not lay a trap? With ideas swirling in their minds, the team felt invigorated. Under Su Yi's leadership, they devised a meticulous plan. They intended to station an officer disguised as a passerby near the recent crime scenes on the next clear night, hoping to lure the spirit into their grasp. Others would lie in wait, ready to spring into action. The proposal received unanimous approval, but selecting the right individual for the role proved challenging. Despite having apprehended countless criminals, none had ever confronted a ghost. Furthermore, the 3 corpses had yet to grow cold. Facing the spirit directly was a daunting prospect for anyone. Everyone present was merely human, each harboring their own fears. Although they shared a collective urgency regarding the case, no one was willing to charge headlong into such a perilous encounter without reservations. Su Yi understood their trepidation. After all, many had families to care for, making them understandably cautious. This would be their first confrontation with the spirit, and no one could guarantee their safety. If something were to happen, as the captain, he would bear the weight of that responsibility and would have no face to show his family. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sue spoke calmly, "I'll go." As expected, objections erupted, with everyone insisting that as captain, he should not take such risks. However, Sue remained unfazed. After all, he was alone and unencumbered. If something were to happen, he would consider it a sacrifice for the greater good. Just as the decision was about to be finalized, Cheng Wan unexpectedly stepped forward. "Let me go instead." Sue immediately countered, "No. With your skills, even an ordinary person would struggle, let alone a vengeful spirit responsible for 3 murders. Yet Cheng Wan stood firm, gazing directly into Sue's eyes. "I understand your concerns, but this role is essential for me." Sue was taken aback by the intensity of his unwavering commitment to a single matter, her heart inevitably filled with doubt.
Why?
Cheng Wan replied, "Because only I can see her." Chapter 44 Tremble, Ghosts and Deities, Part 10. Cheng Wan spoke with unwavering certainty, his eyes reflecting an indomitable resolve. His discerning eyes, capable of perceiving the ethereal realm, destined him to contribute his strength when it was most needed. This provided an irrefutable rationale that left Sue with little room for counterargument. Although Sue harbored reservations about Cheng Wan's safety, he found himself powerless to dissuade him. "Very well. Do take care," Sue said earnestly. "If you sense any danger, retreat immediately, understood?" Cheng Wan felt a warmth in his heart. "Got it. I promise to complete the task." On June 13th, the weather transitioned from cloudy to clear, as if the sky, once shrouded in ink, welcomed the long-lost moon. In a dimly lit alley, Sue tucked a wooden gun into Cheng Wan's waistband. "Be careful," he cautioned, his breath warm against Cheng Wan's ear, sending a tingling sensation across his skin. "Rest assured." Cheng Wan replied with a light-hearted demeanor, alleviating his companion's concerns. Sue nodded, patting Cheng Wan's back. "Let us go." With that, he turned, raising his arm to signal. A rustling sound emerged from the thicket at the alley's entrance. The communication devices crackled to life, reporting, "Team 1 ready. Team 2 ready." Sue cast a deep glance at Cheng Wan before departing. Cheng Wan watched as Sue slipped into the shadows, inhaling deeply.
Today,
he donned a simple blue tracksuit, appearing like an ordinary university student. He pretended to make a phone call, lingering at the alley's mouth, as if awaiting someone. Once preparations were made, all the hidden personnel focused their gaze on the slender figure not far off, their suppressed breaths growing increasingly pronounced in the darkness. The wooden guns in the officers' hands nearly slick with sweat. Suddenly, a chill swept through the air. Unlike the gentle summer breeze, it carried an unsettling coldness, reminiscent of the underworld. The atmosphere shifted, and everyone stiffened. Cheng Wan paused, maintaining his phone pose, but his eyes darted to the ground behind him. There, a faint shadow emerged, humanoid yet unnaturally thin and elongated, resembling a gnarled twig. The shadow slowly raised its arm. Cheng Wan instinctively sidestepped, and upon locking eyes, he recognized the specter described by the vengeful spirits, a female ghost. Her long hair cascaded, her eyes a haunting crimson, clad in a blue floral nightgown. A dark mole adorned her right brow. With almond-shaped eyes and delicate features, it was evident she had once been a striking young woman. Yet the malevolence of her death had transformed her into something grotesque. Taken aback by her unexpected appearance, the female ghost exclaimed, "You can see me?" Cheng Wan nodded slowly. "That depends on whether you possess the capability," he replied with a smile. Enraged, the ghost lunged at him, her long, sharp nails swiping dangerously close to his face. He leaned back just in time to evade her attack. The concealed Sue and his team, witnessing Cheng Wan's reaction, realized they were embroiled in a fierce struggle. However, unable to see the ghost, they could only watch helplessly in frustration. Sue's heart raced in his throat. Seeing Cheng Wan falter, he raised his wooden gun and fired 2 shots into the air, sounding the alarm. The female ghost, taken aback by the unexpected presence of others, hesitated at the gunfire. Cheng Wan seized the opportunity. From his pocket, he produced 2 talismans bestowed by the system at the onset of his journey, and with the ghost distracted, he pressed them firmly against her forehead. The ghost's body stiffened, dark energy erupting from her head, followed by a piercing scream that threatened to shatter his eardrums. Her face contorted in horror as she struggled, yet the talismans bound her with a force akin to iron chains, rendering her powerless. Her crimson eyes wept blood, filled with venomous hatred directed at Cheng Wan. Startled by her ghastly visage, he instinctively took a step back. Yet the ghost ceased her attack, instead summoning her remaining strength to stagger away. Cheng Wan shouted to the approaching Su-yi, "She is injured. She won to escape far. Hurry and pursue." The two dashed into the alley, knowing that an injured ghost would not venture far, especially with the narrow passage devoid of side roads. With moonlight guiding their cautious steps, they remained vigilant for any potential ambush. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Su-yi discovered drops of blood on the ground. They exchanged determined glances and pressed forward. Not far ahead, they spotted her again, yet the ghost appeared oblivious to their presence, kneeling beside a pile of refuse, her arms cradling something. They held their breath and crept closer. When their view finally cleared, they were taken aback to see that the ghost was cradling an infant. The baby, appearing only a few months old, had a pallid complexion, purple lips, and hollow eyes nearly filled with darkness, creating an eerie, vacant stare. Cheng Wan's heart sank. This was a ghostly child, her offspring. The once fearsome specter now gazed tenderly at the infant, devoid of any trace of malice. She cradled him gently, her lips moving in a soft whisper, a faint aura connecting them. In an instant, Cheng Wan realized she was transferring her essence to the child. Memories of the corpses slain by the ghost resurfaced. Each had appeared terrified yet withered and emaciated, as if drained of vitality. It dawned on him that she had been nourishing her child. Cheng Wan stood frozen, and the ghost, having sensed their presence, gently laid the baby on the ground and rose to face them. Her first words struck a somber note. "I know I do not have long to live." Cheng Wan relayed the unfolding scene to Su-yi, who was visibly taken aback. The ghost staggered toward them, abruptly kneeling before them. "I am aware of my grave sins, and shall soon extinguish my own spirit. However, I implore you to spare my child." Cheng Wan's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the infant. He understood that a spirit could not bear children. Thus, the only possibility was that she had been pregnant at the moment of her demise. A wave of sorrow washed over Cheng Wan. The ghost continued, "He is still young, innocent of any wrongdoing. I beseech you to spare him." Her expression was one of profound sorrow, a poignant plea. Cheng Wan felt a knot tighten in his chest, while he recognized the ghost's tragic plight. She had committed murder and deserved punishment. Yet the child's fate weighed heavily on him. As he hesitated, seeking counsel from the vigilant Su-yi, a sudden, unsettling thought flared within him. "Wait, what did you say his name was?" The ghost smiled gently at the infant, her eyes brimming with love. "His surname is Su. His name is
Su-yi."
Cheng Wan's mind went blank. Realization struck him, and he gasped, "What?" The ghost, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" Cheng Wan, too shocked to articulate a coherent response, slowly turned to the poised Su-yi, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Could this ghost truly be Su-yi's deceased mother? He recalled the system's revelation that Su-yi's mother had perished in a car accident while pregnant with him. Cheng Wan gently nudged Su-yi beside him, struggling to articulate. "Do you know what your mother looks like?" He raised his gaze to the female ghost. A dark mole, a right eyebrow, remarkably it was an exact match. The specter before him was indeed the transformed mother of the formidable figure. Cheng Wan found it nearly impossible to steady his mind. Turning to the apparition, he inquired, "Do you remember who you were in life?" Yet, this question seemed to render her speechless. The ghost pondered for a moment, then furrowed her brow in resignation. "I do not remember. I cannot recall my life nor my husband. However, I have a vague impression of having a child named Su-yi." The ghost pointed to the infant spirit, smiling blissfully. "He is my treasure." Doubt crept into Cheng Wan's heart. Surely, even a ghostly infant should exhibit the demeanor of a child. Moreover, Su-yi had already been born and grown to this very moment. Logically, this ghostly infant should not exist. Cheng Wan's thoughts spiraled into confusion. At that moment, the female ghost suddenly convulsed. Perhaps the earlier talisman had taken effect, as her entire being trembled in agony. Cheng Wan distinctly observed a myriad of colored lights emanating from her head, transforming into azure and violet beams that surged forth ceaselessly. He recalled hearing elders speak of how, as a person nears death, their 3 souls and 7 spirits gradually depart from the body. Could it be that a lingering spirit also experienced this phenomenon? Cheng Wan counted 2 azure beams and 6 violet ones. 2 souls and 6 spirits? 1 soul and 1 spirit were missing. Just then, something illuminated in another corner. Cheng Wan turned in disbelief, witnessing 2 faint beams of differing colors emerging from the ghostly infant's head. 1 soul and 1 spirit, a total of 3 souls and 7 spirits. A thunderous clap resonated above. Cheng Wan felt as though he were anchored in place, staring incredulously at the unfolding scene. No wonder the ghost could not recall her past. No wonder the infant spirit remained so lifeless. Their souls were incomplete. The female ghost had sacrificed one of her souls and one of her spirits to manifest her child, thus losing her memories. What an immense obsession this was. A mother, even in death, was willing to transform into a vengeful spirit, clinging to the memory of her offspring. She steadfastly believed she had a child. Yet, when she became a ghost, unable to find her beloved, she became ensnared by madness. Her fixation drove her to the brink, compelling her to sacrifice her own essence to create a so-called child. Was this not a form of self-deception? Alas! The fragmented soul she now possessed could no longer recall the past. This ghostly infant had become her flesh and blood, her sole anchor in the world. The radiance above the ghosts had gradually faded, her figure becoming increasingly translucent. As she departed, the ghost cast one last glance at the infant on the ground, her face still adorned with a smile. Mommy loves you. Meanwhile, Su-yi, who stood beside them, was suddenly overcome with tears. Cheng Wan felt a stirring within. What is wrong? Su-yi raised a hand to dry his tear-streaked cheeks, a puzzled expression surfacing in his eyes. I cannot quite explain it, but I suddenly feel an odd kind of sorrow. Cheng Wan suppressed his urge to reveal the truth. Just as they prepared to leave, the ghostly infant, seemingly unnoticed, stood up. He wobbled step by step toward the spot where his mother had just vanished, his form beginning to dissipate. He was, in fact, following his mother into the beyond. Cheng Wan was moved. Even devoid of emotions, even without memories, the bond between mother and child remained indelible. It would root itself in every person, every spirit, in an eternal, unchanging form. The ghostly infant's figure gradually faded. In his final moments, he turned his head abruptly and smiled at Su-yi. The small silhouette vanished into the night sky. Cheng Wan believed that, whether in heaven or elsewhere, the mother and child were finally united forever, never to part again. Cheng Wan. I think I just saw a child smiling at me. Cheng Wan was pleasantly surprised to find that the formidable figure had regained his smile. No longer the cold demeanor he once bore. The bond between them gradually warmed in the gentle flow of life. In a modest room of a few dozen square meters, long untended, a thin layer of dust coated the table and floor. Upon entering, Cheng Wan noticed a photograph hanging on the wall. It was a picture of Su-yi's mother. In the image, she wore a blue floral dress, her smile radiant. Cheng Wan involuntarily recalled the woman's parting smile in the alley that day. But, wait. He remembered Su-yi mentioning that the photograph in their old house was supposed to be in black and white. A strange emotion welled up within Cheng Wan.
Su-yi.
He glanced at the busy figure beside him, pointing to the photograph on the wall. Is this your mother? Su-yi glanced at it, smiling. Yes. That's a picture from her youth. Isn't she beautiful? Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck Cheng Wan youthful. His voice trembled. Then where is she now? Su-yi casually replied. She's abroad. Didn't I tell you? I'm planning to visit her in a few days. The smile on Su-yi's face began to eerily merge with that of the ghostly infant as he departed that night. Cold sweat broke out on Cheng Wan's brow. Perhaps the mother and child truly were forever together, or perhaps they had never been apart. Chapter 45. This World of Transformed Beings, Part 1. Cheng Wan was roused from his slumber by the gnawing pangs of hunger, his stomach growling like a crowing rooster. His mind was clouded, and upon opening his eyes, he was bewildered by the multitude of stars seemingly swirling around him. System, Why are there so many stars flying about? He inquired. The system replied, You are merely disoriented from hunger. Cheng Wan despondently mused, System, am I afflicted with a terminal illness? The system reassured him, No. You are not in immediate danger of death. Struggling to sit upright, Cheng Wan took stock of his surroundings. The system transmitted information about this new world to him. It was a shattered realm. In the year 22XX, humanity's relentless exploitation of nature had precipitated catastrophic disasters, leaving countless species of flora and fauna on the brink of extinction. Yet, humanity remained oblivious to the need for repentance, continuing unabated in their plundering of natural resources. As the saying goes, where there is oppression, there is resistance. Over the years, the creatures of nature darkened in spirit, evolving to possess autonomous thought, a phenomenon colloquially referred to as becoming sentient. The degrees of evolution varied among species. Some attained the intellectual capacity of a human toddler, while others achieved wisdom comparable to that of humans, even taking on human forms. From the humble potatoes in the fields to the formidable lions and tigers on the plains, all felt compelled to unite in a rebellion against humanity's destructive tendencies. Initially, humans were taken aback by these mutations, but after a fleeting panic, they soon dismissed the creatures, emboldened by their advanced weaponry. However, wisdom from the ancients warns, do not underestimate the seemingly insignificant. Nature, having endured a prolonged struggle with humanity, harnessed its escalating intelligence and unwavering resolve, gradually gaining strength and expanding its territories into what was once human dominion. By the time humanity recognized the threat posed by what they had previously regarded as trivial adversaries, the natural world had amassed an unstoppable momentum. The once peaceful lives of humans were thrown into chaos, with many perishing from famine, attacks by creatures, and diseases. Human civilization faced unprecedented calamities, and the populace lived in a state of constant trepidation, as if the end of the world had arrived. Thus, the conflict dragged on for over a decade, with both sides evenly matched, neither able to decisively eliminate the other. The prospect of victory appeared dim under the heavy shroud of despair. The original host that Cheng Wan had traversed into was a feeble human lacking combat prowess, who had been fleeing since the onset of the apocalypse. At present, he found himself amidst a small group of survivors, numbering a mere few. However, this band was devoid of advanced weaponry or survival supplies, and their condition deteriorated daily, resulting in the deaths of 3 or 4 within a month. The remaining members were on the brink of starvation, living meal to meal, prepared to meet their end at any moment. What astounded Cheng Wan, however, was that his target for conquest was none other than the current leader of the natural world, a being evolved from forest wolves, known as Rong Sr. Faced with such a daunting objective, Cheng Wan's heart recoiled. After all, this creature ruled over the entirety of the natural realm. Generally, wolves are known for their ferocity and bloodlust. A weakling like him would surely be obliterated before he could even approach. Yet, inexplicably, the system exuded an unshakable confidence. Go for it. I believe in you. Cheng Wan could only let out a deep sigh. My wish is for world peace. The air was thick with a musty, decay-laden odor that enveloped him. Having grasped the essence of this world, Cheng Wan rose from the ground to discover that he was inside a tent hastily constructed from tattered cloth and cardboard. Scattered around were empty water bottles and torn, blood-stained garments. In the distance, muted voices mingled with the sounds of gnawing. Cheng Wan's stomach, already protesting from hunger, reacted violently, clamoring for sustenance. With unsteady steps, he stumbled closer, and upon peeking out, was met with the sight of a table smeared with blood-red viscera. A circle of survivors hungrily tore into the innards of a deceased deer, their eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. Cheng Wan felt a wave of nausea wash over him. His stomach churned violently. He crouched in a corner, fighting the urge to vomit, but with days of starvation, his stomach was hollow, and all he could manage was dry heaving. How brutal! How merciless! System, I want to move on to the next world. The system adopted the tone of an ancient tutor. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon a person, and thus must first temper their spirit, toil their sinews, and starve their flesh. Cheng Wan interjected. Do you take pleasure in my suffering? The group of ravenous individuals, hearing his retching, waved him away dismissively. Get lost. Go throw up somewhere else. One of them shot him a menacing glare while clutching the mangled remains of the deer. Cheng Wan reassured him, "Rest assured, I won't interfere." He shifted to another corner, expelling a bit of yellow bile, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Despite the gruesome scene, the others continued their ravenous feast, blood splattering onto their faces. Unbothered by the grotesque reality, the fear of starvation, the dread of death, and the despair of a ravaged world had stripped them of their former civility, revealing their primal instincts for survival. Cheng Wan's stomach twisted painfully as he closed his eyes, enduring the spasms within. Suddenly, a hushed conversation drifted into his ears. "Old Meng, this deer isn't enough for all of us." "That's true, but if we hadn't stumbled upon this sickly deer, we would be doomed. The issue is, once we finish this meat, we'll revert to our previous existence. Before long, we might starve to death." "Old 3, what do you suggest we do?" One individual chuckled darkly. "Why not? Simply eat that kid." He gestured toward Cheng Wan. "What did you say? That brat is practically done for anyway. Even if we don't kill him, he won't survive in this world. It would be better to make use of him." Horrified, Cheng Wan felt a tingling chill race down his spine, cold sweat breaking out all over him. The notion of being discussed as a meal was utterly chilling. He covered his mouth with his hand to stifle any sounds of alarm. No, he refused to meet such a fate. As the group conferred briefly, they emerged with blood still staining their lips. Cheng Wan's mind raced as he pretended to be oblivious. As they passed by him, they cast him a sinister glance, yet said nothing further. However, Cheng Wan noticed that their eyes held the same predatory hunger they had displayed toward the carcass of the deer. In that chilling moment, filled with unmasked desire, he resolved that he could wait no longer. He had to escape. Chapter 46, This World of Spirits, Part 2. The moon concealed itself beneath a shroud of deep gray clouds, seemingly unable to bear witness to the grim tableau unfolding on Earth. Cheng Wan crouched low, pressing himself against the edge of the tent. The cramped space was pervaded by an unshakable stench of decay and blood as people lay scattered across the ground, which was strewn with wild grasses and rotting corpses. Surrendering to the profound despair of this apocalyptic world, slipping into a deep, dark slumber. Cheng Wan covered his mouth with his hand, bending down cautiously as he moved forward with utmost care. He raised his gaze, peering through a thin veil that separated him from the outside. Dim light seeped through the tent's edges, feebly illuminating the surroundings. He must escape. To perish in such a forsaken place, as the first host ever devoured by the headquarters, would surely haunt Cheng Wan in his final moments. Yet, survival in this end-of-days scenario demanded constant vigilance against unknown dangers, and the people remained ever alert. Despite Cheng Wan muffling his footsteps to near silence, just as he approached the doorway, a voice from behind him, deliberately subdued, broke the stillness.
"Hey, kid."
Cheng Wan's body stiffened, cold sweat breaking out in an instant. He turned cautiously to see who had called him. "Hey, Xiaoda." The one referred to as Xiaoda had bright, wide eyes that met Cheng Wan's in the darkness. He had only just awakened. Having spent the day with the ruthless gang led by Old Meng, he had managed to scavenge little food. Now, hunger gnawed at him, robbing him of restful sleep. And in his hazy state, he sensed a shadow flickering before him. "Where are you going?" Cheng Wan feigned calmness, raising a finger to his lips to signal silence. He then gestured towards the outside, mimicking the act of using the restroom. Xiaoda nodded in understanding, but then called out to him, "I'm coming too." Cheng Wan's heart leaped into his throat. Refusing him now would reveal his guilty conscience, so he feigned compliance. With a withered hand, he lifted the soiled curtain, revealing a world outside that was equally desolate and silent. Xiaoda trailed behind Cheng Wan, his eyes flickering with inscrutable emotions. Cheng Wan ventured further into the grass, away from the camp, to relieve himself. Xiaoda glanced at him briefly before finding another spot nearby. Cheng Wan turned his back to him, squatting down, and picked up a palm-sized stone from the ground, concealing it behind him. He had to escape tonight. He gritted his teeth, wrestling with the decision of whether to act. Just then, Xiaoda spoke up unexpectedly. "When I was a kid, I thought those apocalyptic movies were ridiculous, but now that the day has truly come." Xiaoda squinted, leaving his words hanging in the air. The apocalypse loomed like a cruel tyrant, rendering everyone powerless and oppressed before it. Cheng Wan sighed. Rather than reminiscing about the past, it would be better to contemplate how to survive. Xiao Da fell silent for a moment. Cheng Wan's grip on the stone tightened. Xiao Da's vulnerable neck was exposed before him. If he could harden his heart, he could escape without a trace. Yet, Cheng Wan doubted whether he could summon the resolve to do so. A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Enough was enough, for the sake of his own life. He would take the plunge. However, just as Cheng Wan gathered himself, Xiao Da suddenly halted. Turning his back to Cheng Wan, he said, "Let us go. I haven't seen you tonight." Cheng Wan froze, perplexed by his meaning. Xiao Da gazed up at the dim starlight overhead. Everyone has their own way of living. I know old Meng and his lot are not good people, but I choose to follow them because I am weak. Surviving alone in this world is incredibly difficult. Likewise, you have the right to choose your own path. Different roads lead to the same destination, all for the sake of survival. He smiled suddenly. I hope that when we meet again, we will both still be alive. His solitary figure faded into a distant silhouette, ultimately vanishing from sight. With a thud, the stone struck the ground, creating a shallow dent. Cheng Wan silently waved goodbye to his departing figure, then resolutely turned in the opposite direction, determined to carve out his own way in this apocalyptic world. Continuing onward in the dark, Cheng Wan unknowingly arrived at a small forest. What should have been a boundless expanse of lush greenery had now been reduced to charred earth. Exhausted and famished, Cheng Wan wandered through the forest under the inky blackness of night, visibility limited to mere meters ahead. The depths of the forest resembled a shadowy abyss, devouring all light and direction. As anticipated, he lost his way, thoroughly, to the extent that even the direction of the camp faded from his mind. Out of curiosity, he had previously watched documentaries on wilderness survival, which cautioned that if one were to become lost in a forest at night, aimlessly wandering would only waste energy and deepen one's predicament. Thus, Cheng Wan decided to cease his wandering, plopping down on the ground before an ancient tree. He resolved to endure the night and figure things out by daylight. Cradling his stomach, enduring the dull pangs of hunger, he began to close his eyes and drift off. However, just as he was on the verge of slumber, a low whimper pierced the silence. Cheng Wan jolted awake, holding his breath to listen. The sound resembled that of an animal. Pushing himself up from the ground, he moved cautiously towards the source of the sound. Not far away, he spotted a small, furry creature curled up in a pile of dry grass. Cheng Wan's eyes widened. It was a wolf? More accurately, a pup. Merely months old, and far from the ferocity of an adult. The little creature was adorned with a stunning silvery gray coat, an adorable bundle of fluff. Each time it playfully nuzzled him, Cheng Wan felt compelled to stroke its head, embrace it, and lift it high. This little wolf momentarily rendered Cheng Wan spellbound. Yet, as he drew closer for a better look, he suddenly noticed that the pup's legs were smeared with blood, its once pristine fur now stained crimson. It was injured. No wonder it lay motionless. Moving closer, the pup's bright eyes narrowed with suspicion, a low growl emanating from its throat. Cheng Wan chuckled softly. You're fiercer than my own dog. His stomach growled in response, causing the little wolf's fur to bristle in alarm. The age-old struggle between man and nature had raged on for eons, with both sides eternally viewing each other as adversaries. In this apocalyptic reality, humans often hunted lesser creatures under the leadership of the strong to secure their survival. Even the little wolf perceived Cheng Wan as a significant threat. Yet, Cheng Wan could not entertain such thoughts. How could he possibly harm this creature? Despite reason dictating that this was not the dog from his memories, and that he faced starvation without food, emotionally, he could not bring himself to do it. He squatted there, locking eyes with the little wolf. The pup, visibly wounded, continued to bleed profusely. It was not hard to imagine that if this bleeding did not cease, the little wolf would surely perish in such harsh conditions. As if to confirm his fears, the once defiant pup now grew increasingly subdued, its head drooping to the ground, energy fading. Cheng Wan reached out to stroke its head gently. Though the pup instinctively resisted his touch, even its anger was too feeble to retaliate. Sensing that the little creature posed no real danger, Cheng Wan tore a small strip from his already tattered shirt and carefully wrapped it around the pup's wounded leg. Initially, the little wolf believed that Cheng Wan intended to harm him, thrashing violently in a futile struggle. However, mere minutes later, he became utterly exhausted and collapsed onto the ground, surrendering to Cheng Wan's whims. After completing this ordeal, Cheng Wan stood up and dusted off his hands, remarking, "Little wolf, I can only do so much for you. Whether you survive or not depends on your fate." With that, he did not linger and turned away, striding deeper into the forest. The little wolf, bewildered, watched this human retreat into the depths of the woods. The long night stretched endlessly, and Cheng Wan felt as if his mind were enveloped in a thick fog, rendering him lethargic and disoriented. He managed to lift his eyelids and glanced around, but suddenly a flash of red light caught his attention. Cheng Wan widened his eyes in disbelief as, right before him, stood a plump and comical chicken. The chicken flapped its wings and boasted, "Come and try to eat me if you dare." Cheng Wan rolled up his sleeves in excitement and lunged forward. Yet just as he was about to make contact with the chicken, he awakened from his dream. Alas, he sorrowfully realized he was merely clutching a piece of tree bark. Drooling, he lightly slapped his face, hoping to clear his mind. Although he was awake, his eyes inexplicably wandered back to the piece of bark. Cheng Wan swallowed hard, perplexed by how appetizing the bark appeared today. Thus, he picked it up and took a bite. Cough, cough, it was dry and prickly. That single bite nearly made him choke. However, after a brief moment of calm, Cheng Wan eagerly took a second bite. It was then that he grasped a fundamental truth. When a person is starved to the extreme, even the taste of roots and tree bark can seem delightful. Consequently, he began to scrape the bark while simultaneously yanking up grass and unidentified wild vegetables, stuffing them into his mouth with abandon. Yet, as he continued this frantic consumption, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss in his surroundings. Chapter 47. The World of Transformed Beings. Part 3. In the Enveloping Darkness. Where one could scarcely see their own hand, Cheng Wan sensed an ominous presence lurking. Before he could react, the grass beneath him began to stir. A subtle rustling sound, nearly imperceptible, emanated from below, and within moments, it spread in all directions. The previously prostrate blades of grass seemed to awaken, trembling and swaying, extending their slender tendrils in a frenzied dance amidst the wind. The grass and branches within a radius of hundreds of square meters bent towards Cheng Wan, as if invisible hands were orchestrating their movements, guiding them towards a common point. A chill ran down Cheng Wan's spine, an instinctive foreboding gripping him. Just as he contemplated fleeing, he was abruptly yanked to the ground by an unseen force. When he turned to locate the source, he found nothing but emptiness. Cold sweat trickled down his palms as he hastily rose, only to discover that his limbs were ensnared by an unknown power, rendering him nearly incapable of controlling his body. In his frantic struggle, his gaze fixed upon a single spot. A slender vine was visibly wrapping around his wrist, tightening with ferocity, leaving a crimson mark upon his delicate skin. With a sudden effort, Cheng Wan broke free, the vine snapping after a brief struggle. This seemed to incite the flora around him. More branches and blades of grass lunged at his body and limbs. Coarse wild vines lashed out with alarming force, striking him painfully. Cheng Wan nearly cried out in agony. What is happening? Just escaped the wolf's den, only to fall into the tiger's lair. Am I to be killed by a throng of plants and trees? The system, equally anxious, reminded him. Did you forget my warning? Do not underestimate these plants. They might be transformed beings. Cheng Wan, despairing, retorted, What am I to do now? The system, if it were a person, would likely be pulling its hair out. I have no solution. The headquarters forbids me from constantly intervening. In the midst of this dire moment, a low voice pierced through the cacophony. Humans have ruthlessly slaughtered us. We must make them pay. Indeed, we cannot let him escape. He has consumed many of our kin. Amidst his panic, Cheng Wan looked around in shock, realizing the voices originated from the very plants around him. It is over. The world has turned against us. Those once deemed lowly by humankind now united in a vengeful chorus against their former masters. Cheng Wan feared he might soon become a trophy in this prolonged counteroffensive, left to rot in the mire. As he continued to struggle, his strength waned, the wounds multiplying, crimson droplets seeping from his body. Rationality urged him to surrender. He could not help but mock himself, just a mere human. How could he contend with nature? Resigned, he closed his eyes.
Wait.
A commanding voice emerged amidst the uproar. It was a man's voice, deep, magnetic, infused with authority. Though quiet, it quelled the raucous plants, which fell silent within moments. The binding force around Cheng Wan vanished, and he gasped for breath, propping himself up with trembling fingers, casting his gaze upwards. A shadow loomed, obscuring the moonlight. A formidable man stood before him, tall and muscular. From Cheng Wan's vantage point, the man's long, powerful legs showcased a fluidity of form and strength through his thin fabric. His chest, solid as a wall, loomed over Cheng Wan. From Cheng Wan's experiences traversing various worlds, it was evident that this man was undoubtedly a figure of great significance. Yet, in this moment, the disparity between their positions rendered Cheng Wan utterly humiliated. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to rise. The pain from his wounds nearly blinded him as he staggered, barely managing to steady himself. The man regarded Cheng Wan with an inscrutable expression, offering no assistance. Upon standing upright, Cheng Wan realized the man towered over him by a head. As he discerned the man's features, a flicker of intrigue sparked within him. The man's visage was sculpted, with pronounced angles, a noble nose, and deep-set eyes that accentuated his striking features. A hint of stubble adorned his jawline, exuding a raw, primal allure. Most striking were his eyes, deep, dark, yet seemingly harboring a fierce light, akin to a solitary wolf. The man surveyed Cheng Wan's disheveled state, devoid of emotion. "You may leave," he stated calmly. "What?" Cheng Wan could scarcely believe his ears. Such simple words, yet they bore the weight of salvation. However, upon hearing this, the forest erupted once more in agitation. "This is a human. He is our common enemy. How can we let him go?" The uproar intensified. Yet, the man appeared unfazed. Once the clamor subsided, he raised his hand, and, astonishingly, the once vengeful plants fell silent. "I will spare you this time. Should I encounter you again, your fortune shall not be so favorable." His eyes were cold, delivering gratitude-laden words with an icy tone. This enigmatic figure seemed to possess authority. Yet Cheng Wan remained oblivious to his name or motives for saving him. However, a chance at survival lay before him. To refuse it would be folly. Cheng Wan stole a glance at him, then, wincing in pain, limped away. His injuries were severe, each step agonizingly slow, just as he had not ventured far. Familiar whimpers echoed behind him. Is that not the wounded wolf from before? A surge of incredulity washed over Cheng Wan. Yet, before he could fully comprehend, the man suddenly transformed, morphing into a tall, robust forest wolf, vanishing into the depths of the woods in the blink of an eye. Chapter 48. In this world of spirits, Part 4. Cheng Wan meandered through the forest, his steps uneven and uncertain. His gaunt frame, smeared with crimson stains, resembled that of a forlorn spectre. The forest wolf, towering and formidable, radiated an aura of wildness. It possessed the ability to transform into human form and could command the fierce branches and vines to bow to its will unconditionally. Cheng Wan narrowed his eyes, a vague suspicion brewing within him. As he walked, a faint azure light began to emerge on the horizon, signaling the retreat of night and the birth of dawn. His vision gradually expanded, and in the distance, he spotted several figures. They were clad in tattered clothing, their expressions weary, dragging their exhausted bodies past a large tent entrance. Cradled in their arms were precious bundles resembling food and water. It was as if a beam of hope illuminated the scene, prompting Cheng Wan to quicken his pace. In a matter of moments, he approached a human encampment, a vast site adorned with numerous military green tents, accommodating hundreds, if not thousands, of souls. The elderly, the weak, and the sick leaned feebly against the tent's periphery, their eyes clouded, impervious to even the brightest sunlight. Among them were young men and women, some brandishing wooden rifles and shovels, guarding the perimeter of the camp, while others, burdened with heavy packs, distributed dwindling supplies from tent to tent. A robust man noticed Cheng Wan's approach. "Halt!" he commanded, fatigue and evident vigilance etched across his face. Cheng Wan raised his hands, signaling his lack of hostility. The scrutiny for entry into the camp was stringent. The guards had to ensure that those they admitted were unequivocally human and not some peculiar creature merely masquerading in human guise. Cheng Wan received a loaf of bread and a precious bottle of water. Though the bread was hard enough to chip a tooth, the moment he tasted it, he felt it was the most delectable morsel he had ever consumed in his life. Life in the camp was bustling, with resources increasingly scarce. Idleness was a luxury no one could afford. Cheng Wan, though somewhat frail, was still a young man and thus deemed a laborer. He became a whirlwind of activity, darting between the tents, asserting his presence. As night descended, the cacophony of the camp was gradually engulfed by darkness. Within a large tent housing dozens, the air was thick with the unpleasant scent of sweat and decay as people lay sprawled across their makeshift spaces. Exhausted from the day's toil, their bodies ached, and as the night watch took their turns, many succumbed to slumber, the sound of snoring soon filling the air. Being new, Cheng Wan found no spare space and could only curl up in a corner cluttered with debris. Though it was a dismal resting place, it offered some protection from the elements. After digging a small pit amid the pile of tattered bags and old shovels, he drifted into a restless sleep. Yet, his slumber was abruptly interrupted in the dead of night by a sudden commotion. It began in one tent and quickly spread like wildfire throughout the camp. People jolted awake, exchanging alarmed glances. Just then, a person stumbled into the tent, fear palpable in his eyes.
No.
This is bad. We're under attack. That brief statement was akin to a death knell. Who is attacking? How could they arrive so swiftly? Help! I don't want to die here. Chaos erupted as everyone surged towards the exit. The narrow tent flap became a bottleneck, and in an instant, the occupants were jostled together, unable to escape. Cheng Wan found himself caught in the throng, his body being shoved and squeezed. Moments later, with a tearing sound, the already fragile tent entrance could no longer withstand the pressure and was ripped apart. The dark green canvas swayed precariously, and Cheng Wan was nearly propelled outside by the crowd. To his horror, just a few meters behind him, the tent collapsed with a resounding crash. The entire encampment had plunged into chaos. In the distance, Cheng Wan beheld fierce combat between two factions, led by a white tiger. As the creatures of the wild launched a ferocious assault on the human settlement, some had morphed into human forms, others appeared to be half-transformed, their long tails flicking behind as they sprinted after fleeing humans. Among them was a massive boar, its size dwarfing that of ordinary pigs, resembling a small mountain. The creature snorted, its beady eyes glinting with hostility. The atmosphere was surreal as Cheng Wan locked eyes with the beast. Suddenly, a panicked human, in a desperate bid for escape, barreled straight toward the boar. Cheng Wan reached out to grab him, but the man zipped past like a gust of wind. He crashed directly into the massive pig. Cheng Wan's expression turned to one of disbelief. The boar, seemingly irked by this encounter, swatted the unfortunate soul away with a paw, sending him flying even further. Cheng Wan could only cover his face, unable to witness the absurdity of the scene. In mere seconds, while the boar dealt with the hapless individual, it bared its tusks and let out a roar directed at Cheng Wan, exuding an overwhelming sense of dominance. Cheng Wan lowered his head in resignation. He knew he was outmatched. Under the intimidation of this formidable creature, he had no choice but to acquiesce. The simple reason being that he did not wish to be crushed beneath its weight. It soon became evident that many of those who had attempted to flee had met similar fates at the hands of various beasts and plants. The opposing forces surrounded the camp, nearly engulfing it entirely. Captured? Cheng Wan's mind swirled with questions, uncertain of their intentions. Yet at the moment of being seized, he felt a profound sorrow. He had been taken prisoner by a pig. The procession was lengthy and sluggish as the group was herded by the surrounding animals, who did not hesitate to kick anyone who displeased them. The people grumbled, once rulers of all, now reduced to captives, humiliated by creatures that had once been mere sources of sustenance. However, their discontent remained unspoken, buried deep within their hearts. After an indeterminate amount of time, they arrived at the foot of a towering mountain, majestic and awe-inspiring, like a colossal entity hidden amidst the night. The victors flaunted their spoils, their faces betraying an unmistakable pride. Upon raising his gaze, Cheng Wan beheld a magnificent palace, quietly standing deep within the mountain, constructed primarily from stone. Since the animals had gained intelligence, they had learned to wield tools like humans, fashioning their own weapons and building shelters. Within this grand edifice resided their leader, the esteemed Lord Rongsun, who commanded them in their resistance against human oppression, revered as the mightiest warrior in the natural world. The animal soldiers congregated in the open space in front of the grand hall, raising their weapons and torches, chanting victory slogans in unison. Slowly, a figure emerged from the doorway of the hall. The flickering flames illuminated his sculpted visage, accentuating his sharply defined features. Adorned with a golden helm, his eyes seemed to harbor the chill of a biting wind. Cheng Wan recognized him almost instantly. It was the man who had saved his life in the forest, Rongsun, the leader of the entire natural resistance. Cheng Wan, along with a group of human captives, knelt on the ground, pressed down by the lions and tigers at their sides, adopting the most reverent posture before their supreme leader. Rongsun stood tall and composed, appearing as if a divine being had descended upon the earth. He positioned himself centrally, hands clasped behind his back, affirming the valor of his subordinates in battle and outlining a few straightforward plans for the upcoming conflict. After addressing his troops, his gaze shifted to the bound humans below. They were slaves, humble slaves. Not only they, but all foolish humans would one day be made to pay for the atrocities they had committed against the innocent natural world. Rongsun's indifferent gaze swept across the crowd until it landed on Cheng Wan, who barely suppressed a nervous lip bite. Yet, with a fleeting glance, Rongsun's eyes did not linger. They passed over Cheng Wan's face without a moment's pause. His voice was deep and magnetic, resonating with the authority of a king. From this day forth, you shall be the slaves of my army. The kneeling humans trembled, sweat pouring down their faces. Below, the soldiers erupted in fervent cheers, chanting Rongsun's name, their voices echoing through the vast mountains. They envisioned a future victory, a day of regained freedom and peace. Following the ceremony, Cheng Wan and the other captives were taken to the enemy camp. Although Rongsun's quarters were relatively luxurious, most of the beast men resided in various caves, given the extraordinary circumstances. Cheng Wan and the other human captives were thrown into a designated slave camp, overseen by a supervisor who monitored their labor while preventing any escape attempts. Cheng Wan's daily tasks included cleaning, transporting food, farming, forging weapons, and mending clothing. Anything the beastmen deemed too tiresome to do themselves was relegated to the free labor of the slaves. At times, if an officer was in a foul mood, the slaves even served as convenient outlets for frustration. It must be said, Cheng Wan lived in a state of constant trepidation, as if walking on thin ice. Days passed in this manner, with the slaves toiling day and night, and many of the captives who had been captured alongside him had perished, some from starvation, others from exhaustion, and some from illness that went untreated. Cheng Wan's frail form somehow managed to survive in such harsh conditions, akin to a hardy weed thriving in the crevices of stone, which could only be deemed miraculous. However, after nearly 6 months in this world, he had only seen the leader once and had not garnered even a single star of favor, which left him feeling rather anxious. He inquired with the system whether something was amiss in this world. Yet, the system assured him that everything proceeded according to the original storyline. Cheng Wan could only resign himself to fate and patiently seek opportunities. As time progressed, both the natural world and humanity found themselves entrenched in a protracted war, neither side able to gain the upper hand. Resources were dwindling on both fronts, and from the beastmen, Cheng Wan learned that humanity's situation was hardly better. It was a matter of endurance. Cheng Wan observed their expressions, striving to diminish his own presence. However, when misfortune struck, it tended to compound. Indeed, the petty leaders, frustrated by their own kind, took a particular dislike to the slaves.
Hey you, come here.
Cheng Wan glanced at the finger pointing at him, then at himself, unable to move his legs. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Cheng Wan swallowed hard, wishing fervently that he were indeed deaf at that moment. He approached cautiously. Come, give me a massage. Cheng Wan raised his eyes to the large, menacing monkey before him, his lips twitching at the absurdity of this request. Massage? Was he expected to groom him? Despite a multitude of objections, he was, after all, a slave. Protests would be futile and could lead to dire consequences. Cheng Wan suppressed his nausea, ignoring the insects crawling through the thick fur, and began to knead the monkey's legs. You're not even trying. It's like you're just scratching an itch. The monkey snorted in displeasure, flaring his nostrils. With no other choice, Cheng Wan increased his effort. However, just after a few strikes, the monkey lifted his foot and kicked him to the ground. Are you trying to beat me to death in revenge for your comrades? Cheng Wan thought to himself. Feeling a twinge of resentment, he braced himself on the ground, managing to rise slightly. The monkey loomed above him, looking down with a scornful snort. Yet, as he cast a glance at Cheng Wan, his eyes suddenly lit up. There lay Cheng Wan, pale and trembling, his lips pressed tightly together, exuding a mix of fear and stubbornness. The filthy rags draping over his slender frame hung loosely, revealing a delicate neck and a graceful collarbone peeking out from beneath the neckline. The monkey's eyes widened in surprise. Surrounded by the rough, hairy beasts he had lived with, Cheng Wan was distinctly different, his skin smooth and glistening. The big monkey swallowed hard, feeling an urge to touch. Cheng Wan looked up, sensing a strange change in the monkey's expression, an ominous premonition creeping into his heart. As he braced himself, the monkey scrutinized Cheng Wan's face more closely.
Hey,
I never noticed before, this slave is actually quite handsome. It was hard to describe, but his features, eyes, nose, lips, were far more appealing than those of the other hairy creatures. Moreover, the combination of fear and restraint on his clean face stirred something primal, long suppressed within the monkey. The monkey stood, a cryptic smile spreading across his face as he approached Cheng Wan. After all, he was just a slave. Even if he died, no one would care. Cheng Wan's heart sank. He instantly comprehended the monkey's intentions. In a desperate bid, he sprang to his feet, nearly fleeing. The monkey towered at nearly 2 meters, endowed with the innate strength of animals and years of combat against humans. Cheng Wan was but a plaything in comparison. His complexion drained of color. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Tensing every muscle, he gritted his teeth. What do you want? What do I want? The monkey cackled. Can't you tell? Cheng Wan's heart plummeted. He was merely a slave, a negligible slave. No one would care about the life or death of a slave. His existence was as worthless as grass. He fought back with all his strength, flailing his arms towards the monkey. But with his slender limbs, he was no match. The monkey easily twisted him behind his back. With a forceful shove, the monkey pressed him forward, causing Cheng Wan to lose his balance and fall to his knees. As he rolled and struggled to free himself, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. His will was strong, but his body betrayed him. This action incited the monkey's fury. You dare resist, you insolent slave. The great ape struck Cheng Wan fiercely on the back of his head, causing the latter's forehead to collide painfully with the ground. Cheng Wan felt a splitting headache, his consciousness momentarily clouded. The great ape emitted a triumphant roar, a primal sound that seemed to flaunt its conquest. The other beasts nearby watched with derision, sneering at the human sprawled on the ground like an insignificant insect. Cheng Wan closed his eyes, a tear sliding down his cheek. Just then, amidst the tension, a soft cough broke the air, seemingly intentional. The weight pressing down on Cheng Wan suddenly lifted, and he dared to open his eyes. As light flooded in, he beheld Rong Sun, standing just a few steps away, brow furrowed and expression cold as he surveyed the scene before him. Upon seeing their leader, the great ape hastily regained its footing, its arrogance swiftly extinguished. "Leader, what are your orders?" it inquired. Rong Sun, shifting his gaze from Cheng Wan, commanded, "To the war room, we convene." Without a glance at the fallen figure, he turned to leave. Cheng Wan instinctively shuddered. Moments later, the other animal leaders followed Rong Sun to the war room to deliberate the next course of action. Cheng Wan lay against the cold ground, a chilling sensation creeping over him. He needed to devise a plan. Clenching his fist, he struck the earth with force, blood seeping from his knuckles, sending sharp pain through his nerves. A flicker of clarity pierced through the fog in his mind, his focus sharpening. Life and death hung in the balance, and he was determined to seize this opportunity. Thus, Cheng Wan found himself in a state of near abandonment. Rising cautiously, he held his breath and stealthily approached the wall, straining to listen for any nearby movements. Coincidentally, as Rong Sun held a meeting, most of the guards had gathered at the war room, leaving the area around Cheng Wan nearly unprotected. Having lived in this place for nearly 6 months, primarily as a laborer in the slave camp, Cheng Wan possessed a fair understanding of the terrain and its layout, navigating through winding paths. He relied on memory to find a narrow route that led directly to Rong Sen's quarters. However, 2 guards stood at the entrance, idly dozing. Cheng Wan smeared the blood from his forehead onto his face, then feigned a panicked demeanor as he rushed towards them. Emergency! There's been a crisis, Cheng Wan exclaimed, breathless. The guards, immediately drawn to his distress, inquired, what happened? Given that these animals could also take human form, they struggled to discern the difference between their own kind and humans. Moreover, slaves were typically confined within the camp, unable to leave freely. Cheng Wan's bloodied, breathless appearance resembled that of a soldier fresh from battle, leading the guards to overlook his humanity. There's been a grave situation. Lord Rong Sen is in trouble, Cheng Wan declared.
What?
The guards' mouths dropped open in shock. Cheng Wan elaborated, just now, he led us to ambush a human base. Who would have thought the enemy was so cunning, already prepared? As a result, Lord Rong Sen was caught off guard and injured. Injured? The guard's eyes widened in alarm. But, it's just the 2 of us. Can we handle it? Cheng Wan urged, you fools. Go inform Lord White Tiger. Lord Mammoth. The guards appeared momentarily dazed. I'll find Lord Ostrich, Cheng Wan blurted, speaking rapidly as if under a spell. Hurry. We mustn't delay. Seemingly enlightened, the 2 dashed off to summon help. Wait. Do we even have a Lord Ostrich? One questioned. How should I know? Focus on saving him, Cheng Wan replied. Within moments, the 2 disappeared, oblivious to the sinister smile that crept across the face of a lurking figure behind them. 2 hours later, in the grand hall, Rong Sen strode purposefully, his gaze sharp. He crossed the corridor and approached the door, kicking it open.
Come out,
he commanded, but silence met him. The empty room was only stirred by curtains swaying in the breeze. With a voice laced with menace, Rong Sen declared, I will count to 3. You will show yourself. Still, no response came. Narrowing his eyes, he counted 3.
2.
Rong Sen dangerously licked his lips. 1. Losing patience, he forcefully swung open the wardrobe door. With a loud bang, the wooden door hit the wall, and Rong Sen's eyes widened as a filthy figure tumbled out from the cramped space of the wardrobe. The discovered individual groaned in pain as they hit the ground, and then raised their head. The 2 locked eyes in silence. Cheng Wan's brow twitched as he donned an innocent and harmless expression. Hi. In that moment, Rong Sen's already somber face darkened further. Chapter 49. The World of Spirits, Part 5. The gilded sunset cascaded into the grand hall, illuminating the smooth black stone that reflected a blinding light. In the spacious and brightly lit room, Rong Sen sat majestically upon a long bench carved from a single slab of rock, exuding an air of power and authority. Not far from the formidable figure, Cheng Wan crouched in the corner, cradling his head, presenting himself as a pitiful creature caught in wrongdoing. What seems to be the matter? Speak, Rong Sen commanded, his hand resting on his thigh, long fingers drumming absently against his knee. With a raised brow, his already imposing presence intensified, enveloped in an aura of regal authority. Cheng Wan's heart raced uncontrollably in his chest. Esteemed leader, there's nothing much to report.
Oh?
Is that so? Rong Sen rose and approached him, gripping his chin with a firm hand, compelling him to meet his gaze. His eyes were as dark as ink, pure and deep. Yet within that darkness lay a hint of coldness and amusement, reminiscent of a wolf in the wild stalking its prey, ferocious yet cunning. Cheng Wan averted his gaze, shaking his head, but the grip on his chin felt like a vice. Despite his futile struggles, he remained ensnared. A frown creased his brow as pain radiated from his jaw, the roughness of Rong Sen's fingertips digging into his flesh. Rong Sen regarded him from above, akin to a shepherd observing a lamb in distress. You claim I am in trouble? Cheng Wan remained silent, fearing the past would resurface. Are your arms and legs bloodied? Cheng Wan could only nod. Did someone crack your skull? Cheng Wan, despondent and tearful, thought to himself, how could you remember all this so well? Wait. Allow me to explain. He attempted to salvage the situation, but even the most eloquent of words felt futile in the face of Rong Sen's scrutiny. Rong Sen released his grip, placing his hands behind his back, observing him with an air of leisure. What do you think I should do with you? Cheng Wan contemplated the sinister tone of his words, a chill running down his spine. For falsely reporting military affairs, 100 lashes. For slandering and defaming, 100 lashes. For intruding upon my quarters. Rong Sen's eyes narrowed dangerously, a fate worse than death. Cheng Wan shivered. I truly wish to live another 500 years. Last time, I spared your life because you saved my wolfkin. But I warned you, should we meet again, your fortune will not be so favorable. Rong Sen's eyes gleamed with malice. Now tell me, what is your true intention? As Cheng Wan curled into himself, he lamented, You witnessed the incident with that wild horse. I hope you might consider keeping me by your side. I wish to serve only you. Rong Sen discerned the implications in his words and questioned, Are you suggesting you wish to be my sole servant? Cheng Wan nodded eagerly. Rong Sen burst into laughter, as though he had heard the most amusing joke. What gives you the confidence that I would assist you? You are the greatest king. From the moment I laid eyes upon you, I knew you were a good person. Pandering will not sway me. Cheng Wan pouted, beginning to enumerate his skills. I can cook, wash clothes, clean rooms, and perform various tasks. I can do all those things too. Cheng Wan scratched his head, pondering what else he could offer. Rong Sen observed him silently, questioning why this human repeatedly sought to draw near. Did he truly wish to be merely a servant? It seemed implausible. Suddenly, a thought struck. Could he be a spy sent by the human military? The more Rong Sen considered it, the more plausible it seemed. Since Cheng Wan's arrival, their recent assaults on human bases had faltered, resulting in significant losses and diminished morale among the rebel forces. Were there indeed traitors among them? As these thoughts brewed, Rong Sen's expression grew colder, his disdain for Cheng Wan intensifying. Truly, humans were malevolent. The recent events in the forest must have been part of their scheme, designed to garner his trust and sympathy. How infuriating! Rong Sen's fist clenched tightly. Soon, he would dispose of the body in the mountains, feeding it to wild boars and dogs. Cheng Wan shuddered. He resolved to cling to the powerful leader for dear life. Lord Rong Sen, please accept me. I can do anything. I will be utterly loyal. If you tell me to go east, I shall not stray west. If you bid me chase dogs, I will not pursue chickens. A fade of surrender? How hypocritical of humans, Rong Sen smirked, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Very well, let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Upon hearing his swift acquiescence, Cheng Wan was momentarily stunned. The sudden happiness was overwhelming. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. However, since the leader had consented, Cheng Wan felt a surge of joy, his spirits as bright as the golden sunlight. Thank you, esteemed leader. I vow to live up to your expectations. Hold on, do not rejoice too soon. Rong Sen's tone shifted. Being my servant comes with stipulations. Cheng Wan felt an ominous premonition. What do you require? Rong Sen extended a finger, waving it before Cheng Wan's eyes. First, absolute obedience. Cheng Wan nodded eagerly, of course. Their saying, what the leader says is always right. If not, refer to the first stipulation. Secondly, Rong Sen continued, you must be at my beck and call. Unless otherwise instructed, you are not to stray beyond 10 meters of me. Cheng Wan hesitantly replied, understood. But are you a control freak? Thirdly, Rong Sen's gaze bore into Cheng Wan's, laden with implication. Should you ever betray me, I shall toss you into a pot and brew you for soup. Cheng Wan inexplicably felt goosebumps rise on his skin. Yet, Rong Sen remained unfazed by Cheng Wan's pale expression. So, have you made up your mind? These are tyrannical terms, undoubtedly tyrannical. But given Cheng Wan's current predicament, he had no standing to refuse. Very well, I accept, Cheng Wan capitulated. Behind him, Rong Sen's lips curled into an almost imperceptible cold smile. Chapter 50. This World of Transformed Beings, Part 6. Since that day, every flower, plant, tree, bird, and beast on the mountain became aware that their leader had acquired a human companion. During military inspections, he was present. While assessing public sentiment, he was there as well. Even during strategic meetings, he remained by his side. It was only lacking a rope to tether him, proclaiming to the world, "This is mine." This situation caused considerable concern among Rong Sen's subordinates, who feared that their esteemed leader had fallen victim to that detestable human's machinations. However, Rong-sun dismissed these trivial speculations entirely. Instead, he discreetly instructed his men to keep a watchful eye on Cheng Wan, confident that the fox would eventually reveal its tail, and he would patiently observe how the young man would navigate this predicament. To Rong-sun's surprise, Cheng Wan exhibited no signs of unease regarding these arrangements. He diligently fulfilled his duties with unwavering integrity, leaving Rong-sun unable to pinpoint any faults. Even when he inadvertently learned certain military secrets that Rong-sun had intentionally disclosed to him, Cheng Wan displayed no signs of elation or inclination to inform anyone else. This baffled Rong-sun. Could it be that someone had leaked information, allowing Cheng Wan to foresee his tests? Yet it made no sense. These subtle trials were orchestrated by him alone, known only to his watchful attendant, Ahu. Thus, he reluctantly categorized Cheng Wan as an ineffectual spy. After numerous attempts, he still failed to extract any information. Although Rong-sun harbored lingering suspicions regarding Cheng Wan's motives for approaching him, he was unable to procure any evidence and had no choice but to temporarily ease his surveillance. Despite Cheng Wan's sudden presence causing him some concern, the true source of his anxiety remained the protracted conflict with humanity, which had endured for a decade. While humanity suffered tremendous losses in this war, many villages and cities overrun, countless individuals paying the price for their past mistakes, Rong-sun was acutely aware that life on his side was equally grim. The forces of nature lacked essential strongholds and advanced weaponry, and most critically, the scarcity of resources was escalating their crisis. At times, as a leader, he found himself pondering the righteousness of initiating this war. The endless smoke of battle persisted, and with the lengthening front lines, both sides endured significant morale depletion, leading to a sharp rise in casualties. The medics within the ranks of the rebels became increasingly overworked, despite working in shifts around the clock. Many soldiers succumbed to their injuries or neglect. From the perspective of humanity, witnessing the deaths of their enemies should have brought a sense of satisfaction. Yet for Cheng Wan, these scenes of parting and loss evoked only sighs and heartache. Cheng Wan quietly entered Rong-sun's chamber, where he found the leader slumped over the table, a strategic map pressed beneath him as he slept. Rong-sun's head rested on his arm, his brow furrowed, and exhaustion marred his handsome features. Cheng Wan observed him for a moment before rising to drape a coat over him gently. Due to the leader's peculiar rule of not allowing Cheng Wan to stray more than 10 meters away, he had taken up residence in Rong-sun's quarters. However, the treatment he received was far less favorable than sharing the same space. As he had done previously, Cheng Wan simply spread a thin cloth on the floor by the wall and lay down to sleep. Yet, despite closing his eyes, images from the medical room played in his mind like a film reel, each frame depicting the bloodied animal soldiers sprawled in the cramped facility. The air was thick with a metallic scent, the floor littered with severed tails of tigers and lions, the lifeless branches of trees, the bloody tusks of elephants, and the fallen wings of birds. In their eyes, he saw pain and despair, yet amidst the murky depths of their pupils, there lingered a profound confusion regarding the war. The freedoms and peace they longed for seemed unattainable through violent retaliation. These principles, for which they had sacrificed countless lives, appeared to dissolve into a mere splendid dream. As Cheng Wan tossed and turned, a sudden muffled groan broke the silence of the night. Startled, he opened his eyes and surveyed the room. Noticing that the once sleeping Rong-sun now trembled slightly, emitting low moans and gasps of distress. Had he been plagued by a nightmare? Cheng Wan approached quietly, observing the furrowed brows and perspiration trickling down the leader's forehead. A pang of sympathy struck him. Rong-sun, the head of the Natural World-S rebellion, bore the weight of countless lives, yet even such a formidable figure could reveal vulnerability and helplessness in the stillness of night. One must awaken a person trapped in a nightmare. Otherwise, they may find themselves ensnared, unable to escape the torment. Cheng Wan gently nudged him. Wake up. No response. Rong-sun, typically alert, would awaken at the slightest sound, rarely sleeping so deeply. Cheng Wan, captivated by Rong-sun's serene face, felt a playful impulse. He formed an O shape with his thumb and forefinger and flicked Rong-sun's forehead. Cheng Wan reveled in his small victory. Having been bullied by Rong-sun so often, he now felt a sense of triumph. Yet, in the next instant, his wrist was firmly grasped. A torrent of emotions surged within him. What had he done? What are you doing? Rong-sun, jolted from his slumber, appeared bewildered for a moment before his familiar icy demeanor returned, encasing him like armor. Cheng Wan feigned innocence. I saw you were having a nightmare, and wanted to wake you. Rong-sun offered no response. Cheng Wan blinked innocently, his bright eyes resembling those of a fawn in the forest. They exchanged glances, and an unfamiliar sensation stirred within Rong Sr. It was as if a small stone had been cast into a tranquil well, creating ripples beneath the surface, despite not disturbing the calm waters above. Suddenly, he turned away, releasing Cheng Wan's wrist. He recalled a time when he had just come of age, hunting alongside his brethren in the forest. Out of nowhere, a throng of humans emerged, each armed with wooden guns, their fierce gazes glinting with an unfathomable light. The deafening crack of gunfire echoed as his brothers fell one by one, their anguished cries mingling with the gunshots. In terror, he fled, stepping over the bodies of his kin, desperately running deeper into the forest. He became the sole survivor of that massacre. From that moment, he ascended to leadership, repeatedly witnessing that same look in the eyes of humans. Gradually, he comprehended that it represented greed, vanity, and destruction. The room fell into silence as Rong-sun wiped his face with both hands, not lifting his gaze. Go to sleep. Cheng Wan obediently retreated. Sometimes, solitude is necessary. It allows one to reflect and gain clarity. The following morning, as dawn broke, Cheng Wan and Rong-sun resumed their roles as the powerful leader and his devoted follower, yet a subtle shift had taken root within their hearts. The previous tension and suspicion faded, replaced by an unspoken understanding blossoming between them. Days passed, and the depletion of forces on both sides became increasingly evident. Fatigue began to show in everyone. Cheng Wan would be disingenuous to claim he was not concerned. It was not a matter of favoring one side over the other. If both were to suffer mutually assured destruction, or if one were to annihilate the other, it would yield nothing but harm for the entire ecosystem and the planet as a whole. In this regard, Cheng Wan did not appear overly eager for immediate results. After all, the long-standing conflict between nature and humanity cannot be resolved in a fleeting moment. It requires a gradual approach. In stark contrast, Rong-sun, the leader of the righteous army, was scheming to unveil a grand strategy. Recently, he learned from his subordinates that a city, situated several dozen miles from this mountain, had recently welcomed a significant influx of human refugees. It was said that humans intended to establish a permanent, long-term base there. The location boasted ample supplies of food, drinking water, and weaponry, sufficient to sustain them for several months in this apocalyptic era. As he gazed at the strategic map spread across the table, Rong-sun's fingertips lightly tapped, and a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Chapter 51, The World of Spirits, Part 7. On the night of May 13th, dark clouds enveloped the sky, extinguishing the last glimmer of light. Countless natural forces surged forth, their purpose clear. A mere 100 meters away lay the human stronghold, where expansive tents sprawled across the landscape, each green canvas concealing the hopes of survival from calamity. The animals, with unblinking eyes glowing green, fixated on that direction. At the entrance to the base, 2 weary guards stood, fighting off slumber. Suddenly, a sharp, explosive sound pierced the air, scattering golden sparks like falling meteors. In an instant, the cries of battle reverberated through the atmosphere. Dust swirled, and the mournful sound of horns rose, like a bloodied banner disrupting the dreams of the survivors. The animal soldiers brandished their long tails and sharp claws, shattering the last vestiges of tranquility. Yet, as they charged into the base, they halted in unison. The anticipated panic among humans was conspicuously absent. Inside the tents, a profound emptiness reigned. No humans, no supplies, not even a flicker of life. The silence was deathly. An eerie atmosphere fermented in the air, spreading and swelling until it became palpable. Leading the charge was the Lion Chief, who, sensing the anomaly, bellowed an immediate retreat. However, almost simultaneously, flames erupted from the camp, soaring skyward. The black pupils of the beasts reflected the blinding crimson flames, their fur crackling in the scorching heat. The battlefield shifted dramatically. The animals howled as they fled through the inferno, Those unable to escape soon reduced to mere charred bones. Pain, despair, disbelief, these complex emotions intertwined within their eyes, ultimately transforming into a dull ash of death. Beyond the blazing fire, dark silhouettes loomed, inching closer. Report. The Lion General's forces have fallen into a human ambush.
Report.
The Lion General has perished. Report. Commander, the 2 legions sent for the surprise attack have been completely annihilated. Completely annihilated. Completely annihilated. These 4 simple words weighed heavily, shattering their psychological defenses. The entire Blackstone Mountain was shrouded in a pall of gloom. In the grand hall, Rong's sun seethed with rage. The subordinates below were drenched in sweat, and upon hearing their leader's furious rebuke, they were so frightened that their knees buckled, causing them to kneel on the ground. And Master, we had the ambush well planned. No one anticipated this outcome. Yes. When we charged in, the base was utterly deserted. Rong Sen's hand stiffened, his brows knitting in disbelief. Deserted? Yes. Seeing Rong Sen's expression soften, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. There was no one. When we rushed in, the tents were empty. Not a single shadow in sight. Rong Sen's eyes narrowed. Ah, a clever ruse, a feigned retreat to lure us in. But for this plan to succeed, there must be a traitor among us. The realization struck him with a vengeance. After leading the army for 10 years, this was the first time such treachery had occurred. He surveyed the varied expressions of the generals before him, veins throbbing at his temples. The wolf tribe could not tolerate betrayal. Master, a timid voice drew their attention to a corner of the room, where a rat officer hesitated, as if recalling something. In the days leading up to the battle, my subordinates observed that a human frequently entered and exited the camp, always under the cover of night. Night? Human? The crowd began to speculate, wondering if this unusual activity was linked to today's conflict. Rong Sen's expression shifted. Why didn't he report such crucial intelligence sooner? The officer, startled by the rebuke, shrank into the form of a timid rat, stammering, I thought it was merely an internal issue among the humans. And didn't he pay it any heed? His voice dwindled to a whisper, head nearly buried in the floor. Rong Sen, uninterested in wasting time, demanded, Did you notice from which direction this human approached the base? The rat scratched its head, eyes darting. Suddenly, its whiskers twitched as if recalling something.
East.
Yes, they came from the east. East? Rong's sun furrowed his brow in contemplation. But in the next moment, his eyes widened with realization. The others present seemed to grasp the implication simultaneously. The eastern side of the human camp, if one continued further, was none other than their own stronghold, Blackstone Mountain. Oh no, could it be that this individual is a defector from our own ranks? Gasps of horror echoed among the assembly. This revelation further solidified Rong Sen's suspicions of treachery. Yet wait, could it be humans from the mountain? The leaders instinctively locked onto the answer. Cheng Wan felt the weight of the gazes directed at him, a chill creeping into his heart. The next moment, his eyes met Rong Sen's, a silent confrontation. Is it you? Rong Sen's piercing gaze seemed to penetrate his very soul. Despite the simplicity of his words, Cheng Wan sensed the genuine fury that lay behind them. It wasn't me. Truly it wasn't he. Cheng Wan hastily defended. I've been here in this room every night.
You know that.
Rong Sen's expression turned icy. How can you guarantee that you didn't leave while I was asleep? Cheng Wan found himself at a loss for words. Rong Sen surveyed the assembly, addressing Cheng Wan. Is there anyone who can attest that you did not leave?
How can I prove that?
Cold sweat trickled down Cheng Wan's forehead. In his panic, he recalled the 2 guards at the door.
Right.
You can ask Ahu and Ayang. They will vouch for me. Rong Sen nodded. Go, bring them here. A few moments later, the 2 guards were ushered into the hall. Rong Sen raised an eyebrow. I ask you, has this person, in recent nights, ventured out without permission? Ahu and Ayang exchanged furtive glances, both internally lamenting. When their master was enraged, those beneath him would inevitably suffer. They had just heard of the traitor's emergence within the ranks and were equally uncertain. However, considering a human possessing such critical secrets, who else could it be?
Yet.
Searching their hearts, they realized they had not seen anyone slip out at night. This was indeed problematic. If the traitor truly was Cheng Wan, they would bear the brunt of their master's wrath for negligence. Yet, if they spoke the truth, it would weigh heavily upon their conscience. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, who suddenly spoke up. Master, I did indeed see Cheng Wan go out at night, but he claimed it was for a bathroom break, and we didn't suspect anything.
What?
Cheng Wan was a tempest of fury and disbelief. How could you lie so brazenly? Ahu lowered his head, unable to meet Cheng Wan's gaze. Meanwhile, Ayang quickly comprehended his companion's intent. If the traitor was not exposed today, none would find peace. After all, that individual was still a human, scheming to approach their leader as a slave, likely with ill intentions. Let him bear the blame. It was not unjust. Thus, he immediately echoed Ahu, claiming to have seen Cheng Wan during the night. With this account from both, the crowd turned their gaze towards Cheng Wan, their eyes brimming with venomous resentment. How dare you? After our esteemed leader graciously took you in, you stab us in the back.
It wasn't me.
You must believe me. Cheng Wan exclaimed in disbelief, shaking his head fervently as he grasped Rong Sun's sleeve. Why would I ever do such a thing? Rong Sun showed no mercy, simply because you are human. His gaze was sharp and resolute. We are, by nature, sworn enemies. Cheng Wan's body trembled. Yes, I am human, and you are a wolf. Our very races differ, so how can we speak of trust? Cheng Wan managed a bitter smile, the corners of his mouth curling upward in an evident display of desolation and despair. With the so-called traitor exposed, the previously silent subordinates seized their opportunity to vent their frustrations, springing to life to condemn Cheng Wan as a traitor, a scoundrel, utterly irredeemable and deserving of the harshest punishment. They clamored for severe retribution against Cheng Wan to restore military honor. Cheng Wan remained silent, fixated on Rong Sun's eyes, hoping for even the slightest thaw in the icy hostility. However, as anticipated, he was met only with seething anger and hatred directed at him. A profound bitterness welled up within Cheng Wan. Would he truly kill me? Perhaps. He might. He is a king, the sovereign of the natural world, and has never shown mercy to anyone. Cheng Wan's voice was hoarse, almost a shout. Will you trust me just this once? Just this once. I swear to the heavens, I have never wronged you. Looking down upon him with disdain, Rong Sun averted his gaze. Humans, truly treacherous beings. Bring him down, Rong Sun commanded, his disdain for Cheng Wan's hypocritical face palpable. Yet, when it came time to make a decision, he found himself unexpectedly unable to utter the word kill, the very thought stabbing at his throat, painful yet lodged firmly. Frustrated, Rong Sun pressed his fingers to his temples, and in the next moment, as if suddenly resolute, he declared Ayang, Ahu, take him away. 100 lashes, and after that, expel him from the mountain. Chapter 52. In this world of spirits, Part 8. Amidst the chaos and confusion, a sudden awakening occurred. Rong Sun found himself alone in the vast room, as the mountain winds whistled in, bringing with them an unsettling chill. Cheng Wan, please close the window, he instructed casually. As he tossed aside the covers and sat up, the name Cheng faltered on his lips, caught unexpectedly in his throat. The arm he had raised fell silently back down. He was bewildered. The traitor was long gone. Rong Sun sat on the bed in a daze, feeling an inexplicable emptiness within him, as though a piece of his heart was missing. In his beautiful dark eyes, an unusual look of bewilderment surfaced. Was he thinking of him? No, it couldn't be. A flicker of anger crossed Rong Sun's face. He was merely a slave after all. Let us not forget. He betrayed you. A chill swept through his gaze, and he regained his former composure. He forced himself to lie back down, closing his eyes, feigning deep sleep with a stubborn resolve. So, what if one slave was missing? I can still eat and sleep soundly. Rong Sun lay on his back, seemingly lost in thought. Several miles away, in a desolate expanse, a figure clad in red lay, like a tattered cloth cast aside amidst a patch of withered weeds. Cheng Wan trembled twice, his lips moving as he slowly emerged from the darkness of unconsciousness. His eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and with great effort, he managed to pry open a small gap between the two heavy iron doors. A faint light pierced through the layers of mist and reached his eyes. Dawn had arrived. A sharp pain surged through him as he attempted to move, overwhelming him like a tidal wave. Cheng Wan curled up, his body convulsing uncontrollably. The thick iron scent of blood permeated his very being, and he weakly pressed his head against the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The pain was unbearable, rendering him immobile. Each second of consciousness felt like an eternity of torment. 100 lashes, each one sinking into flesh, felt like a pack of ferocious beasts tearing him apart with their razor-sharp claws. Why was he still alive? Death would be a welcome relief. Living was a torment. Cheng Wan gasped, his lips parting and closing like a fish out of water. Wrong son, oh wrong son, how cruel you are. A sense of sorrow washed over him as he noticed the weeds beneath him stained crimson, though he could not recall when it had happened. Hey, look, what's that? A distant voice broke through his pain. Cheng Wan forced his eyes open, catching sight of several blurry figures approaching. Yes, it seemed there was something lying there.
No.
Wait, could it be a person? They exchanged words, drawing closer to Cheng Wan. The one addressed as Dago was a sturdy young man, a wooden gun slung at his waist, a long scar running from his brow to his jaw. He raised a hand slightly, and the others halted immediately. He gestured towards two individuals behind him. Ergo and MASU, go check it out. Be cautious.
Got it.
The two obeyed, swiftly picking up their weapons. Just a few steps forward, MASU suddenly exclaimed, Dago, it really is a person. And it looks like they're gravely injured, not far from death. The others relaxed their guard and hurried to Dago's side. Cheng Wan? Dago recognized the face on the ground, his surprise evident. Upon seeing the recognition in Cheng Wan's eyes, relief flooded his heart. It really is you. I thought we might never see each other again. Cheng Wan managed a weak smile, though his mind felt increasingly heavy. Before losing consciousness, he barely managed to utter two indistinct words. Help me. Inside a dark green tent, the dim glow of a lamp illuminated the space. Cheng Wan awoke once more, attempting to move his arms. Thankfully, the excruciating pain had subsided. As he opened his eyes, he discovered himself wrapped in bandages like a mummy. You're awake? Xiaoda entered, lifting the tent flap. A sudden gust of wind made Cheng Wan cough. Xiaoda sat beside him. This is a temporary base in City A. It's quite safe here. You can rest without worry. Cheng Wan weakly nodded. Thank you. Xiaoda waved his hand dismissively, indicating no need for formalities. I remember when you fled under the cover of night, I said, I hope we both live to see each other again. Cheng Wan smiled, the memory of that moment from months ago surfacing. Yes, that was the day he arrived in this apocalyptic world, inadvertently overhearing a plot to consume him. Fear drove him to escape under the cloak of darkness. I owe you for letting me go back then, Cheng Wan recalled, remembering how Xiaoda had advised him that everyone had their own way of surviving. That is all in the past, Xiaoda shrugged, then scrutinized Cheng Wan from head to toe. It seems you've had a rather tough time. Cheng Wan paused, then realized Xiaoda was teasing him about his numerous injuries. And he could not help but self-deprecate. Indeed, I can't compare to you, Dago. Haha. Xiaoda laughed heartily. Are you complimenting me or mocking me? Cheng Wan joined in the laughter, feeling a sense of lightness he hadn't experienced in a long time. He recalled how Xiaoda had been a frail youth when he left, yet in just a few months, he had become a leader capable of handling affairs independently. Actually, not long after you left, I also ran away. I wandered from base to base alone, gaining experience and gradually acquiring some skills. This scar on my face? It's from an encounter during an animal attack. He spoke lightly, as if discussing trivial matters, yet Cheng Wan sensed the underlying helplessness and sorrow in his tone. But in this world, who wasn't he struggling to survive? It was the ultimate law of nature, the survival of the fittest. Without the ability to protect oneself, one was destined to be eliminated. Well then, Xiaoda stated, preparing to leave after a brief visit. I'm on night watch today. There's food and water on the table. Rest well. Okay, Cheng Wan nodded quickly in understanding. I'll be fine, you go ahead. In contrast to Cheng Wan's recovery, Xiaoda's life was tumultuous. Due to his brave combat and outstanding performance, the organization placed immense trust in him, leading to a series of chaotic battles, both large and small, requiring his fearless spirit to charge into the fray. Xiao De treated these matters as both personal and national concerns, staying informed about everything, except for particularly sensitive information, which was generally withheld. Whenever the others expressed their fierce disdain for the cunning and despicable leader of the Nature's rebel army, Rong Sun, a strange sense of relief blossomed within Cheng Wan. This emotion, which should not have existed, grew quietly in his heart. Days of this nature passed, and a stalemate ensued. Neither side could decisively overwhelm the other, nor was there any inclination to surrender. One afternoon, as Xiao De lamented to Cheng Wan about the severe shortage of supplies and the dire plight of humanity, Cheng Wan listened half-heartedly. Suddenly, someone appeared outside the tent, announcing that a leader sought Xiao De for discussions regarding military matters. Go ahead, Cheng Wan waved his hand, accustomed to such interruptions. Xiao De nodded in acknowledgement and began to don his coat as he stepped outside. Cheng Wan watched him leave, and on an inexplicable impulse, glanced outside the tent. That single glance struck him like a thunderclap. Cheng Wan's neck stiffened as he stared in that direction, but the two figures had already vanished, leaving no trace behind. Cheng Wan could hardly believe his eyes. The individual at the entrance was someone he had encountered before, though not within this space. Rather, it was at the gates of the Blackstone Mountains Rongsun. If he was not mistaken, this person was none other than one of the guards who had wronged him. Who? Chapter 53, This World of Transformation, Part 9. After a brief moment of astonishment, Cheng Wan compelled himself to regain his composure. A glimmer of insight flashed through his mind, as if connecting all past events into a single thread that guided him toward the truth. Why did who slander him? Why did that rat officer claim to have seen a human channel traversing between Blackstone Mountain and the human base? All these questions converged into an astonishing revelation. The guard named who was, in fact, a human. He was the very spy lurking beside the leader. Cheng Wan's hands trembled with excitement. The furious glare of Rong Sun, the searing pain from the whip, and the cold stares from everyone surged into his consciousness. So this was the truth. A multitude of thoughts flooded his mind, ultimately coalescing into a resolute conviction. He must inform Rome Senator. Cheng Wan swiftly tore off a piece of cloth, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably from excitement. Be cautious of those around you. Promptly relocate the troops. A few succinct lines and signed. Seizing the opportunity, while Xiao De was away, Cheng Wan stealthily followed a hunting party leaving the camp. Guided by memory, he arrived at the foot of Blackstone Mountain. He concealed himself behind a prominent rock, and after a while, a squirrel appeared, its long tail flicking as it glanced around. Once he confirmed no one was watching, Cheng Wan leaped out from behind the rock. The unsuspecting squirrel, sensing danger, immediately transformed into human form. However, Cheng Wan denied him the chance to fully change. Swiftly circling behind and covering his mouth. Stay still, I mean no harm, Cheng Wan whispered in his ear. The squirrel squirmed, eyes darting back in confusion, as if questioning his intentions. Cheng Wan produced the cloth he had gathered and pressed it into the squirrel's hand, urging, "Take this to your leader.
Quickly."
The squirrel frantically pried Cheng Wan's hand from his mouth. Who are you? With his face masked, only his serious and piercing eyes were visible. It matters not who I am. Deliver this to Rong Sun immediately. If you delay matters concerning the leader, you cannot bear the consequences. Upon hearing the mention of their leader, the squirrel's expression shifted, interpreting this as a secret task assigned by a higher authority. After a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced to Cheng Wan's request, reasoning that it was merely a short errand that might yield rewards. Even if the leader were to blame him later, he would not bear the brunt of it. With a quick dash, the squirrel disappeared from sight. Cheng Wan watched his retreating figure fade into a distance, quietly exhaling a sigh of relief. On the surface, Cheng Wan engaged jovially with the others, yet internally, he pondered the likelihood of war breaking out again. Days later, as he anticipated, Xiao De and his group returned empty-handed, indicating that the leader had evidently trusted his information. Following this incident, both sides seemed to have formed a strange tacit understanding, remaining still, with even minor skirmishes decreasing. Living in the camp, Cheng Wan increasingly sensed the looming crisis of the apocalypse. The daily supply of water dwindled from 1 bottle a day to a bottle every 1.5 days, and then to every 2 or 3 days. The quantity of bread also drastically diminished, sometimes requiring several people to share a single loaf. Taking this opportunity, Cheng Wan began to persuade Xiao De to consider a ceasefire. However, after such a prolonged conflict, how could they simply cease hostilities? Initially, Xiao De thought this was a jest, but as 2 months passed, the call for a truce grew louder among the military and the civilian populace, all weary of what seemed an unending war. Yet, even if they desired peace, the opposing side might not agree. One evening, after Cheng Wan's relentless persuasion, Xiao De finally relented. Upon hearing this, Cheng Wan's eyes lit up. "I have a plan." Xiao De, incredulous, asked, "What plan could you possibly have?" His tone was not dismissive, but rather reflective of his long experience in the military, aware of the intricacies of war, while Cheng Wan had remained at the lower echelons, seldom encountering the battlefield. Cheng Wan grinned slyly and leaned closer, enunciating each word. "Peace treaty." Xiao De paused, then squinted at Cheng Wan as if suddenly realizing something.
Ah.
"So you had this in mind all along, waiting for me to relent?" Cheng Wan scratched his head. No, I just thought of it by chance." "Stop playing coy. Now, tell me your thoughts." Cheng Wan replied earnestly. "Who do you think suffers the most in a war?" Surprised by the abrupt question, Xiao De hesitated before responding. "The defeated side?"
No.
Cheng Wan shook his head. "In fact, the ones who suffer the most are not the rulers or the vanquished, but the common people at the bottom. They become refugees, displaced and struggling daily for survival, enduring hunger and disease. They are left with nothing but the instinct to survive." Xiao De fell silent. Cheng Wan continued, "In this apocalyptic scenario, it is detrimental for both us and nature, regardless of who ultimately prevails in this war. We are all destined to be losers." Cheng Wan asserted resolutely, "Humanity and nature are inextricably linked. One cannot exist without the other." It must be acknowledged that Xiao De was swayed by his words. "Actually, we have considered this too," he admitted after a moment of thought. "But what if the other side disagrees? Wouldn't that render our efforts futile?" Cheng Wan's gaze intensified. "Rest assured, they will agree." Xiao De blinked in surprise. "On what grounds can you be so certain?" Cheng Wan's gaze drifted towards the window, as if penetrating layers of barriers straight into the grand hall where their leader resided. While he might be somewhat unapproachable, he was also a person of profound wisdom. Following this extensive conversation with Xiao De, Cheng Wan sensed subtle changes in the camp's dynamics. As expected, 10 days later, the base announced a temporary ceasefire. Although they emphasized that it was only temporary, Cheng Wan recognized that a turning point had arrived. From Xiao De, he learned that the higher-ups had drafted a peace treaty outlining several stipulations such as a ceasefire between humanity and nature, prohibiting humans from indiscriminately hunting wildlife, and ensuring that the opposing side would not harm humans. The treaty comprised dozens of clauses, essentially drawing a line between humanity and the natural world, akin to the boundary between two rival states. No one was to cross this line. Humans dispatched envoys to deliver the treaty to Blackstone Mountain, inviting Rome's son to the imperial capital to discuss peace. To everyone's relief, the opposing side agreed to meet. However, they unexpectedly stipulated that the choice of human negotiators would be left to them. Guess who Rome's son chose to negotiate? Xiao De paused dramatically, his gaze fixed intently on Cheng Wan. Feeling uneasy under his scrutiny, Cheng Wan casually replied, "How would I know? It certainly wouldn't be me, would it?" To his surprise, Xiao De fell silent for a moment, then stated, "It's you." This time, it was Cheng Wan who was left dumbfounded. The leader had chosen him as the negotiator? Memories of that fateful day, when he had been resolutely cast away, surfaced in his mind, the whip striking him 100 times before being expelled from the mountain. His heartlessness was astonishing, especially considering he had once harbored a glimmer of hope. Cheng Wan lowered his head, fiddling with his fingers in silence. Indeed, it was as expected. How else could they have singled out an obscure commoner? Xiao De was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Cheng Wan sensed his thoughts. "Rest assured, regardless of our past, everything has been left behind. I shall not allow personal feelings to compromise the greater good of humanity." The negotiations were scheduled for a week later, with Cheng Wan appointed as the pivotal figure by the higher-ups. He was granted preferential treatment and escorted by Xiao De to the imperial capital. The authorities assigned him the finest accommodations and provided him with essential etiquette and key considerations for the upcoming discussions. Ultimately, the opposing party conceded, as they had initiated the call for this individual and would not suffer any loss of face. A week slipped by in the blink of an eye. Up until the last moment before stepping into the negotiation chamber, everyone remained perplexed as to how such a monumental matter of human survival hinged upon one individual. Cheng Wan expressed his own helplessness regarding the situation. As the bell tolled, the negotiations commenced. Upon seeing the esteemed leader again, he was clad in military attire, his imposing armor accentuating his robust physique. His strong arms and powerful legs showcased a harmonious muscularity, and paired with his remarkably handsome face, he exuded an undeniable aura of masculine strength and allure. Cheng Wan kept his head bowed, entering the negotiation room without uttering a word. The door behind him closed with a definitive click, causing his heart to flutter instinctively. In the vast room, a solitary figure approached slowly. "Look at me," Rong's son commanded. Hearing that voice again after such a long time stirred an inexplicable emotion within Cheng Wan. Joy, grievance, and reluctance surged within him. He struggled to raise his head, yet his gaze stubbornly wandered elsewhere. He could not comprehend why he felt the need to shy away, but he found himself unable to control his eyes. "Look at me," Rong's son repeated, his tone as domineering as ever. With no avenue left to retreat, Cheng Wan was compelled to meet those deep, dark eyes. "Why did you choose me?" he inquired. "A question you already know the answer to," Rong's son replied. Cheng Wan remained silent, uncertain. An odd stillness enveloped them, and Cheng Wan felt increasingly uncomfortable. He was typically articulate with others, yet before Rong's son, he could scarcely utter a word. Cowardice consumed him, and he felt a deep sense of shame. "What do you wish to discuss?" Rong's son inquired, stepping closer. Cheng Wan instinctively retreated a step, a warm flush rising to his cheeks. "What do you want to discuss? Is that not a redundant question? You summoned me from afar merely to toy with me?" Cheng Wan clenched his fists and, adopting a formal demeanor, presented the peace treaty. "Leader Rong's son, I have come to discuss." Before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted. The treaty was swept aside by Rong's son's hand. Cheng Wan's anger ignited. His previously flushed cheeks now bore a hint of indignation. "What is your purpose here? If we do not engage in serious matters, do not expect my continued cooperation." He tossed the documents onto the table and turned to leave. However, just as he took a step, he was unexpectedly yanked back. His body pressed against the wall. The distance between Cheng Wan and Rong's son was a mere fist's width, and he could feel the warmth of Rong's son's hurried breath on his face. Instinctively, he attempted to retreat, but the cold wall behind him offered no escape. Cheng Wan ceased to struggle, fixing him with a cold glare. Recognizing Cheng Wan's lack of resistance, Rong's son became aware of his earlier lapse in composure and eased the distance between them slightly. "I ask you, was that piece of cloth written by you?" Cheng Wan stared blankly into the air, remaining silent. Rong's son's impatience grew, and his voice intensified.
Is it? Speak.
At last, Cheng Wan could no longer contain his frustration, shouting, "What if it is? What if it isn't?" This outburst startled Rong's son, who had never witnessed him so unhinged. He released Cheng Wan, who then brushed off Rong's son's hand, gasping for breath. The two stood in a silent standoff. After a prolonged moment, Rong's son finally spoke. "I have misjudged you." Chapter 54. This World of Transformation, Part 10. He said he was wrongfully accused. Cheng Wan felt a sudden pang in his heart. It was astonishing to realize that the formidable leader of the natural world's vast army could also show signs of yielding. "When you issued the command, did you feel even a hint of regret?" Cheng Wan fixed his stubborn gaze on Rong's son, a mist gathering in his dark, bright eyes. Rong's son found himself at a loss for words, for the first time unable to meet another's gaze. Cheng Wan looked up at the sky. The tide threatening to overflow the shore was stubbornly pushed back. In an instant, he resumed his formal demeanor. Cheng Wan pulled out a chair and recited monotonously. The first article of the peace treaty: humanity and the natural world agree to end the war peacefully, and for 100 years, neither side shall unilaterally initiate conflict. Seeing him like this, Rong's son clenched his empty hands, but chose not to force the issue. Instead, sitting directly opposite the long table. After Cheng Wan read the first article, he asked, "Do you agree?" Agreed. Humans and nature must coexist harmoniously, and both parties may engage in free trade within the framework of the law, promoting mutual development through economic activities. Do you agree? Agreed. Interactions between humanity and the natural world should be guided by the principles of civilization, harmony, freedom, and equality. Agreed. The exchange was succinct, devoid of any unnecessary words. The several clauses were clear and unambiguous, and the thin sheet of paper seemed to glimmer with the light of hope. Once the final article was read, Cheng Wan organized the materials. Soon, both sides would sign, and then he could leave. Wait, Rong Sun suddenly interjected. I have one more condition. Having previously agreed so readily, Cheng Wan was taken aback by Rong Sun's unexpected objection. What? Cheng Wan asked, surprised. If it involves specific compensation or other significant issues, I need to consult my superiors. No need for that. Rong Sun narrowed his eyes. Since we are here to negotiate, I need you to show a bit of sincerity. Cheng Wan was bewildered. What do you mean? Rong Sun strode toward him, maintaining eye contact, and casually remarked, the natural world requires an envoy to reside with us, to convey human culture and serve as a bridge to enhance our friendship. His official tone rang loudly, and after a moment's thought, Cheng Wan replied, your proposal is excellent. However, the specific candidate must be discussed further. Is further discussion really necessary? Rong Sun's lips curled into a knowing smile, implying something that was both distant and immediate. Cheng Wan's mind blanked for a moment until he noticed the glimmer of amusement in Rong Sun's dark pupils, realizing he had fallen into a trap. A faint blush crept onto Cheng Wan's cheeks. No wonder the agreement had come so easily. It was all a ploy under the guise of peace. Cheng Wan pretended not to understand the underlying implication. Regarding this matter, I will report to my superiors, and they will surely dispatch a suitable candidate. Isn't this just a roundabout way of asking me to go with you? The thin veil of pretense had finally been lifted. Rong Sun's words were unmistakably straightforward. Cheng Wan could no longer evade the conversation and steeled himself to ask, what if I refuse? Then this agreement. Rong Sun rolled his eyes and said lightly, I would have to think it over. You. Cheng Wan was incensed by such unabashed audacity. Have you made up your mind? Rong Sun inquired. If you agree to come to my side, I shall treat you well. The emphasis on treat made Cheng Wan feel as though Rong Sun resembled a wolf lurking in the shadows, waiting for his prey to take the bait and then to strike decisively. Cheng Wan flung his hand dismissively. I cannot oblige. He stood up to leave. However, before he could rise, a powerful force pressed down on his shoulder, and Rong Sun's presence loomed before him in an instant. Cheng Wan leaned back with all his might, his bright eyes widening. What are you doing? Rong Sun's gaze was deep like an abyss, devoid of the previous playfulness, his dark eyes now serious and earnest. Are you still angry with me? He asked. Cheng Wan remained silent. Rong Sun studied him, noticing that despite his timid demeanor, there was a resolute strength within him. Rong Sun softened his tone. Does it still hurt? The dam within Cheng Wan's heart suddenly shattered, unleashing a torrential wave of emotion. He fixed his gaze on the ceiling, as if trying to pierce a hole through it. Rong Sun spoke solemnly. It was my fault. I acted hastily without thorough investigation. That day, he had been infuriated. The situation with the army was already precarious, compounded by the loss of 20,000 troops. At that moment, all fingers pointed at Cheng Wan, a human spy. If he did not impose a punishment, how could he maintain order? The entire army would likely teeter on the brink of collapse. Yet when Cheng Wan truly departed, an indescribable feeling surged within him. Memories of their time together flooded his mind, each fragment vying for attention. He tried to reassure himself that he had merely lost a servant, and it was simply an adjustment. However, after selecting 10 human slaves in quick succession, he could no longer deceive himself. That human named Cheng Wan was perhaps inherently different, but he had betrayed me. Rong Sun sometimes found himself resentfully thinking, he was unworthy of my trust. Frustration, anger, longing, and struggle. This complex mixture of emotions fermented day by day, and when he received the message, it reached a boiling point. In an instant, his emotions seemed to explode. Those intricate, nightmarish feelings transformed into boundless guilt and yearning. He had never felt such urgency. A desperate desire to see him again. Now he stood here, yet unsure of how to express it. Do you know what it feels like to suffer in agony every midnight? Do you comprehend how heartless you were back then? Rong Sen's fingers trembled slightly. His eyes filled with deep remorse. Yet, he refrained from offering any defense. It was his fault. He could not argue. Cheng Wan's face turned pale, lips pressed tightly together. He gazed fixedly at Rong Sen, as if searching for an answer, his eyes piercing into his very soul. Rong Sen looked into his doe-like eyes, at his supple lips, and suddenly found himself losing control, an unprecedented desire swelling within him, gradually shattering his rationality. He had never wanted someone as desperately as he did at that moment. Rong Sen's breath became erratic, his voice low and hoarse. "Forgive me, will you?" He cradled Cheng Wan's face, preventing him from looking away. Cheng Wan's heart raced at this gesture, stirred into a flurry of emotions. He didn't truly hate Rong Sen. After the earlier outburst, much of his anger had dissipated. Yet, he still pried Rong Sen's hands away. "Let go." Rong Sen, however, seemed oblivious to his plea. His heart raced, his gaze becoming increasingly hazy and infatuated. "Cheng Wan, Cheng Wan," he murmured, calling his name. Seeing the expression on Rong Sen's face, Cheng Wan felt a twinge of panic. "Don't." Before he could finish, the words lodged in his throat. Cheng Wan winced at the sudden pain on his lips, eyes widening in shock. An overwhelming force surged toward him as Rong Sen, eyes closed, captured his lips with a fervent kiss. As if struck by lightning, Cheng Wan's world turned upside down. He remained rigid for a moment before instinctively struggling. Yet the audacious kiss persisted. Warm breath brushed against his face, and his heart raced violently. Rong Sen, seemingly unsatisfied, licked his lips, his voice deep and husky.
2 years later, Peace Town.
As midnight approached, the town remained aglow with a myriad of lights. Today marked the annual Peace Memorial Day, commemorating the momentous occasion 2 years prior when humanity and nature forged a peace treaty, thus concluding a decade-long conflict. Harmony Town was established as a testament to this treaty, a novel settlement where humans and nature coexist in splendid unity. Here, one could witness an elderly human gentleman setting up a stall at the corner to offer haircuts, while a cheetah courier donned in a yellow vest delivered meals. One could observe a human teacher guiding children through their lessons, alongside a tiger in uniform serving as a security guard at a hotel entrance. The long-held aspiration of humans and the natural world to live in harmony was astonishingly realized in this town. This remarkable achievement was undeniably attributed to the ambassador, who devoted his entire being to the pursuit of world peace. It is said that he bestowed happiness upon all living beings while reserving endless toil for himself. He often worked late into the night, and both his human and animal friends sincerely wished for him to take care of his health. At this moment, Cheng Wan was lost in thought on the balcony. A fortnight ago, the system had informed him that the ambassador's favorability had reached 4 stars. Cheng Wan pondered how many days he had spent in this world when he suddenly felt a heavy force behind him. Rong Sen leaned against him, inquiring,
"What are you thinking about?"
Cheng Wan replied, "I was contemplating how humanity and nature can finally coexist harmoniously." Rong Sen whispered into his ear, lowering his voice, "Do you wish for even greater harmony?" Before Cheng Wan could respond, he found himself lifted into the air by 2 strong arms. "Ambassador, it's time to work." With a snap, the bedroom door closed behind them. When the system's completion notification rang out, Cheng Wan finally comprehended the essence of life's grand harmony. Chapter 55, The Beast Tamer and the Dolphin Angel, Part 1. Cheng Wan found himself adrift in water. The transparent waves swirled around him, occasionally rising in tiny splashes due to the movement of his body. His entire form was submerged, and the halo of light above him appeared hazy and enchanting through the rippling surface. Miraculously, he discovered that he could open his eyes underwater. Even more astonishing was the fact that, despite being submerged, he felt no sense of suffocation. His breathing remained smooth and unimpeded, as if the gentle currents were bestowing upon him an endless supply of vitality. Cheng Wan felt bewildered. It seemed the world he inhabited did not include the ability to swim. "Are you awake?" The mechanical voice in his mind resounded. "System, what is happening? How did I end up in the water?" Cheng Wan inquired. "Do not panic. You have arrived in the next world," the system replied. Cheng Wan pondered for a moment, Being in water, could it be that he had transformed into a swimmer? The system's voice took on an awkward tone. Well, more special than a swimmer. What does that mean? Although Cheng Wan found it strange, he felt a sense of joy. He had always feared water and never learned to swim, often envying his childhood friends who caught fish in the river while he, a landlubber, could only watch. However, the system, upon seeing its host's bewilderment, felt a surge of guilt. You might want to see for yourself. As it spoke, a square mirror appeared before Cheng Wan. Though small, it was perfectly positioned to reflect his entire body. When he looked up, he was met with the sight of a dolphin? I must be dreaming. He closed his eyes and opened them again. The dolphin in the mirror mirrored his actions. Cheng Wan raised his hand, and the dolphin flicked its fins.
Who am I?
Where am I? What am I doing? In that instant, he experienced a profound sense of disillusionment. You must hold on, the system urged. Cheng Wan, rendered speechless, silently wept. Tell me this isn't real. You must believe in your memories. The system insisted. He felt a surge of frustration, unsure whether to voice his grievances. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Cheng Wan reluctantly accepted the sorrowful reality that he had transmogrified into a dolphin. He extended his short, plump fins and lay languidly in the aquarium's pool, a chill of information from the system seeping into his mind. The target of this world-S strategy was named Lu Sun. Lu Sun was born into a single-parent household. Shortly after his birth, his mother was tragically taken by an unforeseen accident. For an infant, losing a mother was already a misfortune, but greater tribulations awaited him. When he was 4, Lu Sun's father abandoned him in an aquarium. Thus, the young boy lost the only anchor he had in this world. However, fortune smiled upon him when a janitor at the aquarium took him in. His adoptive father, having no children of his own, treated him as his own son, allowing Lu Sun's childhood to pass relatively smoothly. Over the course of more than 20 years, his adoptive father aged and fell gravely ill, eventually passing away several years prior, leaving Lu Sun alone once more. Yet, having grown up in the aquarium, he ultimately became a marine animal trainer there, a job that, while not glamorous, sufficed to sustain him. The absence of familial affection throughout his life fostered a somewhat reclusive personality within Lu Sun, making interpersonal interactions challenging. Though he found solace in the company of the aquarium's inhabitants, whenever he felt troubled, he would sit pensively beside the dolphin pool. And while others thought he was merely talking to himself, he was actually conversing with his little companions. So Cheng Wan seethed. The identity you have chosen for me is that of a dolphin? Couldn't you have made me human? Animals are the best friends of humanity. The system replied innocently. I suppose you have a point, but it would be more convenient for you to approach the big shot. The system countered. Cheng Wan responded with a resigned sigh. You are quite charming, so I suppose you must be right. How about this? Seeing Cheng Wan's frustration, the system had a change of heart. I can grant you a special ability. Cheng Wan had lost hope in his unreliable system, but even so, he barely managed to ask, what is it? The system chuckled. Transformation. Cheng Wan sputtered, spewing water. Are you insane? Not in the way you think. The system clarified with exasperation. During the day, you remain a dolphin. But at night, with this ability, you can freely transform into human form. How marvelous. Cheng Wan marveled involuntarily but soon realized, but I am still a dolphin. Even if I can become human at night, what good does that do? Well, perhaps it would facilitate your discussions on harmonious living with the big shot? The system suggested. You've won this round. After vehemently berating the system, Cheng Wan had no choice but to adapt to his new form. He awkwardly spun in place, only to feel a gentle nudge against his belly. He blinked his round eyes and noticed several other dolphins swimming nearby. They, too, were plump and playful, frolicking joyfully in the water. Cheng Wan felt a wave of emotion. He never imagined he would one day be playing, in the same pool with these charming marine creatures. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air from a distance. Cheng Wan surfaced to see a figure approaching. The man was tall and handsome, his athletic build accentuated by loose sportswear that failed to conceal his muscular physique. With his sleeves casually rolled up, revealing sun-kissed arms, he cupped his fingers to his lips and emitted a clear whistle. Before Cheng Wan could react, the other dolphins swiftly lined up along the pool's edge. The man approached, one hand casually resting in his pocket. With a commanding tone, he called out, "Gigi." There was no response. The man turned to Cheng Wan, still floundering in the water, and raised his voice, "Gigi." Having just acclimated to his dolphin body, Cheng Wan struggled to control his fins and other appendages. Though he was swimming with great effort, he remained spinning in place. "Gigi." Now not only the man but also the other dolphins turned their attention towards Cheng Wan. Realizing that Gigi referred to him, Cheng Wan quickly responded, lifting his round head above the water, his snout breaking the surface. However, he overexerted himself, losing balance as he attempted to spring up. In a moment of panic, he flailed his fins and whipped his tail, splashing water everywhere. With a loud splash, the water sprayed onto the shore, drenching the man from head to toe. Cheng Wan felt mortified. "I didn't mean to." There stood Lu Sun, soaked to the skin, his hair dripping with water, strands falling over his face. Meanwhile, the other dolphins fell silent, their wide eyes fixed on Cheng Wan. Lu Sun, who had remained composed, stiffened as he wiped his face. Cheng Wan. Embarrassment, an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Fortunately, Lu Sun possesses a gentle temperament, merely issuing a mild reprimand. "Gigi," not listening again. Cheng Wan drooped his head, resembling a child who has erred. Oh, the difficulty level, 3 stars. Slowly, Cheng Wan positioned himself at the end of the dolphin line. One must admit, dolphins are not only aesthetically pleasing but also possess remarkable intelligence. They excel at charming antics and can comprehend Lu Sun's commands, even sensing his emotional fluctuations. These already trained creatures, in terms of intellect, far surpass their peers. With just a simple instruction from Lu Sun, they instinctively mimic his actions. Their graceful bodies leap from the water, their tails flicking as they carve a parabolic arc through the air. 3 young dolphins eagerly jostle to nudge the ball, their vibrant hues streaking across the surface of the pool. Cheng Wan couldn't help but marvel silently. "Gigi, it's your turn." His body was gently nudged by the tail of his companion, Jia Jia, awakening Cheng Wan to the fact that the esteemed one was calling for him. He clearly was still unaccustomed to the nickname Gigi. Clumsily, Cheng Wan swam to the designated spot. Lu Sun nodded, flicking his right wrist, and the ball was accurately tossed to the center of the pool. Then, bang, it struck Cheng Wan's round forehead. "Cheng Wan." Lu Sun. He retrieved a fish from a nearby bucket he had prepared, waving it in front of Cheng Wan. "Gigi, let us try again." Cheng Wan glanced at the still wriggling fish, a wave of nausea washing over him. Although he relished eating fish, it did not imply he favored consuming them while still alive, and certainly not raw. While this was perfectly normal for dolphins, the mere thought of that fish squirming its way into his stomach made Cheng Wan feel queasy. Thus, in his desperate avoidance of the fish, Cheng Wan failed time and again. Throughout the entire afternoon, Gigi managed to nudge the ball not once. This unexpected outcome bewildered Lu Sun, the animal trainer. Gigi has always been the most intelligent among these 4 dolphins, learning at an unparalleled pace. Why this sudden sluggishness today? In response to his esteemed trainer's query, Cheng Wan could only shrug helplessly. "What can I do? I am equally despondent." Chapter 56. The Tamer and the Dolphin Angel, Part 2. After an afternoon of struggle, Lu Sun finally relinquished his grand ambition of teaching Cheng Wan to ball tap. "Gigi, come here," Lu Sun beckoned. Cheng Wan swam over unsteadily, resembling a toddler taking its first steps. With a resigned sigh, Lu Sun crouched down, extending his warm and broad palm to gently stroke Cheng Wan's pointed snout. "Gigi, what's the matter today?" The master who had taught him about training dolphins once said that one must treat small animals like children, with patience and without haste. Cheng Wan had to admit that Lu Sun was indeed a competent tamer, skilled and methodical, displaying an admirable calmness. If he had not encountered such a substandard specimen as himself, Lu Sun's career as a tamer would surely be bright and boundless. Observing Cheng Wan's lackluster spirit, Lu Sun assumed he was hungry and retrieved a fish from the bucket, presenting it before him. Cheng Wan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately could not bring himself to eat. This moment of indecision allowed other dolphins, attracted by the scent, to seize the opportunity. Before long, More than half a bucket of fresh fish had been devoured by the others, leaving Cheng Wan to drift off alone, watching them feast. As night fell, the aquarium's closing time arrived. The lights extinguished, and the marine creatures retreated to their respective domains. Cheng Wan, seizing the chance with no one around, thought it was finally time to take a breath. System, hurry, I want to transform into a human. After masquerading as a dolphin for an entire day, Cheng Wan could no longer contain himself. As night settled in, he recalled the golden opportunity the system had previously mentioned. System, just recite the incantation once. Cheng Wan, intrigued, inquired, what incantation? System, Balala little seafood, transform. Cheng Wan exclaimed internally, what nonsense is this? Must it be so juvenile? Though he silently fumed, he ultimately complied. Seconds after reciting the incantation, a red light flashed across his body, and his tail fin began to gradually split into the form of legs, as his entire being underwent a transformation. System, how does it feel to be human? This was irrelevant. Cheng Wan suddenly realized he seemed to have forgotten something. Could you please provide me with some clothing first? System. The night was dark as ink. The vast oceanarium lay deserted. Yet, deep within the tranquil dolphin area, peculiar sounds echoed intermittently. A mysterious black figure sat on the ground, muttering to itself, ugh, the spicy pepper is too intense. Next time, just bring me garlic-flavored. System, are you really going to chit-chat while gnawing on a chicken foot? System, hey, have you had enough to eat? Cheng Wan, having just devoured 2 loaves of bread, a bag of chicken feet, 2 sausages, and a pack of chips, burped contentedly. Bring me another pack of spicy strips. The system shot him a resentful glance, wishing him to burst from overeating. Fully indulged, Cheng Wan drifted into a blissful slumber. Come dawn, he transformed back into a dolphin's guise. When Lu Sun arrived at work early in the morning and stepped into the dolphin exhibit, he inexplicably sensed something was amiss. Yet, he could not pinpoint the exact issue. Meanwhile, Cheng Wan, idly playing with the water in the pool, panicked, realizing he had forgotten to tidy up. Curiously, every night before closing, the cleaners meticulously ensured each exhibit was spotless. Today, however, he was the first to arrive, leading him to believe no one had ventured in during the night. Even if someone had, he had never heard of a thief sneaking into the aquarium to gnaw on chicken feet. Lu Sun shook his head, unable to fathom the anomaly. Although questions lingered, they had to be set aside. The day's training commenced as usual. Despite Gigi having undergone one-on-one intensive coaching the previous day, the results were less than gratifying. While the other dolphins adeptly caught and tapped balls, Cheng Wan could only manage to surface a few centimeters, achieving a pitiful leap. The morning passed slowly, and Cheng Wan still had not mastered ball tapping, nor had he eaten any fish. Lu Sun, concerned, inquired if he felt unwell or sick. However, Cheng Wan merely wished to express that he might have overeaten chicken feet. By noon, Lu Sun finally recognized that Gigi was decidedly unwell, prompting him to swiftly take Cheng Wan to the aquarium's veterinary clinic for an examination. Upon hearing checkup, Cheng Wan's heart sank in refusal. Yet, under Lu Sun's insistence, he was placed into a large water tank and transported to the vet. Temperature measured, no fever. Blood drawn, no abnormalities. Due to Lu Sun mentioning that Cheng Wan had been disinterested in food for the past couple of days, the veterinarian suggested an endoscopy to ascertain whether he had ingested any indigestible fast food packaging. An hour later, the examination results were revealed. As the doctor exited the lab, she cast a complex glance at Cheng Wan, then turned to Lu Sun with the same expression. In this dolphin's stomach, we detected a significant amount of food residue, primarily consisting of puffed snacks and chicken feet. Cheng Wan. The truth was out. The doctor, a woman in her 50s, was the most experienced among the dozen or so veterinarians in the clinic. Little Lu, she said, giving Lu Sun a reproachful glare. You've been taming dolphins for several years now, haven't you? The diet of a dolphin is crucial. You should know what they can and cannot eat. Implicitly, she questioned his sanity for feeding a dolphin chips and chicken feet. Why not bring it some beer and skewers while you're at it? Lu Sun's face alternated between shades of green and white, offering no defense. I'm sorry, it was my negligence. Throughout the journey back, Lu Sun remained silent. occasionally glancing at Cheng Wan in the tank, his expression inscrutable. Cheng Wan swallowed hard, covering his face with his fins. Upon returning, surprisingly, Lu Sun did not confront him directly. Training continued as if nothing had occurred. However, Cheng Wan felt increasingly uneasy, sensing this might be the calm before the storm. Anticipating that a significant repercussion awaited him, the afternoon passed in a state of uncertainty, and after the aquarium closed, just like the previous night, Cheng Wan quietly swam to the edge of the pool. Balala little seafood, transform. He settled on the ground, munching on chicken feet. System, what should I do? The boss seems to suspect me. The system, unfazed, replied, relax, it's all right. After all, he has no evidence. Indeed. Who would ever suspect that the dolphin they had diligently trained had swapped its essence? Yet, I still feel a bit anxious. What should I do? Cheng Wan pondered, wiping greasy hands. System, if you're anxious, just eat fewer chicken feet. Cheng Wan burped, then I'll use food to soothe my nerves. He became utterly absorbed in the delightful cuisine, oblivious to the fact that the large door of the dolphin exhibit was being quietly opened from the outside. Chapter 57. The Beast Tamer and the Dolphin Angel. Part 3. When Cheng Wan turned to see Lu Sun standing behind him, he was momentarily taken aback. Lu, he stammered, his nerves getting the better of him. Lu Sun, though he had intentionally returned to investigate, was equally startled to find an unfamiliar person appearing in the aquarium late at night. With a wary expression, he demanded, "Who are you?" "I am nobody," Cheng Wan replied. Lu Sun pulled out his phone, threatening, "If you don't tell the truth, I will call the police." No. Cheng Wan hurriedly waved his hands. "There's no need to call the police. I'll tell you. Just please don't bring the police here. It would be a disaster if they came." Taking a deep breath, he searched for a more delicate way to phrase his thoughts. "So, do you believe that animals have souls?" Lu Sun paused, momentarily taken aback, and instinctively replied, "I do." Cheng Wan seized the moment, continuing, "Then do you believe that one day your dolphin might appear before you in a different form?" Though Lu Sun found the questions peculiar, he found himself pondering seriously for a moment. "I suppose I should believe that?" "Excellent," Cheng Wan exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he pointed at himself. "Look here. It's me." He even blinked his sparkling eyes for emphasis. Lu Sun was left speechless, muttering to himself, "Am I encountering a lunatic?" "But you believe, right? Your dolphin has transformed." "Yes, it's me," Cheng Wan exclaimed, even imitating a dolphin's call with enthusiasm. Lu Sun's patience wore thin. "What are you really? If you don't speak the truth, I will call the police right now." His demeanor shifted sharply, as if the temperature around them had dropped several degrees. Cheng Wan felt a pang of anxiety. Convincing a staunch materialist born in the modern age that his dolphin had transformed was no small feat. Could he really confess that he was sent by a system to seduce him? He shivered at the thought. "I truly am your dolphin. Remember, you took me for a checkup today at noon," Cheng Wan insisted. Lu Sun unlocked his phone, dismissing it as common knowledge anyone could find out. "Stop," Cheng Wan interrupted. "This morning, when you arrived, you found chicken feet on the floor. Those were mine. And the doctor mentioned you at noon." Lu Sun's expression darkened as he pressed the 2 digits on his phone. "Look, isn't one dolphin missing?" Cheng Wan suggested, pointing to the dolphin pool. Lu Sun hesitated, his finger pausing over the dial pad. Following Cheng Wan's finger, he was astonished to see 3 dolphins floating silently in the pool, all asleep: Jiejie, Xiaolong, and Xiaozhen. Yet one was conspicuously absent. "Jiji?" He called softly, but received no response. Xiaolong lifted his head momentarily, casting a glance in Lu Sun's direction before lowering it again. Lu Sun shot a disbelieving look at Cheng Wan, a chill running down his spine. Nevertheless, he was relentless, heading to the security room to check the surveillance footage. Leaning over the desk, Lu Sun's gaze was fixed on the small screen. Suddenly, his fingers clenched tightly, veins bulging on his arm. In the center of the screen, his Jiejie was staggering out of the pool, standing upright like a human, its body transforming completely into Cheng Wan's current form. Lu Sun wiped his face, drenched in cold sweat. "Don't speak," he murmured, needing a moment of silence. How could the dolphin he had nurtured for years suddenly morph into a man overnight? He felt utterly bewildered. Cheng Wan, seated cross-legged on the ground, munched on chicken feet. relishing Lu Xun's confusion. With the truth revealed, he no longer needed to conceal it. When did you realize this transformation began? Lu Xun abruptly inquired. Cheng Wan blinked, caught off guard by the question. A few days ago? Lu Xun pressed further. When did you discover you had transformed? Cheng Wan choked slightly, unprepared for such an inquiry. Well, it was just a few days ago. That night would be etched in Lu Xun's memory forever. He and his dolphin sat quietly by the pool, contemplating life until dawn broke. When the time came, Cheng Wan, feeling quite aware, disposed of the remnants of the chicken bones from the previous night, silently reciting a melodramatic incantation, and then plunged into the dolphin pool. In the days that followed, Lu Xun found it difficult to look directly at his dolphin. Fortunately, Cheng Wan refrained from causing any further chaos, content to play the adorable creature, even putting in extra effort during ball-tapping exercises. Meanwhile, Lu Xun continually reassured himself. So, what if it has transformed? Anyone can transform into something extraordinary. Eventually, the aquarium announced a Marine Star competition set for the 3rd of next month, where teams from various aquariums would compete. Lu Xun was selected as the lead tamer for his facility. The director clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "Xiao Lu, the organization has high hopes for you. You must put on a spectacular show." Spectacular. Lu Xun mused oddly. Perhaps I should perform a grand transformation act. Upon returning, he revised the training schedule, incorporating new tricks alongside ball tapping, such as aerial hoops and applause gestures. As for Cheng Wan, he had resigned himself to observing the training of the other 3 dolphins while frolicking in the water. With the competition looming, animals from various aquariums showcased their talents, and Lu Xun was diligent in his training. He had contemplated the idea of teaching Cheng Wan arithmetic, but with less than 2 weeks before the competition, significant progress seemed unlikely. Just then, Gigi felt ready to shine. Arithmetic? I did take an exam once. Cheng Wan thought proudly, recalling his near-passing score in mathematics. During a break, he called out to Lu Xun. Over the days, Lu Xun had gradually accepted the fact that his dolphin had transformed into a full-grown man. Speak plainly, Lu Xun instructed. I am a dolphin, Cheng Wan retorted. Do you need something? Lu Xun asked. Cheng Wan nodded. You can let me participate in the competition. Lu Xun raised an eyebrow. What do you intend to do? Arithmetic, Cheng Wan declared. You can do arithmetic? Lu Xun questioned, skepticism evident in his voice. Cheng Wan felt insulted by the implication. Of course. It's a piece of cake. Lu Xun remained unconvinced, believing that despite Cheng Wan's current human form, he would always be a dolphin in intellect. To prove his point, Cheng Wan recited the multiplication table fluently. Lu Xun was left speechless. Cheng Wan began to persuade him. Do you know what it means to transform? It's not just about the appearance. The intellect reaches human levels too. Lu Xun finally conceded. You win. Had it not been for the day he witnessed the astonishing transformation of the individual before him from a dolphin, Cheng Wan would have long since been consigned to a mental institution. Lu Xun could only attribute the extraordinary spectacle he observed to the notion that ignorance breeds wonder. The world is indeed marvelous. Thus, Lu Xun and Cheng Wan embarked once more on an intensive one-on-one training regimen. However, this time, Cheng Wan no longer lagged behind. When he effortlessly calculated the value of 2 raised to the power of 10, he felt as though he could soar to the heavens as a dolphin. After a few hasty days of training, Cheng Wan, with his exceptional intellect, easily outperformed his companions. When the day of the competition arrived, it was without a shadow of a doubt that the Blue Star Oceanarium, represented by Lu Xun, would claim the coveted title. Yet, for Cheng Wan, the accolades were of little consequence. What truly mattered was that he had gained fame, immense fame. Chapter 58, The Tamer and the Dolphin Angel, Part 4. Why has the adorable dolphin suddenly gained fame overnight? The reason is quite astonishing. The dolphin can solve high-level mathematical problems. Is it the arrival of a genius, or merely a result of painstaking hype? A highly intelligent dolphin has emerged in the Blue Star Oceanarium. Legends suggest it might be the reincarnation of an extraterrestrial being. Since that competition, Gigi has garnered immense popularity across the nation in just one day. People of all ages have developed an overwhelming fascination for this intelligent dolphin. News reports have flooded in like snowflakes, with increasingly bizarre and nonsensical headlines gaining traction. Amidst this media frenzy, a new moniker was born for Cheng Wan, Cosmic Divine Dolphin. Cheng Wan could only exclaim in disbelief at such a flamboyant title. From that day forward, Cheng Wan's life underwent a dramatic transformation. His previous routine of training and resting has now morphed into an endless cycle of photo sessions. Each morning, upon opening his eyes, he is greeted by a multitude of visitors eager to capture him on camera, the incessant flashes blinding him. To foster a closer connection with the guests, the director has ordered that, regardless of his exhaustion or willingness, Cheng Wan must pose in various endearing ways. His original resting time has been entirely consumed, with 5 to 6 performances scheduled daily, far surpassing the intensity of pre-exam math classes. Cheng Wan felt utterly frustrated yet powerless to abandon his duties, especially with Lu Sun still present. If he faltered, the director would undoubtedly place the blame squarely on him. Today, the weather is splendid, and the oceanarium is teeming with visitors. The dolphin area, where Cheng Wan resides, is particularly crowded. By midday, Cheng Wan has been compelled to exhibit his charm to the point of muscle fatigue, receiving hundreds of applause and gestures, his flippers aching as if they might give out. One more. Come on, give us a bow. Wow, so adorable. The cramped venue is filled with noise as people shout for Cheng Wan to perform. Some unruly onlookers, undeterred by the chaos, even throw steel balls into the dolphin pool, striking Cheng Wan on the head. In pain, he retreats to a corner of the pool, remaining still. Hello, please make way. A deep, clear voice suddenly cuts through the din. Cheng Wan swims to the edge of the pool, spotting a familiar figure weaving through the throng towards him. Make way, please. Lu Sun pushes through the crowd and arrives at Cheng Wan's side, facing the exuberant audience. Hello everyone, I am Lu Sun, Gigi's trainer. Thank you all for your affection towards Gigi. Lu Sun stands at attention and bows to the visitors. You can feed him here. Hey, you there, I have bananas, would you like some? Lu Sun pinches the bridge of his nose, disregarding the visitors' reactions, as he opens a hidden door behind the pool and leads Cheng Wan into a larger connected pool.
Hey,
where are you going? I haven't taken my photo yet. What an attitude, thinking you're so important just because you're a trainer. Without pausing, Lu Sun leaves the noisy crowd behind. In the expansive pool area, Cheng Wan swims towards the shore, where Lu Sun strides over, holding a box of cooked fish. Gigi, there's no one here. Go ahead and eat, he says. Cheng Wan gazes up at him, eyes wide with anticipation as Lu Sun brings the fish to his mouth. Cooked. After such a long time, the familiar aroma evokes overwhelming emotion in Cheng Wan. However, Lu Sun seems somewhat uneasy. I noticed you didn't eat raw fish before. I wasn't too sure if it was because of your transformation, so I had them cooked for you.
Please try it.
Cheng Wan, drawn by the enticing scent, nearly buries his face in the box.
Slow down.
Lu Sun gently ruffles his head, his gaze calm and tender. Over the past half-month, he has reflected deeply. Though Gigi has transformed into an unimaginable being, he remains his Gigi. He recalls their first encounter vividly. It was a sunlit afternoon shortly after he became a trainer when he first laid eyes on Gigi in the tank. He had been discovered by fishermen while out at sea, both flippers injured, frantically ramming against the tank. As Gigi was new, the director assigned him to Cheng Wan, who was also new to the role. From that moment on, they became inseparable companions. Their bond transcended that of mere animal and trainer. They were friends, day by day. With Cheng Wan's companionship, Gigi's injuries healed and his temperament softened. Occasionally, when Gigi was joyful, he would leap from the water to kiss Cheng Wan's cheek. For Cheng Wan, Gigi was a ray of sunshine that illuminated his life. He shared his experiences, stories, and emotions with Gigi, who mostly gazed back with his bright, innocent eyes. His mentor had once imparted wisdom. Once you take on the responsibility of caring for an animal, you must be accountable for its well-being. Dolphins have lifespans of only a few decades, some even shorter. For humans, it may be a fleeting moment. However, for dolphins, it is a lifetime. In a moment of distraction, Cheng Wan has devoured all the cooked fish in the box.
Whoa,
he exclaims. No, wait, take your time and rest for a while. After spending so much time together, Lu Sun has come to understand Cheng Wan's nuances. He is reluctant. Seeing his little friend so exhausted pains him. 2 hours later, in the director's office, Lu Sun is summoned for a discussion. The director, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a balding head and a beer belly, wears an expression of disappointment. What on earth have you been doing? How could you neglect the visitors? They are our guests, you understand. Lu Sun remains expressionless. Gigi was too tired. I wanted him to rest for a while. Tired? The director slams his hand on the table. Tia just posing for some photos?
How exhausting can that be?
Even if he is tired, what difference does it make? Will it cost us money? Lu Sun has no retort. The director, with a desperate tone, continues. Don't forget, whether it's Gigi or anyone else, it's just an animal. They are not like us. Why get so emotionally attached? Can feelings fill our bellies? Lu Sun bites his lip, remaining silent. Upon seeing Lu Sun's stubborn demeanor, the director's frustration reignites. Don't look at me like that. I despise your inflexibility. You're as stubborn as a rock in a latrine. The director, nearly frothing at the mouth, gestures vehemently, pointing almost to Lu Sun's nose. It seems all his previous admonition was wasted on deaf ears. Almost losing his composure, he commands, "Stop right there. We have serious matters to discuss." Lu Sun halts mid-stride. You know how popular that dolphin has become, right? Next month, we in Blue Star plan to organize a nationwide tour for you. Lu Sun is taken aback. A nationwide tour? Yes. A performance. He good at math? Let him count. We'll showcase Blue Star Oceanarium throughout China, break into Asia, and reach the world. The director's eyes gleam with visions of wealth. Lu Sun stands in stunned silence, then strides away decisively. The first stop of the nationwide tour will be in B City, the capital of a country. The reputation of the cosmic dolphin has long since spread across the nation, drawing eager crowds to witness its marvel. Once again, the young prodigy, Gigi, has astounded the audience with an intellect that is nothing short of extraordinary within the realm of dolphins. Some parents, bringing their children along, seize the moment to educate them. Look, even the dolphin can perform calculations. Why can't you? This prompts the child to burst into tears. The nationwide tour comprises a total of 14 venues, spanning from the southernmost to the northernmost reaches, encompassing nearly every corner of the country. Throughout these months of extensive travel, the relationship between Cheng Wan and the esteemed figure has gradually evolved, with Lu Sun's affection finally reaching a starry pinnacle. On this day in City S, the final stop of the national tour unfolds. Clad in a dapper tailcoat, Lu Sun stands upon the stage, bowing gracefully to the audience. The spotlight illuminates him, revealing his tall, striking figure, and he exudes an extraordinary charm. His high-bridged nose, supple lips, and dark eyes gleam like the stars. Even in stillness, he radiates an alluring glow, silently captivating the gaze of all present. In the last row of the audience, tucked away in a corner, sit two figures clad in black. One of them pinches a cigarette butt between his fingers, bringing it to his lips and exhaling a languid circle of smoke. Behind sunglasses that nearly obscure half of his face, golden eyes flicker, fixated intently on Lu Sun. What do you think of this person? One asks. I believe he is quite remarkable. Chapter 59, The Beast Tamer and the Dolphin Angel, Part 5, in the Blue Star Aquarium, within the director's office. The chestnut-brown wooden door creaked open, revealing two figures clad in black, their hands tucked into their pockets as they strode out with purpose. The director, hunched over, followed closely behind, assuring them, I'll handle it, you can rest assured. He will definitely report to you obediently. One of the men, wearing sunglasses, exhaled a puff of smoke and turned to leave. The other man, noticing the director's demeanor, patted him on the shoulder, saying, Don't worry. As long as you cooperate with us, the future of Blue Star will rest in our hands. Yes, of course. The director replied eagerly, his face smeared with smoke, but unable to conceal his greasy smile. At that moment, Lu Sun approached from the end of the corridor, brushing past the two men in black. Director, did you call for me? Come in, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? An agent? Yes, indeed. You may not know, but a major entertainment company showed interest in you during the recent tour. Lu Sun lowered his eyelashes, contemplating the implications of this statement. The director, observing his lack of enthusiasm, furrowed his brow in displeasure. Don't be ungrateful. Do you have any idea what a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity this is? They are interested in you because of your ancestors' virtues. Lu Sun frowned, but I've never considered that path. Well, you can start considering it now. The director, agitated, nearly leaped with frustration. Don't you want to be a big star? Money, fame, women. What is so hard to obtain? Lu Sun regarded the director's tone with a growing sense of annoyance. I don't care about those things, no. You must care. The director's voice suddenly escalated. Isn't life about living comfortably and happily? If you agree to go with those two and let them package you well, you might become an overnight sensation. At that point, your life will be worth it. Lu Sun pressed his lips together, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. The agents you speak of are those two men who just left, right? Realizing the director's eagerness, Lu Sun felt clarity dawning upon him. His director had always been motivated by monetary gain, and his enthusiastic push to promote him must have been due to some promised benefit from those men. Becoming an actor and a star, gaining public attention, was seen by many as a stroke of fortune. However, for Lu Sun, it held little allure. He perceived it as an entirely different realm, vibrant yet bizarre. He had grown accustomed to his stable life as an ordinary beast tamer, cherishing his time spent with the angelic creatures in the aquarium. Xiao Long, Jia Jia, Xiao Zhen, and Ji. A fleeting image crossed his mind, a dolphin leaping from the water, transforming into a boy with a playful smile. Taking a deep breath, Lu Sun declared, I do not wish to go. Seeing the opportunity slip away, the director exploded, his face elongating with anger. You will go, whether you like it or not. Lu Sun looked up. What do you mean? Do you remember how you have survived until now? The director's gaze darkened. A tremor ran through Lu Sun's fingers, as if a sharp thorn had unexpectedly pierced the most hidden corner of his heart. Clenching his fist, Lu Sun retorted, It has nothing to do with you. It's Lu Shu. Lu Haicheng, his adoptive father. Though he was an adoptive father, he treated Lu Sun as his own. The director's expression was filled with disdain. Lu Haicheng? That cripple? If it weren't for me providing him with food, he might have starved long ago. How could he afford to raise you? The words were devoid of compassion, dripping with sarcasm. Lu Sun felt as if something inside him had been triggered. He abruptly raised his head and slammed his fist on the desk. The unsealed teacup splashed droplets of tea everywhere. What are you doing? The director, taken aback by his sudden outburst, instinctively took a step back. Lu Sun stood motionless, breathing heavily as he suppressed his emotions. After a few minutes, he gradually calmed down. The director, eyeing him cautiously, stammered, Don't do anything reckless. If you continue this way, I'll call security. Lu Sun disdainfully regarded the director's cowardly demeanor. I do not intend to do anything. The director, feeling embarrassed by his previous display, straightened up and feigned composure. Young people simply do not understand. He continued, But everyone goes through this stage. I'll let this slide this time. Lu Sun scoffed, turning his face away. However, the director continued, deliberately elongating his words. There's an old saying, those who recognize the situation are the wise ones. I advise you not to be stubborn.
If you lose your job,
Don't say I didn't warn you. Lu Sun discerned the underlying message in his words. Are you threatening to fire me? The director replied. I did not say that. You should handle it as you see fit. Lu Sun's expression darkened. The director was using his job as leverage. Agreeing would ensure mutual benefit. Refusing would lead to his departure. Lu Sun pressed his lips together. The director was betting that he could not possibly abandon his position. Having grown up in the aquarium, what else could he do besides taming beasts? Moreover, whether for the sake of livelihood or for the deep emotional ties he had with Ji and the others, he could not act impulsively. Lu Sun turned away, unwilling to gaze at the director's pretentious face. In City S, at the headquarters of New Chuan Entertainment, the towering building loomed like a magnificent steel beast, casting an imposing shadow over the city. Sunlight reflected off the glass façade, blinding those who looked too closely. Lu Sun stepped inside. The receptionist smiled broadly upon seeing him, warmly addressing him as Brother Luo. The latter, dressed in a sharply tailored suit and wearing crocodile leather shoes that seemed to be stacked with bundles of cash, exuded a presence more befitting a star than an agent. Luo Chao scrutinized Lu Sun before gesturing for him to enter his office. As a newcomer to the company, there was much for Lu Sun to learn. Though he was taciturn, he absorbed knowledge rapidly. Having spent over a decade in the entertainment industry, Luo Chao possessed a keen instinct. The moment he saw Lu Sun on stage, he sensed that this young man was a hidden gem. After 3 months of intensive training focused on physique, performance, and industry protocols, Lu Sun endured nearly 12 hours of relentless drills each day. As Luo Chao had hoped, Lu Sun developed comprehensively. And though some performances still appeared somewhat stiff, he had made considerable progress from his initial zero foundation. Luo Chao felt it was time to showcase this submerged talent. The highly anticipated IP Skyward Chronicles was set to commence filming next month. From the leading roles to the minor characters, entertainment companies were fiercely competing for every part. As one of the 3 major players in the industry, New Chuan Company aimed to secure its share of the spoils. As for Lu Sun, he was, at best, assigned the role of a third male lead. Accepting this role was still a significant achievement for a newcomer. After all, playing the third lead was far better than being a mere background character. The childhood friend was a top student, cool and aloof, while the female lead was an adoring fangirl, fluttering around him like a butterfly. Eventually, in a manner typical of romantic dramas, the previously icy childhood friend melted under the warmth of the female lead's affection, and they were destined to be together. However, an unfortunate twist awaited them. The screenwriter cruelly inflicted suffering upon the childhood friend, leading to his tragic demise when a speeding truck struck him while he was delivering a birthday cake to the female lead. Lu Sun found himself at a loss for words. However, despite his myriad critiques of the plot, Lu Sun diligently portrayed the male third character's anguish and despair with remarkable skill. Even the director could not help but express admiration for Lu Sun, acknowledging the young man's promising future. 3 months later, Cheng Wan wrapped up filming and was scheduled to air during the summer. July brought sweltering heat, sweat streaming down like a small river. People, reluctant to venture outside, chose to indulge in leisure at home, making television the prime source of entertainment. Under such fortuitous circumstances, Cheng Wan premiered. Although the series donned a veneer of soft science fiction, at its core, it was a tale of endless love and conflict between the lead characters. While the narrative bore its share of cliches, the protagonist's striking looks and commendable acting, complemented by slightly more sophisticated special effects, propelled it to the top of the viewership ratings among concurrent dramas. As anticipated, Xian Chuan Entertainment reaped substantial profits, and the stars of the show garnered a significant fanbase. Simultaneously, Lu Sun's name predictably appeared on Weibo's trending searches. On the official Weibo account of Cheng Wan, one could frequently find an abundance of enthusiastic fan comments. User A. This young man possesses both charisma and charm, with legs that surpass even the Appas. User B. Wow. The emotional intensity is palpable. Those little glances are heart-wrenching. User C. No one stop me. Let this handsome guy go. It's my turn. Agent Luo Chao, a seasoned veteran, seized the moment and swiftly encouraged Lu Sun to create a Weibo account. Lu Sun, who had always preferred to keep his life private, rarely posted anything beyond promoting the new drama. Consequently, Luo Chao, with a resigned sigh, took full control of Lu Sun's Weibo, leading to an overwhelming influx of photos and affectionate emojis that Lu Sun found bewildering upon his next login. In exasperation, he decided to relinquish control entirely. At the Liyong Grand Hotel, the cast of Cheng Wan celebrated with a wrap party. The production team reserved the entire 3rd floor, initially delivering earnest speeches of gratitude and anticipation for future collaborations. As glasses clinked and pleasantries were exchanged, the atmosphere shifted to one of uninhibited revelry. With a firm push, Lu Sun closed the door behind him, tossing his coat onto the bed and loosening his tie. Taking a deep breath, he felt the tightness in his chest ease. Rolling up his sleeves, he made his way to the restroom, turning on the tap to let the cool water cascade down. He splashed some onto his face, wiping it away without drying off, droplets tracing the sharp contours of his face, gliding down to his collarbone and beyond. Leaning against the sink, he gazed at his reflection. A star? A tamer of beasts? The stark contrast between 2 worlds collided in his mind. On one side, the suited figure he was at press conferences, weary from fending off the scrutiny of reporters and paparazzi. On the other, the carefree boy in blue athletic wear, crouching beside a clear pool, caressing a dolphin's sleek head. Knock, knock. A delicate voice, tinged with both allure and caution, inquired, "May I come in?" Lu Sun lowered his gaze, the turbulent emotions within him retreating. He grabbed a towel from the wall and wiped his face, replying, "Please come in." The door gently swung open, revealing a graceful silhouette clad in a vibrant red dress. Standing before him was Gu Xiaofei, the leading lady of Qing Kongji. Her fair skin and petite, heart-shaped face framed by playful chestnut curls made her the embodiment of the type most men would find irresistible. Now, a faint blush adorned her cheeks, her lips glistening like dew-kissed fruit. Perhaps the effects of alcohol had rendered her gaze slightly hazy, yet upon closer inspection, it sparkled with clarity. Lu Sun inquired, "Is there something you need?" Gu Xiaofei smiled. "The filming of Qing Kongji has been incredibly successful. In just 1 week, our ratings have soared." "Yes, it's commendable," Lu Sun replied, the air thick with awkwardness as her fragrance enveloped them. She tilted her head, her lashes fluttering, exuding a blend of femininity and innocence. "You're too modest." "I still have much to learn," he added. Accustomed to being the center of attention, Gu Xiaofei felt a flicker of irritation at his cool demeanor, igniting a latent sense of challenge within her. Reflecting on how, months ago, Lu Sun had entered the set as a quiet, solitary figure. She had initially dismissed him as merely a fresh graduate. Even after discovering they belonged to the same entertainment company, she remained indifferent. However, as they began to share scenes, she realized he was not as she had imagined. When acting, his focus was profound, embodying his character with an intensity that radiated raw, genuine emotion. Yet outside of performance, he was reserved, akin to a deep well, concealing his feelings behind an impermeable barrier, distancing those who sought to connect with him. Such an enigmatic presence was enough to captivate a young woman in her 20s. In the interludes of filming, she found her gaze drifting towards him, often catching him lost in thought, his dark eyes harboring emotions she could not decipher. She would follow his gaze, but all she saw were distant figures, trees, vendors. Nothing worthy of lingering upon. What was he contemplating? Her fondness for him blossomed as filming progressed. His voice trembled, "Don't be afraid. In the next life, I will find you." In the narrative, she cradled her lover's lifeless body in despair, while in reality, her heart seemed to sink alongside it. In the play, they were worlds apart. In life, she wished to extend that sincerity beyond the set. With a delicate lift of her ankle, Gu Xiaofei approached Lu Sun. Instinctively, he took a half-step back. She tossed her hair, her voice silky and inviting. "Would you like to collaborate with me again?" Her gaze held a provocative glimmer, emphasizing the word collaborate. At this point, even a dense person would grasp the implication. Yet, Lu Sun took another step back, raising his hand to create an invisible barrier between them. "How so?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with innocence. Gu Xiaofei's expression shifted to disbelief. She had never encountered a man who so unceremoniously dismissed her. Embarrassment washed over her as the courage fueled by alcohol dissipated like air from a punctured balloon. Unable to maintain her composure, she fled the room. Lu Sun exhaled softly, pinching the bridge of his nose. The night was still young, but he lay on the bed, wide awake, his thoughts occupied not by Gu Xiaofei, but by the place he had called home for 2 decades. The people, the events, the lingering echoes. He transformed into a boy, stepping ashore under the night sky, his dark hair tousled, laughter bright. Lu Sun turned in bed, unable to find sleep. Cheng Wan observed a woman exiting Lu Sun's room. The woman, clad in an alluring red dress, stood at a distance, obscuring her expression from view. Cheng Wan halted before the final step of the staircase. "Oh, has the big boss found another love?" she mused, bitterness filling her heart. How unreliable men truly are. It had only been 3 months since their last meeting, yet he had already turned his affections elsewhere. Cheng Wan gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle, her sorrow flowing like a river. At that moment, the system felt compelled to interject. Ahem, enough of the theatrics. Cheng Wan reined in her emotions, replying, "I haven't even begun to perform." The system responded, "If you wish to act, do so in front of the big boss. Here, you merely risk embarrassment." Cheng Wan retorted.
Eh.
You may disappear now. Knock, knock, knock. Cheng Wan rapped on the door with an impassive face, but no answer came from within. Lu Sun, having just risen from his bed, stepped to the door and grasped the handle. Just as he turned it, the door swung open, revealing Cheng Wan. Time seemed to freeze for Lu Sun as the young man stood merely a pinky-esque distance away, poised to lean forward and touch him. His striking eyes widened in surprise, and his fair skin appeared smooth and delicate. His rosy lips resembled dewdrops, and his breath brushed against Cheng Wan's chin, warm and ticklish, akin to a soft, furry appendage caressing her. Lu Sun's gaze momentarily lost its focus, and his breathing became slightly labored. At that instant, Cheng Wan blinked and stepped back, dissipating the pressure instantly. What brings you here? Lu Sun inquired. Cheng Wan's eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze upon him. Aren't you going to invite me in? Lu Sun, slightly taken aback, released his grip from the door frame and stepped aside to let her enter. Upon crossing the threshold, Cheng Wan was greeted by the scent of perfume. Lu Sun, realizing the awkwardness of the situation, was momentarily at a loss for words, his ears flushing red. Cheng Wan boldly opened the conversation. How have you been these past 3 months? Not bad, Lu Sun replied. Oh, it seems the time apart has made us strangers. Despite sharing the same space, they found themselves at a loss for conversation, unlike the ease they once shared on Blue Star. Lu Sun fell silent, recalling Blue Star, and suddenly realized, how did you manage to get out? Upon mentioning this, Lu Sun was taken aback as Cheng Wan's face contorted into a multitude of expressions, a story clearly long and complicated. Cheng Wan waved her hand dismissively, summarizing, well, come nightfall, I became human, and with my exceptional wit, I navigated through layers of security to steal the key to the security room. The end. Lu Sun was left speechless, finally resting his hand on his forehead. How had his friend become so enigmatic after transforming? Seizing the moment while Lu Sun was bewildered, Cheng Wan took the opportunity to scrutinize him. Very good. No lipstick stains, no stray hairs. The bed is neatly made, with minimal creases, no signs of any tumultuous activities. What are you here for? Lu Sun asked. I missed you. Cheng Wan replied. Lu Sun ruffled her hair playfully. You're laying it on thick, aren't you? Cheng Wan gazed at him unwaveringly, extending her pink tongue to lick her lips. Lu Sun inexplicably felt a thirst arise within him. I watched your new play. You performed splendidly, Cheng Wan remarked. Lu Sun shot her a quizzical glance. When did dolphins start watching television? Cheng Wan realized her slip, feeling the weight of her words. Thankfully. Lu Sun shifted the topic to inquire about the aquarium. After I left, who trained you all? The director, Lu Sun replied, nearly biting his tongue. He trained. Me? Cheng Wan added. He constantly made me calculate. He would ask me what 321 multiplied by 123 equals. He doesn't even know how to do it himself, yet expects a dolphin to solve it? Lu Sun pondered. What on earth has Gigi experienced these past 3 months? Cheng Wan's eyes gleamed. Do you know how difficult it was for me to find you? Lu Sun fell silent for a moment. To be honest, even now, he struggled to believe that what lay before him was real. To think that his dreams could manifest into reality. Such fortune seemed almost too good to be true. How did you find your way here? Lu Sun inquired. Cheng Wan shrugged. I overheard visitors discussing your troops' whereabouts, and after escaping, I simply asked around. A little here, a little there, and eventually, I found you. The system internally shouted, Cheng Wan, have some dignity. If it weren't for me, with your intellect, you wouldn't have found your way after a night of wandering. Cheng Wan hushed the system. Stop speaking nonsense. However, Lu Sun was unaware of Cheng Wan's extraordinary advantages. Hearing her words, he began to imagine a lonely little dolphin navigating through unfamiliar crowds in search of its beloved, his heart swelling with emotion, causing his fondness for her to increase. Lu Sun, not one to express himself easily, despite feeling his heart melting, merely uttered, You've worked hard. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Wan playfully asked, So how will you repay me? I'll do as you say, Lu Sun replied. Cheng Wan beamed, suggesting, let us sleep together. Lu Sun paused momentarily before agreeing, all right. The happiness arrived so unexpectedly. Cheng Wan, delighted, intended to snuggle under the covers with Lu Sun. To her astonishment, she soon discovered that when Lu Sun spoke of sleeping, he genuinely meant sleeping. The lights were extinguished, and they lay beneath the same blanket, separated by what felt like a vast chasm. Cheng Wan glanced at Lu Sun, who turned his head, his large hand resting over Cheng Wan's eyes. "Good night." Cheng Wan remained silent. At 3 in the morning, as Holmes lay in slumber, Cheng Wan's mind erupted with the lively tune of Little Apple. "You are my little apple. No matter how I love you, it's never too much." Cheng Wan exclaimed, "Stop, stop, stop." The system replied, "It's time to wake up. Your alarm is ringing." Cheng Wan jolted awake, utterly irate. "Can't you set a gentler alarm?" The system pondered briefly before proposing, "Come on, let us enjoy life. There's plenty of time ahead." Cheng Wan felt an unprecedented urge to rid herself of her brain. She rose, washed up, and dressed in a mere 15 minutes. Leaving a note for Lu Sun, "I'll come back to see you another day." Stealthily, she approached Lu Sun's bedside, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on his forehead. Like a mischievous little mouse who had pilfered some oil, Cheng Wan delightedly licked her lips, whispering, "Goodbye, Lu Sun." The man lay peacefully in bed, his brow unfurrowing as if he were lost in a sweet dream.